A maid carried a basin of ice to the palace door. Suddenly, sharp voices of argument came from inside. Your Majesty, you just held a selection last year, and now you're doing it again. The harem can hardly hold any more. Wega, don't make trouble. I'm doing this for the sake of heirs. Do you know how many memorials for ministers are piling up? The astrologers have even said that if I don't have a child this year, I may never have one. A beautiful woman with a full figure suddenly stood up, her body trembling slightly. Ignoring her composure, she stumbled a few steps toward the emperor in his dragon robe. Her eyes filled with tears and resentment. Your Majesty, have you forgotten? You once promised that for my sake, there would be no more than 10 consorts in the harem, and that you would favor only me. But now there are already 10, and you still want to choose more. When that happens, you'll smile at the new ones and forget the old. The emperor lost patience and turned away. Do you think I want this? It's all for the sake of the empire. In a cage nearby, 3 white cats were huddled together. Cats were known for being fertile, and every consort in the palace liked to keep a few for good luck. These 3, however, were not so lucky they had been caught. A small white kitten poked its head through the bars, its ears twitching as its blue eyes curiously looked around. Mother, what does selection mean? The larger cat gently licked its fur. It means the emperor is choosing wives to have children. But he doesn't choose just one. He chooses many, hoping one will bear a child. The kitten, by Wudong, tilted its head in confusion. Is having children really that hard? Their family carried the ancient bloodline of the 9-tailed divine cat. Though their power had faded, giving birth was still easy for them, without pain or illness, and they could even choose whether the baby would be a boy or a girl. Bai Wudong couldn't understand humans. Why make such a big fuss over something so simple? Her mother looked at her fondly. Silly child, humans aren't like us. Some can have children, but some never can. And for them, giving birth is like walking through the gates of death. The emperor of the Great Rome Kingdom still had no children. Although a selection of consorts had been held just last year, another one was being arranged now, all in hopes of finding a woman who could bear him a child. Soft sobs filled the room. Your Majesty, I understand your sorrow, but my heart aches even more. You used to visit only my palace, but now you must share your nights with other women. Just thinking about them surrounding you makes my chest hurt with anger. The woman gently touched her stomach, tears glistening in her eyes. If only our child had survived. The emperor's face turned cold. If Consort Rong had been able to keep the child, he would not have faced so much criticism. Now, after finishing his duties each day, he had to spend his nights in the harem, trying to ensure the royal bloodline continued. He was utterly exhausted. Without another word of comfort, he turned away. If you continue to make a scene, you'll be confined. You may come out only after the selection is over. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. But the tall figure ignored her cries and soon disappeared into the dark night.
Mumenjlate, amaita pruaka karafuli.
Your Ladyship, His Majesty has ordered that the Yaoguang Hall be sealed until the selection ends. Jean Wega's face darkened. Gone was her gentle and delicate look. She struck the maid across the face with her jeweled hand and gritted her teeth. I am the only one who has ever carried His Majesty's child. Those other women dreaming of surpassing me, never. Her eyes swept the room and fell on 3 small pet cats huddled together in a corner. Her anger flared even more. Even lowly creatures like them can give birth. Why can't I? Open the cage. Several servants rushed forward. The mother cat's expression changed. Oh no, she's going to take out her anger on us.
Wudong, run.
Your father and I will protect you. The father cat bit the bamboo cage, bending it with effort. The mother cat pushed the smallest one, by Wudong, through the gap.
Go, Wudong.
Don't look back. Terrified, Bai Wudong ran as fast as she could. Jean Wega lifted her foot to kick, but the little cat instinctively clawed at her. The fine silk of her gown tore, revealing pale skin beneath. The claws were sharp. One swipe left a wound, and blood quickly followed. The servants panicked, chaos filling the hall. Taking advantage of the confusion, Bai Wutong darted out of the palace. Jean Wega frowned in pain. A little beast dares to scratch me?
Don't keep any of them.
Hold them down. The cage was too small, and the two larger cats couldn't escape. The palace servants pressed them to the ground. Jean Wega stepped forward, picked up a dagger, and struck down hard. A sharp cry filled the air, like that of a frightened child. Hearing it, Jean Wega's anger eased a little. She raised her hand again, and the cats whimpered in fear. Seeing their white fur stained with red, she smiled coldly. The fur is quite fine. It would be a pity to waste it. The weather is getting colder. Have their fur made into a shawl for me. They should feel honored to be of use to me. The cries grew louder. Outside the hall, Bai Wudong hid by the door, trembling. Its father lay motionless on the ground, and its mother was being held down by the servants. It wanted to rush in. Mother!
Wudong, run.
The mother cried, tears streaming down her face. Don't let our deaths be in vain. Heartbroken, Bai Wudong saw the servants notice it and rush forward. It quickly dodged and fled. Behind it came a final cry, then silence. Bai Wudong stared at Jean Wega, memorizing her face. That wretched creature dares to look at me like that?
Catch it,
she shouted. The servants lunged, but Bai Wudong slipped into the nearby flowers and disappeared. Beyond the palace walls, the forest rustled. Bai Wudong lay low on the ground, eyes full of sorrow. As a descendant of the nine-tailed cat, it had little power. Only after many years of training could it hope to gain true strength and take human form. Once a spirit gained awareness, it could forcefully take human form. But doing so meant losing the chance to follow the path of cultivation, becoming an ordinary human instead. Even with a spirit's body, it could no longer train, and might even die young. It was a great gamble, but Bai Wudong did not hesitate. Father, mother. A soft light began to glow from her body, slowly surrounding her completely. No one knew how long it lasted. When the light faded, the little raccoon was gone, replaced by a young girl. She looked about 16 or 17, her expression drowsy as if just waking. Her eyes were bright, her brows curved like the new moon, and her lips were soft and red. Tears shimmered in her eyes, and just one glance could stir the heart like ripples on autumn water. Her skin was fair and smooth, her figure graceful and well-proportioned, neither too much nor too little, just right. The girl stood up unsteadily and walked into the depths of the forest. Turning back toward the grand palace, tears streamed down her face. Father, mother, I will avenge you. Even if I lose my chance to cultivate, I will still take human form and make those who wronged you pay. The 6th year of Tian, early September. The imperial selection, which was supposed to happen every 3 years, was being held again after only one. Since Emperor Qingming, Zhang Qingyan, had taken the throne, this was the second selection. It was said that Emperor Qingming was young, talented, and handsome, with the bearing of a true ruler. Even before he became emperor, many noble ladies in the capital had admired him as an ideal husband. Unfortunately, though he had many consorts, he still had no heir. Only one, the plump and graceful noble consort, had once been pregnant. She had risen quickly from a low-ranking concubine to a high position, enjoying great favor. But the child did not survive, and the whole nation mourned. People even ate vegetarian meals in prayer for the emperor to have another child, to continue the royal line of the great Rong Empire. 3 years had passed since then, and there had been no more good news from the palace. Now, many noble families in the capital were eager to send their daughters to the selection. Whoever could bear the emperor's first child would bring glory not only to herself, but to her entire family. On the lively streets of the capital, a carriage draped in green curtains moved through the crowd toward the imperial palace. By the side gate of the palace, many carriages were already waiting. One by one, the noble ladies stepped down from their carriages, all looking charming, young, and beautiful. They were quite plump, and with every step they took, their bodies seemed to tremble slightly. Yet, paired with their youthful faces and lively energy, Their appearance was not unattractive, but instead carried a unique charm. When Bai Wudong stepped down from her carriage, her slender figure stood in sharp contrast to the others. She wore a light moon-white gown made of soft gauze, with only a touch of green at her waist as decoration. A matching belt accentuated her slim figure. Her dark hair was neatly adorned with a single white lotus hairpin, revealing her graceful, fair neck. Her delicate features carried a hint of melancholy, making her look as pure and gentle as a lotus emerging from water. A soft breeze passed by, and her figure seemed to sway lightly, like a fairy who might drift away with the wind, drawing everyone's attention. One of the young women covered her mouth and laughed. "Look, where did this beggar come from? Yes, she's so thin. Could she be sick? And she dares to come to the selection? What a dreamer.
Whose daughter is she anyway?
I've never heard of a lady looking like a stick. So thin and still dreaming of becoming the emperor's consort? That's ridiculous." Since the founding of the Great Rome Kingdom, plumpness had gradually become the standard of beauty. This was especially true after Emperor Qingming took the throne. Both the emperor and the empress dowager favored fuller-figured women, believing they were healthier and more likely to bear children. The only consort who had ever conceived was of such a figure. Because there was still no royal heir, the nation's admiration for plump beauty reached its peak. Now, throughout the Great Rome Kingdom, even in remote areas, women were expected to be a little rounder to be considered good for marriage. If a woman was too thin, people thought she was weak and unlucky, and marrying her would bring misfortune. Facing their mockery, Bai Wudong remained silent. Her true form was that of a white cat, and when she took human shape, her appearance stayed the same. Even as time passed, her looks would hardly change. "Hey, we're talking to you," one of the women said, swaying her hips as she walked over. She poked Bai Wudong's shoulder rudely, pushing her so that she stumbled a little. The others burst into sharp, mocking laughter. "Did you all see that? This person looks so frail, let alone bearing children. She probably couldn't even keep a pregnancy." The woman lifted her round fan to hide her thick lips, her eyes full of jealousy and resentment. Though she had a fine figure and came from a family where women were known for having many children, her face was plain and lacked charm. Whenever she saw Bai Wudong's stunning beauty, she wished she could have that face for herself. If Bai Wudong weren't so slender and delicate, like a willow leaf compared to others, she would have already seen her as her greatest rival. Bai Wudong slowly raised her eyes, her gaze cold and calm, as if the mockery around her meant nothing. "Which family are you from?"
she asked. "Oh, what do you mean by that?"
"Are you trying to pick a fight with me?" The woman replied carelessly. Someone who was clearly not going to be chosen was hardly worth fearing. Besides, her father was the powerful left minister. "I am Gao Jingwan, daughter of the left minister. The women in my family have all given birth to many children, and I will surely give the emperor heirs in the future. My family is also close to the most favored imperial consort." Bai Wudong remembered her name. Anyone connected to that consort, she would never forgive. Seeing Bai Wudong lower her gaze and ignore her, Gao Jingwan grew furious. "What's that supposed to mean? Are you looking down on me? I'll make sure you regret showing off that pretty face of yours." As she spoke, the arrogant Gao Jingwan reached out to grab her. She had always disliked beautiful women, especially those with less power than her. They always had to suffer for it. But Bai Wudong would never let her ruin her face. That face was her key to survival in the palace. Her graceful figure moved swiftly, light as mist, and even when she landed, there was barely a sound. "You dare dodge me?" Gao Jingwan shouted, determined to teach her a lesson. "Jingwan, stop it. The palace gates will open soon. Do you really want the attendants in charge of the selection to see you behaving like this?" Came a gentle voice from behind. Gao Jingwan paused and turned around, snorting coldly. "Wen Chuyan, mind your own business." Though she said that, she didn't continue her attack. Bai Wudong looked at Wen Chuyan. The woman was smiling softly, appearing kind and gentle, but the smile never reached her eyes. Wen Chuyan, the eldest daughter of the court attendant, was a well-known talent in the capital. Not only was she gifted, but her beauty was also exceptional. For a time, scholars and poets had praised her as the most beautiful woman in the city. She had a full figure as well, though not as plump as Gao Jingwan. Her features were round and graceful, giving her a calm and dignified look, just the kind elders liked. If nothing unexpected happened, she would surely be chosen. When Chuyan walked up to Bai Wudong, warmly taking her hand, "Sister, which family are you from? I don't think I've seen you in the capital before." Seeing her act so friendly, Gao Jingwan gave a cold laugh. When Chuyan, "What's wrong with you? Trying to please a sickly girl? If she gets chosen today, I'll walk out of the palace on my hands." Bai Wudong was about to speak when the palace gates opened. The matron in charge of the selection appeared, her figure almost filling the doorway. Her face was stern and unfriendly. "Ladies, follow me." All the young women present were daughters of officials of the 5th rank or higher, from families with many children. They didn't need to go through the earlier rounds. Only this final one would decide if the emperor would keep their name. The palace attendants dared not be too harsh. After a quick glance, they led the girls to a side hall in the inner palace. "Ladies, please change into the official dresses for the selection before entering the hall. Remove your makeup and personal items." A girl once tried to stand out by keeping her hairpin, but before she even entered the hall, she was sent away. Don't make the same mistake. The girls, who had been changing clothes, lowered their heads and reluctantly removed their carefully chosen accessories. Many who had looked bright and beautiful before now seemed plain once their makeup was gone. Only when they all looked similar could their true differences be seen. Bai Wudong, already dressed simply, quickly changed into a pale yellow gown and waited quietly. Her face needed no makeup. Though she could not use her powers, her features were naturally delicate and fair, smooth as polished jade. Her beauty was striking, but her slender frame made her seem fragile. People might glance at her once for her looks, but a second look would make them dismiss her as unremarkable. After changing, the girls whispered among themselves. This selection had been arranged in haste, and the process was unusually quick. They were to enter the hall all at once, not in small groups. Many of them grew nervous. "What should we do? If we all go in together, I'll just blend into the crowd." Her friend beside her comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, you have such a nice figure. You look healthy and strong. Surely you'll be chosen." Bai Wudong sat quietly nearby, listening to every word they said. At the same time, she compared the people around her with the portraits, roughly recognizing who was who. She paid special attention to those connected with the noble consort, studying them carefully. "Why are you sitting here alone? Did Gao Jingwan scare you?" When Chuyan walked gracefully toward Bai Wudong. "She's always been proud and can't stand others being prettier than her. By the way, what's your name?" "Bai Wudong." "Wudong, what a lovely name. There's a saying that where the parasol tree grows, the phoenix will come. Such a beautiful meaning. It makes me admire you. You seem kind. If we both stay in the palace, perhaps we can be friends." When Chuyun's voice was soft and gentle, making people naturally feel at ease. Unfortunately, Bai Wudong was not human, she was a cat. It was her first time in the human world, and the first people she met had caused her parents' deaths. She could never truly trust any human. When Chuyan took out a small embroidered pouch and handed it to Bai Wudong. "I made this myself. Please take it as a gift. Life in the palace is unknown and lonely. I only hope to find someone I can truly talk to. You seem different from the others, gentle and kind. Maybe we can be companions." Bai Wudong gently squeezed the pouch, and a faint fragrance drifted out. She sniffed lightly, her sharp little nose quickly identifying the ingredients, mostly common flowers that calmed the mind, ones she had often seen in the mountains. But among them was something else, a slow-acting poison. At first, it caused no harm, but over time, it would weaken the body until death followed. She hadn't expected that on their very first meeting, when Chuyan would already try to harm her. Truly a dangerous beauty. Just as people said, the palace was full of hidden traps and deceit. Without skill and caution, no one could survive in this place that devoured lives. Bai Wudong accepted the pouch and kept it close. Thank you, Miss Wen. Seeing her accept it, Wen Chiyun's smile grew warmer. I think I'm a little older than you. Why don't I call you my little sister? You look so sweet and gentle, and though you're slender, you're quite different from the others. So, outstanding, perhaps His Majesty really will choose you tonight. Don't underestimate yourself. Bai Wudong immediately understood what she meant. It seemed Wen Chiyun was worried that she stood out too much and might catch the emperor's attention, becoming a threat. After all, every concubine in the palace was healthy and capable of bearing children. Who could say whether the emperor might suddenly take a liking to someone different? After Wen Chiyun left, the matron arrived and led them into the main hall for the selection. Along the way, everyone walked quickly and quietly, not daring to speak. A group of graceful young women entered the grand hall like a flock of colorful birds. They lined up in 3 rows at the center of the hall. Those from powerful families stood in front, where the emperor could see them easily. The less influential ones stood behind, their heads lowered so that only the tops of their heads could be seen. They all bowed in perfect unison. Your Majesty, long live the emperor. Greetings to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. The clear voices of the young women blended together like heavenly music. Even the usually stern Empress Dowager couldn't help but smile. Good, very good. Each one of you is as lovely as a flower. The Empress spoke gently. Indeed. Thinking that the palace will soon have more sisters and that some may give His Majesty heirs. Makes me happy. You may all rise. The young women stood up but kept their heads lowered, timid as quails. At the head of the hall sat Emperor Zhang Qingyan. He had ascended the throne at 19 and was now 24, young and full of vigor. His features were handsome, though his deep eyes carried a cold light, showing the majesty of a ruler. To his left sat the Empress Dowager, graceful and richly dressed. To his right was the Empress, dignified and gentle. She had been taking medicine for years to help her conceive, which had left her pale and tired-looking. Though not beautiful, she carried herself with the authority of an empress. Taking medicine to aid fertility was common in the palace, and no one found it unusual anymore. She coughed softly, then reached out to smooth the emperor's sleeve with care. Your Majesty, shall we begin? Zhang Qingyan nodded impatiently. He hadn't wanted to hold a selection this year, but the imperial astronomer had warned that he might have no heirs and that the nation's fate depended on this year's choice. To obtain an heir, the Empress Dowager ignored all objections and even chose women from families known for having many children to enter the palace. Now, looking at the group of women below, the prince felt only disgust. The called out, Gao Jingwan. Hearing her name, Gao Jingwan stepped forward excitedly. Your servant, Gao Jingwan, second daughter of the left Chancellor Gao Rusong. Before she finished, the Empress Dowager nodded with satisfaction. This one looks good. She seems healthy and strong. Zhang Qingyan glanced at her and felt even more displeased. The Empress Dowager had become almost desperate for an heir. The women chosen before were plump but still pleasant to look at. The one before him now was much rounder than the others, especially around the waist. Just thinking about it made him uncomfortable. Mother, the imperial physician said that while being a little plump is good for health, too much is not. The Empress Dowager frowned and said firmly, I have already asked. She is just right. The heir is what matters most now.
Keep her name.
Gao Jingwan was overjoyed and knelt to give thanks. Although Zhang Qingyan was unhappy, he could not go against his mother's wishes and had to agree. One by one, the young women stepped forward. Those chosen were delighted. Those not chosen were quietly disappointed. Bai Wudong. Bai Wudong stood in the 3rd row, the last one to be called. She stepped forward so that those above could see her clearly. Your servant, Bai Wudong, 3rd daughter of scholar Sun Mingji from the Hanlin Academy, 17 years old. Zhang Qingyan narrowed his eyes. The young woman was slender and graceful, her neck pale and delicate. Unlike the others, her figure was light and elegant. The palace was full of women who were beautiful but similar in appearance. It was like eating rich food every day, at first delicious but soon overwhelming. The girl before him was like a cup of clear tea, refreshing and soothing. Zhang Qingyan's fingers moved slightly. "Raise your head." His voice was low, and the hall instantly fell silent. Bai Wudong lifted her head. Her face was bare of makeup, yet her beauty was striking. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her almond-shaped eyes shimmered softly. Her lightly pressed lips carried a faint, rosy hue. Compared with the other fuller-figured ladies around her, she looked quite different. Before he could speak, the Empress Dowager said calmly, "This young face is quite pretty, but she's too thin. She doesn't look very fortunate. Since you're from the Sun family, why is your surname Bai?" Hearing this, Zhang Qingyan became curious. He had never heard that the Sun family had a third daughter. Sun Mingji's two older daughters were graceful and plump. They had entered the palace selection last year. However, their looks were ordinary and they were not chosen. He hadn't expected there to be a third daughter so beautiful. Bai Wudong lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. "When I was born, I was weak and often ill. My father sent me to a temple to recover. The master there said that if I didn't use my father's surname, my life would be peaceful and safe. My father cared for me deeply, so he allowed the master to give me a new surname. After that, my health improved, and I was fortunate enough to come here today." After speaking, she fell silent and quietly looked up at Zhang Qingyan. Her eyes lifted slightly, carrying a faint blush, timid yet captivating like a gentle cat. The Empress Dowager coughed softly and looked at Zhang Qingyan. Her face was kind, but her tone left no room for argument. "Your Majesty, this third daughter of the Sun family is indeed lovely, but her health is poor. Let's not consider her." Zhang Qingyan's expression tightened as he spoke unhappily. "Mother, since this is the selection, it should be my decision. Would you risk the empire for beauty? The royal heir is what matters most now." The hall fell silent. Everyone held their breath, afraid to make a sound. No one had expected the Empress Dowager to lose her temper so suddenly. Zhang Qingyan had not been on the throne for long, and the Empress Dowager still held much power. His cold gaze fell on Bai Wudong. She was indeed beautiful, but not worth opposing his mother for. "I will follow mother's decision." The Empress Dowager nodded in satisfaction and pointed lightly. "Since the Emperor says so, I will decide. These few shall stay." They announced loudly, "Lady Wen Chuyan, daughter of the court attendant, gentle and graceful. Keep her name. Lady Duan Chunru, daughter of the Grand Commandant, elegant and refined. Keep her name. Lady Zhuang Ting, daughter of the Minister of Justice, talented and dignified. Keep her name." In total, 7 ladies were chosen to stay. All of them were daughters of high-ranking officials, graceful and charming, with elegant figures. These girls had probably already caught the Empress Dowager's attention long ago. Today's selection was just a formality. There were no tests of music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, only appearances and bearing. Among them, however, was no sign of Bai Wudong. Those who were chosen smiled with joy, while those who were not shed quiet tears. In the crowd, Bai Wudong lifted her eyes slightly. She had already expected not to be chosen. Everyone in the palace knew that the emperor had no children. For the sake of the royal bloodline, the Empress Dowager would naturally choose women who seemed healthy and strong. Bai Wudong, whether in family background or appearance, did not fit that standard. But she had already prepared another plan. A white shadow darted into the hall. It was a palace cat, its fur pure white and fluffy, with a golden bell around its neck that jingled softly as it moved. The Empress Dowager stood up at once and called to the attendants, "Quickly, catch Fu Bao." How did it get out? Everyone turned to look at the white cat. So this was Fu Bao, the Empress Dowager's beloved pet. It was said to live a life of luxury, served by dedicated maids, even better cared for than some of the concubines. None of the women in the palace had ever borne children, yet this cat had given birth to several healthy litters. The Empress Dowager saw it as a sign of good fortune and often held it in her arms, hoping it would bring blessings to the royal family. The attendants, afraid of hurting Fu Bao, called softly, Master Fubao, come here, please. Fubao sat proudly on the floor, licking its fur. Anyone who tried to approach was met with a sharp hiss and bared teeth, making them step back in fear. Suddenly, it leapt into the group of young women. The crowd screamed and scattered. Only Bai Wudong remained where she was. The cat's sharp claws were about to scratch her face. Some people closed their eyes, unable to watch. The third daughter of the Sun family was truly unlucky, targeted by the Empress Dowager's favorite pet. If she were injured or scarred, she would have no one to blame, and might even be punished for causing trouble on such an important day. But the expected cry of pain never came. Everyone looked up and saw that Fubao no longer had its usual proud look. It was quietly lying in Bai Wudong's arms, gently licking her cheek. Bai Wudong laughed softly, her voice as clear as silver bells. As she held Fubao, her sleeve slipped down, revealing a slender, fair wrist. When she bent slightly, her collar was tugged open by the cat's paw, showing a glimpse of her graceful figure. The women in the palace usually had strong, loud voices. Such a soft and gentle tone was something Zhang Qingyan had never heard before. He looked at Bai Wudong, his gaze growing deeper. The Empress Dowager spoke in surprise. Fubao has always been close only to me. Even the servants who care for it day and night can't get near. I didn't expect it to be so fond of you. Bai Wudong set Fubao down and knelt. Your Majesty, I don't know why this happened. Please forgive me. The Empress Dowager waved her hand. Fubao, come here. Bai Wudong looked down. Fubao met her eyes, its golden pupils shining. It meowed, raised its tail, and walked step by step toward the Empress Dowager, then lightly jumped into her arms. The Empress Dowager stroked its fur. All right, everyone may leave. But Fubao suddenly puffed up its fur, jumped down again, and ran back into Bai Wudong's arms. It was clear that if Bai Wudong left, the cat would follow her. Fubao, why are you so disobedient today? Zhang Qingyan withdrew his gaze and said calmly, Mother, since this young lady has been chosen by Fubao, she must be blessed. Why not let her stay? The Empress Dowager thought for a moment, then nodded.
Keep her nameplate.
Although the Emperor seemed interested in her beauty, the Empress Dowager would never allow him to waste his attention on someone unlikely to bear heirs. It was just one more person in the palace. Even if she became a concubine, she would only be there to accompany Fubao. Winning the Emperor's heart was nothing but a dream. I stepped forward and announced, Bai Wudong, daughter of the Hanlin scholar, graceful and refined, her nameplate will be kept. Bai Wudong bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Highness. A jade nameplate engraved with her surname was handed to her. Bai Wudong looked at it and held it tightly in her hand. She had finally entered the deep palace. Father, Mother, wait for me to avenge you. The young women chosen this time were all given the lowest rank of beauties. They followed the palace attendants, curiously looking around every corner of the harem. Only Bai Wudong showed no interest. To her, this place was nothing more than a cage for human women. Once they stepped inside, they could never leave for the rest of their lives. No matter how grand it looked, it could never compare to the vast world outside. The attendants led them to a group of palaces in the southeast corner, the usual residence for newly selected ladies. Only those who gained the Emperor's favor could move to better quarters. The leading attendant was an elderly woman who served the Empress Dowager closely. She said, Ladies, according to the rules, 2 of you will share one residence. Please get along and avoid any trouble. Once you enter the palace, serving His Majesty and bearing royal airs are your most important duties. Although they all held the same rank, there were still differences among them. For example, Gao Jingwan, who came from a large family and had a graceful figure, was allowed to stay in the main hall. The old woman's gaze fell on Bai Wudong. Seeing her slender frame, she dropped the polite tone and said, You will stay in Lanxin Pavilion. Gao Jingwan's face darkened. Madam, how can someone so unlucky stay with me? What if it affects my chances of having a royal heir? The old woman softened her tone toward her. This is the Empress Dowager's order. Please don't make things difficult for me. Fine. Gao Jingwan said sharply, glaring at Bai Wudong before turning and walking into Lanxin Pavilion. Bai Wudong said nothing and followed quietly. Lanxin Pavilion was a small hall. The main room was slightly larger, while the side room was barely half its size, with only 3 chambers, 1 bedroom, 1 washroom, and a small side room. Bai Wudong looked around and sat down on the couch. Half an hour later, 2 maids and 1 entered the side room. They knelt together and said, "Greetings, my lady." According to palace rules, a beauty could only have 1 personal maid and 1 for chores. Unless one bribed the household department, the assigned servants were usually not very capable. The extra maid was the one Bai Wudong had brought from outside the palace, chosen by her adoptive father, Sun Mingji. "You may all rise," Bai Wudong said. "Thank you, my lady." Bai Wudong waved her hand, and Lianxin ran forward with a cheerful smile on her round face. "Congratulations, Your Grace. You've finally achieved what you wished for. Enough with the flattery. From now on, you'll be in charge of everything here. If you're unsure about something, come ask me. I'm tired now, you may all leave." "Yes, Your Grace." The 3 attendants bowed and left. Following Bai Wudong's order, Lianxin became the head maid of the side hall. She quickly arranged for the other 2 to stay outside and took her place guarding the door to the bedchamber. A group of young eunuchs carrying lanterns arrived at the entrance of Lanxin Pavilion. Hearing the noise, Gao Jingwan happily stepped outside. She was certain the emperor would choose her first tonight. She was beautiful and graceful, surely the most likely among the consorts to win the emperor's favor. Standing on tiptoe, she asked eagerly, "Has His Majesty?" Before she could finish, a called out loudly, "His Majesty has made his choice. Lady Bai will attend to him tonight." Gao Jingwan froze, her heart sinking in disbelief. How could it be her? Ignoring decorum, she rushed forward and shouted, "You must be mistaken. Bai Wudong is plain and thin as a reed. How could the emperor choose her?" "This is His Majesty's order," they replied. "Please step aside. I must go in and explain the rules to Lady Bai." Lianxin's face lit up with joy. She was so excited she didn't know what to do. "Wonderful. His Majesty has chosen you, my lady. No, Your Grace. Let me help you with your makeup, so the emperor will be pleased with you at first sight." Sitting before the mirror, Bai Wudong finally felt her anxious heart calm down. It seemed the emperor truly favored her kind of beauty. This was a good beginning, and it gave her even more confidence for the revenge she planned. A entered, bowing as he explained the formalities for the evening. Before he could finish, another maid, Chonner, hurried in to report, "Your Grace, someone from the Empress Dowager's palace has arrived." Bai Wudong immediately straightened her robe and stepped out of the side hall. It was the same matron as before, tall, heavy-set, and full of disdain. "The Empress Dowager commands you to come to Yongshou Palace." Then she turned to the beside her and said, "Replace tonight's chosen consort with Lady Gao." They looked troubled. The Empress Dowager isn't feeling well and wants Lady Bai to go read scriptures for her. She can't attend to the emperor tonight. Surely you wouldn't dare disobey the Empress Dowager's orders?" They gave an awkward smile. "I wouldn't dare." "Then I'll report to His Majesty and ask for his decision." The old attendant waved impatiently. She knew the emperor would eventually follow the Empress Dowager's wishes anyway. She turned to Bai Wudong again. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go." Bai Wudong understood perfectly well. The Empress Dowager was clearly trying to stop her from spending time with the emperor. But since the order came directly from the Empress Dowager, she had no choice but to obey. Still, she didn't want to give up. The chance was right in front of her, and she couldn't just let it slip away. "Let's wait for the emperor's command first." "Humph, then wait. The emperor is very filial. He always listens to the Empress Dowager." Half an hour later, they finally returned, but this time he called a different name. "Lady Gao will attend to the emperor tonight." Gao Jingwan was so excited, she almost jumped up, though her heavy body only trembled slightly. She glanced proudly at Bai Wudong, then happily went inside to prepare. The old attendant urged, "Lady Bai, did you hear that?" "I did." Bai Wudong forced a smile. I'll go to Yongshou Palace right away. Beside her, Lianxin was anxious, but couldn't do anything. She quickly took a handful of gold leaves and slipped them into the old attendant's hand. Please, tell us what's wrong with the Empress Dowager, so my lady can be prepared. The old attendant looked at the gold leaves, her expression softening. Since you're being so thoughtful, I'll tell you this much. The Empress Dowager worries every day about the royal heir, and that's why she's not feeling well. Do you understand? The meaning was clear. Her illness was just an excuse. The real reason was to stop Bai Wudong from being with the emperor. All this just because the emperor had chosen her first. Bai Wudong sneered inwardly. Of all the women in the palace, she was the one most likely to bear a child. Even though she had taken human form and lost her spiritual powers, her nature as a spirit creature remained, making her especially fertile. The Empress Dowager was truly thinking of her dear son's future. Bai Wudong left the side hall and followed the old attendant toward Yongshou Palace. Inside, Gao Jingwan heard the commotion outside and smiled smugly. That'll teach you to rely on your pretty face to charm the emperor. You deserve this. Bai Wudong followed the old attendant all the way to Yongshou Palace. The old maid suddenly stopped and pointed to a small outer temple in the palace. You'll stay here for now. Didn't they say Her Majesty the Empress Dowager isn't feeling well? I came to take care of her. You insisted on waiting for His Majesty's order and wasted too much time. The Empress Dowager has already gone to rest. You can stay inside, recite prayers, and rest. Without waiting for Bai Wudong to reply, the old maid quickly walked into the main hall. Bai Wudong took a deep breath, pushed down her irritation, and entered the temple. It was small, filled with the heavy scent of sandalwood. There was only a narrow couch for resting. Fortunately, she was slender, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to lie down comfortably. Through the small window, Bai Wudong looked up at the starry night sky. The emperor was probably spending time with Gao Jingwan now. She slowly closed her eyes and reminded herself, don't rush. Since the emperor likes that kind of person, he will surely call for her again someday. The next morning, a knock sounded at the door. Bai Wudong opened her eyes, her body sore. She hadn't slept well that night. The old maid entered. All right, you can go back now. The Empress Dowager asked you to recite prayers for her blessing. That's a good fortune for you, understand? Yes, I understand. As soon as Bai Wudong stepped into the courtyard, she saw Gao Jingwan dressed in bright, flashy clothes, as if she wanted to wear every beautiful thing she owned, which only made her look even more awkward. Unaware of it, Gao Jingwan sneered when she saw Bai Wudong. Her sharp voice pierced the air. Oh, the lovely Bai Beauty is back. Wasn't it wonderful reciting prayers for the Empress Dowager? She laughed even louder. Some people really should know their place. Look at yourself. Do you really think you can serve the emperor? Bai Wudong ignored her and walked past, her white dress flowing gracefully. Even with no makeup and just waking up, her face looked fresh and delicate. Seeing that face, Gao Jingwan's smugness faded. Jealousy twisted her expression. I'm talking to you. Don't pretend you didn't hear me. With that look of yours, even if you're in the palace, you'll never win the emperor's favor. Once I rise in rank, I'll make sure you regret ever crossing me. Bai Wudong didn't want to waste any more time on her and turned away without responding. Gao Jingwan tried to rush forward again, but her maid stopped her. Your Grace, please don't be impulsive. You have such a good figure, and since you've already spent time with His Majesty, you'll surely have a royal heir soon. When that happens, you can deal with her however you wish. You're right. I'll let that woman go for now. Gao Jingwan looked proudly at her own round belly. The soft flesh trembled slightly as she moved. With such a figure, she was certain she would soon bear the emperor's child. Lifting her chin confidently, Gao Jingwan said, Let's go. I'll change into my green dress. It makes my waist look even fuller. When His Majesty sees me, he'll surely be pleased. As Gao Jingwan left, Lianxin patted her chest in relief, still shaken. Your Grace, that Lady Gao is really frightening. I'm sure she'll cause trouble again. Don't worry about her, Bai Wudong replied calmly, unwilling to say more. The maid sent by Lord Sun Mingji might look ordinary, but Bai Wudong knew she was there to keep watch on her. Your Grace, Lianxin whispered, pouting, you didn't get to serve as Majesty last night, and Lady Gao took your place. That's why she dares to act so arrogantly. You must find a way to see His Majesty soon. Lord Sun thinks so too. Bai Wudong's hand paused as she held her teacup. It would be difficult for the Emperor to summon her again. The Empress Dowager had already shown clear hostility toward her and would surely find ways to keep the Emperor away. It seemed she would have to find her own solution. For the next 7 nights, new ladies were chosen to accompany the Emperor. Bai Wudong was the 8th candidate. By now, it should have been her turn. But instead of the coming to summon her, a servant from the Empress Dowager arrived. Her Majesty isn't feeling well today. She asks you to come and pray for her health. Bai Wudong froze for a moment. She had expected this. Since she had already entered the palace, the Empress Dowager couldn't openly forbid the Emperor from favoring her, so she created endless excuses to delay it. Bai Wudong smiled faintly. Very well, I'll go. But please wait a moment. I need to speak with Lianxin first.
Be quick, then.
As soon as the servant left, Bai Wudong's expression turned cold. She had already lost 7 days. She couldn't afford to wait any longer. She had to find a way to meet the Emperor soon. A moment later, Lianxin came running, out of breath. She wasn't as plump as Gao Jingwan, but she wasn't light on her feet either. Your Grace, what would you like me to do? What about the matter I asked you to look into before? Lianxin lowered her voice. On the 1st and 15th of each month, His Majesty dines with the Empress Dowager during the day and visits the Empress at night. But lately, he only goes to see her and doesn't stay. Most nights, he rests in Consort Rong's palace. However, these past few days, it's been the new consorts who have been keeping him company. Lianxin grew anxious. The Empress Dowager still won't let you attend to His Majesty. What should we do? Should I ask Lord Sun to think of a way? No need. I already have a plan. You may go. Lianxin wanted to say more, but seeing Bai Wudong walking toward the door, she had to close her mouth in frustration. She kicked a small stone. Honestly, she's so thin, not even as good-looking as me. Only her face is nice. But if she never gets the Emperor's attention, even a pretty face is useless. That night, Bai Wudong stayed in the prayer hall. The next morning, she finally had a chance to return to her own Lianxin pavilion. As soon as she reached the door, she heard laughter inside. That Bai Wudong is really something. It was her turn to serve as Majesty last night, but she went to recite scriptures for the Empress Dowager instead. I bet she'll never get her chance. Give it some time, and the Emperor will forget she even exists.
Exactly.
She only has a charming face. If she were as graceful as we are, maybe the Emperor would really fall for her. The chatter stopped abruptly. Gao Jingwan looked at Bai Wudong and sneered. Well, speak of the devil. Here she is. The others covered their mouths, laughing. If I had to spend my days chanting prayers instead of being noticed by the Emperor, I'd rather not have entered the palace at all. What a disgrace to her family. I heard Lord Sun's other 2 daughters are quite proper. How did he end up sending one who brings shame to the family? Gao Jingwan tossed away the sunflower seeds in her hand. Bai Wudong, all of us have already served His Majesty, except you. If I were you, I'd rather pretend to fall into a pond and end it, instead of dragging the Sun family's name down. Bai Wudong ignored them, simply smiled, and walked quickly into the side hall. Oh my, she can still smile? Her skin must be thicker than the city walls. Forget it. Don't upset her anymore. If she really dies, where will we find fun then? When the door closed, the harsh voices finally faded away. Bai Wudong counted the days. Today was the 13th. Only 2 days left until the 15th. Then this afternoon it would begin. She walked to the window and made a soft meowing sound. After a short while, Fubao leapt onto the windowsill, nestled in her arms, and closed its eyes comfortably. Bai Wudong gently stroked its soft fur. Fubao, go back and make some noise, all right? If you do well, I'll find a way to send you out to my home. Maybe you'll have a chance to gain a better life. Fu Bao meowed softly, looked at her with reluctance, then flicked its tail and left. The Empress Dowager was resting on her couch. She opened her eyes. Fu Bao is back. Where did you run off to?
Come here to me.
But Fu Bao ignored her. It jumped onto a nearby flower stand, swept its tail, and knocked a vase full of flowers to the ground, shattering it into pieces. The maids hurried forward. Fu Bao, please come down. Fu Bao didn't listen. It jumped onto another shelf and knocked everything off. The Empress Dowager felt a headache coming on. Quick, catch Fu Bao. The servants rushed forward. One maid lunged, but Fu Bao landed lightly on the floor while the maid crashed into the shelf and fell with a cry. The others didn't fare much better. In just half an hour, the palace was a complete mess, with broken pieces scattered everywhere. The Empress Dowager was furious. Useless fools. What good are you? You can't even catch a cat. I'll give you one more incense stick's time. If you still can't catch it, get out. When the incense burned out, Fu Bao sat proudly on a high shelf, calmly licking its fur, untouchable. A senior maid suddenly remembered something and whispered, Your Majesty, Fu Bao was very close to Lady Bai before. Maybe she can help. The Empress Dowager, her head aching, just wanted the matter settled quickly. Then bring Lady Bai here. Fu Bao happily lifted its tail, its green eyes glancing toward the door.
Footsteps approached.
Lady Bai has arrived. Bai Wudong entered the hall, bowed her head, and said, Your Majesty, this servant greets you. The Empress Dowager waved her hand. No need for formalities. Fu Bao has been very restless today. Think of a way to make it behave. Yes, I will do my best, Bai Wudong replied. She walked to the stand and called softly Fu Bao. Fu Bao leapt down and landed in her arms, suddenly calm and gentle, completely different from before. The palace attendants were all surprised. This little creature truly behaved differently toward Bai Wudong. The Empress Dowager opened her eyes in disbelief. That's it? Bai Wudong stepped forward. Your Majesty, I do know a little about cats. Fu Bao seemed frightened just now. As long as it feels safe, it will calm down. The attendants didn't mean any harm, but it misunderstood them, which made it act out. The Empress Dowager tried holding Fu Bao again, and to her surprise, it worked. She tapped its small furry head with her finger. You ungrateful little thing. I feed and care for you, yet you prefer an outsider. Bai Wudong, you did well. You deserve a reward. The old maid brought a hairpin. This is a gift from Her Majesty. Bai Wudong accepted it with both hands. Thank you, Your Majesty. All right, I have a headache. You may go now. She bowed and left quietly, waiting for the 15th day to arrive. The emperor was expected to have lunch at Yongshou Palace. It was still early, so the imperial kitchen began preparing the meal. The Empress Dowager was in a good mood, sitting on the couch with Fu Bao in her arms. When the emperor arrives, let him try the new fragrant peaches. I heard only a few were sent, and they're all here with me. The old maid beside her smiled. His Majesty is truly devoted. His heart is always with you, Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager laughed kindly, her plump figure filling the couch. It's about time. Tell the kitchen to bring the food. As the maid walked to the door, a white shadow darted past. Fu Bao opened its mouth and bit her ankle.
Ouch!
The maid fell heavily to the ground. Luckily, she was sturdy. Otherwise, at her age, that fall could have been serious. Fu Bao didn't stop there. It scratched with its little claws, leaving red marks. Terrified, the maid crawled on the floor, calling out, Oh dear! What's wrong with you? Someone help! The palace attendants rushed forward and finally managed to chase Fu Bao away for the moment. The old nurse's legs were covered with bruises, and she winced in pain. The Empress Dowager's good mood vanished instantly. Feeling irritated, she ordered, Take her away. Who upset Fu Bao again? She was fine in my arms just now. Send someone else to deliver the message. A maid stepped over the threshold, looked around, and, not seeing Fu Bao, sighed in relief. A white shadow suddenly dropped from above and landed on her head.
Ah!
The Empress Dowager trembled at the scream. Seeing the young maid being scratched by Fu Bao, She finally realized something was wrong and quickly shouted, "Hurry, call Lady Bai." At the gate of Yongshou Palace, a tall, elegant figure approached. It was Zhang Qingyan. He had changed into casual clothes, followed by his close attendant, Wang Dicai. Seeing the chaos outside the palace, Zhang Qingyan frowned slightly. "What's going on?" Wang Dicai hurried forward. "What happened? Is the Empress Dowager all right?" The maid lay on the ground, still screaming, her face pale with fear. She crawled behind him, crying, Fubao has gone wild." Wang Dicai looked around but didn't see Fubao. Instead, he noticed a figure in light blue walking quickly toward them. Bai Wudong was wearing a pale blue dress that accentuated her slender waist. The hem of her skirt was slightly short, revealing her fair ankles as she walked. Unlike the other concubines who wore heavy makeup, Bai Wudong's face was fresh and natural, her willow-shaped brows soft and graceful. She walked swiftly, her skirt fluttering like a cloud. Pretending not to see Zhang Qingyan, she passed by him, leaving a faint fragrance in the air. She was the only one who had once caught his attention, but after their first meeting, the Empress Dowager had secretly ordered her name removed from the selection list. He hadn't expected to see her again today. Watching her graceful figure, he took long strides to follow. Bai Wudong entered the hall and was about to greet the Empress Dowager when the latter waved her hand. "Quick, find Fubao."
Yes.
Bai Wudong called softly, "Fubao." The curtain beside her moved, and a small furry head peeked out. Bai Wudong bent down, gently picked Fubao up, and said with a quiet smile, "You've caused quite a scene this time. Remember, never hurt the Empress Dowager, understand? Otherwise, you'll be in real trouble and won't be the palace's little favorite anymore." Fubao let out a soft sound that touched her heart. She straightened up, and the wide lotus sleeves of her dress opened, revealing her fair, delicate arms. The corner of her skirt was caught by Fubao's paw, and her slender legs could be faintly seen through the light fabric. A gentle breeze passed by, carrying a faint, natural fragrance. Zhang Qingyan's eyes darkened slightly as he rubbed his fingers together. His other consorts were all plump and full-figured, their legs the same, so much so that even two hands might not be enough to hold one. Because of their size, they often sweated easily and used heavy perfume to cover the scent. But the woman before him was completely different. Sensing his gaze, Bai Wudong turned her head. Her eyes widened in surprise, clear and bright like a startled deer. Her expression changed slightly. She quickly set Fubao down and bowed. "Your Majesty." Fubao jumped to the ground and ran straight toward the Empress Dowager. The light blue skirt tore slightly, revealing part of her leg.
"Ah."
Bai Wudong gasped and quickly pulled her skirt down. "Your Majesty, I didn't mean to." She bit her lip nervously, her eyes glistening with tears. Zhang Qingyan's lips curved slightly. She looked innocent yet graceful, an interesting mix. Ahem. The Empress Dowager coughed softly, holding Fubao tightly. "By beauty, you've forgotten your manners before the Emperor. Leave at once."
"Yes."
Bai Wudong bit her lip again and gave Zhang Qingyan one last glance. Her eyes held both longing and a hint of hope. Zhang Qingyan couldn't help but look back. For the first time, he thought a woman could be as light as a butterfly, her beauty blending perfectly with the sunlight outside, like a painting come to life. "Emperor," the Empress Dowager said disapprovingly. Noticing his expression, "By beauty may be lovely, but she is not suited to bear royal airs. How long will you keep staring? Do you not wish to dine with me?" Zhang Qingyan came back to his senses, his face calm. "Mother, I heard you were unwell today. Has the imperial physician seen you?"
"He has."
"It's just an old ailment, nothing serious."
"Don't worry."
"Come, let's eat." They sat facing each other. The Empress Dowager personally placed food in his bowl. "Emperor, you should visit Beauty Gao more often. Among the new ladies, she has the best health and is most likely to bear a child." It was said that her mother had 3 sons and 2 daughters, including a pair of twin boys. People believed she was especially fertile, and perhaps her daughter was the same. Zhang Qingyan instantly lost his appetite. That Gao Jingwan had a swollen face and a heavy figure. A few days ago, when she was chosen to accompany him, her body looked greasy and unhealthy. Feeling disgusted, he ordered someone to give her a sleeping medicine so she could rest peacefully. In truth, these days Zhang Qingyan only spent time with one woman who seemed somewhat normal, Wen Qiyun. He was not a man of indulgence. Long ago, he had ordered the creation of a harmless sleeping medicine just to deal with the Empress Dowager's constant urging. The Empress Dowager put down her chopsticks. Your Majesty, I know you dislike that Gao Jingwan, but the royal bloodline is most important. You must not waste your time on those who are of no use. I had a nourishing soup prepared for you. For the sake of the royal heir, Zhang Qingyan had to drink this soup every day. It was said to strengthen his body, but in truth, it was meant to make him fulfill his nightly duties. A maid stepped forward and offered the soup. Zhang Qingyan looked up and saw her round face, losing all interest again. Why was it that in this entire palace, only Bai Marin had a slender figure? Everyone else, whether noble or servant, seemed plump and heavy. Seeing them every day was truly tiring. Mother, I suddenly remembered there are memorials I haven't reviewed yet. I'll take my leave. Watching his departing figure, the Empress Dowager sighed. She knew well that he was displeased. If only there were an heir, I wouldn't have to push him so. A few more months, and the year will end. What will become of us then? Could it be that our great Rome dynasty will truly have no successor? Leaving Yongshou Palace, Zhang Qingyan walked along the red railings lined with green willows. The scenery was beautiful. After a few steps, he saw Fubao, the palace cat, running out with its tail raised, meowing near the rock garden. A corner of light blue fabric was visible nearby. That seemed to be the color Bai Marin wore today. Fubao meowed again. Bai Wudong gently patted its little head. I know His Majesty is here. Help me a little later, all right? She held Fubao in her arms and turned around, only to see Zhang Qingyan standing there, frozen in place. Their eyes met. Bai Wudong hurriedly bowed. Your Majesty. Fubao wriggled restlessly in her arms. Bai Wudong quickly caught it. Fubao, don't move around. What if you fall and get hurt? Fubao didn't listen. Seeing it reach toward Zhang Qingyan, Bai Wudong hurried forward, but her small foot caught on a stone. Her slender body swayed.
Ah!
Be careful. Zhang Qingyan reached out and caught her in his arms. The woman in his arms was thin but soft, fitting perfectly. She was very different from the other palace ladies. Bai Wudong trembled in fear, quickly pulled away, knelt on the ground, and looked up with teary eyes. Your Majesty, I have offended you. Please punish me. Zhang Qingyan looked down from above and could see her chest rise and fall as she breathed. Though she looked delicate, she was still graceful in form. He remembered the feeling of holding her just now, his gaze deepening. It's fine. I won't blame you. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll take my leave now. Bai Wudong glanced nervously toward the Empress Dowager's Yongshou Palace. Seeing no servants nearby, she let out a small sigh of relief. She turned to go, but Zhang Qingyan caught her hand. Her hand was small and soft, easily held in his. Even among the palace ladies, few had such delicate hands. Do you not wish to see me? Bai Wudong lowered her head, her dark hair falling to the sides, revealing only her smooth forehead. I wouldn't dare. Then why are you running away? She looked pitiful. I'm afraid the Empress Dowager will blame me. It's fine. My people are nearby. If there's any movement from my mother's palace, they'll inform me first. Zhang Qingyan gently played with her hand. Bai Wudong glanced up timidly, then quickly looked down again. Not far away, Wang's voice called out, Your Majesty. Bai Wudong hurriedly pulled her hand free and ran off without even bowing, as if she had seen a ghost. Zhang Qingyan couldn't help but laugh softly. Interesting. The other ladies try every way to get close to me, but you're the first to run away. Still, he was pleased he had finally held that slender figure, and it felt different from anyone else. He was in a good mood, and Wang, seeing this, began to think carefully about what it might mean. Outside Lanxin Pavilion, the garden was full of green leaves and blooming flowers. Bai Wudong was in a good mood. She had finally met the emperor today, and judging by his expression, he seemed to have taken an interest in her. With that, things would be much easier to handle later. Lianxin came closer and asked, "My lady, did something good happen today? Does this mean you won't have to visit the Empress Dowager anymore?" "I still have to go," Bai Wudong replied. Although she disliked the Empress Dowager, she couldn't hide everything because of Sun Mingji. "But I met the emperor at the Empress Dowager's place today." "Really?" Lianxin jumped with joy, even happier than her mistress. "That's wonderful, my lady. You're so beautiful. Maybe the emperor will start to care about you. It's too early to tell. We'll have to wait and see. Go outside and keep an eye on things. Find out whose name the emperor will call tonight." Soon, there was some noise outside the Lianxin pavilion. Lianxin knocked on the door and came in with a pout. "My lady, the attendants from the service hall just came. They took away Lady Gao. Honestly, why didn't they come for you instead?" Bai Wudong sat lazily on the couch. "Enough. It's fine to say that in front of me, but don't let others hear. Whether it's favor or neglect, it's all the emperor's will. No one else should comment." Lianxin stopped talking and brought in hot water. She added flower petals and a special oil Bai Wudong had made herself. "My lady, please wash your hands." Bai Wudong placed her pale hands into the basin. After taking human form, she had worked hard to find an identity, that of Sun Mingji's third daughter, who had been raised in a temple since childhood and lived a hard life. Before she reached adulthood, the real girl had fallen ill and passed away, her body thin and covered with old wounds. Because she was an official's daughter, the nuns didn't dare report her death and pretended she was still alive. Bai Wudong took advantage of this and assumed her identity. When she returned to the Sun household, her thin figure made her father and others dislike her. Fortunately, her face was beautiful enough to convince Sun Mingji to let her join the palace selection. That was how she entered the palace. In just 1 month, Bai Wudong had learned all the palace rules and understood the people within it. She even made her own ointments to restore this body's health and beauty, making her appearance captivating and unforgettable. This time, she was determined to make the noble consort pay for her past wrongs. "You may go now." Bai Wudong dried her hands, sent Lianxin away, and quietly took out a jar of fragrant balm to massage her body. Her slender fingers moved gently over her skin, her figure graceful and elegant. She did not stop, but continued downward. Her long, straight legs were usually hidden beneath her long dress, but when revealed, they were enough to amaze anyone who saw them. It seemed this human body would soon serve its purpose. In the Jingxin Hall, the emperor's private chamber, every time a consort was summoned, she would come here to attend to him and leave once everything was over. After a short while, several young eunuchs carried someone inside. Zhang Qingyan knew who it was. He glanced once, then turned away in disgust. Gao Jingwan shyly lay on the imperial bed. Her round face looked even larger as she lay flat. In a soft voice, she said, "Your Majesty, I still have memorials to review tonight," Zhang Qingyan said coldly. When Wang entered, he immediately ordered, "Send Lady Gao back." "Your Majesty." Gao Jingwan's face changed. Forgetting all decorum, she hurriedly got off the bed and knelt at his feet, trying to appear pitiful and appealing. Her dress shimmered faintly under the light, but her movements only made her look more awkward. Her features were plain, yet she forced a sorrowful expression. With furrowed brows, she pleaded, "Your Majesty, no matter how late you work, I will wait for you. Please don't send me away." A strong, heavy scent filled the air. In contrast, Bai Wudong's light, natural fragrance was refreshing and pleasant, while Gao Jingwan's perfume was overwhelming. "Take her out." Once she was gone, the air in the hall seemed clearer. Thinking of Bai Wudong, Zhang Qingyan's eyes darkened slightly. "Is Lady Bai's name on the list tonight?" Wang gave an awkward smile. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has ordered that Lady Bai's name not be included." "Then find a way to add it tomorrow," Zhang Qingyan said. Wang bowed low. "Yes, Your Majesty. I will see to it." In his heart, he thought, "It seems Lady Bai has truly caught the Emperor's attention." He would send someone to give her a hint, perhaps it could earn him some favor. A burst of noise came from outside. Bai Wudong opened the window. What's happening out there? Lianxin ran forward with a mischievous smile. Your Grace, His Majesty has sent Lady Gao back. She covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. He sent her back just as she was. It seems His Majesty didn't even stay with her. I've never heard of any consort being sent back before. She'll surely become the biggest joke in the palace. How do you know that so clearly? Oh, a young told me. There were no fools in the palace, and no one would speak carelessly about such things. Gao Jingwan was a mistress, and eunuchs were servants. For a servant to gossip about a master could lead to punishment, anything from a scolding to a beating. Repeat exactly what that said. Lianxin didn't understand why, but she obeyed. When Lady Gao was carried back, the eunuchs made quite a scene. One of them twisted his ankle and almost dropped her. I went to see what was happening, but didn't dare get too close. Then a young saw me and asked if I'd seen a tassel. We started talking. He said Lady Gao entered the hall, but His Majesty still had official papers to read, so he sent her back. The whole thing took less than the time of one incense stick. It wasn't even long enough for her to settle in. Bai Wudong smiled slightly. Under the moonlight, her face looked even softer and more beautiful. Go rest now. Pretend you know nothing. Don't gossip outside, or if you offend Lady Gao later, don't say I didn't warn you. She closed the window and lay down on her warm bed. That hadn't spoken by accident. It was likely His Majesty had told him to spread the word. If Gao Jingwan was sent back untouched, it meant the Emperor truly cared for her. Bai Wudong took out a small scented pouch embroidered with a cat pattern and held it close to her heart. Father, Mother, I'm going to start avenging you. Just wait. You'll see the noble consort punished for what she did. For what she did to you, I will repay her 100-fold. Bai Wudong carried a basket into the courtyard to pick fresh flowers and morning dew. She used them daily to care for her health, and the fresher they were, the better. The main hall, once lively, was now completely silent. It seemed that what happened yesterday had deeply upset Gao Jingwan. She probably wouldn't want to see anyone for a few days. That meant Bai Wudong could finally enjoy some peace and quiet. She mixed fresh flowers with morning dew and placed them in a cool spot. Lianxin brought her some warm water. My lady, please wash your hands. What day is it today? My lady, it's the 17th of the month. The 17th, what a good day. Bai Wudong dried her hands. Bring me the honey milk cakes we made yesterday. My lady, what do you need those for? They're from yesterday. You shouldn't eat them, they're not good for your throat. Lianxin said as she brought the cakes over. Bai Wudong scattered a few flower petals over the cakes and placed them in a food box. I'm going to Yongshou Palace. You stay here and keep an eye on Gao Jingwan. Chon'er, come with me. Lianxin pouted. My lady, why won't you let me go with you to Yongshou Palace? You need to guard Lanhin Pavilion. Bai Wudong handed the food box to Chon'er. Let's go. Yesterday, the Emperor had ordered people to carry Gao Jingwan back. The news would surely reach the Empress Dowager soon. And right now, the Empress Dowager's favorite was none other than Beauty Gao. With her anxious nature, she would definitely question the Emperor about it. On the way to Yongshou Palace, the path was shaded by green willows. Pavilions and towers stood gracefully among the trees, and the sound of insects and birds could be heard in the distance. Chon'er followed carefully behind Bai Wudong, admiring her slender figure. She was a new maid from the household department. To others, she seemed quiet and not very clever. She did her work properly but wasn't talkative or flattering. Since coming to Lanhin Pavilion, she had spoken to Bai Wudong fewer than 20 times. Looking at the food box, she finally couldn't help but speak. My lady, these cakes are from yesterday. If the Empress Dowager notices, it could be seen as great disrespect. Bai Wudong turned to her, raising her delicate brows. It's fine. She won't notice. The cakes were actually meant for Fu Bao. Seeing Chana hesitate to speak, Bai Wudong smiled softly. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Are you concerned about me? Chanu quickly bowed. My lady, you are my mistress.
Of course I care about you.
Don't be afraid. I just want to chat with you. From now on, you don't need to be so nervous around me. Just remember, do whatever I ask, don't ask questions, and don't be curious. The two of them walked one after the other toward Yongshou Palace. The emperor had not yet arrived. Only the Empress Dowager was there, half lying on the couch, sulking. When she heard that Lady Bai had come, she frowned in disgust. I don't want to see her. Tell her to leave. The old maid quickly hid her wide sleeves to keep the gold leaves inside from falling out. Your Majesty, Lady Bai specially made honey milk cakes. Fubao loves them. The lazy little Fubao perked up at the mention of food, its soft fur brushing against the Empress Dowager's hand. Look at you, such a greedy little thing. The moment you hear about food, you start acting cute. The Empress Dowager's mood softened a little. Fine, for Fubao's sake, let Lady Bai in. Bai Wutong walked gracefully into the hall, knelt, and greeted, May Your Majesty be blessed with peace and health. I made some honey milk cakes today, and wanted to bring them for you to taste. The Empress Dowager gently stroked Fubao. I can tell these aren't for me. They're for Fubao. Everyone in the palace knows that Fubao loves honey milk cakes. I used to think you were thoughtless, but it seems I was wrong. Bai Wudong immediately knelt again. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I do have my own small thoughts. Fubao is my lucky star. Without it, I wouldn't have entered the palace.
So I care for it deeply.
Seeing her admit her mistake so humbly, the Empress Dowager didn't want to seem harsh. Get up. Fubao hasn't eaten yet. Help it eat the honey milk cake. To have a concubine serve a cat. Clearly, the Empress Dowager didn't think much of her. Bai Wudong lowered her eyes to hide the coldness in them, opened the box of cakes, and began feeding Fubao. The hall grew quiet again. After a moment, a sharp voice rang out. His Majesty, the Emperor, has arrived. Footsteps approached. Zhang Qingyan entered in his dragon robe, full of authority. He gave a brief, polite bow. Mother. The Empress Dowager opened her eyes, forgetting that Bai Wudong was still there, and immediately began to scold him. Humph. If you still cared about me, why did you send Lady Gao away yesterday? How do you expect the people in the palace to see me, or to see her? She was naturally the most likely to become pregnant. If her anger over this matter caused her to worry, who would then give birth to the heir?
Bai Wutong sợ mai sốc tì, Genli stalking Fubao.
Of course, it would be her who would give birth. In the harem, only she could conceive. The same words made Zhang Qingyan's ears feel like they had become calloused. If it weren't for the support of the Duke of Zhengguo's family, he would have given up long ago. Since he is the emperor, everything in the land belongs to him. How can he allow a woman to speak out of turn? Even if this woman is his biological mother, it's not acceptable. Zhang Qingyan has been clever since childhood. Later, the former emperor sent him to be raised by the current empress. If the empress hadn't fallen seriously ill and passed away early, she wouldn't have been able to take the throne as the Empress Dowager. Zhang Qingyan's expression was cold, and his tone was impatient. Mother, there's no need to say more. I have to handle court affairs during the day and go to the harem at night. How can my body handle this? Starting today, I will not enter the harem for 7 days. That's all. The Empress Dowager had nothing to say. Even if she was unhappy inside, she couldn't be too harsh when it came to the health of the dragon's body. She softened her tone. Emperor, I am also thinking of the heir. The time until the Qintianjian's prediction is less than a few months. How can I not be anxious? Zhang Qingyan didn't want to say more. Mother, if it's just about this matter, I will leave now. I have many memorials to handle. Currently, the southern border is restless, and war may break out. The rise and fall of the Great Fusion Kingdom is the most important. Otherwise, if the country is destroyed and the family is lost, what use is an heir? He turned to leave, casually glancing at Bai Wudong in the corner. She had hidden her small body behind the shadow of the silk curtain, her head almost hanging to her chest. Seeing her adorable appearance, Zhang Qingyan's mood instantly improved. After he left, the Empress Dowager called a maid over. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Bai Wudong was still there and scolded sharply. What are you still doing here? Get out. Yes, I will take my leave. Bai Wudong quickly stepped out of the hall, walking to the corridor. She finally let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest with her small hand. That was so scary. It turns out being an emperor is so hard. I thought he was surrounded by beauties and living very happily. Suddenly, the scent of dragon saliva incense grew stronger. She felt a lightness in her body, and behind her, a pair of large hands lifted her around the waist, holding her. Two figures quickly disappeared behind the fake mountain. Zhang Qingyan's palm pressed gently on Bai Wudong's slender waist, turning her around. How can someone's waist be so thin that I can hold it with one hand? Bai Wudong's face flushed pink, even her ears tinged with color. She leaned against the cold, hard stone wall of the fake mountain, her voice trembling slightly. Your Majesty, my waist isn't good. Only the beauty like Gao Marin's is considered beautiful. Zhang Qingyan pinched her chin.
Who said that?
I don't think so. His gaze fell on Bai Wudong's lips as his rough fingers brushed over them. You haven't applied any lip balm? I've grown up in a temple and am not used to those things. Your Majesty, please let me go. Zhang Qingyan looked at her delicate features. Natural beauty, lips like red coral. Your Majesty. Bai Wudong blushed so much she had nowhere to hide. Her tone unconsciously carried a hint of tenderness. Please let go, don't tease me. Seeing her small lips moving, Zhang Qingyan couldn't hold back any longer and leaned down. He was the emperor. If he wanted, he could have her. A soft sensation reached him. Bai Wudong froze in place. Zhang Qingyan raised his hand to hold her chin, going deeper. Bai Wudong could only clutch his collar tightly, passively accepting. Your Majesty, the worried voice of Wang Gonggong came. How did he not notice? The emperor had been lost?
Dai Wudong strukled.
After a long while, Zhang Qingyan finally released her. Wang Dekai, stand over there and wait for me. Wang Dekai immediately stood obediently. Don't be afraid. You're my woman. Zhang Qingyan looked at Bai Wudong's swollen lips with a calm expression. Why are you so delicate? Just a kiss and they swelled like this. Bai Wudong's eyes shimmered with moisture. Your Majesty, please leave quickly or Wang Gonggong will get worried. You ran away before and now you're pushing me away again. Don't you like me? She hurried to explain but hesitated, unsure how to say it. Your Majesty, I do like you. It's just, I am not worthy. Zhang Qingyan chuckled at her expression. Not worthy? I think you're wonderful. As long as I like you, you're good. You heard me earlier. This week I won't enter the harem. After 7 days, I will check your status. Just wait. He was the emperor. Once he spoke, it was hard to take back. Otherwise, tonight, he would have already checked her status. With that, Zhang Qingyan walked out of the fake mountain. Wang Dicai carefully glanced at the fake mountain, only seeing a piece of white skirt hem. The fake mountain here is very narrow, and no one in the harem can hide inside without showing themselves, except for that one unique, beautiful woman in white. After the footsteps disappeared, Bai Wudong stepped out of the fake mountain. She took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth, fixed her clothes, then turned to look at the girl in the grass. The girl kept her head down tightly, clearly unable to believe what she saw. The lady actually met with the emperor in broad daylight. Mind your words and come back with me. Tianxiang Garden, one of the palace's beauty palaces, right next to Lanxin Pavilion. Wen Chuyun lives in the main hall here, while another beauty, Su Yao, lives in a side hall. The two are chatting casually now. Wen Chuyun put down a sunflower seed. It's better not to eat too many of these, to avoid getting angry. Su Yao immediately put hers down and smiled sweetly. You're right, Sister Wen. I won't eat any more. A palace maid came outside, walked straight to Wen Chuyun, and whispered a few words. Wen Chuyun's expression remained calm, her tone gentle, but she issued an order to leave. Su Mei, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. Yes, Sister Wen. I'll go now. Su Yao gave a half bow, and then left. The courtyard was silent. The palace maid lowered her head, silent. Wen Chuyun's delicate face was cold, with no warmth in her eyes. I always suspected that the emperor would be interested in the unique Bai Wudong. But I didn't expect that they had already met several times at the Empress Dowager's place. She stood up, and the palace maid immediately stepped forward to support her. Your Majesty, don't be angry. Bai Wudong is so thin. Even if the emperor looks at her more, she won't get pregnant. Almost the entire Darong country believed that only women with full figures could conceive. When Chuyan shook her head, you don't understand. The worst thing in this world is difference. If the emperor truly changes his mind and likes Bai Wudong, what should I do? How can I face this? So, she must not stay. Come on, take that embroidered satin and go to Lanxin Pavilion. Lanxin Pavilion was very quiet. When Chuyun wore a gentle smile, looked at the main hall, then went straight to the side hall. Lianxin didn't expect anyone else to visit her place. She hurried forward. Greetings, your ladyship. There's no need for formalities. Is Wudong here? Your Highness has gone to see the female doctor, and is not here for now. She won't return until after sunset. Do you need anything? It's nothing urgent, just came to see Wudong. Since she's not here, I'll wait here. Lianxin looked up at the sky. Sunset was near, so she said nothing more, offered tea, and quietly waited nearby. After a while, there was movement outside. When Chuyan stood up and looked out, Bai Wudong was dressed in a moon-colored gown, looking graceful like a fairy. She wore a pink sachet around her waist, the same one when Chuyan had given her before. Her expression softened instantly, and warmth appeared in her eyes. She quickly walked over to Bai Wudong. Wudong, I've been busy these days and couldn't come earlier. You don't mind, do you? Of course not. Bai Wudong and her bowed together. Sister Wen, is there something you came for? Can I come just to visit? When Chuyan pretended to be angry, but soon smiled. I brought some embroidered silk. It's a gift from the emperor, perfect for making close-fitting clothes. I thought of your delicate skin, so I brought it for you. Bai Wudong forced a smile. Since it's a gift from the emperor, I can't accept it. Sister Wen, please take it back. Wudong, have you forgotten what I told you? Don't think too little of yourself. The emperor will have you serve him sooner or later. This embroidered silk might bring you good luck. In the end, Bai Wudong accepted it and happily saw Wen Chuyan out of Lianxin Pavilion. Not far outside, Wen Chuyan turned her head and saw the palace door close. Suiwei, tomorrow, walk around outside Lianxin Pavilion. If you meet Gao Jingwan's maid, subtly tell her that Bai Wudong saw the emperor at the Empress Dowager's place. Understand? She didn't need to do this herself. It was a small matter. Gao Jingwan was arrogant and lacked brains.
She was just the person for this task.
Yes, I understand, Your Highness. When Chuyan squinted and muttered to herself, if only I knew that human relationships are as fragile as paper. Seeing the person leave, Bai Wudong casually threw the embroidered silk to Lianxin. Keep this as a secret treasure. Your Highness, this is high-quality embroidered silk. I didn't expect Lady Wen to be so kind. Much better than Lady Gao. If you and she lived together, there'd be no need to worry. Lianxin felt a little reluctant, but seeing Bai Wudong's gaze, she quickly agreed. Her eyes swept over and saw the pink purse. Your Majesty, where did this purse come from? I've never seen you wear it before. Clearly, when she went out, she was wearing a white purse. Why did she change the style upon returning? Bai Wudong looked at her calmly. I wear it every day, just not outside. You just can't see it. Inside the room, Bai Wudong casually tossed the purse into her sleeve pocket. Fortunately, she carried it every day, or it would be hard to fool Wen Chuyan. Although the perfume was harmful to the body, that only applied to humans. She, being a fox demon, was not afraid of such things. Before coming to the capital, Bai Wudong had lived in the mountains and fields for many years, familiar with various herbs and flowers. Wen Chuyan's skills, in her opinion, were just showing off. Today, the other person personally visited, probably knowing about her meeting with the emperor at the Empress Dowager's place. Bai Wudong had no intention of hiding it. With so many eyes in the palace, it would eventually get out.
Lianxin Polichane Azide.
What does the Empress Dowager's Yongshou Palace look like? Tell me quickly. Did you see the emperor? Chon'er smiled blankly. I waited outside the hall and couldn't go in. I only saw that it was much better than Lanxin Pavilion. As for the emperor, he came, said a few words, and then left. Useless thing, Lianxin snorted softly. Can't even handle such a small matter. It's only because the Empress is kind-hearted that she keeps you here. You should be at the laundry bureau. Suddenly, night fell deep. The entire palace was as dark as ink. Light rain fell softly, darkening the blue bricks and gray tiles. By dawn, the rain had stopped, and the air was filled with a fresh, grassy scent. Bai Wudong, as usual, picked flowers, finished her breakfast, and went out to enjoy the scenery, also familiarizing herself with the palace grounds. Around a pavilion corner, a tall figure suddenly appeared, blocking Bai Wudong's path, none other than Gao Jingwan, who had not been seen for 2 days. She was naturally plain-looking, and now her face was pale, with dark circles under her eyes, looking exhausted. Her brows carried a hint of anger, and her mouth was pressed down. Bai Wudong, you shameless woman! How dare you use the Empress Dowager's palace to the Emperor? It's your fault that misfortune came upon me. Otherwise, how could I have been sent back by the Emperor? It's all your fault. I must tear you apart. Gao Jingwan's heavy body rushed forward wildly. Bai Wudong frowned and quickly dodged aside. Gao Jingwan shouldn't have known about this. Yesterday, when Qian had just been here, and she came to cause trouble, probably because of that woman's doing. Beauty Gao, don't go crazy. Gao Jingwan tried to attack several times but couldn't hurt Bai Wudong. Instead, she was exhausted and panting heavily. You wicked girl, I will kill you sooner or later. Even if I was sent back by the Emperor, you can't reach me. A group of nearly 10 people slowly approached. Leading them was a woman of noble bearing, her face stunningly beautiful and commanding. She frowned slightly. What's going on here? Reporting to the Empress. I heard it sounds like a quarrel, a servant replied. Jean Wega looked at her armor and said, I didn't expect to meet such an unruly young lady just after leaving. Go. Kick open the door. Today, I will teach them the rules of the palace. Instead of focusing on serving the Emperor and bearing a royal air, they are here arguing. The harem is like sisters, but one bad apple can spoil the whole barrel. She had been confined in the Liangguang Hall for over 2 months. Although she had the chance to see the Emperor, she didn't get to serve him. Now that she was out, she couldn't wait to see the new young ladies in the palace and see if anyone posed a threat. If there was, she would find a way to eliminate them. Her head as a noble consort could only have the Emperor. Yes, several palace maids immediately stepped forward, their heavy bodies crashing into the door. A loud bang echoed. The fierce Gao Jingwan suddenly turned back. Bai Wudong looked at her and saw the approaching person, her nails instantly piercing her palm. The person who had caused her parents' death. Jean Wega, full of pride, cast a contemptuous look at the two. Gao Jingwan reacted quickly and bowed. Your servant greets the noble consort. Bai Wudong made no move. Jean Wega frowned. You refuse to bow when seeing me? Do you look down on me? A little beauty like you. Who gave you the courage? Bai Wudong clenched her fists again, feeling sharp pain from her wound. She suppressed her boiling anger, lowered her head, and bowed. Your servant greets the noble consort. Jean Wega snorted softly and casually ordered, If you dare to disrespect me, slap her. The palace maid beside her immediately stepped forward and slapped Bai Wudong twice. The slaps were sharp and loud. Her face burned with pain, but Bai Wudong could only lower her head and dare not speak. The noble consort dealt with the beauty without even needing an excuse. This is the harem, a place where status and power prove everything. Your Majesty, I beg the Empress to decide. Gao Jingwan suddenly changed her arrogant attitude, rushing forward with a flattering smile. Your Majesty, you don't know how shameless Bai Wudong is. She even used going to the Empress Dowager to the Emperor. Only someone like the Empress can deserve the Emperor's favor. Bai Wudong is nothing but a disgrace, polluting the Emperor's eyes. Please, Your Majesty, decide and teach Bai Wudong a lesson so she understands the consequences of trying to the Emperor. Jean Wega was not stupid. She smiled coldly.
What?
Are you trying to use me? Gao Jingwan quickly replied. I dare not, Empress. I am the daughter of the left chancellor. You have seen me before. That was indeed a familiar face. The left chancellor and her father and brother had always been on good terms. Since that was the case, helping a little wouldn't hurt. Gao Jingwan was a fiery person, and she might be useful. Oh, it's you. I vaguely remember. Gao Jingwan smiled confidently and shot a glance at Bai Wudong. Your Majesty, this lowly woman has taken advantage of the Empress Dowager's favor, repeatedly going to the Empress Dowager's palace to create chances to meet the Emperor. I see that your Majesty looks radiant. The more the Emperor visits, the more likely she is to become pregnant. Don't let this shameless woman ruin everything. This remark hit Jean Wege's heart. She dreamed of having a child. You're quite clever, Bai Marin. Did you use those seductive tricks to lure the Emperor? She changed her tone. Look at you, if you gained the Emperor's favor, you still wouldn't be able to bear a royal heir. Now, everyone in the harem knows that producing an heir is most important. How dare you act so boldly? You deserve punishment. Bai Wudong had been bowing without rising. Empress, I did not deliberately the Emperor. It was the Empress Dowager who sent me. When I saw the Emperor, I only bowed and did not look at him more than necessary. Empress, your keen eyes surely see through everything. Gao Marin misunderstood the concubine first. Before entering the palace, the concubine heard Gao Marin say that she had a close relationship with the Empress. All the other maidens can testify to this. The concubine never dared to provoke her, let alone cause trouble for her. Only the concubine's maid knew about her visit to the Empress Dowager's palace. Gao Marin must have heard about it from somewhere, but the details were unclear. The Empress Dowager had instructed the concubine to go pray and recite scriptures, but Gao Marin deliberately stopped her today. This was full of meaning. Why did Gao Jingwan specifically stop her today when the noble consort Rong came to visit? How did Gao Jingwan know she went to the Empress Dowager's palace and saw the Emperor? Why did Gao Jingwan say early on that she had a close relationship with noble consort Rong? As expected, noble consort Rong's face changed slightly. Her heart was full of thoughts. She looked at Gao Jingwan again. You said early on that you have a close relationship with me. Gao Jingwan, not very clever, quickly replied, I admire noble consort Rong very much. Before entering the palace, my father said that if I needed help, I could ask noble consort Rong. Jean Wege twisted her white jade ring, smiling faintly. Since Bai Marin wants to go to the Empress Dowager, then she should be punished with a peach blossom face so she won't hurt herself. The so-called peach blossom face means slapping 10 times on each side. After the punishment, her face would be swollen and red, like a peach blossom. A palace maid stepped forward, contemptuously staring at Bai Wudong. This is what noble consort Rong taught you. Remember it. As she finished speaking, she raised her hand high. After sounded, filling Lanxin Pavilion. Bai Wudong's face was already numb from the beating, her lips split open, blood flowing down. The palace maid left some scratches with her nails. Bai Wudong clenched her teeth tightly, her heart full of hatred, wanting to kill Jean Wege on the spot. But she couldn't do it. Not only because the others around her were palace maids protecting her, but if she failed in one strike, she would only have a dead end. And she also didn't want Jean Wege to die so easily. She wanted her to feel the same pain as herself. No family, no power, like a stray dog. Sometimes, living is more painful than dying. Gao Jingwan proudly said, I told you to the Emperor.
See?
This is the result. Jean Wege didn't mind and thought Bai Wudong looked weak and fragile. To her, she wasn't a threat. The Emperor always liked women who were confident and bright like herself. However, Gao Jingwan was different. She was well-built, from a prosperous family, and the Empress Dowager liked her very much. She was sure Gao Jingwan would soon become the Emperor's consort. Now, Gao Jingwan dared to openly use Jean Wege's influence. Jean Wege decided to teach her a lesson so she would understand that she, as a noble consort, was not someone to be easily provoked. Jean Wege placed her hand on a palace servant's arm and said, Beauty Gao, this is not your family's residence, nor a place for mischief. Since your mother's family is kind, I won't punish you this time. Let your servant stand in for you. After speaking, she turned and walked away, swaying her hips. Bring out the other young ladies so I can take a good look. I need to check them for the Emperor. Since the Empress is unwell, they don't need to greet her every morning. I won't let them become lazy. Gao Jingwan was unwilling and wanted to say more, but the palace servant hurriedly dragged away her maidservant. In the large Lanshin pavilion, the maidservant's desperate pleas echoed loudly. Jean Weiga examined all the new young ladies. Back at Yaguang Palace, her personal maid stepped forward to massage her legs and feet. Jiayu, tell me, among these young ladies, is there anyone worth my attention? Jiayu pondered and kept massaging. Your Majesty, in my opinion, Wen Chuyun is quite a character. She looks good, has a nice figure, and seems capable of getting pregnant. I heard the Emperor favored her on the first day. Jean Weiga sneered. Indeed, I've heard she's the top beauty in the capital. But I think she's far from impressive. Look at Bai Wudong. What do you think? Jiayu showed disdain and changed legs, continuing her massage. Your Majesty, that beauty Bai is not worth mentioning. The Emperor prefers women like you. As for her, she's not even entered the palace yet. She used your name to try to gain a foothold in the harem, but she hasn't come to greet you after all this time. Today, when your Majesty went to see the young ladies, she deliberately caused trouble. Stopping by Wudong was just her way of trying to use your Majesty's influence to deal with her. It's simply ridiculous. Although the matters in the Empress Dowager's palace are not secret, they are not something a newly arrived beauty should know. I fear she has someone useful in the palace. You're right. The fact that the beautiful woman went to see the Emperor in the Empress Dowager's palace is unknown to even me. She seems to know a lot, which is suspicious. Jean Weiga raised her leg. Jiayu immediately ordered hot water to be brought, tested the temperature, and then placed her slightly swollen foot into it. Your Grace, should we send someone to be near Lady Gao? Jean Weiga squinted comfortably. Perfect. I previously dealt with her close aides. Have Meng Dong go. Meng Dong has always been her person, but few knew about this. Now she finally has a use. Yes, Your Grace. I will go now. Bai Wudong sat quietly at the healer's place, watching the outside through the window. Her face was covered with medicine, which felt cool, but the pain still came from time to time. A gentle breeze carried the scent of grass. The lush greenery made her feel as if she returned to her hometown, a forest where humans could not step. She used to run freely with her parents there. Now they are separated by the heavens. Life is unpredictable, and fate is cruel. Because she is a fox servant, humans can kill and abuse her at will. Even if she wanted to become human, she would lose her cultivation. How unfair. Your Grace, the female healer's voice came. The sun is setting. You should go back now. Your face only needs 3 days of medicine. Since the Emperor no longer visits the palace, the Empress Dowager naturally doesn't want to see her. Today, she was beaten by Consort Rong and her face is swollen. Even if the Emperor saw it, he wouldn't like it. All right. Bai Wudong returned from her thoughts and stood up to leave. The Lanshin pavilion returned to silence. Gao Jingwan caused a fuss and then disappeared somewhere, not seen now. Lian Xian stepped forward. Your Grace, Consort Rome was too much. She beat you without reason. I brought some fresh pastries from the Imperial kitchen. Try some. They have yuzu peel that can dispel bad luck. Bai Wudong had no appetite. I won't eat. Where is Lady Gao? She seems to have gone to find Lady Su. The inner court sent new palace maids just now. They look similar to Lady Gao and are not easy to get along with. Bai Wudong hoped this person was sent by Jean Weiga, which would mean her words had an effect. Jean Weiga can become a noble consort, not because she is foolish, but because she will pay attention to Gao Jingwan. Bai Wudong gently touches her face. She must find a way to avenge today's insult. As evening falls, it's almost dark. Gao Jingwan finally returns with a new palace maid. She looks confident, and her face has a bit more color. Bai Wudong steps forward. Jingwan, I want to apologize. I should have explained everything clearly. I really didn't the Emperor. The noble consort didn't punish me harshly, which means I didn't lie. I hope we can get along well in the future. This again makes Gao Jingwan feel unhappy. Get lost.
Don't bother me.
She claims to have a close relationship with the noble consort, but the other person didn't help her. She feels she has lost face for no reason. Bai Wudong steps back. Jingwan, the noble consort, said we shouldn't argue. She is a noble consort and the only pregnant lady in the entire harem. She is very noble. Even if you have a connection with her, you should listen to her. Maybe, in the future, the only heir of Dairong Kingdom will come from the noble consort. After speaking, she smiles, offers a sachet as a gift, and turns to leave. Gao Jingwan suddenly throws something on the ground and stomps on it hard. I don't want this bad luck. Humph. I'm related to the noble consort's family, so she should help me deal with Bai Marin. She only slapped her a few times. She wants Bai Marin dead, or simply kicked out of the palace, instead of her always appearing and bringing bad luck. Even if she was pregnant, so what? She didn't keep the baby. Now she's older and not as beautiful. I am different. I've never harmed myself. The future heir will definitely come from my belly. The palace maid nearby lowers her head, hiding the cold light in her eyes. Bai Wudong stands by the window, smiling softly. Gao Jingwan, don't let me down. The words she just said were meant to provoke Gao Jingwan, making her speak recklessly. If her guess is correct, the new palace maid was sent by Jean Weiga. She will surely be unhappy and turn against Gao Jingwan, ignoring Bai Wudong. They are all enemies. It's best to let them fight among themselves. At that time, Bai Wudong will take the chance to meet the emperor more often, making him desire her even more. The Shaoguang Palace had not yet turned off its lights. Meng Dong knelt on the ground, faithfully recounting what Gao Jingwan had said today. Your Majesty, that beautiful lady Gao openly slanders you. It's truly a great act of rebellion. Jean Weiga changed into a simple inner garment and lazily leaned against the bed. She was naturally plump, and this pose made her look even more so, her lovely face twisted with a fierce expression. What a bold beauty Gao is, daring to call me old and withered, saying I can't bear children. Meng Dong, tomorrow, give that Gao lady a lesson. She wants to have children? Well, I'll make sure she never can. There's a pond behind Lanxin Pavilion, perfect for her to fall into. Then, have the doctor check her and carefully adjust her health. Adjust her so she can never conceive again. Meng Dong kowtowed. Yes, Your Majesty. I will remember. She left Shaoguang Palace quickly and headed toward Lanxin Pavilion. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed past. She immediately looked back, but saw nothing. Meng Dong looked around carefully, making sure no one was there, then continued on her way. Half an hour later, she returned to Lanxin Pavilion. A cat's cry sounded by the window. Bai Wudong pushed open the window, and Fu Bao leapt inside, affectionately licking her hand. It looks like the Empress is planning to take action against Gao Jingwan. Today, she told Fu Bao that if the Empress wanted to do something to Gao Jingwan, it should come and inform her. Unexpectedly, it really came. Bai Wudong opened the oil paper at the head of the bed and took out some honey milk cake. Eat quickly. It's well made. Finish it and go back early. These days, keep working hard for your mistress. After finishing, Fu Bao reluctantly jumped out the window. Bai Wudong looked at the cold moonlight and whispered, Tomorrow will be another good day to see the emperor. It had been over half a month since Bai Wudong entered the palace. Other young ladies had gained favor one after another, but she had yet to show any signs. It seemed the people in the palace had forgotten about Bai Zayunu. A young palace maid saw that slender figure and was surprised. Oh my, look at that person ahead. Why is she so thin? There are still people like that in the palace. Apart from eunuchs, no women in the palace were so thin. Another palace maid sneered. You probably don't know yet, but that's the White Beauty. She was chosen in this year's selection. I heard she wasn't even officially registered. It was Empress Dowager Fu Bao who liked her and kept her. She still hasn't gained the emperor's favor. Does that mean she's here to serve Fu Bao's ancestors? The two women giggled softly, though they kept their voices low. White Wudong, being a supernatural being, heard everything clearly. She kept a gentle smile on her face and ignored their words. People in the palace often look down on others or praise them falsely. She had already understood this before coming in. The path they spoke of was the route the palace attendant Wang took every noon, also a shortcut to the kitchen. Yesterday, White Wudong thought about what the little said when Gao Marin returned her. It didn't seem like Zhang Qingyan's style. He could send her back just to show his attitude. With his high status, he wouldn't bother with unnecessary actions. So, it was very likely that the words came from the Grand S orders. The most favored around Zhang Qingyan was only Wang De, the palace attendant Wang. Today, White Wudong came not only to see the emperor, but also to confirm her suspicion. She put down her basket and stood by the flower bushes, carefully picking flowers. Soon, she heard footsteps and commands approaching. Today, the emperor isn't in a good mood. Make an extra dish to calm his temper. Remember, no soups, he dislikes drinking soup. Yes, palace attendant Wang. How about some stir-fried lotus root? Good idea. Lotus root is refreshing. The emperor should enjoy a few bites. The voices grew closer. Wang De immediately saw White Wudong standing by the flowers. She had a graceful figure, moving gently with the breeze. In the entire palace, only she was so unique. White Wudong pretended to notice Wang De and greeted palace attendant Wang. Greetings, Your Majesty. Wang De bowed humbly, without arrogance. Seeing his modesty, White Wudong smiled more softly and charmingly. Palace attendant Wang, is the little who sprained his ankle the other day doing well? Did you find the lost tassel? Wang De understood immediately. White Beauty was clever and had already realized his good deed. That little was indeed sent by him, just to make a good impression. It was only a few words, after all. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. The Xiaoningzi, who twisted his ankle that day, is clever. That day, a stone suddenly appeared on the ground, almost causing him to fall. Now he is fully recovered. As for the other girl, she has been found. Since she is clever, why not send her to my palace? Bai Wudong smiled warmly. The girl in my palace is not very skilled, so I don't trust her to do the work. Wang Dezai bowed and replied, Your Majesty's favor towards Xiaoningzi is his good fortune. Send someone to inform the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send Xiaoningzi to Lianxin Pavilion. Lord Wang, are you heading to the imperial kitchen? Then I won't bother you. Bai Wudong stepped aside politely. Today, the jasmine flowers are blooming beautifully, perfect for making jasmine cakes. Once the baskets are full, I will go back. Wang Dezai glanced at the basket. It was lined with a thin layer of cloth. When it's full, it will probably take about an hour. He looked at the fake mountain behind. Understanding his task, he called a young nearby to take his place. I just remembered, I have something urgent. I'll leave first. He quickened his steps to the Hall of Mental Cultivation. At the door, two middle-aged men in official robes stood. Seeing Wang Dezai, they immediately approached. Lord Wang, is the emperor in a bad mood today? We've been standing here for half an hour. One of them took out a gold leaf. Please, Lord Wang, kindly speak well of us inside. Both men had daughters in the harem as concubines. Wang Dezai couldn't refuse. I can try, but I can't promise anything. He bowed and pushed open the door. Your Majesty. Zhang Qingyan looked cold. He tore the memorial into pieces. A bunch of useless people. They can't even handle military and grain affairs. What use are they to me? Wang Dezai carefully approached. Your Majesty, this matter is urgent. Please take care of your health. I just saw the jasmine flowers blooming perfectly on the way to the imperial kitchen. Lady Bai is picking flowers to make jasmine cakes. Hearing the words, Lady Bai, Zhang Qingyan immediately turned his head to look at him, his expression less fierce. You do have some eyesight. Let those useless people outside go back. Wang Dezai stepped out of the hall, told the officials to leave first, and then ordered the other young eunuchs, go quickly and stop all the palace maids on that road. Don't let them get close. Zhang Qingyan waved his sleeve and left through the side door of the Hall of Mental Cultivation, heading straight for the small path. A gentle breeze swept through the flower bushes, causing petals to sway lightly, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. A soft pink figure added a touch of beauty to the scene. Bai Wudong gently swayed as she carefully placed a whole jasmine flower into a basket. Suddenly interested, she picked up another flower and tucked it behind her ear, her side profile becoming even more charming. Zhang Qingyan remembered how gentle she was that day. He stepped forward confidently and embraced her slender body from behind. The scent of jasmine filled the air. Bai Wudong's hand trembled, and the basket fell to the ground. "It's me," Zhang Qingyan said, moving his hand down to her small waist, loving how she held it. Unlike other concubines, she was not greasy or dull. "Are you afraid of me, Your Majesty?" "I'm not afraid. I just didn't know if you would scare me when you came." "That's my fault then." Bai Wudong gathered her courage and turned around suddenly, laughing softly. She reached up and plucked a petal from his head. Zhang Qingyan held her hand, which was tender and straight. He had thought that the queen's hands were already beautiful, but now he saw there was something even more lovely waiting for him. He played with her hand, not letting go. After squeezing it a little, it turned red. "Your skin is so soft. If I indulge you, won't you suffer?" Bai Wudong's cheeks flushed pink. "I don't suffer. Serving the emperor is my honor." Seeing her charming and adorable look, Zhang Qingyan became more interested. "You've become bolder today. Why don't you run away?" Bai Wudong's small head slowly leaned into his chest. "I entered the palace just to serve you. I know I'm not in good health, and I'm afraid you won't like me, so I don't dare to get close." She spoke more and more sadly. "Everyone loves a plump beauty. When I go out, people dislike me. How can I hope for your favor? I've always thought that as long as I could enter the palace and see you occasionally, even if I couldn't stay by your side, it would be a blessing." Hearing this, Zhang Qingyan had heard similar words many times. But when Bai Wudong said them, they sounded soft and lovely, making him feel tender. Especially her almond-shaped eyes, which showed no greed for power, only affection and longing. Many women in the harem wanted his favor, but they loved their status and the power of being the emperor. But Bai Wudong seemed to like only him as a person. He had seen this expression before in Rong Fei's eyes. But since he took the throne, Rong Fei had changed. She became hateful, suspicious, and jealous. This person is so pure and clean that she is probably the only one like this in the palace. Zhang Qingyan smiled and said, "From now on, everyone should be like this. As long as you don't change, I will continue to favor you." Bai Wudong nodded confusedly. "Your Majesty, I understand." Zhang Qingyan could see that she simply didn't understand his meaning. It's better that she doesn't understand. Then she remains pure. There aren't many pure things in this palace. At that moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the end of the path. "You unseeing fools! Noble consort Rong wants to walk this way. How dare you block her?" Bai Wudong's face turned pale. Without thinking, she lowered her head and slipped into the nearby bushes, hiding behind a fake mountain. She also reached out her small hand to take the basket with her. Zhang Qingyan watched and chuckled. This beautiful woman, her courage is really quite small. Forget it. I won't let her come out now, to prevent the Empress Dowager from hearing about it. If she does, she will scold me, and my days will be hard. In no time, several figures appeared before her eyes. Jean Weiga was dressed in a bright red gown, adorned with luxurious hairpins on her head. 2 palace maids supported her, and several others followed behind. Before they arrived, a strong fragrance already filled the air. Zhang Qingyan looked at her posture and couldn't help but furrow his brows. Every time he saw the beautiful Bai woman, she was alone, charming and lovely. But Jean Weiga was surrounded by such a grand entourage, which made him feel inexplicably annoyed. Seeing him, Jean Weiga's face lit up with joy. She quickly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have seen you." After bowing, she immediately stood up and, acting coquettishly, looped her arm around Zhang Qingyan's. "Your Majesty, you haven't come to see me in a long time. Now that you have several new sisters, have you forgotten about me?" "No," Zhang Qingyan replied gently, as he was still fond of her from their youth. "Even when you were under house arrest, I still came to see you, didn't I?" "I knew it. The Emperor still cares about me," Jean Weiga, who was always very bold, said. Seeing no one around, she boldly leaned half her body closer. Zhang Qingyan, who had trained in martial arts since childhood and was strong and healthy, suddenly felt the weight pressing down on him without warning. He couldn't help but step back, reaching out to support himself. The flesh was thick and greasy. Stand properly, he hadn't noticed before that Jean Wega was so heavy. And her waist seemed a bit thicker than before. Just now, when I was holding the white beauty, it was as light as a flying swallow. Jean Wega didn't know that at this moment, Zhang Qingyan was already comparing her to another woman in his mind. Your Majesty, how do these flowers compare to the Yaoguang Palace? I specially made your favorite pastries tonight. Zhang Qingyan looked at her and couldn't help but recall their past moments together. He had kept her confined for 2 months, and she seemed much more obedient now. Since that was the case, he thought it was time to stay overnight at her place. A soft touch came from his hand. He suddenly looked down. He saw a small hand quickly pulling back. Your Majesty, what are you looking at? Jean Wega asked, a bit dissatisfied because he didn't respond. I know you said you wouldn't favor any consort within 7 days, so staying overnight isn't necessary. Just a little longer and I will be happy. Once again, a soft touch reached his hand. This time, the small hand was bolder, slipping into his palm and hiding behind the nearby flowers to cover her delicate, fair arm. Jean Wega stretched out her chubby hand, her armor looking very thin. She gently placed it on Zhang Qingyan's chest and made a few playful gestures. Your Majesty, I just want you to taste the new pastries I made. Originally, Zhang Qingyan was somewhat interested when he saw her hand, but now he lost all interest. If her armor had been on the white beauty's hand, it might have been another beautiful scene. No, go back first. I have things to deal with, he said. Jean Wega's face changed slightly, and she could no longer maintain her sweet smile. She was a bit unhappy. Your Majesty, in just over 2 months, it will be the end of the year. Have you forgotten what the imperial astronomer said? In Yongshou Palace, the Empress Dowager was always nagging. Now, even after coming out, Rong Fei was still nagging. Every day, the only thing around him was the heir. For the heir, he worked tirelessly day and night, even to the point of favoring those ugly women. Now, everyone knows he has no children. Enough! Zhang Qingyan, already annoyed by the southern border war, was even angrier now. Leave, Your Majesty. Jean Wega wanted to argue, but Jia Yu quickly pulled her back. Empress, please don't always oppose the emperor. No matter how deep their feelings, he was still the emperor. Jean Wega, spoiled by her favor, often forgot her place. Zhang Qingyan no longer wanted to listen to her talk. He turned away and looked at the flowers, where he could faintly see a soft pink figure. Are you not leaving yet? Your Majesty, I will take my leave now. I will wait for you tonight. After speaking, Jean Wega gracefully left with her people. Before leaving, she raised her chin confidently, as if showing her unique pride as the favored consort. Bai Wudong, like a small cat, slipped out from the flowers. She pouted her little lips and brushed off the petals and grass on her. Zhang Qingyan looked at her delicate, soft appearance and felt a bit calmer. Aren't you usually very timid? How dare you come to hold my hand? Aren't you afraid that Rong Fei will notice? I am afraid. Bai Wudong raised her head, still holding a flower petal. But I care more about the emperor. You are resting hard, and if you go to other consorts, the Empress Dowager might make you come to the palace every day again. Zhang Qingyan raised an eyebrow. Other consorts only tried to get him into the palace, but they never said such things. If I come to find you, wouldn't you want that too? If it's after 7 days, I would naturally agree. Bai Wudong tilted her head slightly, her eyes lowered, eyelashes fluttering, looking more charming. But now, I don't want to. I just want the emperor to rest well. Whether she was telling the truth or not, Zhang Qingyan felt a bit better. I have to go now. Later, Wang Dicai will bring you jasmine flowers. You don't need to pick them here. The sun is strong now, and your skin is delicate. If you get hurt, how can I pamper you? Bai Wudong shyly turned away, and Zhang Qingyan chuckled softly before leaving. She tiptoed to watch him go, then quickly took the pink pouch from her sleeve and threw it into the flowers. Just now, her gesture was not only to prevent the emperor from going to Jean Wega, but also to let her people notice something. Those people weren't fools. They knew she was with the emperor, so they wouldn't dare to make a scene. Otherwise, Jean Wega's temper might cause trouble again. But afterwards, things might change. She moved quickly and left in a hurry. Not long after, Jean Wega and Jiayue returned. Jiayue, did you really see someone here just now? Absolutely, your ladyship. You know my eyes. I saw a figure inside, but I couldn't see clearly. She stepped forward, parted the flowers, and immediately saw the pouch on the ground. Your Highness, look at this. Jiayue eagerly handed over a small purse, her face full of anger. I don't know which concubine is hiding here, secretly meeting with the emperor. The emperor said he wouldn't come to the palace for 7 days, so someone is acting up. If the emperor hadn't just been here, I would have dragged her out myself. Jean Wei-go pinched the purse and sharply stabbed the embroidered orchid on it with her armor. Find her. You must find that wicked woman. She dares to flirt with the emperor right under my nose. I will tear her apart. Bai Wu Tong handed over a basket, which was empty except for a few jasmine petals. Lian Xian took it. Your Highness, didn't you pick jasmine flowers? No, I didn't. Bai Wu Tong entered the side hall. Did you bring a piece of floral silk when you came? Yes, Your Highness. That was specially made for you, but few people in the palace use it. Go get it. I want to go to Tianxiang Garden. Lian Xian nodded quickly and brought the fabric. Bai Wu Tong washed her hands, shook off the jasmine scent from her body, then stood up. Chan Er, come with me. Your Highness, let me go with you. Bai Wu Tong ignored her and ordered Chan Er to bring the fabric and go to Tianxiang Garden together. They arrived at the gate. When Chuyan had already heard the news and came to greet them. Sister Wu Tong, you're here. Her gaze instinctively fell on Bai Wu Tong's waist, but she didn't see the pink purse. Her expression immediately turned serious. Your Highness, your purse today is really nice. Bai Wu Tong pretended not to understand, picked it up and looked at it. This is just something I embroidered in my free time to match my clothes. The pink dress with the white purse looks perfect. Your Highness, your purse should match other colors. When Chuyan didn't say more and led her inside. When sister, this is the floral silk I brought from the palace. I didn't receive any reward from the emperor. This is the only thing I can show off. The brocade is too precious, and I feel uneasy keeping it. I came here especially today. When Chuyan led her to a nearby pavilion. Sister, there's no need to be so formal. Between us, there's no need to fuss over small things. She glanced at the floral silk with disdain, but didn't show it. She told the maid to take it away. She definitely wouldn't wear such fabric, as it would lower her status. And in just a moment of turning her head, White Wudong had already taken her purse from her waist. She carried the purse every day, so she was sure she wouldn't mind losing it. Big sister Wen, it would be so much better if we lived together. That beautiful lady is really... White Wudong covered her mouth, pretending to be sad. When Chuyan already knew what happened that day. Wudong, don't be sad. The Empress Dowager didn't punish you, so it means you're not at fault. Just be careful around that beautiful lady in the future. They chatted for a while, talking about various things. Finally, White Wudong stood up to leave. Halfway there, she took out her purse. Chaner, go find me some needles and thread. Chaner looked at the purse with wide eyes.
That.
Isn't that from Lady Wen? When did it end up in the Empress's hands? Hurry up and go. Back at Lanxin Pavilion, White Wudong rested for a moment. Chaner returned with needles and thread. She took them and started to fix the purse. The pattern on the purse was a lotus flower, which was Lady Wen's favorite. The purse was mostly pink, so she just slightly changed the top part to make it look almost the same as the one Lady Wen had given her before. To be safe, White Wudong lit a candle and burned the purse a little, making it look slightly damaged. This way, the stitches she changed wouldn't be obvious. Chaner, tomorrow you want to go to the Empress's palace, right? Prepare another set of light blue clothes for me in advance. Make it a bit looser, and try to make it look like someone is moving inside. Chaner didn't understand, but still did as she was told. At the door, Lianxin saw her come out and quickly stepped forward, lowering her voice. Chaner, what did the Empress tell you to do? The Empress asked me to bring that set of light blue clothes. I'll go get it. You go away. If you dare to wander around in front of the Empress again, don't blame me for being rude. Lianxin glared fiercely and hurried to the next room. Chana was unsure what to do and finally went to find Xiao Ningzi. The two of them worked together to prune the flowers and plants in the courtyard. The weather was still very hot. At sunset, palace servants brought news that all the new beauties entering the palace tomorrow must gather in the Yaguang Hall to discuss the Empress Dowager's birthday. The Empress was feeling unwell, so Rong Guifei was temporarily in charge of the palace affairs. The last banquet was hosted by the Empress, but she was so exhausted she vomited blood the next day. It was likely that this time Rong Guifei would take full responsibility. After dismissing the palace servants of the Shaoyang Palace, Bai Wudong continued to care for her health. Her water blue dress had been altered. When she wore it, her slender figure was less noticeable, making her appear even thinner and weaker. Her beauty was obvious to the emperor. The concubines could only see her frailty and thinness. Everyone looked down on her, which gave her a chance to seize. Bai Wudong turned off the light, lay on her bed, and curled up into a ball. Even in human form, she preferred sleeping like this. Clatter, clatter. Faint footsteps sounded. Bai Wudong suddenly opened her eyes. It was so late. Who could be in such a hurry? She carefully got up, went to the window, and looked outside through a. Thanks to her cat-like agility, she could see in the dark. She saw a shadow quickly enter the nearby main hall. The shadow carried something out.
It was
Gao Jingwan. Bai Wudong's pupils shrank as she stared intently at the shadow. Unfortunately, she was dressed in black, wearing a headscarf and face covering, revealing only a pair of slightly aged eyes. But judging by her plump figure, she was definitely a woman. The shadow carried Gao Jingwan toward the back courtyard. Bai Wudong pushed open the window, jumped out barefoot, and quietly followed behind. In the back courtyard, there was a pond with a few lotus flowers. Since no one took care of it carefully, it wasn't very beautiful. The shadow pushed Gao Jingwan into the water and held her head down. They stayed like that for a long time until they finally let go, then looked around quickly and hurried away. Bai Wudong approached the pond. Gao Jingwan's upper body leaned against a stone, while the rest was submerged in the water, already lifeless. She couldn't help but step back, a sense of fear rising in her heart. Today, someone who was alive just moments ago had now become a corpse. After a long while, Bai Wudong finally steadied her mind. She reached out and pushed the body toward the middle of the river, watching her sink slowly. A wave of sadness arose in her heart, not because of Gao Jingwan, but for the life that had been lost. When she floats up tomorrow, I will call someone. Bai Wudong turned around and returned to her room. She quietly pondered, perhaps today's events could be used to frame the noble consort. A scream suddenly broke the silence. Someone is dead. Gao Marin, she's dead. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of hurried footsteps kept coming. The guards surrounded Lanxin Pavilion tightly. Zhang Qingyan, dressed in a dragon robe, stood tall like a pine tree, stepping quickly into the backyard. At first glance, he saw Bai Wudong sitting on the ground, looking very weak. Her delicate face was pale as snow, with no color at all. She was only wearing her usual clothes, not cleaned or styled. Her long black hair was loose on both sides, just covering her slender ankles, with only a small patch of white showing. When she saw Zhang Qingyan, tears welled up in her eyes. "Your Majesty." He stepped forward and helped her up. "Did I scare you?" Bai Wudong wanted to lean on his chest for comfort, but seeing so many people around, she could only stand strong. Her body wobbled as if she might collapse at any moment. "Your Majesty," Jean Weige's voice was heard. Bai Wudong immediately pushed Zhang Qingyan away, took 2 steps back, and created some distance. Zhang Qingyan was not in the mood to tease her now. He turned to look, and besides Jean Weige, there were several consorts, Meng Pin, Ding Zhaoi, and Huifei, who was second only to Jean Weige. Behind them, many palace servants and some beautiful women from nearby followed. Everyone was big and broad, and when they entered together, the already small backyard became even more crowded. Bai Wudong took a tiny step to the right, moving closer to the consorts. Zhang Qingyan immediately saw her among the crowd, slim and graceful, with a clear figure. Compared to her, the other consorts looked like walking barrels. "Your Majesty," everyone bowed in unison. Jean Wega spoke first. "I heard that Gao Marin has died. It's such a pity. Your Majesty, no matter what, she was favored before. Even if her rank wasn't high, she shouldn't have died like this. We must find the murderer, or who knows if others will be harmed." Hui Fei nodded. "Noble Consort Rong is right. Your Majesty, have you found anything yet?" Hearing their rough voices, which sounded even worse when they tried to speak softly, Zhang Qingyan felt even more annoyed. His mood was already bad. "I've just arrived here. Don't stand around. Get out. Your Majesty, I am responsible for the affairs of the harem now. I must stay and find the murderer. I will punish them severely." Jean Wega looked proud as she glared at the other consorts. "As for you, hurry and leave." White Wudong's weak cough immediately drew everyone's attention. Jean Wega's eyes widened. "Wait, Your Majesty, this beautiful woman is the prime suspect. She had a conflict with Lady Gao before. I arrived just in time. Otherwise, they might have started fighting. It's clear that White Wudong bears a grudge, which is why she attacked Lady Gao in the middle of the night. Furthermore, the palace is patrolled at night. If someone from another palace came over, it would be noticed. Only someone living in the same hall as her, White Wudong, had the chance. Your Majesty, I suggest we send her and the palace maids from Lianxin Pavilion to the Justice Department for a strict interrogation. We will find out the truth." White Wudong, weak and trembling, knelt on the ground. "Noble consort, I did not kill Lady Gao." She bit her lip, her body trembling uncontrollably. "My maids can testify that I was resting last night." Jean Wega snorted coldly. "Those are your servants. Of course they will defend you. What are you doing in the backyard of Lianxin Pavilion early in the morning? It's obvious you're trying to cover your tracks, playing tricks under the cover of darkness." White Wudong's voice choked with tears. "Every morning I pick flowers. It's not just my maidservants. Other palace women in Lianxin Pavilion can also testify. The backyard is deserted, but there are still many flowers. I just wanted to pick some. I never expected to see Lady Gao." She dared not continue. Lianxin, nearby, hurriedly knelt down. "Noble consort, I can testify. You pick flowers every day, and I swear it's true. You are so weak, not even half as strong as Lady Gao. How could you have killed her?" Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lady Gao was the heaviest woman in the entire palace, probably weighing around 200 jin. White Wudong looked as if she weighed no more than 100 jin. How could she have fought with Lady Gao? Jean Wega raised her chin. "Maybe you all conspired to kill her. Anyway, White Wudong is the main suspect. Everyone in the palace knows. She's the only one who's never been favored. Perhaps she resented Lady Gao and took this opportunity to strike." Zhang Qingyan's gaze fell on White Wudong. She was so delicate and weak. She couldn't possibly be the murderer. "Enough. Lin Sheng, have you found anything?" Lin Sheng, a sword-bearing guard close to him, was quite capable in investigations. Though only in his early 20s, he was already very experienced. "Your Majesty, I have checked the backyard and the main hall and found a footprint," he said, kneeling again beside the print. "Since it's near the pond, the soil here is very wet, so the footprint is very clear. I think the culprit was probably carrying the beautiful lady on one shoulder, which is why the footprint shows a deeper side and a lighter side. If she was carrying her, the weight of the footprint would be at the front. If she was holding her, the weight would be at the back." Zhang Qingyan nodded. "Continue." "Yes, I guess the attacker weighs about the same as the beautiful lady, so it's likely a woman. Besides guards, few men in the palace weigh as much as her. Also, this person often does physical work, which gives her strength. Normally, an ordinary person could lift her, but they wouldn't be able to walk so far. Additionally, at the main hall, I found a whistle at the door. It was used to hide sleeping powder. When blown gently, it disperses the powder into the air, which is why the palace staff inside didn't notice anything. Also, the beautiful lady had mud in her nose and mouth, indicating she was drowned alive. Even Lin Sheng said this, so Jean Wega couldn't argue. but she didn't want to lose face. So, the culprit isn't the white beauty, but she might not be innocent either. She raised an eyebrow at Bai Wudong. White beauty, someone died last night. It must have caused a lot of noise. Why didn't your people hear anything? Don't tell me you were also knocked out. Little Ningzi immediately knelt and said, Your Grace, I slept outside yesterday and didn't hear anything. Little Ningzi was Wang Dekai's man. When he said this, Wang Dekai believed him. He truly hadn't heard anything. He had only been here for a day, so he wouldn't lie just for Bai Wudong. Zhang Qingyan frowned. Your Grace, there's no need for you to speak about finding the culprit. You all can go back now. If they didn't leave soon, the backyard would be full. Moreover, the princesses all had different perfumes on them, making people dizzy and nauseous. Jean Weiga forced a smile. She wanted to show her determination to the emperor, but instead, she lost face. Your Majesty, I will take my leave now. She turned around, her face suddenly cold. The former emperor never treated her poorly in front of others, but now he kept dismissing her again and again. No, I must find the charming lady from that day. Let's see who dares to the emperor. Jiayu, observing the situation, knew that Jean Weiga was angry. She whispered, Your Majesty, isn't today a good time? Even if we don't use the Empress Dowager's birthday as an excuse, we can see the pouches they are wearing. In the palace, women are often a bit plump and wear pouches filled with fragrant herbs to hide their body scent. Today is no different. Jean Weiga's eyes lit up. You're right. Let's go see whose pouch has the same stitches as that day. Yes, Jiayu hurried to the side, secretly watching the concubine's pouches. But after looking around, none of them looked similar. Could it be not among these women? What happened? A figure approached calmly. When Chuyun, pretending to be unaware, was helped by palace maids to the door of Lanxin Pavilion. Jiayu's pupils shrank, her gaze fixed on her waist. That was the pink lotus-embroidered pouch she was looking for. Bai Wudong had regained some strength. Supported by Lianxin and Chana, she headed toward the side hall. Zhang Qingyan felt a bit distressed, but since there were many outsiders here, he had to maintain his royal dignity. He only glanced and then turned away. Keep investigating. No matter what, we must find the culprit. Gao Jingwan, the daughter of the left chancellor, was determined to give an explanation. Your Majesty, what is this? Wang Dezai carefully picked up a long-shaped amulet from the ground, wrapped in cloth, clearly cherished by its owner. The cloth was embroidered with a cute white raccoon doll with lively eyes. After a moment of eye contact, it seemed almost alive. Zhang Qingyan took it, and a faint fragrance wafted over. The scent was so familiar. Looking at the raccoon doll, he had a guess in his mind. It was probably left by Marin, who had just knelt here. Zhang Qingyan stored it away. Let's go. The rest of the matter will be handled by the Imperial Forest Army. Wang Dezai bowed. Yes. Bai Wudong picked up a bronze mirror and began to draw her eyebrows. Lianxin stepped forward. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Lady Gao just left. If you put on makeup now, others might see. This isn't makeup. White Wudong put down the blue inkstone. Her originally pale face, highlighted by her features, looked even more transparent, almost more beautiful in a delicate, sickly way than before. You stay here, I'll go see Gao Marin. Sigh. Her maid is about to cry her eyes out. When White Wudong arrived, Bai Yun, Gao Jingwan's maid, was crying uncontrollably. She clutched tightly to the jewelry she always wore, her eyes full of sadness. Although Gao Jingwan was arrogant and bossy, she treated this childhood maid well. Their relationship was very close, almost like sisters, apart from their different statuses. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, it's my fault. If I hadn't stayed up so late last night, you wouldn't have had trouble. Bai Yun was lying on the bed, nearly fainting from her pain. Suddenly, Bai Yun looked up at the door, saw White Wudong, and glared with anger. What are you here for? It's not me who harmed Gao Marin. She doesn't like me, but I don't dislike her. In fact, I envy her, her good figure, her many children. If today hadn't happened, she might have been able to have a child of the dragon. White Wudong stepped forward and handed her a handkerchief. You know, I don't have any bad feelings toward your mistress. I've never caused her trouble. Although Consort Roan keeps calling me the culprit, the Imperial Guard has investigated thoroughly, and it's impossible that I did it. Bai Yun's hostility lessened a little, but she still didn't take the handkerchief. White Wudong didn't insist. I live with your mistress, and I feel sadness and fear. Who knows, maybe the next person to die will be me. I thought this palace, full of schemes and plots, wouldn't openly harm people, but I was wrong. Her words were sincere, and Bai Yun finally lowered her guard. Your Majesty, you should be more careful. White Wudong sighed. I just don't know where you all will go in the future. If your mistress is kind, she might suffer less. Bai Yun was overwhelmed with sadness. She had already entered the palace. There was no way out now. Today, Gao Jingwan died. She was probably going to report to the inner office and be sent elsewhere. She was originally from Lanxin Pavilion. Even if her mistress died and she was sent somewhere else, she wouldn't be well treated. Life ahead would surely be hard. Oh, is there only you here? What about the other maids and eunuchs? Upon hearing Bai Wudong's reminder, Bai Yun finally realized that someone was missing. These two, those people, probably ran off as soon as their master died, eager to escape. Bai Wudong stood up at the right moment. I was just here to check, now I'll leave. After she left, Bai Yun immediately went to look for Meng Dong. Not far away, she saw a small pouch on the ground. It was Meng Dong's. When she opened it, she found a token inside. It was the token of the Yao Guang Palace. How could she have this? Bai Yun trembled as she thought of the scene where Gao Jingwan cursed the noble consort. At that time, Meng Dong was right there.
The token fell to the ground.
Bai Yun was so frightened she turned and ran away. If Meng Dong really was the noble consort's person, she would have definitely passed on what her master said that day. Maybe the noble consort was the one who caused her death. No wonder the noble consort kept saying that Bai Marin was the culprit. She was trying to frame someone. Not long after, Bai Wudong appeared from the nearby flower bushes. She picked up the token, put it back into the pouch, and hid it in the grass nearby, not obvious, but easy to find again. Although Bai Yun was just a maid, she was very loyal. She might come in handy. Meng Dong knelt on the ground. Your Highness, I really didn't mean to harm Gao Marin. I didn't have a chance to do anything last night. Someone else must have done it. Jean Weiga knew she was telling the truth. Then who else could it be? Jia Yu whispered nearby. Maybe it's the new maidens. Gao Jingwan looks most pregnant, and even the Empress Dowager favors her. She keeps having the Emperor check her status. The Emperor has visited your Highness less often. And when Chuyun, she pretended not to know anything when she came earlier. With such a big fuss, she's right there in Tianqiang Garden. She must know what's going on. Hearing Wen Chuyun's name, Jean Weiga's face twisted with anger. She clenched her handkerchief and tore it apart. That woman! How dare she's secretly the Emperor? Whoever it is, I'll make her the culprit. Jia Yu nodded and looked at Meng Dong. You'd better go back quickly. This is a critical moment. If anyone finds out you came to Yaoguang Palace, it might implicate your Highness. Meng Dong kowtowed and hurried away. Halfway there, she suddenly realized her pouch was missing. Her face changed drastically. She looked around in panic, searching everywhere. There is a token from the Light of Shaking Light Palace inside. The purse is embroidered with her craftsmanship, and anyone familiar with her would recognize it immediately. If someone else finds it, it could cause trouble. She hurriedly paced back and forth on the road. After half an hour, she finally found the purse in the grass. When she opened it, everything inside was still there. She let out a deep breath and quickly put the token away. Then she hurried back to Lanxin Pavilion. Biyun was standing at the door, her eyes cold. Meng Dong, where have you been? The Empress just had an incident, and you're not here feeling sad for her. Instead, you disappeared. People in this palace won't want someone like you in the future. Meng Dong considered herself a favored consort's maid and looked down on maids like Biyun. I went out to do something for the Empress. I found someone I know in the inner office and asked her to bring some white cloth. You're loyal, but I haven't seen you do anything. She turned to leave and entered Gao Jingwan's room. She pretended to help tidy up but secretly took a hairpin and earrings, hiding them under her wide sleeves. When she looked back, she saw Biyun standing at the door, staring at her with bloodshot eyes.
You.
How can you walk so quietly? What are you doing? Meng Dong felt a bit guilty and clenched her sleeve. I'm here to clean. Look at how messy you made this place. The Empress loved cleanliness, so she definitely wouldn't like this. She puffed out her chest and raised her head, pushing past Biyun. The Empress is gone, but that doesn't mean you can slack off. Biyun didn't speak. She just stared at her back, her eyes red. You're so sneaky. It must be you who caused the Empress's death. Longxin Pavilion was quiet and peaceful. The main hall's lights had been turned off early, with no sign of any glow. In the afternoon, the inner office sent over some white cloth. Biyun and Meng Dong quickly cut and hung it at the door of the hall. They didn't hang too many, just 2 or 3 pieces. Since the lady had just died, no one would say anything about their actions. Even the officials from the inner office would turn a blind eye. As long as they didn't make a big fuss, even the emperor wouldn't criticize them too harshly. The weather was still warm at the end of September, but the evening breeze carried a slight chill. The white cloth fluttered in the wind, under the moonlight, looking like a shadow. A slender figure ran into the backyard, panicked, searching for something. Who's there? A long sword was drawn, its aura powerful and commanding. The figure trembled with fear and took 2 quick steps back, leaning against the cold, fake mountain. I, fair lady Bai. Lin Sheng sheathed his sword, though he still tightly held the hilt. It's so late. Why are you here instead of sleeping? I came to look for something. Bai Wudong bit her lip, looking at him nervously. Today was so chaotic, I lost my lucky charm. It was a gift from my parents. I don't live at home, so I rely on that charm to sleep peacefully. She took a brave step forward, her eyes shining like the bright moon. Lord Lin, could you please help me find it? Lin Sheng's heart beat faster at her gaze. This beautiful lady was truly attractive. Though slender, she was graceful and charming, with a unique beauty. Having worked in the palace for many years, he had seen many women, all elegant and well-rounded, but she was so different. Lord Lin, can you help me? Bai Wudong bit her lip, lowering her head slightly, almost on the verge of tears. As she blinked, tears rolled down her cheeks. His heart skipped a beat. He cleared his throat.
All right.
I remember the emperor, when he left, seemed to have picked up a lucky charm. But it's late now, and the emperor is probably already resting. But I appeared here today. Shouldn't you report this to the emperor? She asked anxiously. Lin Sheng touched his nose. Technically, he should do so. This was the place where the beautiful lady had died. Anyone who came here could be suspicious. All right, I'll go find Wang Gonggong. You should go back now, he said, turning to leave quickly. Wait, I want to go with you. Bai Wudong hurriedly followed, but accidentally twisted her ankle. She cried out in pain. Ah. Lin Sheng almost instinctively turned around and grabbed her sleeve to stop her from falling. Using his strength, she steadied herself, her brows furrowing. Lord Lin, I've twisted my ankle. Most people would scold her immediately, but facing such a delicate lady, he couldn't bring himself to say harsh words. Instead, he said, go back first. It's not safe here. I'll let you know if I find anything. All right. Thank you, Lord Lin. Bai Wudong tried to walk a few steps but winced in pain, her face tight with discomfort. She looked at him helplessly, seeking help. Normally, as the emperor's consort, no man should come near her. Seeing her in pain and begging, Lin felt a bit of compassion. Lord Lin, please take me back. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. There are no outsiders here now. All right then, Lin extended his arm, and Bai Wudong leaned on it as they returned to the side hall. By now, the palace servants were already asleep, and everything was quiet. Thank you, Lord Lin, Bai Wudong said, leaning against the doorframe with a smile on her face. Lord Lin, I will wait here for you. Bai Wudong had let go of her injured foot, which was just an excuse to get the emperor to come. Now that the southern border was tense, the emperor probably hadn't rested yet. If he came tonight, it meant she was more important in his mind. If he didn't come, She might need to use a stronger approach. Lin quickly arrived at the Palace of Restful Heart. Seeing the candles still burning inside, he felt unexpectedly relieved and hurried forward. Grandpa Wang Dekai was dozing off. When he heard someone speaking, he was startled awake and quickly sat up straight. Lord Lin, why are you here? I just met Lady Bai. She said her talisman fell. I remember the Emperor picked up one too. Just a talisman, and he came all this way so late? Wang Dekai's gaze made Lin feel a bit awkward. He quickly explained, Grandpa Wang, I came because Lady Bai went to the place where Lady Gao died. She said she couldn't sleep without her talisman. Since she's one of the Emperor's people, I thought I should ask about it to avoid any trouble. Wang Dekai then stopped probing and nodded.
I see.
The Emperor did find a talisman. You should take it to Lady Bai. By the way, Lady Bai twisted her ankle. Do you think we should find a female doctor to check her? Wang Dekai had already turned around, but upon hearing this, he immediately looked back. Why was Lord Lin so concerned about Lady Bai, even suggesting to find a female doctor? I will ask the Emperor about this. Please wait here a moment, he said, bowing and pushing open the door. Your Majesty, Zhang Chengyan was still studying military strategies, looking for a way out. Hearing this, he raised his eyelids slightly. What is it? Lord Lin has arrived, saying Lady Bai is looking for her talisman and accidentally twisted her ankle. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Bai Wudong took a deep breath, as if gathering courage, and gently kissed his lips. That's not enough. The kiss deepened further. Bai Wudong widened his eyes and, as Zhang Qingyan turned his head to taste, his gaze happened to fall on Lin Sheng. He did not look down but was surprised by what he saw. Their eyes met. Lin Sheng suddenly woke up and immediately looked down. As a guard close to the Emperor, he knew a lot about the Emperor. He had never seen the Emperor behave so intimately with a consort in public. Even with the most favored consort Rong, the Emperor had never been so close in front of others. This beautiful woman truly received special treatment from the Emperor. He wondered how much time had passed. Finally, Zhang Qingyan let go of Bai Wudong. His eyes darkened as he touched her swollen lips. Indeed delicate. Before Bai Wudong could speak, he suddenly picked her up. Wang Ditsai, stay outside, and don't let anyone come near. Don't tell anyone about today's matter. Wang Ditsai's eyes widened. Was the Emperor going to favor Bai Marin? This was so sudden. It completely broke the rules. But the Emperor was known to be decisive, and only the Empress Dowager could persuade him. Yes, I understand, Your Majesty. Bai Wudong tightly held onto Zhang Qingyan's sleeve and quietly took back her talisman. Inside was indeed a charm, soaked in special herbs that could evoke the most primal desires in a person's heart. What she wanted was for the Emperor to be obsessed with her body. The more he couldn't have her, the more he would crave her. But now was not the best time. She planned to make the Emperor fully on her side on the night Consort Rong served him. Once she started, even if the Emperor saw Consort Rong later, he would think of her. Your Majesty, Bai Wudong pointed at the pond.
There was a light just now.
Could there be something there? Zhang Qingyan didn't want to bother with it, but Bai Wudong seemed genuinely scared. I keep thinking about Lady Gao. Lin Sheng suddenly leapt into the air, lightly touching the water with his toes, and quickly grabbed the glowing object. It was hidden between two lotus leaves. Without the moonlight shining on it, it was hard to see. Your Majesty, this is an earring. Your Majesty, could it be left by the culprit? The white Wudong tightly grasped his clothes. Your Majesty, I also wish for your favor, but I don't want to delay your important work. I have always been here, waiting for you. Zhang Qingyan held back, knowing now is not the right time. He put down the beauty in his arms. Lin Sheng, bring the things over. Lin Sheng stepped forward and presented them with both hands. It was an earring with a jade pendant, surrounded by a circle of tiny green leaves. Although small, it was very delicate. Zhang Qingyan immediately recognized it as Su Pin's belonging. About 2 months ago, Su Pin served the Emperor, and he had gifted her this pair of jade earrings. His expression turned cold. Call Su Pin here. Half an hour later. Su Pin hurried over. She wore a lotus-colored long dress, her hair neatly pinned, her face made up, looking far from someone who had just woken up. Instead, it seemed she had been waiting for this moment all along. Bai Wudong watched her quietly from behind the flowers. She smiled softly and bowed. "Your Majesty, I have seen you. Su Pin." "How do you explain this?" Zhang Qingyan revealed the jade earring. "I remember clearly that I gifted this to you that day." Su Pin was not very favored in the harem. Serving the emperor once a month was considered good. This was probably the only gift he had truly given her. Her face changed slightly. She bowed again. "Your Majesty, this is indeed my belonging. But it was lost a few days ago. I looked everywhere, but couldn't find it. I don't know how it ended up here. When Your Majesty gifted it to me, I wore it every day." Most of the women in the harem knew this. Perhaps someone deliberately stole such an obvious item to frame me. Zhang Qingyan looked at her steadily. "That makes sense." Lin Sheng, take the 2 palace maids around her to the censorate. Personal belongings can be lost, but it usually means someone close to her is dishonest. "Madam," the 2 palace maids' faces changed drastically. They knelt in fear. "Your Majesty, I am loyal to Madam. I would never steal." They kept kowtowing, their foreheads soon bleeding. No matter if they were innocent or not. Once inside the censorate, there was no way out unscathed. Losing limbs was considered lucky. Over the years, 5 palace maids had been sent to the censorate, and none of them had survived. Lin Sheng was unrelenting. He called his men, planning to drag them away immediately. "Madam, please save us. Your Majesty, I do not want to die. I have never stolen anything from you." A loud, heartbreaking cry echoes through Lanxin Pavilion. Consort Su clenches her fists and kneels on the ground. "Your Majesty, I am innocent. I killed Lady Gao." The crying suddenly stops. The 2 palace maids stand frozen in place, then slowly come back to their senses. "Madam, you didn't kill Lady Gao. Your Majesty, the Empress is innocent." "She definitely did not kill Lady Gao. Please don't blame her for this false charge." Consort Su looks at Zhang Qingyan with a sorrowful expression. "Your Majesty, I am the one who killed Lady Gao. I have trained in martial arts since I was young and am very strong. Last night, after taking a sleeping potion, I went to take Lady Gao away. I brought her to this pond and drowned her alive." She points to the pond where Lady Gao's body was found. "It was right here. I pressed her head down and held it for a long time, until I finally let go." "Enough." Zhang Qingyan's body radiates coldness. "Why did you kill Lady Gao?" Consort Su had been with him since he was in the palace, and had never done anything out of line. How could she suddenly commit such a cruel act? She gives a tragic smile, reaching out to touch Zhang Qingyan, but quickly withdraws her hand. Her eyes are filled with deep emotion. "Your Majesty, I understand why you favor noble consort Rong and Hui Fei. They have been with you from the beginning, coming from the palace. But what kind of person is Gao Jingwan? Why does she deserve to carry the emperor's child? If she truly has, she would be the first royal heir of Dazhong. The emperor might favor her even more. And what about me? What am I? For the past 7 years, I have been with noble consort Rong. I know I am not as good as her. But now, with Lady Gao here, I can't see a future. I can't see it at all." She collapses to the ground, crying bitterly. Zhang Qingyan's expression is complicated. "For your own selfish reasons, you killed Lady Gao." Behind him, Wang Dicai steps forward and whispers, "Your Majesty, Consort Su is a devout Buddhist. She hasn't eaten meat or taken life since 3 years ago." The other consorts who entered the palace last year were also favored. Why was it specifically Lady Gao? Zhang Qingyan's pupils suddenly constrict. He grabs Consort Su's collar. "You believe in Buddhism, so how could you kill someone?
Tell me.
Why did you kill Lady Gao?" Consort Su no longer speaks. She silently sheds tears. White Wudong can be sure that Consort Su is definitely not the murderer. She saw clearly that night. It was an old maid, and she still smelled of medicinal herbs. Consort Su's body was already infused with the scent of incense, and simply changing clothes and applying perfume couldn't fully hide it. Her keen servant's nose would have noticed. Zhang Qingyan saw she wouldn't speak and gave a cold smile, releasing her hand. Order has been issued. Consort Su is to be executed for killing Lady Gao. Her crime warrants death, but since she has served for many years, only her mother will be buried with her. Consort Su suddenly looked up. Your Majesty, I am the one who did it. Why must my mother also be punished? Because she raised someone with such a cruel heart. If she lives, your siblings might become like you. Marry a good wife, but since she is unworthy, she will be buried with you. Consort Su clenched her teeth and suddenly kowtowed, no longer hiding anything. Your Majesty, it was Empress Rong who ordered me to do this. I swear it's all true. Zhang Qingyan's body tensed. White Wudong was equally shocked. Consort Su actually said it was Jin Weiga who did it? She had previously asked Biyun to find out Meng Dong's identity, just to frame Jin Weiga. She and Gao Jingwan were old acquaintances, with good family ties. Even if Gao Jingwan spoke ill of her behind her back, Jin Weiga's personality wouldn't allow her to kill out of anger. Gao Jingwan was not a cat or dog. She was the emperor's consort. Jin Weiga was not foolish. She must have known Gao Jingwan was still useful. Gao Jingwan was so clueless that she could be easily used as a sharp tool. Why kill her directly? Making a big fuss would only cause trouble and leave evidence. It was simply not profitable.
Consort Su sốc bét un con tô làng, det ten cao tình.
Your Majesty, I will say everything. Please spare my mother. I am willing to die, but my mother is innocent. She is a good person. I was blinded by greed. Zhang Qingyan came back to his senses, his jaw tightening. Speak. 2 days ago, Empress Rong came to me and asked me to kill the most likely pregnant Lady Gao. She promised to help protect my father. I had no choice but to agree and take the risk. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyan believed her mostly. The crime your father committed, no matter if it's Empress Rong or even the Empress Dowager, won't help. Lin Sheng, call Empress Rong here. Over the past few years, Consort Su has been following Empress Rong everywhere, always listening to her and showing her loyalty. This made her involvement seem more believable. Bai Wudong stayed silent, standing quietly in a corner, watching Su Pin closely. The palace servants in Lanxing Pavilion had already been awakened by the crying and shouting, but seeing the emperor nearby, they dared not approach. They only looked on secretly. It was now the hour of high, around 10 to 12 p.m. Before anyone arrived, the sound reached them first. Your Majesty, it's so late. You haven't gone to bed yet. Jin Weiga had dressed up specially, but not as grand as during the day, making her look fresh and neat. Have you found the real culprit? Zhang Qingyan's eyes were deep and cold. Consort Rong, Su Pin says you're the murderer. Jin Weiga froze in place. After a moment, she snapped out of it, furious and almost stomping her foot. Nonsense. How could I be the murderer? She looked sharply at Su Pin on the ground, wishing she could tear her apart. Su Pin, who gave you the courage to frame me? Su Pin lifted her head fearlessly and stared back. Consort Rong, it was you who told me to kill Gao Marin. You said you would protect my father if I did. I didn't, Jin Weiga shouted. You woman, you killed someone and still dared to drag me into this. Guards, slap her. Zhang Qingyan frowned in displeasure. I am here. Do you think you can hit her? Jin Weiga's face suddenly changed from fierce to pitiful. Your Majesty, I really didn't kill Gao Marin. I've always thought of you. If Gao Marin could bear a child for the dragon, I would be happy. Why would I kill her? I may be jealous, but I understand the importance of this matter. Su Pin suddenly laughed, her laughter growing louder. Consort Rong, you're not afraid of heaven and earth. You're so jealous that you won't allow other women in the palace to get pregnant. Any woman who is pregnant like you is either harmed by you and can never conceive again, or framed and lost favor. Your only child is probably the result of your many evil deeds, and that's why you can't keep him. Shut up. Stay quiet, Jin Weiga yelled, losing her temper. She suddenly slapped Su Pin hard across the face. She didn't make a sound, but her eyes showed her anger. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill your whole family. Su Pin collapsed to the ground, exhausted and silent, no longer speaking. Zhang Qingyan disliked women acting so wild and crazy. Quickly, pull apart the Empress consort. Ji Yu and the other woman immediately stepped forward, pulling Jean Wega aside. Your Majesty, please don't upset yourself. How can I not be angry? That despicable woman is framing me. Your Majesty, I didn't kill Lady Gao, I swear. In the darkness, a figure suddenly rushed out. Biyun knelt before Zhang Qingyan, pounding her head hard. Your Majesty, I can testify that the Empress consort is guilty of harming Lady Zhang. She lifted her bloodied face. A few days ago, another palace, made of Lady Zhang's, broke her leg. She was brought back from the inner court and called Meng Dong. She is actually loyal to the Empress consort. That day, Lady Zhang was in a bad mood and secretly said some things about the Empress consort. Meng Dong told her everything, which led to her being harmed. Biyun continued to kowtow. Please, Your Majesty, seek justice for Lady Zhang. Although she spoke disrespectfully earlier, it was just a few private words. She shouldn't be sentenced to death. Please, Your Majesty, do justice for her. Jean Wega looked at the new arrivals, finally feeling panicked. Your Majesty, I didn't do it. They must be all manipulated and framing me. Biyun suddenly turned her head. She dared to come out today because she didn't plan to return alive. Anyway, life wouldn't be easy afterward. Why not seek justice for Lady Zhang? Do you dare say Meng Dong isn't your person? Your Majesty, if we interrogate her properly, she will surely confess. She also has a pouch containing the token of the Yaoguang Palace. Zhang Qingyan signaled Lin Sheng, who understood immediately and quickly brought the person over. Meng Dong had been secretly watching. Seeing the Empress consort being framed, she was already terrified. Now she trembled all over with fear. Biyun scrambled to her, searching for the pouch but couldn't find it. Where is the pouch? Where did you put it? Lin Sheng's men arrived. Your Majesty, a pouch was found at the spot where Meng Dong was standing earlier. The pouch still had some dirt on it, indicating it was hidden in a hurry, but was eventually uncovered. When opened, it indeed contained the token of the Yaoguang Palace. Zhang Qingyan's gaze turned cold. He raised his hand and slammed the token down at Jean Wega's feet. Do you have anything else to say? Your Majesty, think carefully before you speak. Zhang Qingyan's face was expressionless, but he was truly angry. Once, the person he loved most was cruel enough to kill and harm others. Jean Wega knelt on the ground. Meng Dong is indeed my servant, but I absolutely did not kill Lady Gao. Biyun thought about Lady Gao's tragic death, crying out, how did Consort Su get into Lianxin Pavilion?
Why does she know so much about it?
She has never stepped inside Lianxin Pavilion. There must be an inside helper. Meng Dong is the Emperor's close maid. She must have first drugged us, then colluded with Consort Su to kill Lady Gao. Your Majesty, please do justice for Lady Gao. She only entered the palace half a month ago and suddenly died. How sad. Lady Gao was not even pregnant with the dragon heir, yet she was killed. In the future, if anyone in the harem gets pregnant, unless they are noble consort Rong, they might all be killed. The crying and accusations kept coming. Zhang Qingyan stood quietly in place. His voice was cold. Enough. All of you, shut up. The Lianxin Pavilion instantly fell silent. Jean Wega dared not speak, only looking at him pitifully. Although Zhang Qingyan had only been emperor for a few years, he was ruthless enough to make everyone fear him except the Empress Dowager. Bai Yun, Meng Dong, take them away and give them poisoned wine. Consort Su, give her a white silk ribbon. Considering that noble Consort Rong has followed me for a long time and once carried the dragon heir, she is to be confined and not allowed to leave without imperial decree. From today, the matter of Lady Gao is to be completely settled. No one is allowed to mention it again. Bai Yun and Meng Dong were dragged away. Consort Su was directly locked in the shed behind the back garden of Lianxin Pavilion. As for Jean Wega, she changed from her previous panic and looked proud. Look at her, still the emperor's favorite consort. Even with all evidence pointing to her, even if someone framed her, she was only confined. Bai Wudong leaned against the eaves pillar, clenching her fists tightly, recalling the bitter sweetness she had just swallowed. Jean Weiga was truly the emperor's favorite, to such an extent that he still treated her lightly. In fact, to protect her reputation, they even executed Bai Yun and Meng Dong. Bai Yun was so innocent, and Meng Dong, though at fault, did not kill Lady Gao. Yet, she met her end in death. The most ruthless royal family. Today, Bai Wudong truly saw it. Zhang Chengyan was in a terrible mood and left with a flick of a sleeve. In an instant, Lianxin Pavilion was completely silent. Lianxin hurried over and said, "Your Majesty, go back now." Yes, she noticed Bai Wudong was in a bad mood and helped her up. "Your Majesty, don't worry. Since the real killer has been found, be more careful in the future and there shouldn't be any more trouble. But the Emperor is too fond of noble consort Rong. Even when it comes to killing, he is very lenient. So, Your Majesty, please be careful not to provoke her." Bai Wudong didn't want to say much. She returned to the side hall, took the remaining pastries from today, and then went to the wood storage in the backyard. Lin Sheng was holding a white silk ribbon, about to enter. Master Lin, Bai Wudong, supported by Lianxin, arrived at the door of the wood storage. "May I go in to see Su Fei off? I grew up in a Taoist temple. Su Fei believes in Buddhism, so we are like family. I brought some pastries, at least to give her a sweet taste before her journey, so she won't go hungry." Since Su Fei was definitely going to die, and the Emperor favored Bai Marin so much, it was no big deal to do her a favor. "Please, Your Majesty." Lin respectfully stepped aside. "Thank you, Master Lin." Bai Wudong told Lianxin to wait at the door and went into the wood storage alone. The room was dark and damp. Only a small candle flickered faintly. Su Fei leaned against the firewood pile, looking calm. When she heard the noise, she looked up and slightly raised her eyebrows. "Are you Bai Marin?" "Yes, it's me." Bai Wudong put down her basket and took out the pastries. "Eat something before you leave." Su Fei gave a bitter smile. "I didn't expect the person to see me off would be you. We've never met before. Why are you so kind? Or is it because noble consort Rong asked you to come?" Bai Wudong shook her head. "Not her. My grudge with noble consort Rong is deadly." Su Fei hesitated as she reached for the pastries. "What are you talking about? I hate noble consort Rong with all my heart. I came to the palace to kill her. I don't know why you framed noble consort Rong, but I can see you truly hate her. An enemy's enemy is a friend, so I came to see you off for the last time." Su Fei stared at Bai Wudong and shook her head. "You're just a little beauty. How can you deal with noble consort Rong? Today's matter is so big. The Emperor still chose to settle everything peacefully because of her. If you want to kill her, it's as hard as climbing a mountain. Better think about how to save yourself. Otherwise, if you can't defeat noble consort Rong, you'll end up getting caught yourself." Bai Wudong was not angry. "You didn't speak today, showing you didn't know anything. When the Emperor threatened your mother, you only mentioned noble consort Rong to make it seem more believable. Your father's situation probably wasn't resolved because noble consort Rong agreed to help, but because others did. The truth is mixed, which is why people believe it. The earrings you dropped were also on purpose, to let the Emperor find you. From the moment you entered Lianxin Pavilion, I saw you had given up hope. I don't know what your father did, but I think it might have endangered your family. You used your own death to protect them. You're a good daughter." Bai Wudong looked at her, not just to gather information but also to sincerely see her off. As a daughter, she was willing to give her life for her parents. She thought of herself, her father and mother died just so she could live. How similar they were. Su Pin picked up a pastry and took a gentle bite. The sweet taste spread in her mouth. "Beauty Bai, you're very clever." "That's true. You're here to see me off, so I won't die of hunger on the way." "I'll thank you for that." She leaned in and whispered, "In the palace, no one can be trusted. Even those who seem harmless are secretly more vicious. Especially those who entered early. They fight fiercely in the palace. Noble consort Rong's child isn't something she can keep." Su Pin took off her fragrant pouch and handed it to Bai Wudong. Thank you. You can go now. Bai Wudong left the wooden hut. Lin Xing nodded and handed her a white silk cloth. The breathing sound grew slower until it finally stopped. Lien Xian helped her up. Your Majesty, let's go. Okay, Bai Wudong looked up at the sky. Humans are just as fragile. Just this small white silk cloth could take her life. That night, she was destined to not sleep. The palace remained peaceful as usual. It was as if the deaths of Gao Jingwan and Su Pin were just minor matters, easily forgotten. After washing up, Bai Wudong went to the courtyard. The main hall was empty. Only 2 white cloths fluttered in the wind. Xiao Ning hurried over. Your Majesty, Wang Gonggong is here. He said there's a decree. Bai Wudong stood up and went to the door to greet him. Wang Detsai smiled. Your Majesty, no need to be so formal. Please listen to the decree. By imperial decree, the Lanqin Pavilion has experienced a series of unfortunate events, which is very unlucky. The White Beauty was frightened, and I am very worried. I order her to move to Shuaqiong Garden. So it is decided. The servant replies, Your Majesty's command. Bai Wudong stands up and tells Lianxin to hand over a bunch of golden leaves. Wang Ditsai laughs happily. Your Highness, you are too polite. Shuaqiong Garden is a wonderful place, quiet and recently renovated last year. Now only you live there. I have already sent people to clean it. If you need anything, just send someone to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. He waves to call other eunuchs, who bring a tray covered with red cloth. The emperor is worried you might be frightened, so he specially sent a gift. Your good days are still ahead. Bai Wudong accepts the items, sends Wang Ditsai away, and begins preparing to move out of Lanqin Pavilion. Lianxin smiles happily, as if celebrating the new year. Your Highness, this is wonderful. We are finally leaving. Just thinking about Gao Marin dying here, I couldn't sleep well last night. I even had a nightmare. They don't have many belongings, just some flower oils, clothes, and jewelry made by Bai Wudong. Lianxin and Chana quickly pack up, helping Bai Wudong to Shuaqiong Garden. As they step out of Lanqin Pavilion, they see Wen Qian standing at the gate of Tianxiang Garden. Sister Wudong, congratulations. Now it's like a blessing in disguise. Shuaqiong Garden is an official palace residence for concubines. Normally, only promoted to Jiaoyi can move in. Bai Wudong pretends not to notice her jealousy. Such good fortune, sister. You don't want it, but since the emperor has issued the decree, we have to go. Luckily, Shuaqiong Garden isn't far. Sister Wen, if you have time, you're welcome to visit. She gives Lianxin a meaningful look. Lianxin understands immediately, almost dropping what she's holding. Your Highness, these things are too heavy for me to carry. Then let's go quickly. Sister Wen, with so much stuff, we won't have time to chat. Wen Qian smiles. Sister Wudong, go ahead. Once her graceful figure disappears, Bai Wudong can no longer keep her smile. Her face darkens suddenly, and she pushes away Cui Wei. A beauty who's not even favored, yet can actually move into Shuaqiong Garden? Cui Wei carefully said, Your Majesty, if neither Lady Gao nor Consort Su had died there, it would be very unlucky. How could Lady Bai get such an opportunity? Please rest assured, she won't become a serious threat. Wen Qian thought about the purse and smiled coldly. You're right. She will probably die very soon. Unlike Lanqin Pavilion, this place is very large. The main hall not only has many rooms, but also a separate courtyard with artificial mountains, small bridges, and flowing water. Beautiful scenery. Lien Xian and Chan Er put down their things and prepared to clean. Your Majesty, this place is very clean. It seems the inner court servants have finished cleaning. Bai Wu Tong sat on the bed in the main hall. In that case, there's no need to clean. Let's see what the emperor has rewarded us. Lien Xian happily fetched the items. Your Majesty rewarded us with embroidered silk. The pattern looks much better than that of Lady Gao. Oh, and there's a golden-laid jade hairpin. It's very beautiful. She took out each gift, all of high quality. Most were jewelry and fabrics, in colors like white jade or pink blue. Each one suited her very well. Lien Xian held the fabric. Your Majesty, this color will look stunning on you. Should I go to the inner court to find someone to make a dress? No need, Bai Wu Tong replied, knowing she couldn't reveal herself now. The rewards included some private gifts from the emperor. If exposed, it would surely cause jealousy among the other consorts. Send that Zhang silk to the inner court to make a dress, Lian Xian pouted. That Zhang silk doesn't match your status at all. Although she had some small thoughts, she was obedient and went to do as told. News of Bai Wu Tong sending the Zhang silk quickly spread to all the palaces. The Empress Dowager stroked Fu Bao. This Bai Beauty has a lovely face. I thought the emperor was moved when he changed her residence, but he only rewarded her with Zhang silk. It's not that impressive. Still, I should comfort her a bit and send some gifts. After the Empress Dowager's visit, the Empress and other consorts also sent gifts, showing their loyalty to the emperor. Bai Wu Tong looked through the gifts and found they were mostly cheap trinkets. The fabrics, though good quality, had been stored for a long time, some even slightly damp. But none of the gifts contained any hidden tricks. It seemed these consorts never saw her as a real rival. Bai Wudong chose a few pieces of jewelry sent by the Empress. The first day of the new year is coming soon. I must go thank the Empress properly then. She also planned to see the Emperor. She didn't believe the Emperor would easily favor her. The Empress Dowager was focused only on having a royal heir. She had probably already arranged for another beautiful woman who was pregnant. Bai Wudong needed to work harder. She had been trying for 2 days straight. Finally, the 7-day period was over. The Empress Dowager immediately went to the Palace of Restful Heart, bringing along some pastries made by Wen Chuyan herself. Look, these are made especially by Wen Beauty. I hear her steamed sweet pastry is excellent. Zhang Qingyan didn't respond and continued reading official documents. The Empress Dowager was not upset. Yesterday, I asked the imperial doctor to check Wen Beauty's health. She is very healthy, especially full of energy. Her appearance is much better than that Gao Beauty. Emperor, you should visit her more. Among the new maids, I think she is the best. Zhang Qingyan finally looked up, his face dark. Mother, is there anything else? I found out from the imperial astronomer that next month is the most likely time for a royal heir. You need to hurry, don't delay, she said, knowing he was unhappy. She didn't stay long, just enough to make her point, then left with the maid. Zhang Qingyan called Wang Dicai. Give me a good massage. I've had a terrible headache these days. His headache was a long-standing problem. Since childhood, he was clever and learned many things. The fight for the throne was exhausting. After becoming emperor, there were wars in the southern border and many other troubles. He often worked late into the night on government affairs. He had little sleep, which caused his headache. Wang Dicai had been with him at the palace and was skilled at massage. Zhang Qingyan closed his eyes, feeling more comfortable. Is the sign for Bai Beauty ready? Wang Dicai hesitated, then smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, Bai Beauty's sign has been made again, but just now, the Empress Dowager took it. I only just heard from the Secretariat. Mother is gaining more control now. I don't mind her telling me whose sign to look at, but she's directly interfering with the Secretariat now, Zhang Qingyan said, opening his eyes. I will go see Bai Beauty today. He was wary of the Empress Dowager's power, but he wouldn't tolerate it forever. Soon, he will fully take back the military power of the Duke of Zhengguo's estate. At that time, the Empress Dowager only needs to enjoy her retirement peacefully. Yes, I will go handle it now, Wang Dicai replied and left the Palace of Restful Heart, instructing the servants to deliver a message. A young hurried back, panting, Master Wang. The female doctor sent word that Lady Bai is unwell and is currently receiving treatment. She probably won't be able to serve tonight. What a coincidence. Why did she get sick today? Wang Dicai entered to report. Zhang Qingyan sneered. Since mother insists on interfering, I will not go to the harem today. The newly moved-in Xueqiong garden had not been lived in for long when Bai Wudong was called to see the female doctor. She knew it was the Empress Dowager's doing again, but she lacked the strength to oppose her and couldn't think of a good plan. So, she could only leave it to the emperor to handle. A few days later, on the first day of the lunar month, she needed to give the emperor another strong dose of medicine, making him fear the Empress Dowager, but still favor her. The weather suddenly turned cold, with a cool breeze blowing. Bai Wudong took advantage of her recent illness to visit the Empress's palace on the first day of the month. Fengyi Palace was luxurious, but dark. The scent of medicine seemed to fill every corner, lingering constantly. Bai Wudong deliberately wore a long dress that accentuated her figure. She moved lightly, lowered her head, and entered the palace, kneeling in greeting. "Long live the Empress." After a long moment, a voice finally came from ahead. "Get up." "Thank you, Empress." Bai Wudong was just a small beauty. Once inside Fengyi Palace, she had nowhere to sit and could only stand. She slightly lifted her head but couldn't raise it fully. "I came here specially to thank the Empress." "Thank you for your kindness. I can now sleep peacefully." The Empress looked tired, her face pale and yellow. Though she was overweight, she appeared very weak. "Today is the first day of the lunar month. Lady Bai, you chose a good time. Please take a seat." "Thank you, Empress." Most of the concubines in the palace were overweight, and the chairs were made larger. Bai Wudong only sat on half of one. "Empress, I actually wanted to come earlier. I live with Lady Gao. Although we don't get along well, I still feel it's a pity." The Empress covered her mouth and coughed softly. "Indeed, it's a pity." Lady Gao was once the most pregnant-looking. Her gaze moved from top to bottom, finally resting on Bai Wudong's chest. "Beautiful Lady Bai lives in Snow Cheong Garden. Does it feel comfortable?" "Very comfortable, thanks to the Emperor. Otherwise, I would still be living inside and unable to sleep at night." Suddenly, loud coughing erupted. The Empress clutched her chest, looking pained. A maid hurriedly rushed out from inside and handed her a pill. "Your Majesty, please take this." She turned around and angrily glared at Bai Wudong, as if blaming her for everything. Bai Wudong looked at her calmly. Her eyebrows and eyes were so familiar. It was the person who had threatened Gao Marin's life that night. No wonder she smelled of medicine. Probably everyone in Fengyi Palace was like this. Other consorts also took fertility medicines, but none were as aggressive as the Empress, who had harmed her own body so badly. Bai Wudong could even smell the rotten scent on her, just like Fengyi Palace. The Empress was unwell and handed over her power in the harem to Jin Weige. Rumors outside suggested she was not completely indifferent to the world, unlike the Empress. Unexpectedly, she was the real culprit behind Gao Marin's death. Bai Wudong also understood what Consort Su said before she died. It seemed she had been too hasty today. She had planned to use the Empress to meet the Emperor and him. But she didn't expect the Empress to be a lurking snake in the dark. Her actions might cause trouble, but it was too late to regret now. A palace maid's joyful voice came from outside. "Your Majesty, the Emperor has arrived." The Empress finally stopped coughing and looked up at the sunlight outside. "It's so early, and the Emperor is already here." After speaking, her gaze fell on Bai Wudong. "Beautiful Lady Bai, you truly are my lucky star. The Emperor has never come so early before." As she finished speaking, Zhang Qingyan entered the palace and immediately saw someone out of place here. Bai Wudong looked especially charming today, especially her small waist. Her chest looked full and larger than the Empress's. Who knew how impressive her figure was inside? Zhang Qingyan only glanced at her briefly, then looked away and sat beside the Empress. "I heard you weren't feeling well yesterday and took medicine from the Imperial doctor. I came early today. Are you feeling better?" The Empress showed a touch of emotion. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I feel much better now." Coincidentally, Lady Bai also came to speak with me, which helped pass the time. "Oh? What were you talking about?" The Empress sighed. "We were talking about Lady Gao." "Such a pity." "Lady Bai, don't you think?" Bai Wudong could only agree. "Yes, I think so too. Your Majesty, although there are occasional disputes in the harem, no one has ever been harmed seriously. Sister Rongfei has been with you for many years. If things are taken lightly, the harem might become chaotic." The Empress gently held Zhang Qingyan's hand. "I humbly ask you to punish severely." Zhang Qingyan remained expressionless. His deep eyes made it hard to guess his thoughts. Though still young, he was already shrewd. The matter of Lady Gao is over. I have said it before. Do not bring it up again. Seeing his brow furrow with irritation, Bai Wudong quickly stood up. Your Majesty, Empress, I suddenly feel unwell. I will take my leave now. The Empress glanced at her, thinking inwardly that Bai Wudong was quite sensible. Though pretty, her figure was not impressive. It was clear she couldn't attract the Emperor, which was why she came to the palace. Her obvious behavior showed she lacked brains and was not worth worrying about. Go ahead, sister. Since you're unwell, take good care of yourself. Thank you, Empress. Zhang Qingyan looked at her. Bai Wudong twisted her waist, slowed her steps, and left Fengyi Palace carefully. The Empress cleared her throat. Your Majesty, since you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. I have made some jasmine tea myself. Please try some. Zhang Qingyan was already irritable. The place was filled with medicinal scents, so he had no mood for tea. He took a sip, then set down the cup. Since you're fine, I will return first. I will come back tonight. Then I will wait for your Majesty. Outside Fengyi Palace was a garden. Servants tended it daily, and the scenery was beautiful. Even now, in autumn, flowers bloomed everywhere. Following the fragrance, Zhang Qingyan walked forward until he saw Wang Gonggang. Why are you here? Wang Dicai showed what he was holding. Your Majesty, this is what Lady Bai asked me to give you. I think it's a embroidered lantern. It was a small pouch, with a subtle fragrance that surprisingly suited his masculine identity. Good. Zhang Qingyan accepted it, but when he thought of her small waist, he felt a surge of anger rising inside him. He realized that because he hadn't entered the harem for a long time, and being young and impulsive, he had built up this frustration. Wang Dicai followed behind him closely, saying, Your Majesty, Empress Rong has sent someone again. Zhang Qingyan felt annoyed. Recently, Jean Weiga kept sending people to complain and accuse him unfairly. He had been gentle and patient, but she still didn't understand the situation. Your Majesty, I heard that Empress Rong can't eat and can't sleep at night. Should we find a female doctor to check her? Oh? Is it that serious? Although Zhang Qingyan was irritated, he also felt sympathy. Fine, I will go see her. Jean Weiga angrily kicked away the palace maid in front of her. Get out. If you can't even handle such a small task, and if you dare to hurt me again, I will cut off your hands. Jiayu quickly stepped forward and pushed the young maid aside. You're so clueless. You can't even serve the lady properly. She knelt down herself and massaged Jean Weiga's feet. My lady, don't be angry. Getting sick from anger isn't worth it. Jean Weiga finally calmed down a bit. When have I ever been so humiliated? That beautiful woman wasn't killed by me. Jiayu, who do you think could have set me up? The Empress was just a sickly woman who hadn't managed affairs for years. She even handed over the power to control the harem, so she couldn't have done such a thing. As for the other consorts, they all behaved well in front of her. It was impossible to tell who might have betrayed her. Could it be the new maids? But they were just young beauties now. How could they do such things? Jiayu pondered and said, My lady, Consort Su has been following you closely. She never dares to go west when you say east. Yet she's suddenly turned against you. She must have been ordered to do so. This kind of thing never happened before. I think it was those new maids. Hearing this, it made sense. Jean Weiga nodded. Then we should investigate. Find out who has powerful family connections that could do this. By the way, what happened to that lowly woman named Wen? Jiayu whispered softly. My lady, that Wen beauty has been staying in Tianxiang Garden all along. She hasn't come out, so there's no chance to deal with her. Previously, Jean Weiga had secretly let Meng Dong steal valuable items from Gao Marin, planning to place them in Wen Qian's palace to frame her. Thinking about that purse, Jean Weiga's expression gradually turned fierce. Fortunately, recently, the Emperor hasn't come to the palace. If he found out about Wen Qian, Jean Weiga knew she couldn't bear it. Your Majesty, the Emperor is here. Jean Weiga kicked open Jiayue and said, Quick, prepare something for me. A moment later, she appeared in plain clothes, her face pale and weak. She bowed to Zhang Qingyan. Your Majesty, I have seen you. Zhang Qingyan helped her up. What happened to you? Jean Wega covered her face and cried. Your Majesty, it's about Gao Marin. I am innocent. Seeing her like this, Zhang Qingyan couldn't find harsh words. Forget about Gao Marin's matter for now. It's just house arrest. I come here often. I heard you haven't eaten much these days. That's not good. Hearing the Emperor's concern, Jean Wega felt secretly happy. Your Majesty, I thought you might start to dislike me. It won't happen. Zhang Qingyan gently patted her hand. Take good care of your health. His gaze sharpened as he looked at her face, which lacked proper makeup. I see you're not looking well. Jean Wega sighed. I haven't been eating or sleeping well, so of course I look bad. But as long as you care about me, I am happy. Suddenly, Zhang Qingyan lost interest. He didn't like people who lied. Jean Wega's face was covered in makeup, but her neck and hands looked healthy. He closed his eyes briefly. Wega, I still remember when we were in the palace. You used to be so lively and never pretended. I didn't. Jean Wega hurriedly blinked, tears falling. The tears left white streaks on her face. I am truly suffering. Your Majesty, how can you not believe me? The more she tried to show her sadness, the more Zhang Qingyan felt disgusted. He had seen too many lies and insincere people. He was already tired of it. Since he became emperor, how many people around him had told the truth? Wega, rest well. I will visit you again another day, Your Majesty. Jean Wega clung tightly to his sleeve. I don't want to be confined. Otherwise, others will think I killed Gao Marin, but I am innocent. Zhang Qingyan slowly pulled back his sleeve. Wega, I still prefer your old self. Although your personality was a bit domineering, you never hid it in front of me. Now, you lie constantly, are jealous to the point of obsession, and even hurt others. Jean Wega stood there blankly. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Have I changed? Her vision blurred, tears filling her eyes. But haven't you changed too, Your Majesty? You once said you would trust me for a lifetime, but now? You say I lie all the time. When did I ever lie in front of you? Now, she was indeed lying. All the complaints about not eating well, poor health, were just acts. Jean Wega still dared to speak so confidently, which showed she had truly changed. Zhang Qingyan didn't want to argue with her. Calm down. I don't want to argue every time I come here. Your Majesty, you can't leave. It must be those wicked women. They stole you. Don't you remember? I was with you through the hardest times. How can you say such things about me just because of a beautiful woman? Those insulting words, how could they be directed at her? Jean Wega felt as if her heart was being torn out, hurting so much she could hardly breathe. Seeing her go increasingly mad, Zhang Qingyan turned and left. Send the imperial doctor to check on noble consort Rong. If she can't sleep well, give her calming medicine. If she can't eat, prepare some appetizing dishes. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Jean Wega knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. How can Your Majesty say such things? I am not that kind of person. Jia Yu carefully stepped forward. Your Highness, the Emperor must have been bewitched by those wicked women. You are still favored. How could they compare? His Majesty only likes them for now, but in the end, he will return to Your Highness. As for what happened in the Yaoguang Hall, Bai Wudong didn't know. She was currently reading books about Buddhist teachings. Although she despised humans, she had to admit that there were indeed clever people in this world who could write such profound principles. If she hadn't transformed into a human form, perhaps reading these books might someday help her attain enlightenment and become a semi-immortal. Lian Xian's voice approached from afar. Madam, Fu Bao is causing trouble again. Empress Dowager wants you to go over. Got it. Bai Wudong closed her book called Chana and headed to Yongshou Palace. Halfway through her walk, she stopped again. This was another chance to see the Emperor, and she couldn't miss it. Chana, go find Xiaoningzi and tell Wang Gonggong that Fu Bao is causing trouble again. The Empress Dowager is in a bad mood. Chana replied, Yes, I will go right now. After she left, Bai Wudong deliberately slowed her steps. After half an hour, she finally arrived at Yongshou Palace. Fu Bao, who had been making a fuss, immediately calmed down when she saw Bai Wudong. The Empress Dowager was used to this. but she still felt a little jealous. Fu Bao, I treat you so well, yet you are closest to an outsider. Bai Wudong smiled gently. Your Majesty, perhaps in my past life, I had a deep connection with Fu Bao. According to Buddhist teachings, this is a sign of a past life bond. The Empress Dowager raised her eyebrows. Oh? You know about that? I grew up in a Taoist temple, often learning Taoist teachings. Later, a monk stayed at the temple for a while. I used to listen to him talk about Buddhism, and over time I grew fond of it. Unfortunately, he left, and I had to study on my own. Buddhism is a very profound path. It's a blessing to have the chance to learn it. In the future, you should study hard and not give up halfway. Thank you, Empress Dowager, for your guidance. The Empress Dowager asked her some questions about Buddhism, and Bai Wudong answered smoothly. It seems you have indeed studied it carefully. Bai Marin, you are destined for the Buddhist path. The Empress Dowager looked at her with softer eyes. Everyone has their own fate. Even a beggar on the street has a purpose in this life. Your task might be to learn Buddhism well. Buddhism emphasizes purity of the six senses. If you can maintain that in the future, I might allow you to visit the Buddhist hall and worship properly. Purity of the six senses means having no desires or attachments. Does that mean she wouldn't be allowed to serve the emperor in bed? Bai Wudong was clever and understood the deeper meaning behind the Empress Dowager's words. She immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, I will never the emperor. I would rather live alone for the rest of my life than interfere with the succession. The Empress Dowager nodded in satisfaction and helped her up. Bai Marin, you are smart. I like talking to clever people. In the future, come and worship with me whenever you have time. As long as you don't flirt with the emperor, I will protect you and make sure you are not wronged. A beauty who doesn't serve the emperor in bed, who would pay attention to her. I'm afraid that even without the Empress Dowager's protection, Bai Wudong could still survive in the palace forever. Zhang Qingyan looked at her with a strange expression, neither smiling nor frowning. This little thing, tempting him so much that he couldn't resist, now said she would be lonely for life. Ha, how interesting. Zhang Qingyan didn't go inside. He stayed outside the door, quietly listening. Bai Wudong's clear and pleasant voice came out. Thank you, Empress Dowager. I am honored to be valued by you. What? She can't serve the emperor herself, and now she calls it an honor? He, as the emperor, has everything he wants in this world. The more Bai Wudong said this, the more he wanted to get her. Inside the hall, Bai Wudong was still trying to show her loyalty when she heard footsteps outside. She turned around, her gentle smile stiffening on her face. Your Majesty, Zhang Qingyan looked at her with a meaningful gaze and bowed to the Empress Dowager. Your son greets mother. Bai Wudong's face turned pale. She hurriedly stood up in panic. Your servant will take her leave now. Thinking that her words had been heard by the emperor, she couldn't hold back her pain and staggered out. The Empress Dowager coughed lightly. Hearing this was good. It meant the emperor would dislike Bai Wudong. Which man could accept his woman saying such things? It was a fortunate coincidence. Your son heard that mother is in a bad mood. Is Fu Bao causing trouble again? The Empress Dowager smiled helplessly. Yes, indeed. I don't know if Fu Bao is in a bad mood, but she always causes trouble for no reason. Look at how many things in this palace have been replaced. Only she. If it were someone else, they would have been taken to the strict justice department for proper discipline long ago. I specifically asked Wang Ditsai to find a troupe outside the palace. They will come in tomorrow. I heard there's a famous performer who is very popular among the common people. Maybe mother will like her. Now that the Empress Dowager is enjoying her old age, she spends her days either caring about who serves the emperor or doing nothing. She has always liked listening to music, but earlier, the troupe had caused trouble because they liked a certain concubine, so she had them all killed. I, as the Empress Dowager, like it too. But if the previous incidents happen again... Zhang Qingyan was unbothered. It doesn't matter. The people involved this time were carefully chosen by me. There won't be any more problems. The Empress Dowager no longer refused. All right then. Let's follow the emperor's wishes. Have them come in tomorrow. I have nothing urgent and listening to music sounds nice. Zhang Qingyan stood up to leave. Wang Ditsai followed quietly behind. Your Majesty, when should the opera troupe come into the palace tomorrow? Earlier the better. As soon as the palace gates open, let them in. I personally chose them for the Empress Dowager. I hope they won't disappoint me. Wang Ditsai lowered his head, silently mourning for the Empress Dowager. One person in the troupe looks very much like the young former emperor. If the Empress Dowager isn't moved, that's fine. But if she is, it could become the biggest scandal in the palace. No matter what backing she has, it won't protect her if she falls for him. Where is Bai Marin? Wang Ditsai had been watching just now. Bai Marin has already left. I saw her crying just now. Zhang Qingyan felt a bit better. That girl cares for me deeply. She's only doing this because of the Empress Dowager.
She's also been wronged.
Go give her something. Don't let the Empress Dowager find out. Yes, I'll do that right away. Xiao Ningzi was busy when he saw Bai Wutong with tears all over her face, trembling in fright. Your Highness, what's wrong? It's nothing. Bai Wutong wanted to smile, but the tears wouldn't stop. She could only lower her head and go inside. Xiao Ningzi tiptoed to look inside. Though he couldn't see anyone anymore, he seemed to hear faint sobbing. The moon was high in the sky, shining like water. Xiao Ningzi stayed outside the hall all night without rest. The sobbing continued all night, truly heartbreaking. He quickly got up and found Wang Ditsai. Master, didn't you say if there was news from the Empress Dowager, you'd tell me right away?
Yes.
What's wrong? Did Bai Marin have an incident? Xiao Ningzi nodded. The Empress Dowager came back yesterday, her face full of tears. I asked her, but she wouldn't say. She cried all night, very sad. Wang Ditsai immediately understood what was happening.
Good job.
Go back now. Remember to tell me immediately if there's any news. After sending Xiao Ningzi away, he carefully entered the palace of Nourishing the Heart. Your Majesty, I brought you some warm tea. Zhang Qingyan ignored him and continued reading the memorials. Today, news from the southern border arrived. Jin Xiong fought bravely, leading his soldiers to retake a city. Victory is near. By the end of this month, he will probably return to Beijing to report on his work. In that case, Jin Ji has made great contributions, and it would be unfair to keep Jin Wei-ge confined. Wang Dekai, Jin Ji has achieved great success. The honored consort no longer needs to be kept under house arrest.
Yes.
Seeing that the emperor was no longer immersed in reading memorials, he spoke, just now. Xiao Ningzi came to say that Bai Marin cried all night last night. Zhang Qingyan raised an eyebrow. If she cried, let her cry. Since she entered the palace, she is one of mine. If she dares to say she wants to grow old alone, crying all night is just a small punishment. Have you delivered the gift? Not yet. It's still early, so I plan to send it later. Then add a glass lamp to it.
Go now.
Wang Dekai was about to leave when Zhang Qingyan stood up. Forget it, you accompany me to go personally. He wanted to see what a delicate person would look like after crying all night. Xiao Ningzi saw the emperor coming in person and was about to bow, but Zhang Qingyan waved his hand, signaling him not to speak. As soon as they entered, they heard faint sobbing. Madam, please don't cry anymore. Be careful with your eyes. By the pond, Lian Xian held a handkerchief, standing anxiously beside Bai Wutong. The lady didn't say what had happened, which made her worried. Bai Wutong's eyes were red and swollen from crying. Even her nose was red. She took the handkerchief. Lian Xian, I kept thinking that after entering the palace, even if I couldn't serve the emperor at night, I would be happy just seeing him. But now that I've seen him, I greedily want more. No wonder people say that love can be harmful. It's true. I feel my heart is about to hurt to death. Lian Xian's face changed slightly. Madam, could it be that the emperor has grown tired of you? This was a big problem. If he really was tired of her, their future days would be difficult. Bai Wutong shook her head, but didn't speak. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. Go out first. I want to be alone and think. Yes. Lian Xian, thinking about losing favor, left absent-mindedly. Bai Wutong plucked a flower. Love begins unexpectedly, and deepens without end. A deep voice sounded in her ear. So, Baimaran likes me so much. If that's the case, can you be content to be lonely for life? Bai Wu Tong's whole body stiffened. She lowered her eyes and tears fell. Emperor, please don't make things difficult for me. Zhang Qingyan gently held her small face, and she truly cried hard. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were swollen and red, and her once pure and flawless gaze was also very red. Did you really cry all night? Bai Wudong shook her head. No, Your Majesty. I just finished crying when I was touched by you. Really? Then why are your eyes so red? Bai Wudong said nothing. She was also lying, but to Zhang Qingyan, her feelings were very different from Jin Weiga. It was like two extremes. One made him feel disgusted, the other made him feel pity. The Empress Dowager is making things difficult for you. I know, but you shouldn't have said those words. Since you entered the palace, you are my woman. Everything is decided by me. Your words don't count. Do you understand? As the emperor, even if he cared, he wouldn't tolerate disobedience from his consort. Bai Wudong lowered her head. But Empress Dowager believes I am trying to the emperor and delay his heir. Now, with only 2 months left before the year ends, she is anxious. I understand that. She bit her lip, her once dull lips now bright red. I can wait until Empress Dowager no longer misunderstands me. Zhang Qingyan parted her lips gently. Remember, in this palace, only my words matter. Others are just interfering. Bai Wudong didn't respond, but her expression clearly showed she didn't believe him. Zhang Qingyan understood. After she entered the palace, the Empress Dowager arranged for her to go to the female doctor's quarters, giving her no chance to serve him. He, on the other hand, had done nothing, or rather, he had tried but failed. He had promised to check her status after 7 days, but he didn't keep his word. He wouldn't explain much. She was just a woman. No matter how much he liked her, she was only a plaything in his eyes. Like others, he believed that Bai Wudong, with her figure, couldn't possibly be pregnant. Even if he liked her, it was just a passing liking, and he wouldn't pamper her excessively. The only women he truly favored were those who could give him an heir, like noble consort Rong or Wen Chuyan. If the Empress Dowager hadn't interfered, after favoring Bai Wudong, he would have spent more time with Wen Chuyan and noble consort Rome, or other newly chosen beauties. All right, I came to see you. Don't cry anymore. If you cry too much, your luck might run out. White Wudong nodded politely. Your Majesty, I was wrong. She carefully held back her wide sleeve embroidered with a dragon pattern. Your Majesty, please don't come to see me in the future. I hope you visit more often, but I am afraid the Empress Dowager might misunderstand. The acting troupe she had specially arranged for soon entered. At this moment, he didn't want to cause trouble with the Empress Dowager. I understand. White Wudong hesitated slightly. She said this just to step back gracefully. She thought the emperor had started to care for her, even came to visit her personally. But unexpectedly, he refused very decisively. It seemed her position in his heart was quite low. White Wudong closed her eyes, then opened them again, her expression full of admiration. Your Majesty, please leave now. I still need to go to the Empress Dowager's palace to study Buddhist teachings today. Go ahead. Zhang Qingyan whispered in her ear, his voice deep. It wouldn't be bad if you became a little nun. I've never experienced this feeling before. White Wudong gently pushed him away. Your Majesty, I will see you off. The acting troupe entered the harem. Many consorts wanted to watch the performance. The Empress Dowager had set a day for watching plays in the harem, and all the concubines could join. White Wudong brought her handwritten Buddhist scriptures to Yongshou Palace. Unexpectedly, Jin Weiga was also there. She came this time to discuss the Empress Dowager's birthday arrangements. The plans had already been made, but they still needed the Empress Dowager's approval. White Wudong bowed respectfully and offered her hands with the scriptures. Your Majesty, this is the Diamond Prajnaparamita Sutra I copied myself. The Empress Dowager took it and examined it carefully. Not bad, very well written. I didn't expect your handwriting to be so good. Of course, it was good. She was a demon body, so she learned things quickly. Before entering the palace, she mimicked the calligraphy style of a famous calligrapher to seem more human. Jean Wega, standing nearby, raised her eyebrows in disdain. A woman with no talent is considered virtuous. Beautiful Bai, you are here to serve the emperor, not to show off. As a concubine, you should read more about proper conduct and teachings. White Wudong lowered her head. It was the instructing of noble consort Rong. The Empress Dowager already looked down on Jean Wega. She couldn't even protect the heir. If it weren't for the fact that Jean Wega was the only pregnant woman, and she dared to be so arrogant, she would have been dealt with long ago. How could she still be causing trouble now? The Empress Dowager set the scriptures aside. If I follow what honor consort says, wouldn't I be showing off too, Your Majesty? You are yourself, and how can the fair lady compare to you? Jean Wega immediately changed her expression. I was thinking that since you enjoy opera, we could wait until next month to invite all the opera troupes from all over the country to celebrate Your Majesty's birthday. My brother recently sent a letter mentioning a troupe from the south that sings very well. The Empress Dowager became interested. Oh? What kind of songs do they sing from the south? Jean Wega opened her mouth but drew a blank. She didn't know what kind of songs the southern troupe performed. This old lady, why ask so many questions? If they come, they'll just find out. Bai Wudong carefully looked up. Your Majesty, there are many types of southern operas like Huangmei opera, tea-picking opera, birdsong opera, and Huai opera, among others. The styles vary depending on which city they come from. The Empress Dowager looked at her with admiration. Although it's said that women should be modest, it's still good to learn some skills, so as not to be laughed at. Jean Wega's face darkened with anger. She glared fiercely at Bai Wudong. Fine. This shameless woman dared to show off in front of her. The Empress Dowager already disliked her, and with Bai Wudong causing trouble, it would only get worse. If they weren't still in Yongshou Palace, she would have slapped her already. Bai Wudong saw her displeasure and stood up to leave. Your Majesty, honor consort, I will take my leave now. The Empress Dowager waved her hand. Go. Jean Wega finally withdrew her unkind gaze. Just as she was about to speak, the Empress Dowager, impatient, closed her eyes. You should also leave. If you don't even know what kind of troupe they are bringing, it's better to go back and prepare properly. My birthday banquet is a major event in this palace, and we can't afford any mistakes. Jean Wega bowed in frustration. Yes, I understand. I will go back and find out more. As she left Yongshou Palace, she quickened her pace in anger. Jiayu, hurry up. Catch that shameless woman. She dared to flatter the Empress Dowager in front of me. Disgraceful, a small beauty, yet she dares to sit above her. Truly reckless. Jiayu, filled with righteous anger, hurried after her. Soon, she saw the figure swaying like a willow in the wind ahead. Fair Lady Bai, stop right there. Jiayu ran forward and blocked Bai Wudong. Jean Wega followed closely behind. Fair Lady Bai, kneel down now. Because of that beast Fu Bao, she got the chance to enter the palace and show her face in front of the Empress Dowager. She truly thinks of herself as someone important. Bai Wudong quickly knelt down and said, Your Honor, please forgive me. Jean Wega disliked her appearance very much. In her eyes, all the concubines in the harem are just lowly women trying to the emperor. Look at how weak and sickly you are. Do you think that just because you showed your face in front of the Empress Dowager, you can serve the emperor?
Dream on.
You will never have a child of the dragon in this life. Bai Wudong slightly raised her eyes, with a faint smile. I wish the honor concubine a quick pregnancy. This was supposed to be a kind remark, but Jean Wega saw it as mockery. She was so angry she slapped her.
Good.
You, a beauty, dare to be so arrogant. Bai Wudong endured it, feeling a burning pain on her face. But it doesn't matter. Every strike she received now, she would return someday. Moreover, that person has already arrived. Today isn't the 1st or 15th day of the month, but it is the first day the opera troupe enters the palace. After the Empress Dowager hears about it, the emperor will surely come to ask if she likes it, showing his good son's attitude. Right now, the emperor is nearby. Tears suddenly came to Bai Wudong's eyes. Your Honor, I didn't mean to. Fake tears. I see you're just doing it on purpose, trying to make the Empress Dowager dislike me. Jiayu, slap her. Yes, Jiayu stepped forward, snorted coldly, and raised her arm high. She was used to doing this kind of work, and her strength was great. That slap would definitely leave Bai Wudong's face swollen for days. Stop it. This is so unruly and improper. Jiayu's hand froze in midair. Seeing the person approaching, she hurriedly bowed. Your Majesty, I have seen you. Zhang Qingyan stepped forward, his gaze falling on Bai Wudong's swollen face. Jean Wega stepped forward 2 steps, acting overly delicate, and explained, Your Majesty, I was just scolding this unseeing beauty. She dared to give me eye drops in front of the Empress Dowager. Her mind is wicked, and she must be punished. Zhang Qingyan withdrew his gaze. Once you've scolded her, go back now. You just got your restrictions lifted, so it's better not to be too arrogant. Bai Marin was so delicate and weak. How could she dare to give her eye drops? First, she killed Gao Marin, and now she was criticizing Bai Marin. The atmosphere in the harem was almost completely messed up by Jean Wega. If it weren't for Jean Ji's recent achievement, Zhang Qingyan would definitely give him a verbal scolding. Yes, Your Majesty. I received my brother's letter yesterday and was very happy. I made some of Your Majesty's favorite pastries. Would you like to try some? Since she mentioned Jean Ji, Zhang Qingyan decided to give her some face. All right. Jean Wega immediately smiled happily and ignored Bai Wudong, who was kneeling on the ground. Your Majesty, I am so glad you could come. The 2 of them walked straight past her towards Xiaoyang Palace. In the rich scent in the air, there was a faint smell of blood. As a fox servant, she was very sensitive to blood. Is this sunflower water? Jean Wega has come with sunflower water. Bai Wudong's heart moved, and she had an idea. Wang Dekai hurried over. Oh, Your Highness, please get up. Don't kneel. The Emperor asked me to find a female doctor to treat your face. No need. It's not serious. I don't want to trouble the female doctor. If Rong Fei finds out, she might get upset, Bai Wudong said softly with a gentle smile. Wang Dekai could only agree. This was something only Rong Fei would do. Maybe Bai Wudong saw the female doctor, and tomorrow she would find an excuse to slap her again. Then, Your Highness, please go back. Bai Wudong stood up. Thank you, Your Highness. You're welcome. It's what I should do. I'll go find the Emperor now. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were empty and silent. Bai Wudong touched her face and quickly returned to Shueqiong Garden. Lian Xian saw the redness and swelling on her face and was startled. Your Highness, what happened? Did someone hit you?
It was Rong Fei.
It's nothing. She just doesn't like me. Bai Wudong rolled up her sleeves. Go get some things. I want to make pine nut and lily pastries. This is the Emperor's favorite. Lian Xian guessed it was for the Emperor and hurried to prepare. Bai Wudong took out a small box from under the bed. When she opened it, there were several porcelain bottles inside. Each bottle contained different medicinal powders, each with its own effect. She took out one and set it aside, then put the rest back. Lian Xian returned with the items. Your Highness, would you like me to help you make it? No, making it myself is more meaningful. Go help start a fire, Bai Wudong said. Shueqiong Garden has a small kitchen built during the initial construction, just right for use. White Wudong carefully made each pine nut and lily pastry. Gradually, a strong aroma filled the air. Lianqin sniffed and said, Your Majesty, it smells so good. The Emperor will definitely like it. I hope so. White Wudong set the pastries aside to cool so they wouldn't become soft from the heat inside the box. As time was almost up, White Wudong carried the box and called Xiaoningzi. Go find Lord Wang and tell him I am waiting for him on that path we took last time. Xiaoningzi nodded and replied, Yes. He quickly left. The jasmine flowers along that path were still blooming beautifully, glowing red in the evening sunset. Very pretty. Wang Dicai arrived on the small path. Your Majesty, what can I do for you? If it weren't for the Emperor's affection for the beautiful lady, most people wouldn't dare to bother him. White Wudong was the first to take out a gold leaf. Lord Wang, Thanks to the Emperor's timely appearance today, I avoided punishment from Consort Rome. Also, because I made a mistake the other day, I thought I'd make some of the Emperor's favorite pine nut and lily pastries. She handed over the box. Please speak kindly of it so the Emperor can try a bite. Wang Dicai took it. All right, I will deliver it to the Emperor. It's late and cold now, so your Majesty should go back early and stay warm. White Wudong smiled and watched him leave. Zhang Qingyan had changed into his regular clothes, ready to rest after reading a few more memorials. With Jin Ji controlling the southern border, he felt a bit more at ease. But the Great Rome Kingdom couldn't rely on just one talented general. New soldiers needed to be trained. Otherwise, if Jin Ji's reputation becomes too prominent, the Emperor might have trouble sleeping. Wang Dicai stepped forward. Your Majesty, this is a gift from Lady Bai, your favorite pine nut and lily pastries. Oh? You want to get this just now? Wang Dicai nodded and repeated what White Wudong had said. She's quite thoughtful. The pastries were small and delicate. When the box was opened, a fragrant aroma spread out. Zhang Qingyan took a bite. The flavor was very good, with a unique aroma not found in the imperial kitchen. He was already a bit hungry and ended up eating several. Seeing this, Wang Dicai smiled even more. Your Majesty, I have prepared some mouthwash for you. Go ahead. Zhang Qingyan wiped his hands, leaned back on the bed, and closed his eyes to rest. Soon he opened his eyes. Perhaps because he was thinking about Bai Wudong just now, he felt a faint heat in his body. He realized he hadn't played the game in a long time, and maybe he was holding back his anger. He thought about Jin Weiga from earlier in the day, then about Jin Ji's achievements. He stood up and said, Wang Dicai, accompany me to the Ruoguang Palace. Today, I will check the status of Rong Fei. The other consorts could only be carried over, but Rong Fei could wait for the Emperor to come. This is how much favor he had. Under the moonlight, Zhang Qingyan went straight to Ruoguang Palace, where candles still burned inside. Wang Dicai immediately stepped forward and knocked on the door. The lanterns outside the palace lit up one after another. Jin Weiga heard the news and quickly got up. This is such bad timing. Since losing her child, her menstrual cycle had been irregular. It was supposed to come in the middle of the month, but today it arrived early. But she didn't want the Emperor to leave, so she hurriedly went out to greet him. Your Majesty, you're here. Zhang Qingyan nodded and took her hand. Let's go. In the past, Jin Weiga would have been very happy, shy and timid as she followed him inside. But today, she couldn't smile at all. When they reached the bed, she carefully helped the Emperor undress. Your Majesty, why are you suddenly interested today? Zhang Qingyan embraced her waist. I missed you. He took off his last piece of clothing and pushed Jin Weiga onto the bed. Hurry up and give me an air. Jin Weiga quickly held his hand. Your Majesty, wait. What's wrong? Zhang Qingyan didn't want to wait any longer. Today, his temper was especially hot. I came to my menstrual period. My body is unclean. Zhang Qingyan's expression turned cold, and he pushed her away. Jin Weiga hugged his arm. I don't want your Majesty to find someone else. It hurts my heart. Can I help you in another way? She pressed her fingers to her lips, her eyes full of charm. Zhang Qingyan closed his robes. Since you're unclean, as a dragon's son, I can't mess around here with you. Your Majesty, don't go. Zhang Qingyan was already feeling uncomfortable. Seeing Jin Weiga not letting go, he lost patience completely. He pushed her away and strode out of Ruoguang Palace. Wang Dicai, waiting outside, hurried to follow. Zhang Qingyan loosened his collar and walked on the road feeling irritated. Unknowingly, he arrived at Shueqiong Garden. At the entrance, a beautiful figure was picking fresh flowers, her posture charming. Zhang Qingyan's eyes darkened. He quickly stepped forward, embraced the beauty, and the faint fragrance filled his nose, making him unable to resist. He simply lifted Bai Wudong into his arms and strode into Shueqiong Garden. Bai Wudong leaned against his chest. Today, finally, the moment had come. Zhang Qingyan held her slender waist. So delicate, it was hard to let go. Bai Wudong's eyes reddened slightly. Her long black hair, contrasted with her snow-white skin. "Your Majesty, be good," Zhang Qingyan said softly. "Let me pamper you." Bai Wudong's eyes shimmered with tears. "Your Majesty," Zhang Qingyan held her tightly. "Don't be afraid." "King Dekai, send someone to bring water." Wang Dekai bowed and responded, immediately sending Chuaner to fetch water. He looked up at the sky, noticing that most of the night had already passed. He had called for water 3 times, yet the emperor still hadn't stopped. In all these years, this was the first time the emperor had been so unrestrained. Usually, he only asked for water once. Even the most favored Rong Fei only asked twice at most. Soon, Chuaner brought in the water. Bai Wudong was crying so hard she had no strength left. Her whole body was bruised and purple, her lips swollen and red. Zhang Qingyan felt pleased and, seeing her like this, he felt a stirring desire. When he was still a prince, he had already learned about men and women. Later, he married the princess, side consorts, and noble ladies. Now that he was emperor, he had many concubines. According to common sense, he had seen many women, but this was the first time he felt so satisfied, something he had never experienced before. Thinking about it, those years seemed like a waste. No wonder his father indulged in pleasures back then. Now he could understand. Chuaner dared not look further and carefully helped Bai Wudong wipe her. Bai Wudong's eyelashes fluttered lightly. When she turned over, her beautiful butterfly bones were visible. Zhang Qingyan paused. "Leave." Chuaner was so frightened she trembled, dropping her handkerchief into the basin. She realized what was happening and hurriedly left the room. Zhang Qingyan took off the robe he had just put on. Bai Wudong was so scared she kept retreating, hiding at the deepest part of the bed. "Your Majesty, I don't want it anymore. I like hearing you cry. Other consorts are not so fragile and wouldn't cry so pitifully to satisfy a man's desire." Zhang Qingyan reached out his hand. "Come here." Bai Wudong, despite feeling reluctant, had no choice but to crawl over, lifting her innocent-looking face. "Your Majesty, I really can't go on." Zhang Qingyan firmly held her. "Keep begging for mercy." "I like to hear it." The night quietly passed. By dawn, the sky was light. Zhang Qingyan finally stopped completely. Seeing Bai Wudong looking so helpless and hurt, he kindly didn't make her get up to serve him. "Beauty Bai, you performed very well. I like you very much. Tomorrow, I will promote your rank." Her soft body and slender figure were unmatched by other consorts. He had never realized that the positions shown in those pictures could be used in real life. He thought they were just exaggerated stories from ancient times. After all, most women in the harem were overweight. Not only was softness rare, but even turning over was difficult. Bai Wudong was so exhausted she didn't want to move her fingers, but hearing this, she struggled to get up and knelt at Zhang Qingyan's feet. "Your Majesty, please don't promote me." Zhang Qingyan paused. "Oh? Why not? I hope your Majesty won't mention what happened last night. Otherwise, Empress Dowager and noble consort Rome won't let me go. I can't protect myself now, and don't want to become the next Gao Marin." Normally, any consort who served the emperor could be promoted a rank. But since the emperor has no heirs, this rule is temporarily suspended. If someone can conceive a dragon heir, they are promoted directly. If after a few years there's no pregnancy, they remain a beauty, avoiding higher status and better treatment. The Empress Dowager is usually stingy and doesn't want to spend money on women who are useless. Bai Wudong quietly sobbed, tears falling uncontrollably. Zhang Qingyan's mind flashed with the tragic scene of Gao Marin's death. She was destined to die, but Bai Marin was so appealing. If she met a similar end, it would be a pity. "All right, I said I would spoil you, so I will listen to you. Thank you, Your Majesty." Bai Wudong helped him get dressed. "Your Majesty, it's almost dawn. You haven't slept all night. You should rest more." Zhang Qingyan left Xueqiong Garden. "Wang Dekai, send some medicine later." "Oh, and don't mention last night's matter in the respectful office. Just remember the date yourself." Zhang Qingyan did not sleep all night but remained full of energy. Wang Dezai watched the emperor's condition and couldn't help but look back toward Xueqiong Garden. Perhaps in the future, this beautiful woman will be favored. Who would have thought that the emperor would like this type of woman? Bai Wudong, dressed in thin silk, stood by the window, watching the two leave. Chana stepped forward and whispered, "Your Majesty, you didn't sleep all night. Would you like to rest for a while?" "Yes." Bai Wudong returned to her bed. "By the way, I gave Lianxin medicine last night, so she slept so deeply. Tell Xiao Ningzi not to tell her about today's events, understand?" Although Sun Mingji was only a Hanlin scholar, he was ambitious and eager to climb higher. If he found out that she was now favored, he might cause trouble. She didn't want outsiders to interfere with her plan for revenge. Now is just the first step of her revenge. Chana nodded repeatedly and left the room. Bai Wutong closed her eyes, her hand resting on her belly. Soon, a new life would grow inside her, a future heir for the great Rome kingdom. Zhang Qingyan felt no fatigue all day. After putting down official documents, he thought about last night's events. His expression grew colder as he pondered. He usually didn't indulge in excess, and having with the beautiful woman so many times was already unusual. Maybe she was different from others. But he felt strange, his state was off. Why was he so eager and restless that he even went to the Lingguang Palace? "Wang Ditsai, do we still have the pine nut and lily pastry from yesterday?" "Yes," I said aside. "It's already overnight. Your Majesty, it's better not to eat it, to avoid harming your health. Take it to Ji Ta-yi and have him check if anything was added." Wang Ditsai shivered and quickly understood. "Yes, I'll go right now." He carried the box to the Imperial Hospital. To avoid drawing attention, he called for Ji Ta-yi and handed over the food box. "Ji Ta-yi, Your Majesty asked you to check if anything was added inside, especially something that could make a person unable to resist certain desires." He took the food box, his voice clear and calm. "Grandpa Wang, you've worked hard. I have the results now, and will report directly to the Emperor. I won't let anyone else know." By sunset, Imperial Dr. Ji arrived at the Palace of Restful Heart. "Your Majesty, I carefully examined the pine nut and lily pastry. Besides an extra spice used in the imperial kitchen, there is nothing unusual inside." Zhang Qingyan put down his memorial. "Is there a problem with this spice?" "No, Your Majesty. It is a common folk spice used to add fragrance and color, nothing more. I have eaten pastries with this spice in restaurants in the capital." Zhang Qingyan nodded. "Show me if there is any issue with my health. I was very restless yesterday, which has never happened before." "Yes." Dr. Ji bowed his head and quickly checked his pulse. After a while, he released his hand. "Your Majesty, you are healthy, but there are signs of slight internal heat. Have you eaten anything very nourishing recently?" "No," Zhang Qingyan replied. He hadn't drunk any tonic soups these days. "Could you tell me what meals you have eaten lately?" Wang Detsai handed over a report. "This records what you ate in the past 7 days. If you want earlier meals, I can get that for you." Dr. Ji opened the record, which was very detailed, even noting how many bites of each dish Zhang Qingyan had taken. His eyes stopped on one dish. "Your Majesty, this dish is a special autumn delicacy. Eating it alone is fine, but if combined with lamb, it can cause excess internal heat. Since you ate this dish for 2 days in a row, that might be the reason. Although excess internal heat doesn't threaten your life, it can cause irritability, loss of appetite, trouble sleeping, or vivid dreams. Over time, this can seriously harm your health. Your Majesty, this may seem minor, but your body is quite sensitive. Sometimes a small fire can trigger bigger health issues." Zhang Qingyan's heart sank. The palace kitchen's food was not something a beauty could interfere with. He had finally found a pure, flawless beauty. To tarnish her would be a great loss. "Wang Ditsai, call the palace kitchen staff. They should know these 2 items could cause problems. If they still serve them to me, they are truly tired of life." Even if it meant risking his life, he would punish severely. Soon, the eunuchs from the palace kitchen arrived. Upon learning the reason, he was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, banging his head repeatedly. "Your Majesty, this is all the Empress Dowager's idea." "Oh? The Empress Dowager told you to do it, so you did? Do you think she is more important than I am?" They almost collapsed to the ground. "Your Majesty, I dare not think that." The Empress Dowager threatened me, and I had no choice. Zhang Qingyan's expression was cold. Take him away and execute him. Please, Your Majesty. I have served you in the palace for many years. I dare not. Please have mercy. Even after many years of service, Zhang Qingyan was still ruthless. When he decided, he acted without mercy. Wang Dicai was so frightened he shrank back to the side. Serving the emperor was truly dangerous. I am the emperor of this great country. Anyone who acts like that will face the consequences. News of the chief chef's execution spread quickly through the palace. When the Empress Dowager heard, she was so angry she threw her teacup. The emperor is just angry with me. It's just a little temper. Why did he have to kill someone? She called a maid. Go. Tell the emperor to come here. I want to ask him, does he dislike me? Mother, there's no need to call him. I am here. Zhang Qingyan entered Yongshou Palace. He sat beside the Empress Dowager, poured himself a cup of hot tea, and, rare for him, spoke a few more words. Mother, I know you mean well, for me and for the heir. But have you ever thought about how dangerous it is to keep your temper so high? Dr. Ji said clearly that this could cause other health problems. Aren't you worried about my health? The Empress Dowager looked awkward. If Zhang Qingyan had been rude when he arrived, she would have scolded him. But now, she couldn't say a word in reply. Mother, please don't do things like this in the future. I understand your feelings. With a faint smile, Zhang Qingyan said, Today, I will go to the harem. The Empress Dowager finally smiled. Then go and enjoy the beauty of Lady Wen. Yes, I will obey your wishes, Mother. Mother and son shared a tender moment. Only then did Zhang Qingyan stand up and leave. When they learned that tonight's performance was about Wen Chuyan, Cui Wei and others quickly prepared. Madam, the water is ready. I will help you bathe. Cui Wei smiled happily. Now the Empress Dowager is very fond of you. Since you often serve the emperor at night, you will surely have a child soon. I hope so, Wen Chuyan thought happily. She had come to the palace not just for herself, but for her whole family. Go get some powder. Tonight, I must dress up nicely. When it was completely dark, she was carried to the respectful hall. Today, she wore light makeup, making her skin look even more delicate. She was young, and even if she was a bit plump, she still looked beautiful. Zhang Qingyan sat by the bed and lifted the silk quilt. Wen Chuyan blushed. Although it wasn't her first time serving the emperor, her heart still raced every time she saw him. Under the quilt, she was not wearing anything. As soon as Zhang Qingyan touched her, he felt her smooth skin. Last night, he had just enjoyed the company of a beautiful lady. He was used to it and planned to enjoy Wen Chuyan again today to release some frustration. But when he saw her fair skin, his interest waned. He got on the dragon bed and held Wen Chuyan. Your Majesty, Wen Chuyan knew her voice sounded nice. I am here to serve you. She stood up, careful, but still feeling her weight. Zhang Qingyan held her waist, ready to continue, but when he felt her sturdy waist and flesh, he lost interest. Forget it, I am a bit tired today. Wen Chuyan was stunned. Your Majesty, Zhang Qingyan said nothing more. He turned his back to her. Wen Chuyan looked at him sadly. She looked good, somewhat like Consort Rome. But he had just enjoyed a beautiful lady yesterday, and compared to her slender figure, she didn't excite him anymore. I'm a bit tired. Sleep now. Wen Chuyan stared blankly at the ceiling. Zhang Qingyan was lying nearby, but didn't touch her again. Tears fell silently, but she dared not make a sound. That night, she stayed awake all night. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingyan slept very well. In the early morning light, Wen Chuyan had already dressed and was helping him prepare for court. She asked carefully, Your Majesty, did I do something wrong? No, you did well, Zhang Qingyan replied briefly. He raised his hand and gently touched her face. I'm just tired. It's not because of anything you did. He lowered his hand and rubbed his fingers. His skin was not as tender as the beautiful lady's, and upon closer look, it was a bit rough. As Zhang Qingyan went to court, Wen Chuyan had no choice but to return home. As soon as she entered Tianxiang Garden, Su Yao came forward and said, "Congratulations, Sister One." Besides the consort Rong and the Empress, few people can stay overnight at the Emperor's place. Wen Chuyan forced a small smile. She had indeed stayed overnight, but the Emperor did nothing with her. To outsiders, it might seem she was favored by the Emperor, and perhaps Consort Rong and others saw her as a threat. But in reality, she gained nothing and dared not speak about it. This feeling is truly more bitter than bitter herbs. Lianxin hurried back to Xueqiong Garden, angrily setting down her basket. "Madam, last night, Lady Wen went to serve the Emperor and stayed overnight." "Madam, didn't you send the pine nut lily pastry yesterday? Why hasn't the Emperor shown favor to you yet?" She was almost too impatient to wait. In the harem, if a woman is not favored, her days will be very hard. People here tend to flatter the powerful and look down on others. Unfavored consorts only get leftovers to eat, and they are cold. What she brought back just now was something others didn't want. Bai Wudong was unbothered, continuing to embroider her sachet. "We have a small kitchen here. We can eat by ourselves." Lianxin stomped her foot, frustrated. "Madam, how can you be so unambitious? We spent almost all our silver when we came here. What will we do then? Do we have to go back and ask the Lord for more?" Bai Wudong's face turned cold. She raised her hand and slapped her hard. "Mind your words. Don't say things you shouldn't. If you think I lack ambition, then go serve other ladies in other palaces." Lianxin covered her face and knelt heavily on the ground. "Madam, I was wrong. You just can't control your mouth. This is Xueqiong Garden, but who can guarantee there are no eavesdroppers? If others find out about our ambitions, do you know what will happen?" Bai Wudong took her face in her cold hands and gently stroked it. "Lianxin, you are the only person I trust here. Rest assured, the Emperor will favor me. Now go back and rest well today. You don't need to serve me anymore." Although Lianxin was unhappy inside, hearing Bai Wudong's words made her feel much better. She realized she had spoken out of turn and said things she shouldn't have. She is just a servant girl. How can she casually scold her mistress? "Yes, thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty." Bai Wudong lowered her head and continued embroidery. The embroidered raccoon on the fabric looked so lively, as if it might jump out at any moment. "The last one was my mother. This time it's my father." "Your Majesty," Xiaoningzi whispered as he stepped closer, "today I went to see the master, and he said the Emperor is in a bad mood. It would be best if Your Majesty could enjoy some pine nut lily pastries." "All right, I will make some more," Bai Wudong said eagerly, not missing the chance to impress the Emperor. She immediately put down her sachet and got up to prepare the pastries. An hour later, Xiaoningzi led her along winding paths behind the palace of Nourishing Heart. Wang Dicai saw them approaching and felt his stomach tighten. If this beautiful lady didn't come soon, the Emperor's anger would be hard to hold back. "Your Majesty's lady has arrived. Since Your Majesty is in a bad mood, he's just waiting to enjoy your pine nut lily pastries." Bai Wudong's face turned slightly red, understanding the deeper meaning behind the words. This was her first time entering the palace of Nourishing Heart. The hall was vast and intricately carved. As soon as she stepped inside, she felt the overwhelming presence of the Emperor's authority. Zhang Qingyan sat on a bed, smiling when he saw her. "Come here, Your Majesty, I brought the pine nut lily pastries you wanted. It's urgent, so I hope they taste good, just like yesterday." Zhang Qingyan didn't really want to eat pastries. He only wanted to see the person in front of him. Although he had taken medicine from Dr. Ji, for some reason, he still felt a fiery anger inside. If only he had spent the night with Wen Chuyan yesterday, perhaps he could have cooled his temper. But he no longer cared for that greasy feeling. Zhang Qingyan suddenly pulled Bai Wudong into his arms. "I still prefer your waist." He lowered his voice. "I'll give you something good." Bai Wudong found a booklet and, feeling confused, opened it. When she saw the contents, her face instantly turned red. "Your Majesty, I want to try the first thing on the 3rd page." Suddenly, tears echoed in the hall. Bai Wudong lay in Zhang Qingyan's arms, a thin layer of sweat on her body. "Your Majesty, I must go back." "All right, go back," Zhang Qingyan said. It was the first time in broad daylight that he had acted so boldly in the palace of Nourishing Heart. But he had to admit, the feeling was completely different. During the day, she could see more beautiful things. The palace of Nourishing the Heart is a serious and solemn place. I doubt even his indulgent father, who loves beauty, has ever truly experienced a woman's touch here. Bai Wudong stood up to dress, and Zhang Qingyan held her hand gently. Take your time. Half an hour later, she finally left the palace of Nourishing the Heart. Wang Dicai saw her off a short distance. Your Majesty, take care. Thank you, Duke Wang. As Bai Wudong just stepped away, a maid appeared, an experienced and trusted maidservant of the Empress Dowager. Why is that beautiful lady coming out of the palace of Nourishing the Heart? She asked, noticing Bai Wudong's appearance, as if she had just been pampered. The maid's face looked unhappy. Without waiting for what would happen next, she hurried back. Your Majesty, I saw the beautiful lady. Fu Bao immediately sat up straight from the Empress Dowager's embrace. What does it matter if you saw her? The Empress Dowager said dismissively, continuing to Fu Bao's soft fur. Fu Bao, you're pregnant again. Why can't you bring some good fortune to the palace? If you can make the concubines here pregnant, I will have a temple built for you, and even after you pass away, people will burn incense in your honor. The maid lowered her voice. Your Majesty, that beautiful lady came out of the palace of Nourishing the Heart, and she looks like she's been with the Emperor. The Empress Dowager suddenly looked up sharply. Are you sure? I dare not lie, Your Majesty. That beautiful lady is truly relentless. She just swore in front of me, and now she's trying to the Emperor. The Empress Dowager stood up. Come on, let's go to the palace of Nourishing the Heart. I want to see what's going on inside. If the Emperor dares to indulge openly, that Bai Marin must be removed immediately. The sedan arrived at the palace of Nourishing the Heart. The Empress Dowager blocked Wang Dicai from announcing, and she went straight inside. Everything inside was as usual. The scent of dragon saliva incense was very strong, with no other strange smells. Mother, why are you here? Zhang Qingyan stood up to greet her. Wang Dicai, why didn't you announce her? Wang Dicai looked pained. He dared not explain in front of the two large Buddha statues. He could only bear the hardship himself. Empress Dowager, I have something to ask you. Why did that beautiful lady come out of your palace of Nourishing the Heart? Zhang Qingyan remained calm and smiled faintly. Mother, it was I who asked the beautiful lady to come. You. As the Emperor, how can you indulge in such behavior in broad daylight? If the officials find out, what will happen? Mother, do you see your son as that kind of person? Zhang Qingyan's smile disappeared, and he set down his teacup heavily. I only called Bai Marin over because I wanted to taste her pine nut lily pastry. The Empress Dowager sat down unhappily. She had been a bit too harsh earlier. She couldn't help it. She was entirely focused on the future heir and couldn't afford any mistakes. Otherwise, as a mother, how could she try to keep a young beauty away from the Emperor? I didn't mean it that way, Your Majesty. It's just that mother doesn't trust your son and thinks he's the kind of person who indulges in improper behavior during the day. Zhang Qingyan replied on her behalf, showing some displeasure. The Empress Dowager thought carefully. Zhang Qingyan was not that kind of person. He worked hard and, even in the palace, always followed the rules. Today, she realized she had made a mistake. She had to change the subject. If the Emperor wants to enjoy that lily pastry, just have the kitchen make it. Bai Marin can't possibly create anything special. She did make something different from the usual, or I wouldn't have asked her to bring it. Zhang Qingyan changed the subject. And what about the opera troupe? Does mother still like them? The Empress Dowager smiled with narrowed eyes. Yes, they are quite good, especially that lead performer. She's not much worse than those in the palace. As long as mother likes it, Your Majesty, I have some official documents to review, so I won't stay any longer. The Empress Dowager stood up. The Emperor works hard, but you should rest more. I'll have Bai Marin write down the recipe and send it to the kitchen, so she won't bother you. After speaking, she left the Hall of Restful Heart. Wang Dicai, how did the Emperor get to taste Bai Marin's lily pastry? Wang Dicai, who had overheard the conversation, quickly thought. Your Majesty, it's my fault. A little told me that Bai Marin's pastry was very good. Seeing that the emperor's appetite was poor, I took the liberty to have some brought here. I won't dare do that again. The Empress Dowager shot him a sharp look. If you dare to act on your own again, I will punish you. Yes, I won't dare anymore. Humph, go on. Seeing them walk away, Wang Dekai let out a breath. When he heard Zhang Qingyan call him, he hurried back inside to serve the next Buddhist statue. Your Majesty, I am here. Tell the opera troupe to hurry up. I no longer want to wait. Yes, I will inform them tonight and ask them to be quicker. Zhang Qingyan waved his hand.
You may leave now.
I want to be alone for a while. Did Bai Wudong come out of the Palace of Restful Heart in the Xiangyuan Garden when Chuyun clenched her handkerchief tightly? I haven't even stepped into the Palace of Restful Heart, yet she, who has never served the Emperor, has gone there. Thinking about last night's events, a fire of anger rose in her heart. To outsiders, it seemed she had spent the night with the Emperor and gained favor. Just after she returned, the noble consort Rong sent over what she called a gift. To be cautious, Cui Wei carefully examined it. Cui Wei, knowledgeable about medicine, quickly found that one of the items contained red flowers. It seemed that noble consort Rong was probably targeting her. Other concubines also sent gifts one after another, thanking her verbally, but inside, they were probably jealous to the point of madness. Her own situation was so difficult, she had become the target of blame, yet Bai Wudong easily entered the Palace of Restful Heart. Even if noble consort Rong and others found out, they probably wouldn't care. They had long been blinded by worldly desires, unaware that sometimes the most attractive things are the ones that are different. Cui Wei spread the news that Bai Marin went to the Palace of Restful Heart. It's best if all the concubines in the palace know. Take the fabric soaked with red flowers that noble consort Rong gifted and come with me to Shueqiong Garden. On the way, when Chuyun suppressed her anger, trying to appear as usual. Bai Wudong had been living here for several days, and this was her first time visiting Shueqiong Garden. Just the entrance looked much better than her Tianxiang Garden. She had gained favor but hadn't been promoted or moved to a new palace. Bai Wudong hadn't done anything special, yet her luck was so good. When Chuyun forced a smile and stepped inside. Sister Wudong, I came to see you. Bai Wudong had already heard the news and came out to greet her. Sister Wen, you stayed up all night serving the Emperor. Why don't you rest well? I suddenly thought of you, so I came to visit. When Chuyun signaled her maid to bring the fabric. Bai Wudong took it herself, hugged it, and gently stroked it. This fabric is really nice. I envy Sister Wen for having so many good things. I feel like I'm invisible in this palace. But the Emperor does like the pine nut and lily pastries I make. Sister Wen, I will give you the recipe. You can prepare it for the Emperor to eat. This way, he will surely favor you even more. After saying that, she asked Lianxin to deliver the recipe, casually revealing a pink sachet tied around her waist. When Qian smiled and took it. How can I accept this? There's nothing wrong with it. Sister Wen, you are the only person in this palace who has been kind to me. Unlike others, who ignore me completely, even the Emperor has never looked at me twice. White Wudong chuckled self-deprecatingly. I don't expect to be favored in this life. I just hope that in the future, Sister Wen will be loved and can protect me a little. Seeing her sincere words, Wen Chuyun felt a bit more at ease. From the way she spoke, White Wudong seemed to have no scheming mind. After all, she grew up in a temple and never experienced the intrigues of a big household. How could she have any tricks? Especially now, White Wudong still clings to that piece of cloth. She is truly innocent. Wudong's sister, you are so kind to me, and you even gave me the recipe. I will definitely treat you well too. When Qian said, then asked her maid to bring out a set of finished clothes. This outfit was made just for Wudong. Try it on. White Wudong finally put down the cloth and looked surprised. Is this brocade? Sister Wen, this is so precious. It's not expensive. Wudong, you are the only person I can talk to in this palace. Hurry and try it on. Thank you so much, Sister Wen, White Wudong said happily, carrying the clothes into her room. A moment later, she came out wearing the outfit. Although the clothes were a bit large, the fine fabric made her slender body look more elegant and noble. It's perfect for Wudong. Thank you, Sister Wen. I really like it. When Chiyun's smile deepened. I'm glad you like it, Wudong. Looks like it's getting late, so I should head back. White Wudong stood up to see her off. Lianxin was nearby and couldn't help but whisper, Is this beautiful lady Wen just here to show off? Be careful with your words, White Wudong said, touching the fabric. The faint scent of medicinal herbs almost reached her nose. The cloth was soaked with safflower, and the dress was scented with musk. She truly didn't want her to have even the slightest chance. But unfortunately, she was a demon, so she wasn't afraid of these things. The child was now safe inside her belly. In 10 or 15 days, they would be able to confirm the pregnancy. And she could feel that there was not just one baby inside her, but twins. Bai Wutong was counting the days. By the end of October, she should have a heartbeat. At that time, she must take the opportunity to make the noble consort pay the price. Bai Wudong sat quietly at the back of the Empress Dowager, copying Buddhist scriptures. She had been coming for several days in a row, not only because the Empress Dowager wanted her to, but also because she wanted to. Ever since the day the Empress Dowager left the Palace of Nourishing Heart, she had been eyeing her unfavorably, making her copy scriptures every day. Bai Wudong was happy about this. It was a good chance to rest and protect her pregnancy. No one in the Empress Dowager's palace would harm her. Although she was a supernatural being, she still needed to be careful. Who knew how many harmful tricks humans could have? The Empress Dowager occasionally looked at Bai Wudong. Seeing she was sensible, her expression softened a little. Has the recipe for pine nut and lily pastry been given to the kitchen? Bai Wudong bowed and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. It has been given. I also gave a copy to Sister Wen. I thought she could make more for the Emperor. Good. Well done. The Empress Dowager patted Fu Bao. In the palace, you are all sisters. You should get along peacefully and not secretly scheme against each other. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I won't do that. Bai Wudong lowered her head and continued copying scriptures. The Empress Dowager no longer pressed her and enjoyed a quiet massage from the maid. As noon approached, A's voice came from outside. Noble consort is here. The Empress Dowager opened her eyes. What is she here for at this time? The maid responded, She probably came to show you the music scores. Soon after, Jean Weiga entered the hall. When she saw Bai Wudong again, her smile froze, but she quickly returned to normal. Your Majesty, I came today to deliver some books. They are all operas from the south. Please take a look and tell me which ones you like, and I will send those in. The Empress Dowager expressionlessly took the books. You only wrote the titles of the operas, but didn't mention what they are about. How am I supposed to know which ones are good? She beckoned. Bai Marin, come and take a look. Jean Weiga hurriedly looked over. Bai Wudong forced a bitter smile but could only step forward, pretending to examine the books for a moment. Your Majesty, I only know roughly what kind of operas are from the south, but I don't know the specific titles. Then you should go back. I thought you understood, but it turns out you're just a half-hearted person. Jean Weiga immediately became proud and looked at Bai Wudong, smiling again. Empress Dowager, my brother will definitely return before your birthday celebration. I heard he prepared something special just to surprise you. Although this noble consort isn't very impressive, she is a good brother. Jin Ji is now one of the best generals in the Great Rhone Kingdom, often away leading troops. He only comes back once every few months, staying for about 10 or 15 days before leaving again. The Emperor is very touched by this. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager couldn't be too harsh anymore. Then I will wait. All right, I've seen the list. Is there anything else? Jean Weiga recounted her plans. Although this is the second time I've hosted such a banquet, I still can't compare to you. Please give me your advice. Bai Wudong sat nearby, not actively participating, continuing to copy Buddhist scriptures. It's okay, but you still need to pay attention to some details to avoid problems. By the way, Jin Ji is already in his early 20s, but still unmarried. Do you have someone you like? This time he's back, and I plan to arrange a marriage for him. That. Jean Weiga lowered her eyes. Empress Dowager, My brother is dedicated to serving the emperor. He has no plans to marry for now. He's always leading troops, and even if he does marry, he can only come home a few days a year. It's better not to bother the noble ladies in the capital. Most of the noble ladies in the capital marry into the palace, hoping to conceive a royal heir and rise quickly. As for the others, either they don't look good, or they're already married. Jean Wega thinks none of them are suitable for Jean Ji, so she prefers to keep him single for now. After all, a general's marriage is nobody's business to decide. That's not right. If Jean Ji doesn't marry soon, how will your Jean family pass on the bloodline? The Empress Dowager looked at Jean Wega's belly. It's best for Jean Ji to find someone who can keep the child safe, so he can return without worries and not waste several more years. Yes, I will honestly tell my brother. Jean Wega sensed the Empress Dowager's indirect criticism and looked a bit upset. I have nothing more to say. I'll take my leave now. She looked at Bai Wudong. Beauty Bai, come out for a moment. I have something to say to you. The Empress Dowager closed her eyes, showing no intention of intervening. White Wudong could only follow and ask, Noble consort, what brings you here? Jean Wega, who had been upset with the Empress Dowager, now vented her anger on her. Why didn't you show off in front of me this time? I only happen to know some operas from the south, but I don't know much else. Don't think that just because you come to the Empress Dowager often, you have any face. As long as you don't serve the emperor in bed, you're the lowest in this palace. You're even worse than a palace maid, just eating and doing nothing. White Wudong lowered her head, hiding a smile in her eyes. Actually, she had already served the emperor and even had a child. But now wasn't the right time to reveal that, or she wouldn't speak like this. Jean Wega, though somewhat clever, had been in high positions for years, favored by the emperor, and looked down on her as a beauty. She always spoke without much thought, easily angering others with just a few words. People like her and Gao Jingwan were best to be used. If White Wudong had a different identity and shared the same status as Jean Wega, perhaps she would hold back a little. Beautiful White, listen carefully. If you dare to show off again in front of me, even if the emperor comes, I won't spare you. I want to crush you like crushing an ant. Yes, I understand. Jean Wega flicked her sleeve. Jiwa, let's go back to Yaguang Palace. After they left, White Wudong stood up as if nothing had happened and returned to Yongshou Palace. The Empress Dowager looked at the sky outside. Soon, the emperor would come to watch the show with her, and she couldn't let the two meet again. All right, go back. I want to listen to music. A group of performers, already dressed up, headed to the back courtyard under the guidance of the eunuchs. White Wudong happened to be walking the same way. Her gaze fell on the lead performer. Although he was heavily made up, his delicate features were visible. His figure was not as full as a woman's, but rather appeared fragile. If he weren't a man, he might be a great beauty. The performers bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Get up, White Wudong said for the first time, receiving so many bows. She slightly raised her eyebrows. The Empress Dowager is in a good mood today. Sing well. After seeing off the performers, White Wudong walked very slowly, deliberately delaying her steps. She even tugged at her sleeve before continuing on. After a moment, a tall, familiar figure appeared ahead. She blushed shyly and stepped forward to bow, saying, Your Majesty, I have seen you. Her robe was slightly loose, revealing her full figure underneath. Like mountains shrouded in mist, her appearance made people want to see her true face. Zhang Qingyan helped her up and asked, Did you go to Mother Empress to recite Buddha's teachings again? Today, I copied 2 volumes of Buddhist scriptures. Bai Wudong didn't want to talk too much, her eyes flickering with emotion, and she looked at him with reluctance. Your Majesty, please go ahead. A faint fragrance drifted over. Zhang Qingyan was captivated by her gaze, and his heart was stirred again. Every time he saw Bai Marin, he found it hard to control himself. You really know how to attract people. I'll find time to see you. The Empress Dowager ordered the palace ladies to watch a play, and the emperor would go too. In the imperial garden, a lively group of over 20 women gathered. Even the ailing empress was present. When Bai Wudong entered, no one paid her attention. She casually found a spot to stand, completely hidden. These consorts were all broad and plump, dressed flamboyantly to see the emperor, with hairpins and ornaments on their heads more numerous than the next. In contrast, Bai Wudong wore a simple green dress, with 3 jade hairpins on each side of her head, making her the most understated among them. Jean Weige and the Empress stood on either side of the Empress Dowager. The other consorts were arranged according to their rank. Bai Wudong knew her place and stood at the very back. In front of her was Duan Chunru. Among the beauties who entered the palace, she was also quite unremarkable. But she had served the emperor once, making her a legitimate consort. Ahead of her were Su Yao and others, with Wen Chuyan standing at the forefront. She was the most favored, having stayed overnight in the palace of dignified restraint. It was believed she would soon be promoted to a higher rank, perhaps as a noble consort or Jowie. The imperial garden was not very large, and with many large-bodied consorts, the space felt even more cramped. Duan Chunru looked at Bai Wudong's clothes and asked, "Are you Bai Marin?" "Exactly," Bai Wudong replied with a smile, showing no hostility. Duan Chunru simply nodded and looked ahead again. After some time, Zhang Qingyan finally arrived. "Everyone sit down. Thank you, Your Majesty." The consorts all took their seats. Zhang Qingyan immediately noticed Bai Wudong in the corner. She sat there looking even smaller. Compared to others, she was dressed simply and elegantly, giving a fresh and calming impression, like a gentle breeze that takes away the heat and noise. He looked away and said, "Mother, let's begin." "All right," the Empress Dowager replied, giving the signal. The performers from the opera troupe stepped onto the stage. The singing started. On that day, before the gods, a single incense was burned, and vows were made between 2 families. He promised they would grow old together, and I said love from the underworld was not over. He said if I betrayed a Jiao halfway, even heaven would not forgive him. I said that was hard to believe. But before I could finish, he became proud and arrogant after success, and he broke all his vows. Bai Wudong understood that this song was about love between men and women, and she worried it might be a foolish love. To her surprise, the Empress Dowager actually liked this kind of song. The consorts listened carefully, none spoke. After some drumming, the song ended. The Empress Dowager nodded with satisfaction. "Good, good. Well done." The consorts responded enthusiastically. "Oh, this famous performer is truly different. Just listen to that voice, so beautiful. I heard that truly talented performers can stay in people's minds for days. I think today's performer is quite good too." Then another song began. Bai Wudong rested her chin on her hand, listening while gently touching her belly. She wanted her little one to listen too. Although humans could be terrible, their music was beautiful, something these spirits couldn't do. Since she was young, her mother told her stories, mostly about fairies and humans falling in love, only to be betrayed in the end. She never thought that one day she would have a child with a human. Suddenly, Duan Chunru's voice came from nearby. "White sister, the Empress Dowager is calling you." Bai Wudong snapped back to reality. When she looked up, she saw many eyes staring at her, mostly with a look of schadenfreude. The Empress Dowager looked displeased. "Beautiful Bai, I am calling you. Your Majesty, I am sorry. I found this song too sad and couldn't help but think of my own sad memories, so I got lost in it. Fu Bao is causing trouble. Come sit next to me and hold Fu Bao." "Yes." Bai Wudong stepped forward. As she passed Zhang Qingyan, she couldn't help but glance at him. The Empress Dowager was sitting with the Empress and the Emperor, so no one would give her their seat. She sat on a makeshift chair, holding Bao Bao, squeezed between the first and second rows. Whenever she looked up, she could see Zhang Qingyan's back. She held Bao Bao, deliberately letting the plush tail occasionally brush against Zhang Qingyan. Twice in a row, Zhang Qingyan couldn't focus on the music and really wanted to teach that disobedient little thing behind him a lesson. The Empress Dowager was satisfied and looked at Zhang Qingyan. "Emperor, what do you think? As emperor, you're busy with government affairs, but sometimes you should relax and listen to music." "Very good." Zhang Qingyan only listened to the first piece, ignoring the rest. Bao Bao happened to call out, giving him a chance to turn around. Bai Wudong looked at him with a clever, lively expression. This little girl was openly trying to attract his attention without realizing it. The Empress Dowager didn't notice their little secret and took bow bow. You really worry this old lady. All right, everyone disperse now. I will go back to rest. Zhang Qingyan stood up. I will leave too. Safe travels, Your Majesty, Empress Dowager. Bai Wudong bowed along with everyone else, secretly glancing at Zhang Qingyan. After the two great figures left, the concubines became bolder and started talking. Your Majesty is still as handsome as ever. I wonder when it will be my turn to serve you. Just wait. Right now, Your Majesty prefers gentle and kind women. When Chuyan became the target of everyone's gossip again, Bai Wudong took the chance to slip away. She didn't want to be crammed among these flirtatious women, with their heavy makeup that almost made her feel sick. Stepping out of the imperial garden, the air immediately felt fresher. She returned to Shueqiong Pavilion and said, Lianxin, I want a bath. Today, the emperor's gaze when he looked at her changed. Maybe he would come over today, and she didn't want to carry the scent of other women on her. Wang Ducai and the attendants from the respectful service room came over. Your Majesty, it's time to flip the cards. Zhang Qingyan raised his head. Flip for when Marin. Yes. The beside him immediately took note and went to inform others. Zhang Qingyan called out, Wait, I will go myself. No need to carry her over. The young was surprised. When Marin was truly favored. But he didn't show it and hurried away. Wang Ducai, bring the medicine. Wang Ducai carefully brought over hot tea. Your Majesty, are you talking about a dream of yellow millet? Once the beautiful lady has taken her medicine and gone to sleep, you can cover for me. I need to go to Shueqiong Garden. The Hall of Fragrant Beauty was decorated with lanterns and banners. Suiwei and the palace maids looked happy, as if celebrating the new year. When Chuyan finished washing and changing clothes, she looked into a bronze mirror, wiping on powder. Suiwei, has the palace been cleaned thoroughly? Yes, Your Majesty. Everything is spotless. Make sure to clean every corner. No mistakes allowed. Suiwei stepped forward, fixing her hair and smiling brightly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. With your favor, you'll surely have a son soon. When Chuyan paused, thinking of that night. Perhaps the emperor's visit this time was to make up for the wrongs she suffered that day. According to palace rules, only consorts and higher ranks could host the emperor overnight. Those below had to wait to be summoned. When Chuyan applied more blush. You think it's good, but I see both good and bad. I hope the emperor comes often and we can spend more time together. But such closeness might make others jealous. I fear Consort Rome will be the first to dislike it. Everyone in the palace knew that Consort Rome was very jealous. She was proud because she had borne the only child in the past. The fabric stained with red flowers was sent by her, clearly showing her feelings. Suiwei understood this too. Don't think too much, Your Majesty. Gaining the emperor's favor is the most important. If that happens, we won't need to go out. When you have a son, the emperor and the empress dowager won't allow anyone to bother you. When Chuyan touched her belly, whispering, But when will I get pregnant? So many women in the palace, and only Consort Rome has shown any signs. I'm so anxious. 1 hour later, Zhang Qingyan arrived at the Hall of Fragrant Beauty. When Chuyan and others greeted him at the door, Su Yao also took this chance to try to show herself off in front of the emperor. Though she had only served him once, she wanted to make a good impression. Your Majesty, I humbly greet you. Zhang Qingyan only glanced at her and looked away. Now he even found Wen Chuyan dull and ordinary, not to mention Su Yao, who was far less impressive. He helped Wen Chuyan up. No need for formalities.
Come in.
Yes, Your Majesty. The two entered the main hall. Su Yao looked eagerly, but she never saw the person turn around. She couldn't help sighing. Living with Sister Wen gave me the chance to see the emperor, but he won't even look at me. I'm not as good as Sister Wen. What should I do in the future? A close maid whispered, Your Majesty, do you remember Empress Gua from the previous dynasty? She wasn't beautiful, but she was the emperor's favorite consort. If the late emperor hadn't passed away, she might have become the empress. Don't underestimate yourself, Your Majesty. It's up to us to make things happen. Su Yao nodded firmly. Since I've entered this deep palace, I must fight for my place. Otherwise, all this effort is for nothing. Zhang Qingyan was already sitting on a chair. On the table in front of him were poems written by Wen Qian. Her handwriting was elegant, showing her knowledge and good manners. He picked up a few pages and looked closely. Not bad. Wen Qian knew her strengths. She had a beautiful voice and was known as the top talented woman in the capital. The emperor was here only once in a while. She had to show her best side to catch his attention. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. I usually have nothing to do, so I like to write poetry to pass the time. Wen Qian wanted Zhang Qingyan to look at more of her work, but he wasn't interested. He just wanted to go to Shueqiong Garden. No need to look anymore. Rest now. Wang Dicai agreed and brought 2 cups of hot tea. Your Majesty, Your Majesty's wife, please have some tea. Wen Qian trusted him and took a small sip. Zhang Qingyan ordered the lights to be turned off and lay down with Wen Qian. She wanted to serve him, but as she reached out her hand, she suddenly felt dizzy. The emperor in front of her gradually blurred until he disappeared completely. Zhang Qingyan sat up and looked at Wen Qian for a long time. She slowly woke up from her fainting state, but her face was flushed, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She even made shy sounds, saying, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Zhang Qingyan ignored her and opened the door. Wang Dicai immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty, everything is ready. You can go with confidence. No one will notice. He hurried to Shueqiong Garden. Inside was pitch dark. Zhang Qingyan pushed open the main hall door and saw a figure lying on the bed. He smirked quietly and moved closer without making a sound. White Wudong was curled up on the bed, holding a talisman embroidered with a raccoon figure. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and she looked like she wasn't sleeping peacefully. Next to her, there was a bowl of leftover herbal soup. Zhang Qingyan picked it up and sniffed. The smell was familiar, like a calming medicine that helps you sleep better after drinking it. Could it be that White Wudong has worries? She even needs medicine to help her sleep. Thinking of this, he didn't scare her but took off his shoes and gently wrapped his arms around her. Soft kisses kept falling on her. White Wudong was awakened and slowly opened her eyes. Zhang Qingyan pressed his finger gently on her delicate lips. Don't be afraid. It's me. White Wudong looked at him in surprise, her eyes wide. Your Majesty, why are you here? Today you seduced me, and now you ask why I came. Since she was awake, it was time to do what was necessary. After 2 full hours, everything finally ended. White Wudong leaned into his arms, too exhausted to even move her fingers. Zhang Qingyan held her small body, loving her deeply. His gentle embrace could completely hold her, light as a feather, very different from other concubines. Today, I was with Wen Marin. I'm leaving now. White Wudong grabbed his hand suddenly, tears welling up. Your Majesty, did you come from Sister Wen? How can this be? Sister Wen treats me very well, often bringing me gifts. Yet you left her to find me. How am I supposed to face her? She started crying even harder. Soon, Zhang Qingyan felt a wet patch on his chest. He cupped her face gently. Don't worry, I have my ways. She won't find out. Zhang Qingyan got up and dressed.
Sleep now.
I'll leave first. After tidying up, he strode away. White Wudong turned over, no longer looking exhausted but comfortable, clutching the blanket and falling asleep peacefully. Not to mention, the emperor always made her happy before she slept. Tonight, she was sure to have a good rest. The emperor visited Wen Qian every night, but in fact he went to Shueqiong Garden. Such favoritism made all the palace concubines jealous, especially noble consort Rome. The palace was constantly replacing porcelain vases. Any that could be broken were broken. Zhang Qingyan, as usual, went to Yongshou Palace. The Empress Dowager looked worried and spoke directly about an important matter. Emperor, counting from when you started favoring Lady Wen, it's been almost 2 months. Yesterday, I asked the imperial doctor to check, but there was no change. She seems useless. In half a month, it will be next month. Maybe we should consider Lady Li instead. Her family doesn't have as many children as the Wen family, but she seems more promising. Zhang Qingyan nodded calmly and picked up the new hot tea. What does the Empress Dowager suggest? The Empress Dowager saw that he was not sincere and didn't take it seriously. She tried to persuade him kindly. I know, Your Majesty, that your mind is focused on the southern border. But now that Jinji is here, he can control those southern tribes. You don't need to worry too much. The most important thing is to have an heir. As she spoke, she couldn't help but tear up. You're already over 20, and you still don't have a son. Even a princess would be good. It would stop the gossip and reduce the pressure from the officials. Seeing them push you, I feel uncomfortable too. Zhang Qingyan felt uneasy hearing this. Of course, he also wanted to have an heir soon. The Empress Dowager held his hand tightly. Emperor, today you should favor Lady Li. I know you don't want to, but if you have a child, I promise I won't pressure you anymore. The most important thing is that the country needs an heir. She spoke sincerely, almost begging. Zhang Qingyan reflected on his recent behavior and realized he had been acting foolishly. He had been drugging Lady Wen every day just to spend time with Bai Wudong. No wonder she wasn't pregnant. He wasn't even sleeping with her. How could she get pregnant? Now, for the sake of an heir, he decided not to see Bai Wudong anymore. Mother, I will listen to you. The Empress Dowager, with red eyes, nodded heavily. Emperor, I don't want to see you suffer like this. We have no choice. Once there's an heir, everything will get better. After leaving Yongshou Palace, Zhang Qingyan fell into deep thought. Wang Dekai, do you think I've been acting a bit crazy lately? Wang Dekai dared not tell the truth. Your Majesty is the ruler of 9-5. Everything you do is right. Order you to tell the truth. If you dare disobey, I will cut off your head right now. Please, Your Majesty, have mercy. Wang Detsai suddenly knelt on the ground and said, Your servant is honest. If the emperor wants an heir, he can't keep going to see the beautiful lady every day. You are right. The beautiful lady is too thin. Even if I like her, I can't have an heir. Going there is just a waste of time, Zhang Qingyan said, rubbing his jade ring. Forget it. Starting today, I won't go to Shueqiong Garden anymore. Wang Detsai, if I ever have such thoughts again, remind me in time. Wang Detsai thought to himself. When that time comes, I definitely won't dare to speak up. After they left, in the deep grass, Bai Wudong slowly stood up, still holding Fu Bao in her arms. Today, she came to Yongshou Palace to copy Buddhist scriptures, but unexpectedly saw such a scene. She gently stroked Fu Bao's soft, fluffy fur. It seems the emperor still doesn't like me enough. If he truly liked me, he wouldn't care about having an heir. He just wants me. But this is also good. Eating good food every day is nice, but sometimes you need to taste something bitter to understand who is truly good or bad. She turned around and entered Yongshou Palace through another path. Zhang Qingyan, following the Empress Dowager's orders, checked Li Marin's record. He had seen Li Marin once before, but she was not favored. She was quite fat, only slightly thinner than Gao Jingwan. A group of 6 eunuchs carefully entered Jingshan Hall and gently laid Li Marin on the dragon bed. Li Marin looked shy and charming. When she saw Zhang Qingyan approaching, she immediately showed her most beautiful expression. But her face was too fat. When lying down, her sides were full of flesh, and her head looked like a large pancake spread out. The silk quilt was pulled up to her chin, making her look even more like a big ball of meat. Zhang Qingyan's lips twitched. He comforted himself. Forget it. It's the same even if the lights are off. Now, the most important thing is the heir. Once there was a prince, he wouldn't favor women built like this anymore. Your Majesty, Zhang Qingyan didn't speak. He pulled back the quilt, revealing layers of fat. The strong smell of perfume mixed with sweat hit him. Li Marin saw him staring without blinking and thought he liked her. She immediately waved her hand. Your Majesty, do you like it? Zhang Qingyan's face was cold. He suddenly covered the quilt. He thought, no, if I keep looking, I might get sick and can't do anything. Don't speak. I just remembered I still have something unfinished. Wait here for me, he said. Zhang Qingyan quickly went outside, sat on the bed, and tried to convince himself. The crown prince's importance is great, So, I must endure this once. But just thinking about the feel of the fat and the strong smell, I really can't bring myself to do it. Wang Dekai, what do you think I should do? I need to prioritize the crown prince and favor the harem, but I just can't bring myself to harm Lady Li. Just looking at her makes me feel sick. Wang Dekai offers some tea. Your Majesty, I don't know what to do either. Fool, get out. Yes, Wang Dekai quickly slips away. Zhang Qingyan stands up and returns to the dragon bed. But once again, he can't bring himself to act. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Lady Li asks, confused. It's nothing. I still have matters to attend to. If you can't wait, you can go to sleep first. I'm not tired, Your Majesty. I will wait for you. Zhang Qingyan can't face her and can only go back outside. Wang Dekai, bring the dream of the yellow millet. I need a couple of days to get used to it. He plans to start tomorrow replacing all the palace maids who serve him with ones as plump as Lady Li. Maybe after seeing so many, he will get used to it. Buying slips past the Hall of Reverent Silence and quickly arrives at Snow Cheong Garden, gracefully jumping through the window. Fu Bao, you're here. Bai Wudong hugs it. Has the emperor shown favor to Lady Li? Fu Bao shakes its head human-like. Bai Wudong can't help but laugh. It seems not, but after tasting all the delicacies, who would like plain porridge and small dishes? If it were just plain porridge, that would be fine, but it's a big piece of fat meat floating in a sea of oil. She picks up Fu Bao. By the way, I remember a dish in the palace that the Empress Dowager loves very much. It requires catching the pig when it's still very fresh, slicing the meat from its cheeks. Only then can the flavor be preserved when cooking. Tomorrow, I need to think of a way to let this pig escape, preferably heading straight for the emperor. Zhang Qingyan orders all the palace maids serving him to be replaced with more voluptuous ones. When the news spreads, the harem women become instantly anxious. Jean Weiga suddenly stands up, grabbing Jia Yu's arm tightly. Could it be that the emperor is upset because the harem hasn't had any pregnancies, and now he wants to favor those palace maids? If that's true, she definitely won't accept it. Those concubines are already quite low in status, and now they want the palace maids to crawl over them. That's absolutely unacceptable. Let's go to the Hall of Mental Cultivation to see the emperor. On the way, Jean Weiga happened to meet Hui Fei, who was also heading there. Hui Fei, are you going to see the emperor? Yes, I am. Rong Fei, are you also going to see him? Jean Weiga snorted coldly. We must not let the emperor favor those palace maids. When we arrive, you should also advise him. It's all because you haven't been able to have children, which has made the emperor think this way. You're useless. Taking the opportunity to scold her, she led the way ahead. Hui Fei still wore a smile, seeming completely unbothered. She was also an elder from the royal residence and knew what kind of person Jean Weiga was. She wouldn't get angry over such sharp words. If she did, she would have already been furious in the palace. The two quickly arrived at the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Unexpectedly, De Fei was also there. De Fei was over 30 years old, the oldest consort in the entire harem, 5 years older than the emperor. The reason she was married into the palace was partly because of her family's influence and partly because the imperial astronomer had said her fate was good and could bring prosperity to her husband. Oh, De Fei, why are you willing to come out today? De Fei looked quite ordinary, with a plump figure, though most of her weight was on her lower body, making her upper body look thinner than others. Rong Fei, I came here to see the emperor. Sounds like everyone else is just as eager. She pushed past De Fei and stepped in front of Wang Dekai. Where is the emperor? Wang Dekai bowed and greeted. Reporting to your ladyship, the emperor is in court and has not returned yet. What? Jean Weiga looked up at the sky. It's already this late, and he still hasn't come back. Could something have happened in the southern border? Wang Dekai, a servant, dared not comment on court affairs.
I don't know about that.
Fine, then I will wait here for the emperor. The hall was filled with officials arranged in 3 rows and 4 columns. Zhang Qingyan sat high on the dragon throne, wearing a golden dragon robe, looking very imposing. However, his face was extremely grim. The left chancellor stepped forward. Your Majesty, what instructions do you have regarding the rumors among the people? Zhang Qingyan sneered. Arrest all those spreading rumors. If he were not the emperor and not restricted from leaving the palace, he would have already taken action to arrest those troublemakers spreading rumors. They dared to speak disrespectfully about the emperor, claiming that his inability to have children for many years was due to his lack of virtue and was a punishment from heaven. Some even went so far as to say he murdered his father to take the throne. Utter nonsense. He has been very clever since childhood. Although he is not the eldest son and was not made crown prince, he has always been the chosen successor in the former emperor's heart. His rise to power was natural and expected. However, prime ministers would disagreed and advised, "Your Majesty, this might be too extreme. Rumors are spreading and many people in the capital are involved. If we arrest everyone, it could cause chaos. Then I will arrest the leaders and lock them in prison as a warning. Those who disrespect the emperor and spread rumors will pay the price. No more talk. Do as I say and go now." Zhang Qingyan held back his anger and did not explode in the court. "Court is dismissed." "Yes, Your Majesty." Long live the emperor. As the doors of the Hall of Supreme Harmony opened, many officials stepped out. Prime Minister Zhua, about 50 years old, had no white beard and looked quite young. Sun Mingji, short and fat, hurried forward with a flattering smile, squinting his eyes. "Prime Minister Zhua, please wait a moment. Is there something?" Zhua, unimpressed by this eager scholar, showed no warmth. "I have important news. I know where the rumors started. At a tavern in Mingcheng Hadong. It's full of all kinds of people, speaking carelessly and showing no respect for the emperor. They should be arrested early and made an example of." "Understood." Zhua only glanced at him and then looked away. "This matter will be handled by the officials. It's not your concern." Sun Mingji forced a smile and dared not speak further. After Zhua left, he immediately frowned, his brows tight. Why is Wudong not making any move? "No, I must ask her and the emperor how things are going. If I catch the Holy Heart, I can help my father reach a higher level." In front of the Palace of Nourishing the Heart, Jin Weiga and others waited anxiously, but the emperor did not come. Instead, Wang Ditsai hurried over. "Ladies, you don't need to wait any longer. The emperor is in a bad mood today." Jin Weiga immediately asked what happened. "Speak quickly. Do you think I need to ask you? This is just a chance for you to show your loyalty in front of me. This matter is important. Jin Weiga, as the noble consort, will surely hear about it soon." Wang Ditsai also didn't want to offend her, so he lowered his voice. "Right now, rumors are spreading among the people. The emperor is worried because of these rumors." When he said this, many of the other consorts understood. The rumors mainly concern the fact that the emperor has no children yet. Jin Weiga didn't mind, but Consort Hui said, "In that case, I will go back first. Please tell the emperor to take care of his health." Consort De followed closely behind. Jin Weiga looked at their expressions, thought for a moment, and then left as well. She returned to the Yaoguang Palace and immediately called Jiayu. "Go find out what the rumors are. They don't seem simple like before. Otherwise, why would Consort Hui and Consort De leave so easily? They wouldn't normally go to see the emperor." The city of Renfengli in Jingcheng was very lively. The winding streets were crowded with people, shops lined both sides, and vendors shouted loudly. Further inside was Mingcheng Alley, a narrow place filled with taverns. "Make way. Official business. Anyone blocking the way will be taken down." A group of soldiers in official uniforms, with swords at their waists, quickly rushed through the street. All the common people saw them and hurried to get out of the way, afraid of being accidentally harmed. The soldiers soon entered Mingcheng Alley. Inside the tavern, the noise was loud. The people here were ordinary folks. After a day of hard work, they came here to relax. The prices were low, and they could listen to stories too. On the stage was an old storyteller who lowered his voice and said, "It is said that King Jianpain stabbed the emperor in the chest with a sword, and blood flowed out." The emperor clutched his chest in disbelief. "Son, how could you do such a treacherous thing? Do you know I have already written my will? After I die, this land will belong to you." Many drinkers listened carefully. Suddenly, a loud bang. The soldiers kicked open the tavern door and shouted coldly, "Everyone get down." Everyone panicked and ran in all directions. The storyteller on stage was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. "Officers, it's a misunderstanding. What I said was just a story from a book. It's all fake. Ha, whether you're telling the truth or not, arrest him. Please, officer, this is a letter from the tavern owner to the common people. The common people are just repeating what was said. You should arrest the owner, not us." No matter how they explained, the soldiers didn't listen and arrested everyone. Lamenting cries echoed throughout Mingqing Alley. The villagers saw a line of people being taken away and looked worried. The officers were surprised to see so many people being arrested at once. The leader of the officers looked around and said coldly, "Anyone who dares to speak against the emperor or spread rumors will face the same fate. Starting today, storytellers in tea houses and taverns are not allowed to talk about the royal family or the emperor. Even if it's false, it's forbidden. If caught, they will be arrested immediately. Take everyone away. Send them to the prison." After the soldiers left, the area in Renfeng Lane became lively again. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering to each other. "I didn't expect so many people to be arrested. It seems the rumors might be true. If the emperor wasn't corrupt, why hasn't there been a successor yet? Shu, speak carefully. From now on, don't talk about this, or you might get caught." The arrests weren't only in Mingqing Alley. All day long, the government office arrested over 100 people, determined to stop the rumors completely. When the topic was brought up again, the chancellor, a high-ranking official, was the first to submit a report. "Your Majesty, although the rumors seem to have disappeared now, this is just a temporary fix. In reality, many people are still secretly talking about it. The only way to truly stop the gossip is to have a clear heir to the throne. Then, all these rumors will naturally fade." Zhang Qingyan threw down the report. "Do I not know that? But can we just say there is an heir when there isn't one? Your Majesty," another official reported, "a few days ago I received a prescription from the western regions. It's said to strengthen the body and might help your Majesty." The prescription was handed to Zhang Qingyan. Over the years, he had taken many tonics and was familiar with the herbs. He quickly recognized the main ingredients: epimedium, deer antler slices, Cornus officinalis. These are clearly aphrodisiacs. Zhang Qingyan's face turned pale with anger. He tore the prescription into pieces without mercy. "No more of these prescriptions should be sent here," he stood up. "Dismiss the court. If he doesn't leave soon, he will surely be angered to death by these officials today. They spend every day either offering him health remedies or strengthening tonics. If they had the chance, they probably wish to sneak under the dragon bed and watch closely." Back in the heart-nourishing palace, Zhang Qingyan leaned wearily on the bed. Right now, the only way to solve the problem is to have a successor to the throne. Otherwise, day after day, the situation will only get worse. Wang Dicai carefully massaged his shoulders. "Your Majesty, these rumors suddenly spreading are definitely being fueled by someone behind the scenes." "How could I not know? I think the ones capable of doing this are my brothers." When Zhang Qingyan smoothly inherited the throne, he also fought with those brothers until they lost half their influence. For his reputation, he didn't execute them all, but sent them to remote territories. They still harbor resentment, and while they can't threaten him directly, they find ways to annoy him. Zhang Qingyan opened his eyes. "Go call the astronomical observatory." Half an hour later, the 60-year-old astronomer, with a white beard, entered the heart-nourishing palace. "Your Majesty, I humbly greet you. No need for formalities. I ask you, will there really be a successor next month? And who in the harem is most likely to be pregnant? Time is urgent now. We can't wait any longer. We must find a suitable consort, so she can become pregnant quickly." Well, the astronomer lowered his head. "Your Majesty, I can't say for sure. From the celestial signs, there are indeed omens indicating a successor next month. But right now, the brightest star is obscured, so whether it will appear is still uncertain. It all depends on human effort." Zhang Qingyan tiredly waved his hand. "Go now. Yes, I will take my leave. Wang Ditsai, have those palace maids come in to serve personally. Since there's no candidate yet, let's start with Lady Li. He needs to get familiar with her body first before making any move. A group of more than 10 palace maids entered one after another. They were all quite plump, each able to block half a door. Zhang Qingyan felt his eyes hurt a little, but he took a deep breath, lifted his head, and stared intently at them. Late at night, when it was quiet, Zhang Qingyan lay on the dragon bed, feeling hopeless. As the emperor, he was supposed to be decisive, but now he was suffering, forcing himself to indulge in a woman he didn't like. What kind of emperor is this? What kind of ruler? He looked up and saw Li Marin writhing like a worm beside him, making his stomach churn. He got up from the bed. Wang Ditsai, servant is here. When Li Marin wakes up, have her taken away. He still needed a few more days. Just 2 more days, and he would surely indulge her. Today was probably just because he was in a bad mood, so he couldn't bring himself to do it. Soon, Li Marin woke up. Wang Ditsai immediately called the eunuchs and had her taken away. The night grew darker. The last candle was extinguished. The entire harem was plunged into darkness. Fu Bao jumped back into Bai Wudong's arms, meowing twice. 1 meow meant she was not favored, 2 meant she was almost favored but not quite, 3 meant she was truly favored. The emperor almost favored Li Marin. It seems he will do so eventually. This can't happen. Bai Wudong didn't care who the emperor favored, but after he favored someone else and then favored her, she felt a strange disgust. Maybe it was because her father and mother were loyal and never involved others. She let go of Fu Bao and called Chuaner. Starting tomorrow, you stay near the imperial kitchen. Don't let anyone find out. If a pig is sent in, notify me immediately. Chuaner blinked. After spending more time with Bai Wudong, she understood not to ask too many questions. Your Majesty, I understand. I will go early tomorrow. Few people pass by here, and no one looks this way. I just stand here all the time, but it's not a good idea. If I get caught, it will be trouble. Chana remembers Bai Wudong's instructions from this morning. Just then, a young comes over. She gathers her courage and steps forward, trying to stay calm. Today, I went to get breakfast for the Empress. My fragrant pouch fell. Did you see it? The young doesn't know which palace she's from and doesn't dare to ignore her. Miss, I didn't see it. What does your pouch look like? Maybe I can help find it. Choner pouts. That pouch was a gift from the Empress. It has the best spices inside, and the fabric is quite valuable. It's okay if it falls here, but what if a live pig comes by and steps on it? That would be so unlucky, stinky pig smell and all. She takes out a silver coin. If you help me find it, this silver is yours. The young's eyes light up as he looks at the silver. It seems to be worth a lot.
Don't worry, miss.
The live pig will be delivered tonight. I will definitely help you find it today. The pigs brought into the palace are all cleaned and so they won't step on your pouch. That's good to know. Thank you. I'll come back this afternoon. If you find it, please send it to me quickly. The young, busy with other tasks, agrees and runs off. Choner drops her pouch in a hidden corner, looks around to make sure no one is watching, then leaves. Your Majesty, I found out that the live pig will be delivered tonight. I don't know the exact time, but it should be before the palace gates close. If it arrives too late, it won't be ready for the Empress Dowager's lunch tomorrow. Good job, Bai Wudong says. She is usually kind to her servants. She gives her a gold leaf. Choner happily leaves the room. As she steps out, she runs into Lianxin. Lianxin immediately notices she hasn't hidden the gold leaf in her sleeve. Did the Empress give this to you? Did you do something for the Empress? Choner isn't very clever. She can't think of a good excuse. Seeing Lianxin getting impatient, Bai Wudong's voice comes from inside. I asked Chon'er to help me with something. Lianxin, come in. Yes, Lianxin replies softly and enters the room. Since the last time she was punished, she has become a bit more obedient. Bai Wudong smiled and said, just now I asked Chon'er to go to the kitchen to get some food, but she almost got into trouble. The golden leaf I gave her was to comfort her. Lianxin finally felt more at ease. She didn't want other palace maids to climb over her. Your Majesty, you took the trouble to explain to me. I am very grateful. She stepped forward to massage Bai Wudong's shoulders. Your Majesty, today the master brought a message. Sun Mingji didn't seem to be a high-ranking official. To deliver a message, he would have to spend money. Little did he know this was actually the least safe way. Without his own people, the secrecy was poor and it could be exposed at any time. Bai Wudong didn't need to guess. She knew what Sun Mingji wanted to ask. Is father worried? Lianxin nodded. The master is very anxious and asked when your Majesty will be favored. How dare he let someone bring that into the palace? If someone with bad intentions catches a flaw, it will cause big trouble for us. According to the rules of the Great Rome Kingdom, former officials and palace consorts are not allowed to communicate. But those with some influence usually have their own people in the palace, either bought or secretly placed there. This rule mainly restricts those consorts whose maternal families are not powerful. Lianxin lowered her head. The master is just too anxious. Whether you can be favored is not up to me, but up to the emperor. Have you heard how much the emperor values the royal heirs? Even the palace maids have been replaced with more voluptuous ones. Your Majesty, I understand. After sending Lianxin away, Bai Wudong continued to embroider her pouch. Unconsciously, evening fell. Bai Wudong looked up at the sky. Chon'er, prepare some bathwater for me. Yes, Your Majesty. I want to get the pouch this afternoon. I heard from the little that the pig was sent here before the palace gates closed at night. Sitting in the warm bath, Bai Wudong closed her eyes comfortably. After a long while, she stroked her smooth, flat belly. Child, wait a little longer. When the time is right, Mother will let you show yourself to the world. After bathing, it was already completely dark. The palace candles flickered on one after another, then went out one by one. By midnight, a shadow quietly left Snow Dew Garden, heading to the kitchen, and skillfully climbed up a tree. Under the moonlight, you can clearly see the courtyard behind the imperial kitchen. The imperial kitchen has 3 main sections. The first is where the emperor's meals are prepared. The second is for the concubines and palace women. The last is used for storing miscellaneous items and cooking for the palace servants and eunuchs. This area is very important, and guards often pass by. Bai Wudong climbs up the tree trunk to the top. When no one is around, she quietly jumps down into the last courtyard. She goes to the firewood storage and smells a faint bad odor. Suddenly, there is a creaking sound. A large room is filled with dry wood and a big white pig that is. The pig looks to weigh at least 300 or 400 pounds. It is strong and sturdy. When it hears the noise, it opens its small eyes and snorts deeply through its nose. Bai Wudong steps inside, takes out a porcelain bottle, and places it under the pig's nose. The pig snorts twice and quickly stops moving. Suddenly, footsteps are heard outside. The door of the storage room opens, and 2 figures stumble in.
Stop.
Let me go. What's there to be afraid of? No one will come in here. The 2 are opposite the pig, starting a very basic act. Bai Wudong, dressed in black, hides in the shadows and looks at the woman's face. She is wearing palace clothes and looks unfamiliar, but they probably have met before. The other person is a palace guard. They are very bold to be doing this here. If someone finds out, they will both be dead. But the rules in the harem are strict. Eunuchs have power, but they can't touch women. Palace maids must serve their masters and can only leave the palace to marry when they are of age. If they don't leave, they will stay here alone forever. People in the palace are also human, with feelings and desires. Over time, they can't always suppress them. Their secret meeting is quite common. After a long while, the 2 leave. Bai Wudong finally reveals herself. The air is filled with a dull smell. She takes out a small axe and continues what she was about to do earlier. She cuts the rope at an inconspicuous spot, only removing half of it, leaving the rest. Then she takes out a piece of cake and places it nearby. This cake contains special herbs. When the palace kitchen opens tomorrow and the wind blows in, it will carry a fragrant aroma. By then, the big white pig, having awakened from its sleep, will surely go to eat. Once it eats, it will go mad after about an hour. This kind of medicine is also kept in the emperor's purse. As long as he wears it, the smell won't completely fade for several days. The pig will follow the scent and definitely target him. Later, Bai Wudong will place cakes along the way to attract the pig toward the palace of restful mind. She patted the pig's head and said, "I hope you can be brave and not die so quickly. If you can get close to the emperor, that's best. If not, forget it, so you won't lose your face." The palace staff in the kitchen have already started working. The emperor's breakfast must have 9 dishes, with an even number. Each dish should be colorful, fragrant, tasty, and nutritious. This is already simplified. In the time of the previous emperor, there would be at least 21 dishes. The new head ordered everyone. Today's breakfast for the emperor includes small bowl of sea cucumber, 5-inch plate of purple-capped dishes, roasted duck with cabbage, 3-flavor pigeon eggs, shredded chicken noodles. As the stove was lit, the entire kitchen filled with a rich aroma. Once the breakfast was prepared, it was kept warm on the stove to prevent it from cooling. Next, they prepared lunch. All ingredients needed to be ready and checked repeatedly to avoid mistakes. A young opened the door to the firewood room. The cool morning wind blew in. The big white pig opened its green bean-like eyes, snorted, and gobbled up the cake near its mouth. The young didn't notice and went to get firewood, glancing at the pig as he left. It lay quietly on the ground, not moving. The emperor finished his morning court. Then the kitchen staff hurriedly brought out the breakfast after receiving orders from Wang Dicai. "Your Majesty, the breakfast has arrived. I've already tasted it." Before eating, he would pick a piece from each dish and put it on his own plate. Only after confirming it was safe would he serve it to the emperor. Zhang Qingyan looked at the palace maids and already felt full. He had no desire to eat. Especially today's dishes looked a bit greasier than usual. Why is the kitchen so careless? Why is today's breakfast so greasy? Wang Dicai stretched his neck and glanced. Isn't that normal? Fine, since the emperor is in a bad mood, it's best not to provoke him. Should I have them redo it? No need. Everyone leave now. I want to be alone. Wang Dicai waved his hand, signaling the palace maids to go. As the hall returned to silence, Zhang Qingyan finally calmed down, though he still felt unhappy. He ate a little to fill his stomach. He stood up and left the palace of restful heart. "I need to clear my mind." Wang Dicai followed behind, ready to serve whenever needed. Unknowingly, they arrived at the imperial garden. Now it was late autumn. Despite careful care, the flowers showed signs of wilting. He couldn't help but sigh. "Could it be that I will truly have no heirs?" Wang Dicai hurriedly said, "Your Majesty is the destined emperor." "That will not happen." Zhang Qingyan simply found a place to sit down. He really needed some quiet time now. Troubles everywhere, court, harem, common people, pressured him so much he felt suffocated. He could fight with his brothers, control the country, and decide life and death with a word. Facing court problems, he was not overly troubled, but he didn't find it too difficult either. But the matter of having children, no matter how much effort he put in, it seemed useless. In the kitchen, the big white pig stood up and rushed out of the firewood shed. With a strong force, the rope snapped. Oops, the pig ran away. "Hurry, stop it." Several eunuchs hurried forward, but were pushed back several meters by the pig, which weighed over 400 jin. It reached the bushes, ate some cakes, then dashed toward the next scent. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up." The eunuchs and palace maids chased after it, but they couldn't catch it. The pig was fat and large, slippery to hold, and even if someone grabbed its ears or head, it would be pushed away roughly. Suddenly, loud noises came from behind. Zhang Qingyan looked up and almost thought he was seeing things.
"What?"
What was that? Still a live pig? At this moment, the pig was rushing toward him at high speed. It sniffed the scent on Zhang Qingyan and lit up with excitement. Oink oink, Wang Ditsai's eyes widened. Quick as a flash, he stepped in front. The pig's head rammed into him hard, nearly breaking his old bones.
Oh.
Your Majesty, be careful. Zhang Qingyan finally snapped out of his shock and quickly dodged out of the way. The big white pig seemed to be fixated on him, not going anywhere else, but specifically coming after him.
Guard.
Quickly, send the guards here. The guards hurried over, wanting to intervene, but the pig stayed close to the emperor, changing direction suddenly and moving very fast, making it hard to catch. Any mistake could hurt the emperor. The palace maids and eunuchs all tried to help. The scene was chaotic, with pig squeals and human shouts mixed together. One maid was pushed over by the pig and fell heavily backward, her head just hitting Zhang Qingyan's chest. Zhang Qingyan only felt a sharp pain in his chest, let out a muffled groan, and kept stepping back. The maid looked terrified, her face pale. Before she could kneel and beg for mercy, the pig came again. She could only roll and crawl away to escape. Idiots. Hurry up and kill it for me. He, the emperor, was furious. How could he be chased by a pig? This was so embarrassing. Your Majesty, please find a high place so I can attack it properly. Fools, give me the sword. The guards had no choice but to hand over the sword. Zhang Qingyan gripped the handle tightly and swung the sword fiercely at the pig's head. Blood splattered everywhere. The large, fat body of the pig collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Zhang Qingyan was covered in blood. The smell of blood filled his nose, making his stomach churn. Wang Ditsai ignored his own pain and hurried forward to wipe the blood. A bunch of useless fools. How could the pig run so far? With so many people, we still couldn't kill it. The people from the kitchen staff who had come running all knelt on the ground. Servant. I didn't expect that pig could run so far. I was thinking of the Empress Dowager and didn't dare to act. Only fresh meat, properly cooked right away, can keep its flavor. If they killed it earlier, even if cooked immediately, it wouldn't taste as good by mealtime. Empress Dowager, you all only think of the Empress Dowager. Zhang Qingyan, feeling humiliated, said, all of you, cut them down for me. Then he angrily turned and left. Wang Ditsai hurried to follow. Everyone stay kneeling here and wait for the emperor's orders. It was impossible to kill everyone now, so they had to wait until the emperor calmed down. Zhang Qingyan quickly returned to the Jingshin Palace. Prepare hot water for me. After a full hour of washing 3 times, he finally stepped out of the bath, dressed in clean clothes. Wang Ditsai carefully presents a hot tea. Your Majesty, there's no need to say more. I have calmed down. All those palace servants just now were taken out and beheaded. If I hadn't learned martial arts, I might have been in trouble. That 400-pound pig pushing against him would definitely have hurt him. He doesn't want to become the only emperor in history to die from a pig, which would bring shame forever. Wang Ditsai dares not persuade further. Your Majesty, this matter is very strange. How did the pig suddenly come out? It has never happened before. Plus, it's acting very wild and strange. It only targeted you, which is not normal. Zhang Qingyan's face darkened. Find out. Today's incident must be thoroughly investigated. A palace maid carefully carries clothes stained with blood into the furnace room. The emperor's clothes must not be shared or spread outside. Her robes and the silk pouch embroidered with a raccoon dog are all thrown in. In an instant, the flames swallow everything, turning it all to ash. Madam, something has happened. Lianxin rushes in, panting. The live pig from the kitchen ran out for some reason and almost hurt the emperor. Bai Wudong's heart leaps with joy. Did she really succeed? She was just trying it out. If it worked, she could make the emperor develop a fear of fat, especially for the white, chubby concubines. If it didn't work, she had nothing to lose and could try other methods. It seems even heaven is on her side. Where was the emperor injured? In the imperial garden. Bai Wudong almost can't help but laugh. Since Lianxin is still in front of her, she suppresses it and waves her hand. You may go out now. "Madam, you're best at making pine nut and lily pastries. Why not go make some now? Right now, the emperor is angry. I dare not go bother him." After Lianxin leaves, Bai Wudong can't hold back her laughter. I really succeeded. She thought that the big white pig would run out of the kitchen and be slaughtered, but it kept running all the way to the imperial garden. But upon reflection, it's actually possible. First, the pig was meant for the Empress Dowager's lunch. If it was slaughtered directly, the kitchen might be punished by the Empress Dowager. Furthermore, these palace maids probably thought they could control this beast. Unexpectedly, the pig went into a frenzy, which is not easy for ordinary people to handle. It ran all the way out, following the scent of pastries, to the imperial garden. The emperor was not in the hall of mental cultivation at that moment, and there was still a faint smell of fragrant sachets on him. Yesterday, Bai Wudong placed pastries in many places, including the imperial garden. She was not afraid of being discovered. Even if she was, what could anyone prove? Who could confirm it was her? This success was not only due to Bai Wudong's plan, but also because of good timing, favorable conditions, and the right people. All these factors together made today's outcome possible. Bai Wudong stopped smiling and went to a small cabinet nearby. She opened it and found a tiny statue inside. The statue was of a raccoon dog, but it had 9 tails, representing her ancestor, an ancient 9-tailed fox spirit. She knelt on the ground and offered incense, saying, "Thank you, ancestor, for your protection." After 3 bows and 9 kowtows, she asked Lianxin to find some live fish. Lianxin was curious, but obediently went to do as told. After a long while, she returned. "Your Majesty, the kitchen has been sealed off and is under investigation. I dare not go near. I couldn't get live fish, but I found some dead fish. Would you like to see if they're suitable?" Bai Wudong looked at the fish. They were no longer fresh. "Forget it. You may go now." She planned to go to the lake herself tonight to catch some fish as offerings for her ancestor. Because of what happened during the day, everyone in the harem was behaving very quietly. Even Jean Wega, a usually arrogant noble consort, did not dare to approach the emperor. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, guards were conducting a thorough investigation. After inspecting, Lin Xing took out a rope. "This rope has cut marks, but only halfway through. Also, I found some pastry crumbs on the ground. Let's send them to the Imperial Hospital for analysis to see what's inside." A guard stepped forward. "Lord Lin, look at this. We found it near the Imperial Garden." He presented a pastry. It was a light green pastry, similar to dough, with a faint herbal scent. He examined the crumbs in his hand. They were the same color and had a similar smell. It's likely they came from the same source. "Keep searching. I suspect there are more nearby." This must be the reason that pig went to the imperial garden. After a full day of careful investigation, Lin Sheng went to the palace of Restful Heart. He reported to the emperor, "Your Majesty, after thorough examination, I can confirm this was done by a person. The broken rope, the herbs that made the pig go wild, and the pastries that attracted it to the imperial garden all show deliberate planning. All these clues indicate someone intentionally set this up." Zhang Qingyan's face turned pale. This is the palace, the most secure place, yet someone managed to arrange all this without anyone noticing. Lin Sheng immediately bowed. "Your Majesty, I have ordered the guards to increase patrols and find this person. These acts were surely done by the mastermind during the night. I will ask the guards on duty last night for details. Please, Your Majesty, be patient and give me some time." Today, Zhang Qingyan had killed dozens of people, including some guards who failed to protect the emperor in time. Lin Sheng felt very sad. Every one of them was like a brother to him. In recent years, there had been few incidents in the harem. The guards had become complacent and less alert, which led to their failure to protect the emperor.
He bowed again.
"Your Majesty, starting today, I will strengthen their training to prevent such things from happening again." Zhang Qingyan waved his hand. "I give you only 3 days. During this time, you may search the harem freely." He threw a token to Lin Sheng. "Go out." Outside the palace of Restful Heart, Lin Sheng took a deep breath. He clenched the token tightly. 3 days was too short. He had to act quickly. The guards gathered and began a thorough search of the harem. Lianxin loved to gather information. Soon she got the news. Madam, Lord Lin has started inspecting the harem. I heard the emperor gave him a token to search freely, starting with those of lower rank. Bai Wudong didn't look up. That should be easy to spot soon. If you're not doing anything wrong, you have nothing to fear. Oh, and bring me that indigo blue dress. She had already noticed that Lin Sheng liked to wear indigo blue. Besides official robes, everything he wore was that color. So today, she wanted to wear that dress too. Lianxin brought the dress. Madam, this color is quite dark. It might be a bit heavy. It has to be now. If the emperor is in trouble, I won't be happy either. Just wait for Lord Lin to come. As soon as she finished, Lin Sheng arrived at Xueqiong Garden with a small team. This place is close to the Palace of Heavenly Peace, and Bai Wudong is the only beauty who has not been favored. It is definitely best to investigate her first. Bai Wudong arrived late, wearing a dark blue long dress that made her look even more fair and translucent. Master Lin, you're here. Please come in. Lin Sheng thought about the day she and the emperor shared a kiss, feeling strangely awkward. He cleared his throat. You probably already know what happened today. Of course. Master Lin, feel free to investigate. I believe you are fair and just. You won't overlook a bad person, nor will you wrongly accuse an innocent. After adjusting his hat, Bai Wudong stepped aside. Lin Sheng led his people into Xueqiong Garden. They brushed past each other. One was dressed in a dark blue dress, and the other had dark blue accessories, making them look quite compatible. Bai Wudong covered her mouth and chuckled softly. I didn't expect Master Lin to like dark blue. Before entering the palace, I used to wear this color every day. Lin Sheng instinctively looked at her, only then noticing their clothing was similar in color. If someone with bad intentions saw this, it could cause trouble. He dared not say more and immediately ordered his team to search. He never thought Bai Wudong was the culprit. First, she was just a beautiful woman. Second, her family was weak and had no backing. Lastly, she was so delicate. How could she do so many things in the middle of the night? In his view, only someone with some skill could have done it. Unbeknownst to him, although Bai Wudong had lost her magic powers, she knew how to identify herbs. Her parents had taught her, and it was a secret passed down through her family for generations. Occasionally taking herbs could make her light as a feather, but she must not use too much or do it too often in a short time, as it could seriously harm her health. Lin Sheng thought about how their clothes looked similar. After a quick search, he left without rummaging through the beds. The small box and the idol she kept under her bed remained hidden. Lien Xian stood nearby, relieved. Your Majesty, seeing so many guards made me nervous. Luckily, they left. It was really frightening. Since we've searched, we have no suspicion. Just stay here and rest assured. Lady Li was brought back into Jingshan Palace. Zhang Qingyan came to the dragon bed. Today, although he was in a bad mood, the most important heir was here, so he came as scheduled. Li Marin looked shy and embarrassed. She had been favored for many days and had become the most admired person in the palace. She was confident she would get pregnant soon. When that happens, no empress or noble consort would dare to surpass her. Zhang Qingyan lifted the blanket and saw her smooth, plump skin with a hint of pink. He immediately thought of the pig from today. They looked very similar. Especially that layer of fat, the round waist, there was a strange resemblance. Zhang Qingyan's mind was filled with the image of the pig with big ears, grunting and snorting. He almost got angry again, remembering how he was nearly pushed over by that pig. He let go of her and decided not to look at this woman who looked like a pig anymore. Take Li Marin away. The palace was quiet. Only the sad sound of Li Marin crying could be heard. Bai Wudong got up early to pick flowers. When the weather gets cold, these flowers will be gone. Your Majesty, it's cold this morning. Be careful. Lianxin gently helped her put on her clothes. Bai Wudong looked at Xiao Ning, who was busy working, and frowned slightly. Where is Chon'er? Why isn't she up yet? Your Majesty, I was just about to tell you. Chon'er has a fever. She might have caught a cold. It's better to send her away quickly so she doesn't pass it to you. She didn't do much yesterday, but today she has a fever. I suspect she secretly did something last night. Your Majesty, someone with a double heart shouldn't stay around anymore. Recently, Bai Wudong had been trusting Chana more and more, which made Lianxin feel threatened. She was thinking of ways to send her away and replace her with someone less clever. I'll go check on her, Bai Wudong said, handing her a basket. Put this down, then go find the doctor. Lianxin pouted. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Wudong pushed open the door. Inside the dim room, Chana was lying on the bed, her face flushed from the fever. When she heard the noise, she groggily opened her eyes. Your Majesty, I am sick. Please go out. It's nothing. I won't catch a cold, Bai Wudong said. Chana didn't understand the meaning behind her words. She struggled to pick up a handkerchief and cover her lower face. Bai Wudong sat beside her and reached out to touch her forehead. Chana, you have a high fever. I'll ask Lianxin to call the doctor to help you reduce the fever. Speaking of which, you've been in good health. How did you suddenly develop a fever? Chana doesn't lie, so she remains silent. Let me guess, you're scared, right? White Wudong chuckles softly, takes the handkerchief from her, dips it in cool water, and places it on her forehead. A few days ago, I asked you to find out about live pigs, and as a result, the Emperor was almost charged by a live pig. Do you think all this was my doing? Chana can't speak because she truly believes that. Is there such a coincidence in the world? White Wudong had just asked her to watch out, and then the Emperor was nearly hit, even resulting in dozens of deaths. Especially yesterday, when Lin Sheng brought people to check, she was so frightened she almost lost her spirit. Last night, she had nightmares and didn't sleep well. When she woke up, she had a high fever. White Wudong laughed softly. You know, you're so naive. If I dared to do it, would I be afraid of others finding out? Even if you tell the Emperor now that I did all this, do you think he would believe you? Chana stands frozen in place. She didn't expect the lady to admit it. If it were someone else, they would surely try to explain. As long as the reason sounds reasonable, she would believe it. Madam, you. Hush, White Wudong puts her hand over her lips. Listen to me. Everything I did was my own choice, and besides me, only you know about it. There is no third person. Although Chana doesn't know all the details, White Wudong has done so much alone. It's unbelievable. Seeing her doubt, White Wudong doesn't explain further. Believe it or not, that's up to you. But I have one more thing to tell you. I am pregnant. Chana is so shocked she immediately sits up. What? The Emperor has no heirs after many years, trying countless methods. Many beautiful women in the palace are favored, but none are pregnant. Yet, the lady, who has only been favored twice, is pregnant. Her weak body is the only pregnant one in the palace. This is even more unbelievable than the incident with the live pig. See how scared you are. White Wudong touches her belly. As for having an heir, I definitely wouldn't lie. Now I give you a chance. If you want to stay, you must help me with my work. When my pregnancy is revealed, I will make you my personal palace maid. If you are unwilling, then leave now. I will give you some silver, and I am not afraid of you telling others. As a servant who has betrayed her master, even if you achieve great deeds, you will not have a good ending. Which do you choose? Although Chana is not very clever, she is not stupid. Without hesitation, she, despite being sick, kneels on the ground and bows deeply. I am willing to follow the lady forever. She has a strong feeling that Bai Wudong would not lie about this matter. Maybe she is truly pregnant. If this news gets out, she will no longer be just a small beauty. It might shock the entire palace and the country. If the baby is born, regardless of whether it is a boy or girl, she will be the only one in the palace with a child. Chana knows she is not good enough and never thought she could keep up with such a powerful mistress. If I break my vow and harm the lady, I would rather die than be reborn. Good. Bai Wudong gently helps her up. Keep this matter to yourself for now. When the doctor arrives, you can rest assured and focus on your health. Follow me and you won't regret it. Half an hour later, the doctor arrived late. The doctor was the lowest rank, usually just enough to treat palace maids and practice medicine. Seeing Bai Wudong, her chubby face was full of disdain, and she did not bow. "Your Majesty, who is sick?" "It's me." Chonner stepped forward voluntarily. The doctor approached, checked briefly, and handed over a bag of medicine. "Take this 3 times a day. In 2 days, you'll be fine. For minor illnesses like this, just endure." How can a servant be so delicate? How can you serve your mistress properly? "My master is a doctor from Min, and I need to follow her to check the health of the ladies in the palace."
Iambuzi. Chonner felt helpless.
This doctor was too good at belittling others. If it had been another lady's maid, she wouldn't dare speak like this. She would probably be humble and full of flattery. But since Bai Wudong was pregnant and likely to rise quickly in the future, Chonner secretly felt a strange joy and a sense of revenge. When the news of the lady's pregnancy eventually spreads, she would be nervous and come to apologize on her knees. A crisp slap echoed. Chonner and Lianxin looked up sharply. The doctor covered her face, glaring fiercely at Bai Wudong.
"You. How dare you hit me? You're the one I hit."
"I am the Emperor's woman. No matter my rank, I am still the mistress. You, a lowly medical maid, dare to insult my palace maid right in front of me. Little Ningzi." Little Ningzi hurried forward. "Your Majesty, according to palace rules, since she shows no respect and doesn't bow when she sees me, and also insults my palace maid, how should she be punished?" Little Ningzi was surprised to see Bai Wudong get angry. Usually, she was gentle and fragile. After a moment of shock, she regained her composure. 10 slaps on the face. Then give her 10 slaps. Let her remember this lesson. Yes, little Ningzi stepped forward. The medical maid was so frightened, she kept retreating. "You can't hit me. My master is a doctor for Min." If she weren't for Min, Bai Wudong wouldn't have hit her. When she first entered the palace, Sun Mingji explained the background of the palace consorts to her in detail. Among them, the Min family and Jean Wege's family are very close. Jean Wege had a miscarriage that caused a big fuss, and it was handled by a Min family doctor. To destroy her, you must first make her go crazy. Bai Wudong plans to use this young medical maid to officially declare war on Jean Wege. When Jean Wege becomes very unhappy with her and starts causing trouble, that will be the day her pregnancy shows. A crisp slap echoed. Little Ningzi didn't hold back. After 10 slaps, the medical maid's face was red and swollen. She cried and glared at Bai Marin, then staggered out of Xueqiong Garden. Chonner felt both fear and joy. "Your Majesty, that Min doctor is very close to the noble consort. She probably won't cause trouble, right?" "It won't," Bai Wudong said calmly. "I believe the Min doctor understands palace rules. If I hit her, no one can find fault with me." She waved her hand and called little Ningzi. "Look at your hand. It's a bit swollen. Don't do heavy work today. Chonner, you're still running a fever. Rest early." "Yes." The two of them withdrew. Lianxin followed beside Bai Wudong, feeling both sour and bitter. "Your Majesty, that Chonner is just a second-class palace maid. She's not clever enough. It's not worth offending the medical maid for her. What if you get sick in the future and can't find anyone to help?" "Don't worry. I'm in good health and won't get sick easily." Lianxin didn't catch the deeper meaning and thought that Your Majesty grew up in a Taoist temple, so her body was stronger than others. Having endured hardships, she naturally didn't get sick often. The female doctor covered her face, crying loudly as she rushed into the room and headed straight inside. Hearing the noise, the female doctor from Min frowned slightly. "In the palace, you must always watch your words and actions. Crying and making a fuss is not proper." The female doctor from Fong knelt heavily on the ground. "Master, I was beaten. That beautiful woman from the palace had someone hit me, 10 slaps in total. Look at my face, it's swollen. I even mentioned the master's name, but she didn't show any respect. Master, this woman is clearly disrespecting you." Everyone knew that the Min doctor had a good relationship with the Empress, and now she was the top healer in the palace. Not only was she beautiful, but even the princesses dared not offend her easily. When they saw her, they spoke kindly and politely. Having worked in the palace for many years, the Min doctor understood the rules. 10 slaps? You underestimated her. The Fong doctor lowered her head. Master, I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I just didn't bow when I entered. That beautiful woman from the palace is fixated on that detail. Rules are fixed, but people are alive. She's just a beauty without much favor. What right does she have to hit me? You deserved it. Even if that woman isn't the best, she's still the emperor's woman, the lady of the palace. Other ladies might ignore her, but you can't. I can't help you with this, and I won't go looking for trouble with her for your sake. The Fong doctor suddenly looked up, her face full of grievance. So, is it just like that? Master, that slap really hurts. All right, next time I see that woman, I'll say a few words for you. She won't dare to be rude in front of me. Thank you, Master. Fong bowed her head. She knew this was the best outcome she could hope for. Every day, the Min doctor would go to the Yaoguang Hall to check on the health of the Empress Rong. Bai Wudong had known this for a long time. Near noon, she strolled along the main path leading away from the Yaoguang Hall, quietly waiting. The Min doctor saw her immediately. The woman was graceful, as if she could float away at any moment. She stepped forward. Greetings, Your Majesty. I heard that yesterday my disciple was rude and disrespectful to you. But those 10 slaps were a bit too harsh. She is young and new here, not familiar with many rules. A small punishment for a mistake is enough. Even Empress Rong wouldn't be so unkind. This was an attempt to pressure Jean Weiga. Bai Wudong stood in the distance, smiling gently. The female doctor from Min said it, but I was overthinking. Still, she shouldn't have scolded my maid. That's not something a doctor should do. If she only looked down on me, I wouldn't mind. The female doctor from Min looked upset. It seemed her apprentice didn't tell the whole truth yesterday. She must teach her a lesson when she returns. Bai Wudong's face suddenly changed. She pointed behind the female doctor from Min there. There's a mouse. The female doctor from Min immediately turned around in fear. Behind her was just a patch of grass, nothing else. Bai Wudong's frightened expression quickly disappeared. She kicked a small stone nearby. The stone rolled to the tiptoes of the female doctor from Min. She didn't notice at all.
She turned around and said, How?
How did that happen? She stepped on the stone, lost her balance, and fell heavily to the ground. Oh no! The female doctor from Min fell partly onto her side, her face twisting in pain. Bai Wudong covered her mouth, startled, and took a step back. Are you okay? How could you be so careless? I'll call someone to help you. The female doctor from Min lay on the ground, unable to move. Her arms seemed broken. She was fine just a moment ago. Why did she suddenly fall? She looked at Bai Wudong's back. No, it wasn't her doing. She was far away, and even if she reached out, she couldn't have touched her. It seemed today was just her unlucky day. Soon, Bai Wudong returned with people. The female doctor from Min suddenly fell. Quickly take her back. She stepped forward to help, but her hand accidentally landed on her injury, causing her to cry out in pain. Your Majesty, don't touch me. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were hurt. You should rest well at home. The harem can't do without you. The female doctor from Min was helped away by others. Bai Wudong smiled coldly. Next, it's the consort. The doctor still came to Yaoguang Palace to check on Empress Rong's health as usual. But it wasn't the female doctor from Min who came this time. Jean Weiga frowned slightly. Where is the female doctor from Min? Reporting to Your Majesty, she accidentally fell yesterday and broke her arm. She's now resting and can't come to check Your Majesty's pulse. How could she fall suddenly, out of the blue? The doctor recounted what happened yesterday, all of which the female doctor from Min had told her. Jean Weiga looked unhappy. The women from Min Medical School are usually very careful. How could she suddenly fall? It must be that beautiful woman from Bai who did it. She's fine coming to my palace, clearly with a plan. She has bad intentions. Besides the woman from Min Medical School, she didn't trust anyone's medical skills. Now, her recovery was at a critical point. It takes 100 days to heal from a serious injury. Since the woman from Min Medical School hadn't been here for a long time, she worried about the delay. Jiayu, Go give the beautiful woman Bai a reward. The Snow Cheong garden was as quiet as usual. Xiao Ningzi hurried in. Your Majesty, Rong Fei's maid Jiayu has arrived. I know, Bai Wudong had already guessed that the noble consort would send someone. Jiayu stood in the courtyard, holding a food box. Beautiful Bai, this is a gift from Rong Fei. Hurry and accept it. Bai Wudong bowed and stepped forward to take the food box. When she opened it, there was a plate of pastries inside. Lian Xian exclaimed, These have grown hair. Jiayu sneered. What nonsense are you talking? The things Our Lady gives are the best. Beautiful Bai, hurry and eat it. Otherwise, you'd be wasting Our Lady's kindness. Hearing this, Chana's face changed drastically. The lady was pregnant now, so she absolutely couldn't eat such dirty things. She immediately stepped forward and knelt down. Servant is willing to eat for the lady. Jiayu's expression darkened. How rude. Who are you, a lowly maid? What's your status? You dare to eat Rong Fei's gift? Beautiful Bai, if you don't eat now, are you looking down on Our Lady? I dare not, Bai Wudong said, picking up the pastry with white hair growing on it. She put it in her mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed it all. Jiayu nodded in satisfaction. Good. Finish eating. This was the lady's order. Bai Wudong didn't speak. She quietly ate. After a moment, she finished all the pastries. Jiayu took the food box and turned to leave. Chana hurriedly patted Bai Wudong's back. Your Majesty, spit it out quickly. After some effort, Bai Wudong finally spat out all the pastries. This Rong Fei is really too mean. The lady didn't do anything wrong, and she's being so cruel. Lian Xian was furious. Although she usually looked down on Bai Wudong, she knew she had to be careful. Bai Wudong had to be well. They are master and servant, sharing both honor and loss together. Chana helped Bai Wudong into the sleeping hall to rest, her eyes red. Your Majesty, do you feel any discomfort in your stomach? It's fine. Bai Wudong took a sip of tea and rinsed her mouth. I'm okay, just some sticky pastries. Don't worry, the concubine won't be able to jump around much longer. The palace was very quiet. Zhang Qingyan only visited the inner palace once. This time, he urgently needed to vent and went straight to Shueqiong Garden. The room was filled with springtime all night, and only recently did it calm down. Before dawn, Zhang Qingyan left again. Unlike before, he didn't show much care for Bai Wudong. Bai Wudong put on her clothes, understanding his thoughts. He probably thought that pampering her was just foolishness and might harm the royal heir, but he still couldn't bring himself to hurt those plump, beautiful women. After a few days of inner conflict, he finally started to show his displeasure. But as long as he didn't favor others, she was fine. Otherwise, she would feel sick. Jiayu hurriedly entered and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, today I found a dead mouse in the well. What did you say? Jean Wego was drinking tea and spat it out in surprise. Usually, the water here was drawn from the well, and today's tea was no different. The thought that there was a dead mouse in the well made her feel sick. A bunch of useless people.
How could they let a mouse get in?
The palace servants responsible for drawing water will be punished severely. Jiayu quickly stepped forward to comfort Jean Wega. Your Majesty, I have ordered someone to bring water from elsewhere. But this has never happened before in this well. Could someone be deliberately doing this? Jean Wega suddenly became worried. Could someone have poisoned the well? Hurry, call people to investigate carefully. After some effort, it was confirmed that the water in the well was not poisoned. The mouse probably fell in by accident and drowned because the water in the well didn't flow, so it stayed inside. Judging by the situation, it likely fell in last night. Jean Wega finally relaxed. It's good that there's no poison. By the way, I need to go to the Empress Dowager's palace today to get dressed and prepared. Don't delay. She changed into a simple, light-colored dress and, supported by 2 palace maids, went to Yongshou Palace. As soon as I stepped inside, I saw Bai Wudong sitting nearby. I immediately felt unhappy, but since the Empress Dowager was here, I couldn't say anything. Bai Wudong was holding Fu Bao and listening to her talk with the Empress Dowager. Jean Wega wanted to flatter the Empress Dowager, so she mentioned Fu Bao. Bai Wudong smiled and said, "Your Royal Highness, you don't know this, but Fu Bao is very good at catching mice. Luckily, with it around, there isn't a single mouse in Yongshou Palace." Hearing this, Jean Wega suddenly remembered the dead mouse from today and changed her expression. This beautiful woman, she really knows how to hit where it hurts. Bai Wudong continued, "By the way, Your Highness, yesterday Fu Bao was chasing a mouse, and it seemed to have run near the Yaoguang Hall. I went to look for it, and happened to meet a doctor from Min. I hope that mouse didn't run into Yaoguang Hall. Have you seen it, Your Highness?" Jean Wega's lips twitched, unable to hold back her anger. "Enough!" The Empress Dowager looked at her with displeasure. "What are you shouting for? This isn't your Yaoguang Hall. You almost scared me. I dislike mice, so I got a bit excited." Jean Wega glared fiercely at Bai Wudong. The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was off about what Bai Wudong said. Why did she suddenly bring up mice today? Could it be that the dead mouse in Yaoguang Hall was her doing? It made sense. Bai Wudong and Fu Bao are so close. Who knows if Fu Bao listened to her and threw the mouse into the water well. Anyway, today's matter was now on her head. Jean Wega stopped paying attention to Bai Wudong and continued talking with the Empress Dowager. Bai Wudong looked for an opportunity to leave early and returned to Shueqiong Garden. She ordered, "Xiaoningzi, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. I don't know if I've caught a cold. Close the door so no one else in the palace hears." Xiaoningzi looked worried. "Your Highness, shall I call the doctor for you?" "No need. I just upset them the other day, so I doubt anyone will come. Even if they do, they won't pay much attention. I feel fine. I think I'll rest for a couple of days." Xiaoningzi closed the door. Shueqiong Garden was completely sealed off. In the evening, Jiayue came to the door and saw it was closed, her face looking unhappy.
Where is she?
"Why close the door in broad daylight?" Xiaoningzi ran out quickly, but didn't dare to get too close. She covered her mouth with her sleeve and said, "Miss Jiayue, I'm sorry. The Empress is sick, and I might have caught it too. It's better if you don't go near her, to avoid spreading the illness to the Empress." Jiayue snorted coldly. "Could it be that your Empress is pretending to be sick? Forget it, I want to see how long she can keep this up. Tell your master, you might hide from the first day, but not until the 15th, she left angrily, and Xiaoningzi spat and then closed the door again. Over the next 3 days, Bai Wudong didn't step out of Shueqiong Garden. Once again, a dead mouse was found in Lingguang Palace. When this news spread to other consorts, many checked their own rooms to make sure no mice had entered. Now it was late autumn, and mice liked warm places. Who knew if they had sneaked into any of the halls? Bai Wudong sat in her room, listening to Lianxin's report and thinking. She had held back for 3 days and found another dead mouse. She guessed that Jean Wega's anger was at its peak now.
It was the best time to act.
"Lianxin, come here." Lianxin stepped forward. "Yes, your ladyship. Go to the Internal Affairs office and get 2 sets of white porcelain tea sets. Say, they are for me. They will give them to you." Yes, Lianxin agreed, but she wondered inwardly, these white porcelain sets are valuable. Would the Internal Affairs office really give them? Not far from Shueqiong Garden, Lianxin suddenly felt a sharp pain in her foot. She looked down and saw a sharp stone stuck in piercing her foot. She tried to step down but gasped in pain. In front of her was a fork in the road. Lianxin thought for a moment and finally chose the path that was closer. After walking for about half an hour, she finally reached the Internal Affairs office. Carefully, she said, "Official, I am from Bai Marin Palace. The Empress asked me to pick up 2 sets of white porcelain tea sets." The official, having received secret instructions from Wang Dicai, knew that Bai Marin was not as simple as she appeared. He immediately took out 2 sets, the best quality of white porcelain. "Take these back." "Thank you, official." Lianxin carried the items and hobbled along a shorter route. Jiayue, with sharp eyes, immediately saw her. "Lady, isn't that someone from Bai Marin Palace?" Jean Wega had been holding back her anger for several days. She could no longer bear it. "Let's go, now. Stop right there." Jiayue quickly stepped in front of Lianxin and sternly shouted, "When you meet the noble consort, you should bow." Lianxin was so frightened she immediately knelt down. Long live the noble consort, peace and safety. Jean Wega's gaze fell on what Lianxin was holding. Open it. Let me see what you took from the inner court. She held the box but dared not open it. Seeing this, Jiayue reached out to grab it. When she saw the contents, she exclaimed, Your Majesty, this is fine white porcelain. A little beauty like her has no right to use such good teaware. It's clearly inappropriate. Exactly. Jean Wega finally found a chance to discipline Bai Wudong and would not let it go. A lady of her rank isn't allowed to use white porcelain. She must have bribed someone from the inner court and taken what she shouldn't have. Jiayue, take this servant back and punish her properly. Then go tell Bai Wudong to come to my Shaoyang Hall to be punished. Lianxin trembled with fear and collapsed onto the ground. No, Your Majesty. I am innocent. 2 palace maids rushed forward, covering her mouth. What are you shouting for? You're disturbing the queen's ears. You deserve to be punished. Lianxin was dragged into Shaoyang Hall. Jean Wega sat gracefully on the bed, looking down at her. Give her a beating. A heavy stick struck Lianxin, causing her to scream in pain. Your Majesty, I was wrong. Please don't hit me anymore. Jiayue stepped forward and covered her mouth. If she gets hit, she just has to endure it. Punishment is a form of reward. In a short while, 20 lashes fell. The who was hitting her used great force, leaving her flesh bloodied and unrecognizable. Lianxin was in so much pain she nearly fainted and could no longer scream. Her handkerchief was stained with her blood from biting her lip. Your Majesty, it's not good. Lianxin has been taken away by the noble consort. Chon'er hurriedly entered, anxious. The noble consort is very harsh. What should we do now? Bai Wudong stood up. I'll go. Your Majesty, you can't do that. Your stomach. Bai Wudong glanced at her. Chon'er quickly swallowed her words. No need to say more. I will go now. You stay here. Bai Wudong hurried out, but after a short walk, she slowed her pace. She thought if she walked faster, she might not hit enough. Lianxin is Sun Mingji's spy. She still has to hide things from her and act cautiously. Maybe. It's better to settle this quickly. It took Bai Wudong half an hour to find a small, who was a close confidant of Wang Ditsai and knew her relationship with the emperor. She choked and said, Go find Gonggong Wang quickly. My people are about to be beaten to death by Consort Rong. Before they could answer, Bai Wudong turned and headed toward the Shaoyang Palace. Consort Rong, stop. Don't hit her anymore. Bai Wudong staggered to Lianxin's side. How are you? Lianxin was barely breathing and couldn't reply. Jean Wega saw her like this and felt very pleased. A small beauty dares to fight her? Today, she would make sure she doesn't even know how she died.
How dare you?
Kneel when you see me. Bai Wudong didn't hesitate. She knelt heavily on the ground and looked pitiful. Please, Consort Rong, be merciful and spare her. If she's done wrong, I am willing to take responsibility. Jean Wega raised her hand, admiring her new armor. Bai Marin, you can't use white porcelain, but you bribed the Ministry of Internal Affairs to ask for it, breaking palace rules. I, representing the Empress, will punish you today. Bai Wudong kowtowed. I am willing to accept punishment. Just ask for mercy for my servant. Her movements were too big. Her carefully fastened clothes suddenly came apart, revealing purple and blue marks and very obvious love bites. Jean Wega suddenly stood up and quickly approached Bai Wudong. She was experienced and naturally understood how those marks appeared. She widened her eyes and shouted sharply, Well, Bai Marin, you, as the emperor's woman, dare to have an affair with others. Jean Wega never expected that Bai Wudong, who looked so ordinary, except for her face, had no other redeeming qualities, would dare to do something so rebellious. She raised her hand and slapped Bai Wudong hard. As the emperor's woman, even if the emperor never favors you in his life, you must not consort with other men. Bai Wudong turned her head. Her once delicate, fair skin now bore a clear handprint. Tears welled in her eyes. No, it's not like that. I didn't. Still dare to say you didn't. Jean Wega tore open her clothes. Look for yourself. What is this? White Wudong desperately protected herself, but she was too weak to compare to Jean Wega. Nyang, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. There's nothing to explain. You shameless woman, the palace maids, including Jaeyue, saw the marks on her chest and looked at her with disdain. Such a lowly person, unable to live without a man for a day, daring to do such shameless things. If the emperor finds out, she will definitely be beheaded. Beheading is too kind. She should be thrown into a pig cage, or pierced with arrows, or split apart by 5 horses. Jean Weige took the chance to vent her anger. She held down Bai Wudong's head and pressed her firmly to the ground. Beauty Bai, today I will execute you. She raised her hand. Jaeyue understood immediately and entered the hall, pulling out a very thin whip, with a dagger beside her. When Bai Wudong saw the dagger, tears couldn't stop flowing. It was this dagger that took her parents' lives. A sharp pain shot through her back. The whip struck hard. Bai Wudong lay on the ground, but a smile appeared on her face. The more fiercely she was beaten, the better. When her child had problems later, she would see how she could escape punishment. Bai Wudong's supernatural body recovered very quickly. This pain was only temporary. Compared to the day her parents died, this was nothing. Jean Weige whipped her 3 times in a row. Seeing the bright red marks on her slender back, she felt very satisfied, but her hand was a little tired. She threw the whip to Jaeyue. I'm tired. Just use the punishment stick. Let me think. Besides the stick, what else? Oh, bring the restraining device. The restraining device was a torture tool made of 5 round wooden beams with ropes. Putting someone's fingers inside would cause unbearable pain. Nyang, the restraining device is not in the palace. Then forget it. Jean Weige looked at Bai Wudong with a fierce smile. Everyone, think about how I should punish her. Jaeyue immediately said she should be burned in the fire basin. Impure people need fire to cleanse themselves. Jean Weige nodded with satisfaction. Good. Other palace maids also spoke up. I think she should have her hands and feet cut off. She can't find a wild man, right? When she dies, with her limbs gone, she'll be even in the afterlife. Your Majesty, I have heard that in the previous dynasty there was a cruel punishment called the wooden horse, used to punish women who were unfaithful. It involved a sharp spike on the horse's back. When the woman sat down, the horse would run freely, and the spike would pierce her abdomen. Bai Wudong lay on the ground, her face pale. Your Majesty, the marks on my body were made by the emperor. He has already shown favor to me. Jean Weige sneered. You shameless woman, how dare you accuse the emperor? If the emperor had shown you favor, I wouldn't be unaware. Really, Bai Wudong cried, tears streaming down her face. Your Majesty, it's truly the emperor. If you ask him, you'll see I am telling the truth. She struggled to move her hand and covered her abdomen. Your Majesty, my stomach hurts so much. Stop pretending here. I was hitting your back. How can your stomach hurt? Bai Wudong looked up at her with pleading eyes. Your Majesty, I have been feeling nauseous lately. Maybe I am pregnant with the air. You shouldn't hit me anymore. Pregnant with the air? Jean Weige's face turned cold. She stood up and approached her. I haven't been able to conceive, and you, a shameless woman, want to carry the air? Dream on. Her armor sharply pierced into Bai Wudong's back wound. Don't say you can't get pregnant. Even if you are, I will definitely not let you keep the child. Since you want to involve the emperor, fine, keep hitting me. No, cut open her belly and see if there's an air inside. Urgent footsteps sounded. Wang Dicai hurried into the Yao Guang Palace. Seeing Bai Wudong lying on the ground, his pupils contracted. Your Majesty, stop. You can't hit her anymore. Jean Weige withdrew her hand. Jiayu, who was very observant, helped her wipe the blood from her armor. Grandpa Wang, why are you here? Wang Dicai stepped closer and saw Bai Wudong's tragic state.
He gasped.
Your Majesty, what have you done to Bai Marin? I not only want to hit her, but also kill her. This shameless woman dared to be disloyal to the emperor and consort with other men. She deserves it. Wang Dicai kept shaking his head. Your Majesty, you misunderstand. This, Bai Wudong covered her stomach. Grandpa Wang, my stomach hurts. It hurts so much. Wang Dicai instinctively looked over and saw Bai Wudong covered in blood. He was so frightened, he jumped 3 feet high. "Quick, call the doctor," Jean Wegas sternly shouted. "Stop calling. A traitor who is disloyal to the emperor. What are you looking at the healer for? Your Majesty, please listen to my advice and stop now," said Bai Wudong, her face pale as she tightly held her stomach, begging Wang Dicai, "Grandpa Wang, I have a stomach ache. I've been feeling nauseous for a few days." Wang Dicai was surprised. Wasn't that a sign of morning sickness? Then he looked at the blood on her skirt. It wasn't caused by a beating, it looked like it was seeping from inside. "Hurry, call the emperor. And call the healer quickly. Faster the better." Even if it was just a possibility, Wang Dicai didn't dare take chances. Recently, the emperor had only shown favor to Bai Marin, and he couldn't resist her 5 times in one night. What if she's really pregnant? "Wang Dicai, what is going on?" Jean Wega felt a bad premonition. "Why are you stopping me? Why do you care so much about this servant girl?" "Oh, Your Majesty, you must not act now." Wang Dicai hurriedly stepped in front of Bai Wudong and knelt down. "Please, Your Majesty, don't act yet. Wait until the emperor and the healer arrive." Jean Wega took a step back, her mind racing.
Could it be
The emperor truly favored Bai Marin? Why didn't she know? Why was no one in the harem aware? What's really happening? It feels like the harem is about to change forever. No, this harem must remain under her control. Bring someone to take Wang Dicai away from me. No matter whether Bai Wudong was favored or not, she decided to kill her today. She didn't believe the emperor would do anything to her just because she was beautiful. The palace servants looked at each other in silence. "Hurry up and go." They had no choice but to step forward bravely and pull Wang Dicai away. Jean Wega stared fiercely at Bai Wudong. "Kill her." Bai Wudong clutched her stomach, covered in sweat and blood. Her wet hair stuck to her face, and she looked like she was about to pass out. She watched Wang Dicai walk farther away. "Grandpa Wang, thank you for coming to save me at the end. If I die, please tell the emperor that I don't regret serving him, even if it costs me my life." "What's going on?" Zhang Qingyan's voice sounded from afar. Wang Dicai seemed to see a savior. "Your Majesty, you've finally arrived," Jean Wega shouted loudly. "Hurry up and attack. Kill her." Jia Yu clenched her teeth, picked up a dagger, and fiercely stabbed at Bai Wudong. It looked like she was about to hit her. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing was heard. The arrow knocked the dagger away. Jia Yu screamed in pain, covering her bleeding hand, and fell to the ground. "Your Majesty." Jean Wega suddenly looked up and saw the direction the arrow came from.
Who
dares to stop me?" Lin Sheng jumped down from the high wall and landed beside Bai Wudong. "Your Majesty, the emperor has arrived." As he finished speaking, Zhang Qingyan stepped into the gate. A female doctor followed closely behind. When Bai Wudong saw him, she showed a sad smile. "Seeing the emperor before I die, I have no regrets." Hearing this, Zhang Qingyan felt a pain in his heart. "Doctor, what are you waiting for? Go and save her." 2 female doctors immediately stepped forward. One of them checked Bai Wudong's pulse, and her face suddenly changed. She was so frightened she sat down the ground, almost shouting, "Quick, come and check her pulse." The other doctor was confused, but still went to examine her. Her face also changed drastically. She looked sharply at Zhang Qingyan. "Your Majesty." Zhang Qingyan's heart sank. "What exactly is going on?" "Your Majesty. Your Majesty is going to be a father." Thud, thud. Jean Wega kept retreating, her face turning pale step by step, until she finally staggered and sat on the ground.
She
is going to have a baby. How could this be?" "Your Majesty," a palace maid exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Qingyan suddenly snapped out of his shock, strode forward, ignoring the bloodstains on Bai Wudong, and picked her up. "Quick. No matter what, you must protect the heir." Wang Dicai was overjoyed. The emperor was finally going to have a successor. But thinking about Bai Wudong's current condition, he looked worried. She was so weak and beaten like this. Can she really keep the heir safe? Oh dear, what a tragedy. A group of people hurriedly arrived at Jinshin Palace. Zhang Qingyan carefully laid Bai Wudong down. Outside the door, a group of female doctors stood, and even the imperial physician was there. Everyone, come in. No matter what, you must save the heir today. Everyone rushed inside to check Bai Wudong's injuries. Your Majesty, how did the Empress get so badly hurt? Quick, stop the bleeding. Go get the pregnancy medicine. Hot water. Bring another basin of hot water. Baskets of blood and water were brought out. Zhang Qingyan saw this shocking, bloody scene and clenched his fists tightly. Emperor, how is the crown prince? The Empress Dowager ignored the wet nurse's support and hurried into the room. She was so anxious that she even put on one shoe wrong, showing no sign of her royal dignity. Zhang Qingyan said nothing. The Empress Dowager looked at the attending doctors and nurses coming in and out, her heart pounding. What exactly happened? Why is the beautiful lady pregnant? And why does she look like this? At this point, Zhang Qingyan could no longer hide the truth. Your son has been indulging the beautiful lady. The Empress Dowager was no longer in the mood to scold him. When did this happen? Almost a month ago. How many times have you indulged her? That. About 10 times. Zhang Qingyan replied with a cough. If counting 5 times a night, it truly couldn't be counted with 2 hands. Next to him, Wang Dicai saw the emperor's awkwardness and quickly stepped forward. Reporting to the Empress Dowager, Lord Lin has been present during this. Before Wang Dicai went to find the emperor, he had already asked Lord Lin to go ahead, to prevent any accidents. Noble consort Rong had been childless for years, and her temper grew more impatient and stubborn. Who knew what she might do? Lord Lin arrived just as she was administering the whip. But as a guard, he had no right to interfere. If he suddenly jumped in, he might cause more trouble. So he could only watch from the side, waiting until life was in danger before acting. The Empress Dowager impatiently said, "No need for formalities. Just tell me what happened." Lord Lin recounted everything from start to finish, including all the dialogue. Zhang Qingyan's face grew paler as he listened. He only saw Bai Wudong lying on the ground, not realizing so many things had happened earlier. Jean Weiga was now so cruel. Ignoring Bai Wudong's explanation and acting recklessly, not only did she want to kill her, but she also wanted to cut her open to take the baby, even pulling apart Wang Dicai, all just to kill Bai Wudong. One terrible act after another. She was truly a villain. The Empress Dowager, who had been a consort of the former emperor in her youth, understood how dangerous palace struggles could be. This Rome consort is becoming more and more unreasonable. If the crown prince's life is lost, she will be the biggest sinner in this palace. The emperor, I, too, have lived through many years and seen many things. I have never encountered such cruelty before. She is determined to kill someone, perhaps knowing about the heir from the start. And what she said is not a joke. If she cannot conceive, but other consorts do, she will surely act. When I was pregnant with you, I almost fell into her trap twice. If I hadn't noticed in time, you might have lost your life before birth. As the emperor, Zhang Qingyan, I understand how dangerous the palace can be. Not only the consorts, but even us princes, used many tricks to fight each other back then. The Empress Dowager said bitterly, "In my opinion, such a threat must be eliminated. Otherwise, if someone else becomes pregnant, how can we be sure? The throne has been vacant for many years in the Great Rome Kingdom. The heir is the most important. Anyone who harms the heir commits a terrible crime against the entire family." A court doctor opened the curtain, excitedly announcing, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the heir is safe. Despite the danger, he is still alive. It's a miracle. Heaven bless our great Rome Kingdom." Others stepped out, kneeling on the ground, ignoring their bloodstains, and bowed 3 times and 9 kowtows. "Heaven bless our great Rome Kingdom." The Empress Dowager's eyes turned red. Good, good, good. Rewards for everyone. Rewards. She had waited 7 years and finally saw the heir. Zhang Qingyan quickly entered the tent. Bai Wudong, weak and lying on the dragon bed, saw him and managed a faint, exhausted smile. "Your Majesty, the child is safe." She cried and laughed at the same time, finally choking with emotion. I thought the child was gone, but it's a miracle that he's still alive. Heaven has mercy. Seeing her so distressed, Zhang Chengyan also felt sorrow. His child, and this kind and pure woman, almost became strangers in death. He stepped forward and gently took Bai Wudong's hand. Don't be afraid. I am here. No one will hurt you again. Give me a healthy heir, and I will treat you well. Bai Wudong closed her eyes. Frightened, Zhang Qingyan immediately called the doctor. The doctor examined her and sighed in relief. Your Majesty, don't worry. Lady Bai has just endured a lot. She is weak and needs time to recover. She's just unconscious now and will wake up tonight. To be safe, it's best not to move her and let her rest here. The Empress Dowager asked softly, will this affect the heir? Will she become weak and unable to protect herself in the future, or will her unborn child be born with deficiencies? The imperial doctor shook his head. Your Majesty, according to common sense, this royal heir should not be protected. But during treatment, we found that the child is almost like clinging to the queen's belly. Although it is risky, it is very stable, with no signs of miscarriage. That's why I say this is a blessing from heaven for our great country. The Empress Dowager was pleased and ordered. Today, all palace staff will be rewarded. Such good news should be celebrated across the country. Wang Dicai stepped forward. Your Majesty, the astronomical office has arrived. Zhang Qingyan sat up straight. Quick, let them in. The astronomical office hurried into the main hall. Your servant just observed the sky and saw that the bright pearl was covered in dust, but now the clouds have cleared. The royal heir is surely coming. Zhang Qingyan never thought that the matter of the royal heir was connected to Bai Wudong. Someone who seemed least likely to be pregnant was carrying his child. Bai Wudong slowly opened her eyes. As a nine-tailed fox demon, the child in her belly would not be lost. Oh, noble consort, now it depends on how she handles this. This precious royal heir almost died because of her. Bai Wudong doesn't believe she will be as careless as she was with Gao Marin before. She stakes her future and her own life on the royal heir, all to avenge her parents' murder. She's actually pregnant. Jean Wega trembled all over, fists clenched tightly, the armor digging deep into her palms. Red blood flowed from her fingers, dripping onto the ground. But the pain in her hand was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. The Empress secretly favored Bai Marin and kept it hidden so well that it felt like a knife stabbing her in the heart. She almost couldn't breathe. Jiayu, ignoring her own injury, knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, please let go. Don't hurt yourself. Jean Wega seemed like a puppet, allowing her to push her hand away. Your Majesty, don't scare the servant. What can that shameless woman do with her pregnancy? With such a weak body, how can she keep the child? And she's been beaten so badly, bleeding so much. There's no way she can keep the baby. Jiayu looked at the increasing blood and was about to cry. Your Majesty, you must stay strong. You are the Emperor's most favored consort, and the only one in this palace with a title. No one can surpass you. Jean Wega's eyes gradually cleared. You're right. I am the most favored. I will have a child sooner or later. She is a beautiful woman, but even if she has a baby, she won't be able to give birth. Even if Dazhong Kingdom has no heir, I will never allow another lowly person to give birth to a dragon son. Never. She understood that whether it was the Emperor's favor or the Empress Dowager's indulgence, it was all because she once had a child. If she didn't, she wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly now. No one could take away this honor. Your Majesty, Jiayu said anxiously, trying to cover her mouth. You can't say that. If others hear, it would be a serious crime. Now, the whole country is hoping for a royal heir, waiting for 7 long years. Finally, one has appeared. Anyone who tries to interfere will be courting death. A hurried in and said, Noble Consort Rong, the Emperor and the Empress Dowager request your presence in the Jingshan Hall. Jean Wega took a deep breath, suppressing the raging resentment in her heart. What was meant to come would come eventually. She stood up, and Jiayu hurried to help her. Your Majesty, let me tend to your hand first. No need, just like this. As Jean Wega took a step, she suddenly remembered something. She removed her armor and painfully cut along the wounds on both sides. What was originally not a serious injury now looked very frightening. On the way to Jingshan Hall, the late autumn wind was already carrying a bit of chill. Occasionally, a few fallen leaves could be seen on the ground. The carefully cultivated flowers were no longer as vibrant as before. Jean Wega looked at the scene and suddenly felt, for some reason, that she was like these withered flowers, destined to fade someday. But the beautiful young woman was still youthful and charming, several years younger than her, and in her prime. When they arrived at Jingshan Hall, Jean Wega did not step inside, but knelt directly. Your servant admits guilt and is willing to accept punishment. The Empress Dowager inside the hall snorted coldly. You seem to be genuinely repentant, but I think it's all just acting. Noble consort Rome, hurry and come in. Are you trying to ask the Emperor and me for forgiveness? Jean Wega entered the hall. Even though the Empress Dowager deliberately kept a stern face, her eyes showed a hint of joy. Zhang Chengyan was the same. Her heart sank completely. Could it be that the child was saved? Your servant greets the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. Zhang Chengyan's jaw tightened as he sternly said, Noble consort Rome, you really have a lot of courage to dare to hurt the Crown Prince. Jean Wega knelt down, her forehead touching the cold ground. Your Majesty, I am guilty, but I did not know that Lady Bai was pregnant before. Also, Lady Bai bears marks all over her body, and I never knew your Majesty favored her. I thought she was consorting with other men. I did this for your Majesty. She deliberately showed her blood-stained hand, just to catch the Emperor's attention. Zhang Chengyan's gaze indeed fell on her wrist. Looking at the bright red blood, his brows furrowed slightly. Since they met, Jean Wega has been very afraid of pain, but now she had hurt herself like this. The Empress Dowager could easily see through her little tricks. They are all cunning foxes, playing their schemes like stories. Good. You say you didn't know. Then why didn't you believe when Lady Bai told the truth? You even wanted to cut open your belly to have a child. Do you really think no one in this palace can deal with you? I was just angry and spoke out of frustration. Jean Wega looked up at Zhang Chengyan. But he no longer looked at her. His gaze fell on the dragon bed behind her. Bai Wudong's eyelashes fluttered lightly, just happening to be looking at him too. Zhang Chengyan strode to the side of the dragon bed, holding her hand. Why did you wake up so quickly? Did I disturb you? No, your Majesty. I just heard the voice of consort Rome. Bai Wudong trembled slightly, looking frightened. Zhang Chengyan gently embraced her, full of concern. Don't be afraid. It's all over now. Bai Wudong raised her misty eyes. Your Majesty, I am in so much pain. Zhang Chengyan immediately became very nervous. Does your stomach hurt? I will call the imperial doctor right away. No, it's the pain in my body. It hurts so much. Bai Wudong slightly lifted her small foot, pulling the quilt down a bit to reveal a fierce wound on her back. Isn't this a trick to fake injury? She wanted to see how Jean Wega could compare to her. Your Majesty, when will my wounds heal? Although Zhang Chengyan had carried her to the Jingshan Hall earlier, the subsequent treatment was done by the palace doctors. This was the first time he saw the wounds exposed clearly. On her delicate, porcelain-like skin, there were 3 deep whip marks, flesh torn open. Just looking at them made one's scalp tingle. Bai Wudong's eyes were red. Your Majesty, consort Rome once stabbed a needle into my wound, and that was the most painful part. When Zhang Chengyan heard this, he immediately felt heartache. Wudong, you have suffered. I am not suffering, she said softly, enduring the pain. She held Zhang Chengyan's large hand and gently leaned her face against it. I only hope the Emperor will protect our child. He almost lost his life. Her kindness and patience made Zhang Chengyan feel even more distressed. The Empress Dowager was truly too much. He looked at Jean Wega with cold, unfeeling eyes. Today, I must punish her severely. Jean Wega swallowed the bitter taste in her mouth and lowered herself. I never intended to harm the heir. I thought she was lying and deliberately trying to provoke the emperor to avoid punishment. The Empress Dowager sneered and stepped forward. Then I ask you again, why did you kill the White Beauty even though you knew the emperor was nearby? If Lin Sheng hadn't stopped you, you would have succeeded. Our hard-won heir of the great Rome kingdom would have been lost because of you. Don't say you didn't believe. By then, you probably already realized what was happening. Jean Wega was speechless. A crisp slap sounded. Jean Wega's face burned with pain, but she could only endure it. Your Grace, it was my mistake. I am willing to accept punishment, but I did not mean to do it. There's no need to say more. This slap is a reward for me. Emperor, I believe today the Empress Dowager should send the consort Rong to the Cold Palace. Jean Wega suddenly looked up. The Cold Palace. Jean Wega spoke anxiously. Your Majesty, I can't go to the Cold Palace. That place is deadly. People eat others there. How can I survive? Your Majesty, in the Cold Palace, there is not enough food, no warmth in winter, and it is hot in summer and cold in winter. Now that winter is approaching, if she enters the Cold Palace, she might freeze to death. Those she had offended before would definitely not let her go. Jean Wega shifted her knees and looked toward the dragon bed, her voice choked with emotion. Your Majesty, you know me. I truly did mean to do it. Have you forgotten? I once traveled thousands of miles to the southern border for you. It was very cold then. My hands were frostbitten. Even now, as winter approaches, my hands feel like countless ants are crawling on them. She knelt on the ground, crying uncontrollably. Zhang Qingyan's cold gaze gradually softened. That year, he went to the southern border to boost morale and earn merit, but he was ambushed, seriously injured, and nearly lost his life. The southern border was cold and harsh, with no suitable herbs available. In the end, Jean Wega single-handedly delivered the herbs just in time, saving his life. After ascending the throne, he not only made Jean Wega a noble consort but also granted her the title of honor, hoping she could enjoy wealth and happiness and live a smooth life without suffering. Next to her, Jia Yu looked pale and trembling like a leaf. She absolutely could not let her master be sent to the Cold Palace. She knelt on the ground and knocked her head twice loudly. Your Majesty, this is all my fault. I hit the White Beauty. I wanted to kill her. How can she get pregnant right after entering the palace? How can she steal the honor that belongs to the Empress? How can she receive the Emperor's favor? All these were originally the Empress's, and I just couldn't stand it. I wanted to kill her to avenge the Empress. Please, Your Majesty, forgive the Empress. I am willing to accept punishment. Zhang Qingyan and the Empress Dowager were not fools. How could they not see that she was only taking the blame? Jia Yu's head bled from the pounding, but no one paid attention. Jean Wega, distressed, grabbed her. Stop hitting yourself. Stop. Urgent border report. A soldier hurried over, several steps away, kneeling outside the hall, holding up a letter. Your Majesty, urgent news from the southern border, a report on the battle. Bring it here. Wang Dicai hurried to deliver the message. Zhang Qingyan eagerly opened it and read it carefully. After a long while, he put down the letter, his expression complicated as he looked at Jia Yu. Are all these things really done by you? Jia Yu clenched her teeth. Yes, I did everything. After saying that, she looked at the pillar beside her, gritted her teeth, suddenly stood up and rushed forward. If her death could keep the Empress out of the Cold Palace, it would be worth it. Let her bear everything alone. In the future, the Empress would surely treat her family well. With a quick glance, Zhang Qingyan signaled the guards inside the hall to stop her. Jia Yu collapsed to the ground, narrowly saving her life. On the dragon bed, Bai Wudong's heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. Zhang Qingyan had just sworn to punish Jean Wega, so why did he suddenly change his mind and turn his anger toward a small palace maid? Jean Wega was overjoyed. It seemed the Emperor no longer intended to punish her. Great. The Emperor truly has feelings for her. Even if White Beauty is pregnant, it doesn't matter. She cannot compare to her and the Emperor's 10 years of friendship. Seeing that the situation was not right, Bai Wudong called out in pain again. Your Majesty, could you have the imperial doctor give me some pain relief? I can't hold on much longer. My back hurts, my stomach hurts. When will I get better? Her eyes were red, tears falling, and her pale face looked pitiful and delicate. Zhang Qingyan immediately called for the female doctor. Jean Weiga disliked Bai Wudong's act of pretending to be pitiful. Anyway, she was fine now. She stood up and said, Your Majesty, this injury needs to be treated soon to avoid scars. I will take Jia Yu and leave first. Zhang Qingyan's long-held anger suddenly flared up. Her attitude clearly showed she didn't know how to repent. She hadn't apologized to Bai Wudong from the beginning to the end. Now, after hearing the battle report, she wanted to leave. She truly didn't take today's events seriously. Zhang Qingyan shouted angrily, Stop! Jean Weiga shivered in fear. Seeing his furious face, she hurriedly knelt on the ground. A servant girl dares to harm the prince and even tries to hit a pillar to commit suicide. She is lawless. Today, you may not be sent to the cold palace, but she must die. Come here, take this maid down and beat her to death. Consort Jean, watch closely. This is the result of harming the royal heir. Jean Weiga's face turned pale, tears in her eyes as she begged, Your Majesty, please don't. Zhang Qingyan's face instantly turned icy. Don't push your luck. Compared to what she had done, this punishment was very light. If it were someone else, they would probably have paid a heavy price. Several palace servants quickly stepped forward. The old maid led the way, pressing Jia Yu to the ground. Jia Yu's face was ashen, and she didn't beg for mercy. If someone had to be punished today, it could only be her. As long as the Empress is well, she would be willing to die. I held a whip and struck her heavily on the back. Jia Yu let out a sharp scream, collapsing to the ground and crying out in pain. Another whip followed. The Emperor had specifically ordered that the eunuchs should be very harsh. In just 2 strikes, her skin was torn and flesh exposed. Then came the third whip. Bai Wudong was lying sideways on the dragon bed. Through the lifted curtain, she could clearly see the scene outside the door. If the person at this moment was Jean Weiga, she might feel extremely pleased. But she was only a small palace maid, far from enough. Her parents were innocent, but they were cruelly punished by that wicked woman. Now, this pain was just a small burden carried by a palace maid. Jean Weiga saw Jiyue covered in blood and, ignoring the proper etiquette, suddenly rushed forward. Your Majesty, you cannot hit her. Jiyue was brought into the palace by this servant girl and has been with me since childhood. We share a deep bond. Please have mercy. Zhang Qingyan was unmoved. A mere palace maid dares to hurt the concubine with a weapon. According to palace rules, she must be executed. Jean Weiga almost cried. She said carefully, Jiyue grew up with me. Please, Your Majesty, show mercy. The Empress Dowager nearby couldn't stand it anymore. She thought Jean Weiga should know when to stop and was foolish to think she could save the maid. It was too arrogant. That vile servant dares to attack the white beauty. Executing her is too lenient. If you refuse, I will have the Emperor send her to the Justice Department for a proper punishment, then send her to the afterlife. Wang Dezai lowered his head. The palace's atmosphere was truly changing. He had a feeling that such events might happen more often in the future. A piercing scream echoed through the hall of respectful body. Jiyue was on the ground, her body already torn and bloody, her eyes vacant as she looked at Jean Weiga. She struggled to open her mouth, as if to say something, but finally, she weakly lowered her head and fell silent forever. Jean Weiga cried loudly, Jiyue, she was her personal maid since childhood, the one who grew up with her, the most trusted person, the one who knew her best, always by her side day and night. But now, she was being killed right before her eyes. As a noble consort, she couldn't even protect one person. Jean Weiga felt a sharp pain in her heart. Jiyue, wake up. Wake up. Don't go. Didn't you say you would always stay with me? Jiyue, Zhang Qingyan waved his hand. Throw that vile maid to the mass grave. 2 palace attendants stepped forward. Noble consort Jean, please step aside. Jean Weiga clung to Jiyue's body, fiercely protecting her. This is my person. Even if she dies, I will handle it myself.
Get out.
All of you get out. Your Majesty, please show mercy. She is already dead. Just leave her a complete body. How dare you? For a mere servant girl, you defy me? Zhang Qingyan originally wanted to punish Jin Weiga, but when the battle report arrived, he had no choice but to hold back. Now Jin Weiga was still so reckless, openly defying him for a servant girl. Bring her here. This disobedient servant has harmed the royal heir. She deserves no mercy. Order her entire family to be executed. Jin Weiga was crying so hard she couldn't speak. Zhang Qingyan's eyes turned cold like ice. Honor consort, you are unable to control your subordinates. From today, your title will be revoked, and you are banished to the Shadow Palace. Without my order, you are not allowed to leave this place. Jin Weiga collapsed on the ground. She was forcibly pulled away by others. A rolled straw mat wrapped around Jiyue's body, quickly disappearing from sight. She stared fiercely at Bai Wudong. It was all her fault. Because of her, that worthless girl Jiyue had died. She would never forgive Bai Marin. She must avenge today's death. Jiyue's life would be paid for with her own. Anger overwhelmed Jin Weiga. She closed her eyes and fainted. The palace servants came forward, carrying her and Jiyue's body away. After cleaning up, the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. Inside the clean hall, it seemed like nothing had happened. Hearing the punishment, Bai Wudong felt cold all over. She clenched her teeth tightly, trying to suppress the rising feeling of nausea. The royal heir was almost lost, but Jin Weiga only lost her title, and her position as noble consort was still intact. As for the banishment, it was just a joke. As long as the emperor gave the word, she could be released at any time. She was unwilling and wanted to fight for one last chance. Your Majesty, that servant girl was also following orders. Before she finished, Zhang Qingyan interrupted firmly. Let this matter go for today. Do not mention it again. Bai Wudong closed her eyes, swallowing the bitterness with difficulty. Her voice trembled. Yes, I understand. Zhang Qingyan knew she was wronged. He softened his tone to comfort her. Today, I have executed this palace, made to vent your anger. Honor consort has been with me through the hardest times and saved my life several times. Her brother is a rare and brave general of the Great Rhone Kingdom. The royal heir is still alive, so I cannot punish her too harshly. This implied that if the royal heir truly died, he might become furious and punish Jin Weiga severely. But who knew whether his words were true or not? Perhaps later, since the royal heir was already gone, punishing her further would be meaningless. This was the emperor's world, and whatever he said was law. Bai Wudong slowly let go of Zhang Qingyan's hand, her heart gradually growing colder. Jin Weiga was truly a stubborn person. Despite causing so much trouble, she remained unaffected. She was begging the emperor for harsh punishment. In the end, she probably wouldn't get what she wanted, and might even make the emperor annoyed. She could only swallow this anger herself. Right now, the emperor still had feelings for Jin Weiga, but Bai Wudong didn't believe that this would last forever. The only thing she could do now was to take advantage of the situation to gain the emperor's sympathy and benefit from it. Bai Wudong leaned against Zhang Qingyan, revealing her wound. She carefully placed one hand on her belly, saying, I won't mention it again. As long as the baby is safe, I will be satisfied. Zhang Qingyan knew she was feeling wrong today. Her small, delicate status didn't match her true worth. Once you give birth to a healthy heir, I will make you a consort. For now, I will promote you to a concubine with the title Zhao. How does that sound? Bai Wudong looked at him with her pale face. Your Majesty, why Zhao? Because you brought light into my life. I see a better future because of you. Rest assured, I will protect both of you. After a while, Zhang Qingyan had other matters to attend to and had to leave first. Bai Wudong clenched her silk quilt tightly, feeling both frustrated and pained. After such a big scheme, Jin Weiga was only a servant who died. With the Empress Dowager also leaving, the Jingshun Palace fell silent. Chon'er handed her warm water. Your Majesty, Lianxin has been sent to the healer, but her injuries are quite serious. The healer said whether she can survive depends on her own strength. If she develops a fever, it will be difficult. I understand. Bai Wudong closed her eyes. She was exhausted after all the trouble. Go find out what the battle report says today. Yes, I will go right now. Bai Wudong fell into a deep sleep, but her rest was restless. When she woke up again, it was already dark. The candlelight flickered brightly, even brighter than during the day. Chon'er hurried over. Your Majesty, I couldn't find out much, but it probably has something to do with the Jin family. The Jin family. Yes, they were now a powerful force in the capital. As long as the Jin family was still around, Jin Weiga wouldn't fall. Otherwise, if Jin Weiga didn't die today, she would have been stripped of her status. White Wudong finally understood that to completely defeat Jin Weiga, it was not enough to just frame her. She had to remove Jin Weijia, the family behind her, as well. Or she could have a child to help her establish herself in the palace. Zhang Qingyan had some free time and hurried over immediately. He sat by her bed and gently held her hand. You are awake. Today, I chose a new palace for you, originally called Yalan Palace, now renamed Zhaochun Palace. Do you like it? Yalan Palace is the closest to here and is more beautifully decorated. It is also larger than Xueqiong Garden. I like it, Your Majesty. Can I go back now? She asked. No, Zhang Qingyan replied quickly, looking at her pale face. You should stay here until you recover, White Wudong pouted. But I feel much better now. The doctor brought ointment for the pain today, and I slept deeply this afternoon. Besides, this is your sleeping quarters. It's not proper for me to stay here all the time. And if I sleep here, where will you sleep? It's not right to make you sleep somewhere else. She grabbed his hand and looked at him eagerly. Your Majesty, please let me go back. I won't sleep well here otherwise. Just send a few more doctors to watch over me. It will be fine. Her voice was soft and sweet, and her delicate appearance made her look even more charming. Her pale face didn't make her seem weak, but instead made her look more fragile. All right, if I sleep with you, your injuries might accidentally hurt you. That wouldn't be good. I'll have the doctors come over now, he said. After some fuss, the palace servants carefully moved White Wudong into her new palace, Zhaochun Palace. This place was much bigger than Xueqiong Garden and was a proper palace for a noble consort. The servants had already cleaned it thoroughly, and everything inside was new. Chon'er and Xiaoningzi carried in big and small packages. Xiaoningzi was very happy and knelt to greet her. Congratulations, Empress. Happy for you, he never expected that just by his master's arrangement to make a good match, he would end up with a consort pregnant with a dragon heir. It was like a blessing from the ancestors. Don't be so formal. Get up and put the things down to rest. Oh, Chana, ask the doctor to bring Lianxin back and let her stay in the side hall. Even though she shouldn't come back now, I'm worried that Jean Fei might not dare to hurt me and might vent her anger on Lianxin. The medical office isn't safe, so it's better to bring her back, she said.
Chana nodded immediately.
Yes, I will do that right away. The palace was already in darkness. Bai Wudong slowly sat up. Her back injury looked frightening, but she no longer felt any pain. She slipped out of bed barefoot, bathed in moonlight, and went to the side hall. Lianxin was lying on the bed, sleeping restlessly, with a furrowed brow and faint beads of sweat on her face. Bai Wudong reached out and touched her forehead. It's okay, no fever. Lianxin slowly opened her eyes. Your Majesty, is that you? It's me. Bai Wudong sat by the bed. You've had a hard day. No, I didn't suffer, Lianxin said quickly despite the pain. Your Majesty, are you pregnant with the heir? Is the baby safe? She had been knocked out at the time but still heard about it. Bai Wudong smiled and nodded. Yes, I am pregnant and the baby is safe. Soon, I will give birth to the first heir. Lianxin burst into tears of joy. Then all the beating was worth it. Your Majesty, please send someone to tell the Lord. If you're pregnant with the heir, the entire Sun family can rise again. The Lord's position will surely improve. Bai Wudong sighed and stroked her hair. You are very loyal to the Sun family. Unfortunately, she could only have one master. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be her. I've grown up in the Sun family since I was young, so I am naturally loyal. Your Majesty, once you have the heir, you might even become a consort. Lianxin was already thinking about how she would hold her head high once she recovered. Earlier, when others found out she was Bai Wudong's person, they looked down on her with disdain. Now let's see how proud they are. Bai Wudong took out a pill. Lianxin, this is a painkiller I specially asked the healer to prepare. Take one, and you won't feel pain anymore. But after taking it, don't move. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lianxin was in so much pain last night, she couldn't sleep well. Now, seeing the pill, she felt like she had found a savior and swallowed it in one go. I'll go back now. Rest well. Bai Wudong returned to the main hall and closed her eyes to rest. When she woke up again, it was already bright outside. Chang'er came forward to serve her, looking pale, as if she had been frightened. What's wrong? Bai Wudong took the mouthwash. Did something happen? Don't hide it from me. I can handle it. Child kneeling on the ground. Your Majesty, Lianxin has gone. This morning I went to deliver food and medicine, but I didn't expect. She has passed away. Please, Your Majesty, do not worry about the pregnancy. Bai Wudong looked up and gazed at the autumn scenery outside the window. Send her off properly, and bury her well. Lianxin's family are all from the Sun family. Later, have someone bring some silver and tell them it's from me. Lianxin served well in her life, so let them rest assured. Last night, the pill was indeed given by the doctor, and it could relieve pain. But there was a problem. Anyone who took this medicine must stay still, to prevent blood and energy from surging and harming the wound. The emperor chose a better medicine, so this one was kept in her hand. If Lianxin had rested properly yesterday, her pain would have been less, and her wound might have healed more today. But she was eager to send a message to the Sun family, which caused the accident. Bai Wudong had already warned her not to move. All of this was her own fault, and she couldn't blame others. Yes, child wiped her tears. Although she and Lianxin didn't get along and she often looked at her unfavorably, now that she was gone, she felt sad. In this palace, how many palace maids can have a peaceful ending? Lianxin was gone, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs sent 4 more palace maids. Bai Wudong leaned on a soft cushion. Wang Dicai personally brought them, smiling broadly. Your servant greets Consort Zhao. Today I am here to deliver the imperial decree and the people. These were personally chosen by the emperor. The emperor also instructed that you are heavy with child, so do not get up. You only need to know that this decree is for your promotion. Bai Wudong took the decree. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. Let them come in. The 4 palace maids stepped forward, very polite and well-trained, showing they were top quality. Your servant greets Consort Zhao. No need for ceremony. Bai Wudong liked them more and more. Everyone get up. You look good. Wang Dicai waved his hand, and the eunuchs immediately brought out Zhang Qingyan's gifts. Consort Zhao, the emperor was worried about you last night, and didn't sleep much. If it weren't for today's busy schedule, he would have come to see you. These are gifts from the emperor for you to enjoy. They've been checked by the imperial doctors and are completely safe. Bai Wudong picked up a small jade monkey carving. The quality is very good. Child quickly put this away. Yes, the young girl stepped forward and took the item, then entered the inner room. After a moment, she came out holding a handful of golden leaves, which she distributed to everyone. Wang Dicai took the money and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. I have something to tell you. Your pregnancy with the heir is a big matter. The emperor is currently discussing it with the officials. To ensure the safety of the heir, he has decided to grant a general amnesty and to provide porridge outside the city for 100 days. We all hope for your and the baby's safety and smoothness. The emperor is truly thoughtful, Bai Wudong said softly, gently touching her belly. It's an honor for me to carry the emperor's child. Chang'er, take all our silver and give it to the... Yes, Chang'er took out the last few taels of silver. Wang Dicai hurriedly waved his hand. Your Majesty, this cannot be. Use this silver to help the common people with porridge, Bai Wudong said. As a mother, I want to do something for the child. Otherwise, I feel uneasy inside. Bai Wudong sighed deeply. Wang, you know how the harem is. I just hope that doing good deeds will bring blessings and that the heavens will protect the child's safety and success without any mishaps. Hearing this, Wang Dicai could only accept it. I will do my best to serve your majesty and ensure every penny is used for those in real need. He stepped back to the palace gate. I will take my leave now. Rest well, your majesty. News of the imperial decree spread throughout the harem. Although they had heard rumors yesterday, no official decree had been issued yet. Now, Bai Marin was promoted to concubine and given a title. This child was surely safe. De Fei picked up her teacup. I never expected that the first pregnant woman in the harem would be that very slender Bai Marin. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. A nearby palace maid looked worried. De Fei, being the oldest and not favored by the emperor, now with a new pregnant woman, feared her own days might become harder. Your Majesty, now that concubine Zhao is pregnant with the heir, she might be promoted to a concubine soon. Don't worry, De Fei said with a slight smile, unconcerned. Getting pregnant is one thing, but whether she can give birth successfully depends on luck and skill. Among the more than 20 concubines, how many can she avoid? I've long seen through the emperor, cold-hearted and indifferent. If the heir is lost, concubine Zhao's good days will probably come to an end. Consort Hui called a palace maid and said, "Send the screen from last year's family gift, which symbolizes many children and good fortune, along with the double fish auspicious jade ornaments." The maid looked reluctant and asked, "Your Majesty, these two items have very good meanings and carry your mother's hopes and blessings. Are you sure you want to give them away?" Consort Hui leaned on the bed, enjoying the massage from the palace attendants, and slightly closed her eyes. This is the emperor's first heir. Both the emperor and the empress dowager value it greatly. If I don't give some good gifts, it might cause trouble later. Besides, I know my own body well. I haven't been pregnant all these years, and it's unlikely to happen in the future. The maid asked, "Even that delicate Lady Zhao can get pregnant. Why can't you?" Consort Hui sighed. "It's about fate. I've long seen through it. The heir to this great country needs not only a healthy body but also good luck. I don't have that luck. Anyway, go now. Oh, and keep an eye on what the Empress and Lady Jean send. Come back and tell me. If anyone is most impatient, it's definitely these two women. One is cunning and sly, the other is cruel-hearted. She truly hopes Lady Zhao can hold on. The palace has been dull and lifeless for a long time. It's time for something new to happen to bring it to life. She also hopes no new people will come in. The palace is crowded, and more people mean more fighting. Who knows if another person like Jean Wega will rise, making her life even harder. As for Bai Wudong, she doesn't seem very ambitious. But people can change, especially in this palace's big melting pot. She just hopes she can change a little later. The palace maid, reluctant, took the gifts and left. When she arrived, she found that everyone important in the palace had sent gifts, each one better than the last, making others envious. A familiar palace maid nearby whispered, "Lady Zhao is really lucky to be pregnant with the heir. Look at these gifts." Consort Hui's maid didn't reply. The gifts are good, but that doesn't mean they're truly good. Xiaoningzi opened the hall door, bowed to everyone, and said, "Please place the gifts here. The emperor has ordered that they must be checked by the Imperial Hospital and the Medical Women's Institute before being delivered. The heir is very important, so I hope everyone understands." One of the courtiers sneered. "Humph, are you saying that the empress is not good to Lady Zhao?" Xiaoningzi smiled and explained, "Of course not, but it was the emperor's order." At this, everyone lost their temper and could only put the items into the yard, each one stretching their necks to look inside, but unfortunately, they saw nothing. Bai Wudong sat by the window, quietly watching their departing figures. Next to her, Chana helped wipe her delicate fingers. "Your Majesty, what are you looking at?" "Nothing much, just watching their expressions. Sometimes feelings come from the heart, and some are not very good." Chana agreed deeply. In the harem, there are no truly kind people. Even if there are, they usually meet a bad end. Even her own lady, who seems naive and inexperienced, has her own schemes and plans. On the way back from the palace, some people passed by Tianxiang Garden. The gate was tightly closed, silent and still. When Chuyin sat in the main hall, quietly looking at the withered flower in the pot. "Your Majesty, you've been sitting all night. Please rest now," Cui Wei said with concern. Her lady was the one who should be pregnant, but unexpectedly, Bai Wudong came first. When Chuyun opened her mouth, her voice hoarse. "I always thought the emperor hadn't favored Bai Wudong yet. Though I worried, I also felt hopeful. I thought Bai Wudong would die soon, and even if the emperor was interested in her, he wouldn't favor her. But I never expected he already had." Her previously calm face twisted into a fierce expression. Suddenly, she raised her hand and slammed the teacup onto the ground. Why her? Why didn't she die? Why is she pregnant? The resentment she had been holding in all night finally exploded. She grabbed everything around her and threw it to the ground. Why her? Wasn't she supposed to die long ago? Even if she didn't, she should be weak and bedridden. From the moment she saw Bai Wudong, she felt danger. Such a unique woman might make the emperor look at her more favorably. So she took precautions, sending her a purse to get rid of her. Later, she even learned that Bai Wudong had met the emperor and had given him cloth and clothes. Unexpectedly, all her plans failed, and her worries turned out to be true. Cui Wei watched in fear and quickly stepped forward to stop her. "Oh, Your Majesty, please don't smash things. This is the emperor's hard-won heir. No one dares to show dissatisfaction. Everyone is eager to send gifts. If people find out that you dare to be unhappy, they will definitely use it against you." When Chuyun ignored everything around her, smashing all the items nearby. Then she sat down, panting, and comforted herself, saying, "I am the most beautiful woman in the capital. What does Bai Wudong have that can compare to me? Besides, she's carrying a pouch. Even if she's not wearing it now, her health isn't good. This child definitely can't be saved. Cui Wei, bring out the good stuff and send it to her." Cui Wei nodded and went to prepare immediately. Once everything was ready, she looked around sharply. "Listen up, everyone. Nothing that happens here today can be spread outside. The Empress has never smashed things before. She's very happy that Xiaopin is pregnant. Do you understand?" The other palace maids nodded quickly. "Yes, we understand. Good. If you don't understand, no one will want to take care of things that belong to the Empress." Cui Wei pointed out a few people. "Come with me. Be careful. Don't bump into anything. These are all precious items." One wave of people after another brought good things. The area outside Zhaochun Hall was almost filled with gifts. Only one person hadn't sent anything yet, former noble consort, now Jean Fei. She was lying on the bed, eyes vacant. Next to her, Xie with red eyes said, "Your Majesty, don't be sad." Jean Weiga didn't respond. Her mind was full of memories of her time with Jieyue. Although Jieyue was her servant, she was as important to her as family. Now that she had died right in front of her, Jean Weiga couldn't bear such a. She had a high fever last night and only started to feel better in the morning. Xie bit her lip and said bitterly, "Your Majesty, you must stay strong. What's the use of Xiaopin being pregnant? She definitely can't keep the baby. Don't forget, there's a queen above and many consorts below, who would be willing to see her give birth to the first heir. Don't be fooled by their gifts now. Who knows how much porcelain in the palace has been broken? They're just afraid to ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs. If they go now, the palace will be left bare." Seeing that Jean Weiga still didn't respond, Xie knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. "Your Majesty, you and Xiaopin are different. Xiaopin is just a servant. Her family is only a scholar from the Hanlin Academy, with no real power. But you're different. As long as the Jean family stands, you won't fall. As long as the eldest son makes a contribution, you will eventually return to the position of noble consort. The emperor will surely come to favor you." Jean Weiga slowly turned her head to look at her, her once silent eyes gradually filled with deep hatred. "You're right. As long as the Jean family doesn't fall, I won't fall either. I must avenge Jiayu." Luckily, my brother is returning to the capital for his duties. I'll send a message to him, asking him to find a reason to come and see me. Yes, Sia saw her eyes brighten with life, and she cried happily. She immediately went to give orders. Jinji, dressed in official robes, arrived at the Yangxin Palace after the morning court. I humbly greet the emperor. Zhang Qingyan waved his hand. You don't need to be so formal. But if you're here to plead for the Jin consort, there's no need to say more. She almost caused the death of my first heir. The punishment she received is already very light. If it were someone else, they might have already been sent to the cold palace. Jinji understood. Your Majesty, I understand. The Jin consort indeed deserves punishment. But Jia Yu is very important to her. My family is worried and hopes I can visit her. I also want to advise her properly. She must not act so recklessly again. Seeing the tall, handsome man in front of him, Zhang Qingyan finally nodded. Go ahead. Have Wang Ditsai take you in? Yes. As a man, if he wanted to enter the harem, he could only take the special route. This was a privilege granted by Zhang Qingyan. Other consort families wouldn't receive such treatment. Jinji followed Wang Ditsai along a quiet, deserted path, all the way to the Yaoguang Palace. He handed Wang Ditsai a silver ingot. Gong Wang, wait here for a moment. All right, but please, Lord Jin, be a little quicker, at most half an hour. Jinji entered Yaoguang Palace. Sia immediately came forward. Young Master Jin, you're finally here. The Empress Dowager had a high fever yesterday, and it was very serious. Jinji's face was tense. Is she better now? This morning, her fever broke. The doctor said she's fine now. She just needs some careful rest. But the Empress Dowager has never suffered like this before. Jinji stepped into the room. Jean Weiga was lying on the bed, covered with a brocade quilt. Seeing her family, she couldn't hold back any longer. Tears streamed down her face. Brother, Weiga, you've suffered, Jinji said with a bitter heart. This was their cherished daughter, raised with care since childhood. They thought she would be loved in the palace, but now she looked like this. But Jean Weiga was at fault first. The Jean family had no grounds to argue. Jean Weiga grabbed his sleeve tightly, her eyes filled with intense anger and hatred. She shouted, Brother, you're capable. Help me kill Bai Wudong. You must kill her. Jinji's face changed slightly, and he quickly signaled to Sia. The other person understood and hurriedly left the room, closing the door tightly. The nearby palace servants were all sent away to a distance. You're crazy. How can you say such things? Jinji felt heartache for Jean Weiga, but he also found her words difficult to handle. Tears streamed down Jean Weiga's face. Brother, Jiue is dead. She was beaten to death right in front of me. It's all because of that wicked woman. Why does she get to have the emperor's child? Why? She became more desperate, ignoring her weak body, and forced herself to stand up. Brother, you must kill her. If she lives, I won't have a good life. She's been plotting against me. The dead mice I found in the palace, it must be her doing. We've been enemies for a long time. If she lives, one day I will be the one to die. I am the only pregnant woman in this palace. I can't let anyone else take that. Brother, please, I beg you to help me. Jinji pulled his sleeve back. Don't mention this again. Bai Wudong is carrying the emperor's child. She is the only hope for Dazhong. As a servant, I absolutely won't do such a thing. Jean Weiga took out a dagger from under her pillow and pressed it fiercely against her neck. Her arm trembled, and the sharp blade cut her skin, blood dripping down. Brother, if you won't help me kill her, I will die. Weiga, don't be reckless. No, I am not reckless. Bai Wudong must not live. Brother, the emperor is mine, and so is the future throne. The only heir to this world can only come from my belly. Jiue is dead, and I have lost so much face. Only her death can make up for all this. She pushed harder, tears flowing freely, looking wild. Brother, do you want to watch me die? Jinji wanted to find a chance to take the dagger away, but they were siblings and Jean Weiga knew him well. Brother, don't think about grabbing the knife. You can see who is faster, me or you. If you really want me to die, just refuse. She smiled bitterly. Anyway, I have no hope of living. Jiue is dead. I've lost all face, and now I have to watch that wicked woman happily in the palace. Even if I just see her happy for a day, it hurts my heart so much. Jinji saw that she was determined and sighed. Fine, I will help you. Since the emperor can make one person pregnant, there will likely be a second. This time, he killed Bai Wudong, committing a great act of rebellion. At worst, he will stay at the border in the future and never return, using his life to atone for his sins. After all, she is his only sister. They grew up together and share a deep bond that is hard to break. Jean Wega was overjoyed. She immediately put down her dagger and tightly held Jinji's hand. Brother, thank you. I knew you wouldn't ignore me. Jinji patted her head like he did when they were children. Bai Wudong is pregnant now, and the emperor and the empress dowager are watching her closely. If you act rashly, you'll be caught. We need to plan carefully. Don't worry, take good care of yourself first. Brother, my people can help you. The Zhao Spring Palace was originally the elegant Lotus Palace, where that wicked woman Pang Fei lives. I often send people there, and know the place well. If you sneak in at midnight, I can help you succeed. Good. I will patrol the palace that night, and do it then. During the day, you send all your plans through letters. I can't come in again, so be very careful. Never let anyone discover you. If caught, it would bring trouble to the entire Jin family. Okay, brother, don't worry. I will handle it well. Jinji cupped his hands. Queen Jin, I will take my leave. He left the Shuangguang Palace, and Wang Dicai immediately approached him. General Jin, are you at ease now? Jinji nodded, but he was thinking about how to kill Bai Wudong. I'm at ease. Let's go. The emperor has a consort now. The harem is pregnant, and the Great Rome Kingdom has hope. Starting today, the emperor will pardon the world, and there will be porridge at the city gates for 100 days. News spread throughout the capital. Many citizens left their homes, knelt on the ground, and prayed sincerely. Thank heaven! Our Great Rome finally has hope. The whole city was filled with joy. Sun Mingji paced excitedly. This is great. I didn't expect Bai Wudong to be so capable. She's the first in the harem to get pregnant. As long as she gives birth safely, whether it's a boy or girl, they will be a hero of Great Rome. He patted his thigh. Luckily, I let her into the palace, or this good news would have been lost. Initially, he looked down on Bai Wudong's slender figure and didn't plan to let her participate in the selection show. If Bai Wudong hadn't had a pretty face and spoken convincing words, there wouldn't be today's happy event. Sun Mingji immediately called a servant and said, Today, I am in a good mood. Everyone will receive half a month's salary. Thank you, sir. The next day, Sun Mingji dressed in official robes and went to court. As soon as he entered the side gate of the palace, colleagues who had previously looked down on him came forward to greet him. Master Sun, you really have a good daughter. Congratulations. Sun Mingji returned the greeting. Thank you. I am also pleased. My daughter looks fragile, but she is actually suitable for pregnancy. It is an honor to serve the emperor. Surrounded by colleagues, he held his head high and entered the hall of supreme harmony. After bowing, Zhang Qingyan immediately looked at him. Sun Aijuan, here I am. Zhao Pin is very good and pleases me in every way. I heard you have a son who is quite learned. Since that's the case, let him also join the Hanlin Academy. Sun Mingji immediately knelt down and gratefully accepted the great favor. As for the affairs of the previous court, Bai Wudong was unaware. She was leaning on the bed, attended by a palace maid. No wonder the other consorts in the palace were all eager to climb higher. Not to mention status and power, even their daily routines were far better than when she was a beauty. There were many palace maids, massaging her and serving her water and food. From start to finish, she didn't touch the ground and was quite enjoying herself. Because she was pregnant, the palace kitchen sent her meals that were rich and delicious. Bai Wudong remained calm and unbothered by her favor. Now, Chun'er was her chief lady-in-waiting, responsible for everything in Zhao Chun Palace. Take these dishes and share them among yourselves. Thank you, your majesty. Bai Wudong waved her hand, signaling everyone to leave, leaving only Chinner to apply medicine. Her back wound, which looked terrible, had healed significantly in just a few days. Chinner was not applying healing medicine, but something to prevent the wound from closing too quickly, though she didn't know this. Otherwise, her recovery would be too fast and might raise suspicion. Your Majesty, what would you like to eat for lunch? I will ask the kitchen to prepare it. Just have them make something simple, not too greasy or meaty. After applying the medicine, Bai Wudong looked lazy and relaxed. Chinner momentarily thought she saw a cat. But this feeling quickly disappeared without a trace. Zhang Qingyan hurried over, wearing a dragon robe, looking very impressive. Bai Wudong stood up to greet him, but he pressed her down. In the future, you don't need to bow when you see me. Today at court, I promoted your brother to the Hanlin Academy. Are you happy? She felt nothing inside. The Sun family was just a way for her to get the right status and enter the palace. But at this moment, she pretended to be surprised and grateful. Thank you, Your Majesty. You are so kind to me. But she bit her lip lightly, hesitant to speak. But what? Zhang Qingyan placed his hand on her belly. Though he couldn't feel anything yet, just thinking about his child inside made him feel happy. But my brother is still young and lacks experience in many areas. Your Majesty, I worry that because I am pregnant, they might become arrogant and reckless. Bai Wudong held his hand gently and stroked it softly. I know my father well. He is learned but has his flaws. As his daughter, I shouldn't say this. But I am not only a daughter of the Sun family, I am also a consort in this palace, so I have to speak. Others would want to support their family, but she was worried her family might act recklessly. Zhang Qingyan embraced her. The scholars at the Hanlin Academy don't hold real power. It's good for your brother to gain experience there. If he has ability, I won't hold him back. If he doesn't, I won't promote him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bai Wudong leaned into his neck, exhaling softly. Your kindness to me is truly a blessing I've earned in 3 lifetimes. After a long while, Zhang Qingyan finally let go of her. If it weren't for the imperial doctor saying it was not suitable to be intimate, he would have already taken her onto the bed and shown her great affection. I have official duties, so I must go now. If you need anything, just tell the palace servants. Bai Wudong did not see him off. After he left, she went to the desk and thought carefully. The first 3 months of pregnancy are the most unstable, and anything could happen at any time. If the concubines in the palace wanted to cause trouble, they would likely do so within these 3 months. That means they only have less than 2 months. Soon, there will be the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, with many people and eyes watching. Anything could happen then. Your Highness, it's late at night. You should rest now. The candles one by one went out. Only Bai Wudong's room still had the lights on. She leaned on her bed, carefully embroidering. A faint sound reached her ears. She paused her hand, then sniffed her nose. A familiar smell drifted in from the window behind her. It was Jean Wega's older brother. He was also the person who captured her and her parents and brought them into the palace. She would never forget this smell. If it weren't for him, her family wouldn't have fallen into the hands of the noble consort, ending in ruin. She didn't expect him to come so quickly. Bai Wudong still remembered the day she and her parents arrived in the capital. They only planned to visit briefly and then leave, but Jinji discovered them and put them in a cage. Such a clever little fox. I will send you into the palace to stay with Wega, so you won't have to wander outside. Bai Wudong stopped her trembling hand, reached under her bed, and took out a box. She pulled out the paper at the bottom. When she unfolded it, there was a poem clearly written on it. At the very bottom was a tiny signature, Jinji. Jinji carefully pried open the window paper and looked inside. Under the dim candlelight, he saw a woman half reclining. Her collar was open, slipping off her shoulder. She was holding an old piece of paper, softly murmuring, "Fires burn fiercely, brave warriors march to the frontier, iron horses neighing, swords shining in the cold sun, banners dancing in the wind, drums shaking the mountains and rivers." Jinji's body stiffened.
Could it be?
He wrote this poem? Why was Bai Wudong reciting his poem at night? She finished, and the paper slipped from her hands, falling to the ground. Besides this poem, the sides were filled with notes and tiny writing. Jinji couldn't see clearly, but he understood. Only someone with a lot of care could write like this. Bai Wudong was startled, ignoring her injuries, quickly got off the bed, and carefully picked up the paper, holding it close to her chest. She looked like she was treating a priceless treasure. Jinji felt a mix of emotions. Could this woman possibly love him? He looked at her for a long time. When he finally came back to himself, he realized an entire quarter of an hour had passed. He couldn't wait any longer. Wasting more time would be too risky. Someone might discover him. He pushed open the window and entered directly. Unaware that Bai Wudong had turned around, Jinji was already behind her. One hand grabbed her delicate, fair neck, while the other covered her mouth. "Don't make a sound." Bai Wudong nodded. He gently released his hold, but unexpectedly, the young woman in front of him called out his name directly. "Jinji. It's you, isn't it? I recognize your voice." Jinji could feel her trembling and her pulse through his hand. Bai Wudong whispered, "It's so good to see you." Jinji instinctively loosened his grip on her neck and took 2 steps back. Bai Wudong turned around, tears filling her eyes as she looked at him quietly, as if trying to remember every detail of his face. "You know me," Jinji said, not sure if he had ever seen this person before. Bai Wudong smiled bitterly. "How could I not know you?" She looked at the paper in her hand, then seemed afraid of being discovered, as if stealing herself, and hid it behind her back. "You broke in tonight, probably to kill me. I am pregnant with the heir, so I blocked the way of Consort Jin." Jinji didn't speak, but silently agreed. Bai Wudong took out the letter and handed it to him. "I like your poetry, and I like you. Since we are both going to die today, I might as well be honest." She stepped forward, closed her eyes, and boldly leaned against Jinji's chest. Tears soaked her clothes, making his heart feel hot. "Do you know? I have loved you for 5 years, but I know I don't deserve you, so I dared not hope. If I can die in your hands today, it would be a kind of honor." She slowly held Jinji's hand, fingers intertwined. She looked at his handsome face with obsession, lifted her chin, revealing her white neck. "Go ahead." Jinji raised his hand again, ready to strike. But this time, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Bai Wudong's eyelashes fluttered lightly, tears falling and dropping onto his hand. Jinji seemed to be burned, quickly pulling back his hand. "I never like to kill innocent people. If you are willing to go with me and no longer threaten Wei Go in the palace, I can spare your life." Bai Wudong's body softened, and she collapsed to the ground. "I'm already dirty, pregnant with a child. Where can I go? In this palace, everyone plots against each other. I will die soon. Outside, people are terrifying. Where can I hide? As a woman, how can I live with a child?" She wept uncontrollably, saying, "Why won't you kill me? I don't deserve you. Dying at your hands would be a mercy from heaven. Won't you even give me that last bit of kindness?" Jinji saw how fragile and delicate she looked and couldn't bring himself to hurt her. He was a kind-hearted man, gentle even to the enemy's elders and children on the battlefield, so he certainly wouldn't harm an innocent young woman. "I'll give you 3 days to prepare. After that, I will come to take you. I will find a quiet place for you, and once the baby is born, I will take it away. I will also help you find a good marriage, with a man to protect you, so your future won't be too hard." Bai Wudong said nothing, just lay quietly on the ground. "General Jin, could you please carry me to the bed?" She looked up. "My wound hurts and I can't move. If the palace servants find out, it will cause trouble." Jinji clenched his jaw but stepped forward and gently lifted her into his arms. He held her so lightly that he could see the curves of her figure beneath her clothes when he looked down. He placed her on the bed. "Don't think about telling the emperor, or your family will be in danger." He turned and jumped out of the window, disappearing in an instant. Bai Wudong wiped away her tears and sneered as she tore the letter into pieces. Never killing innocent people? Then why did he capture her and her parents? Was it because they weren't human but beasts? But what about the life of the fox servant? Was that not also a life? Before she entered the palace, She had already made her plans. Besides Jean Wega, the murderer, there was Jean Ji, the mastermind. She wouldn't let either of them go. She had prepared these poems long ago, waiting for Jean Ji to come in himself. But she didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. In 3 days, she wouldn't leave. But she also couldn't let Jean Ji know that was her intention. She wanted to leave, but she couldn't. Everything was just her helplessness. The person who did wrong was never her. The next day, Bai Wudong woke up early. Chun'er came in to serve her. Your Majesty, the inner court sent another palace maid today, saying they are short-handed here. Another one? She guessed it was Jean Ji who had sent her. He could sneak into the palace late at night to attack the concubine, so it was easy for him to send a small maid too. Yesterday, I couldn't take her away, or I would have had to wait 3 days. But I can't blame anyone else. I can only blame the emperor. Jean Ji didn't go to the border, so he stayed inside the palace to ensure its safety. With such power, as long as he had some ability, he could accomplish many things. Let her serve outside directly. Chun'er nodded in agreement. Soon after, a new palace maid arrived. Bai Wudong leaned on the bed, looking worried. The new maid carefully offered tea, saying, Your Majesty, please have some tea. Bai Wudong signaled her to set it down, sighed deeply, and looked very sad. Zhang Qingyan came again, bringing a variety of snacks himself, especially sent by Wang Dicai. Since Bai Wudong became pregnant, he had been much gentler every time he visited. See what you like to eat. Later, I will ask the kitchen to prepare it for you. Bai Wudong smiled and nodded, picked up a piece, and reluctantly took a bite before setting it down. Your Majesty, I don't have much appetite today. Zhang Qingyan wanted to hold her hand, but she avoided him. Your Majesty, I am feeling a bit unwell. May I rest inside? Quickly, someone come here. The palace maid stepped forward, helping Bai Wudong back inside. Zhang Qingyan didn't think much and said, I've heard that pregnant women often suffer from morning sickness. Wang Dicai, tell the kitchen to make some sour foods to help Zhaofan's appetite. Yes, I will do that right away. The new maid also entered the room. Bai Wudong lay weakly on the bed, closing her eyes. She opened her eyes, carefully got up, and started packing her things. Although she moved gently, some sounds still escaped. Chun'er heard the noise and immediately asked, Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, just tossing and turning, and can't sleep. Chun'er, you go rest. Someone else can stay here. Night duty was hard work. The new maid volunteered, saying, I just arrived, let me stay and keep watch. The older sisters can go rest. Chun'er agreed. Bai Wudong had told her that if the maid asked to do anything, she shouldn't stop her. Let her do as she wished. Then you stay here and watch. If you feel unwell, call me immediately. Everyone gradually left. The new maid looked around, making sure no one was watching, and carefully approached the door. She peeked inside through the gap. White Wudong was packing her bag, glancing around nervously. Her expression showed both fear and anticipation. Young master, here is your letter. Bring it in. The servant carefully entered and handed over a secret letter with both hands. Jean Ji took it and looked at it carefully. It seemed that White Wudong really liked him. She had already started packing her things and was acting indifferent toward the emperor, showing signs of wanting to stay away. Probably because of the emperor's power, she was pregnant. He closed the letter and lit a candle. As the flame grew, the paper turned to ash. Jean Ji stood up and went outside, calling his subordinates. Let's go to the palace. I should discuss the Queen Mother's birthday celebration with the emperor in a few days. To prevent any troublemakers, I will be responsible for palace security during this time. The palace walls stood tall. Outside the Zhao Chun palace, Wang Dicai advised Xiaoningzi, whatever Lady Zhao wants to eat, remember it well. Tell the kitchen later. The emperor heard that Lady Zhao hasn't been eating well and has been very worried. Xiaoningzi nodded repeatedly. Master, don't worry. I will remember carefully. Wang Dicai looked up at the hall. It was quiet inside. Probably the emperor wouldn't come out for a while. He was about to lean against the wall to rest, when suddenly a loud shout came. Call the doctor. No, call the imperial physicians too. Wang Dicai suddenly straightened up, feeling anxious. Could something have happened to Lady Zhao? Xiao Ningzi, go quickly. The doctors and imperial physicians hurried over. Zhang Qingyan held White Wudong tightly. Come quickly and check Lady Zhao's pulse. Why is her morning sickness so severe? She couldn't eat anything, and she was feeling dizzy and nauseous. She had vomited twice just now. The palace maid said she was vomiting only clear water, with nothing else left. The respected old doctor examined her pulse. It was slightly irregular. Looking at White Wudong's pale face, he felt pity. His gaze fixed on her clothing. He squinted slightly. The red color seemed a bit strange. He leaned closer and sniffed carefully. His face suddenly changed. Your Majesty, you must take off this clothing immediately. White Wudong weakly looked up. Is there something wrong with this dress? If I am not mistaken, this dress has been soaked in red flowers. Red flowers are very cold and harmful to pregnant women. Frequent contact can cause infertility, and even if pregnant, the pregnancy may be unstable. Several young maids quickly stepped forward, covering the bed with a curtain. The imperial doctors also withdrew first. After a moment, she brought the clothes to the doctor. A few elderly doctors examined them and exchanged glances. It is definitely red flower, they confirmed. The maid nearby also looked and became more certain. Reporting to the emperor, after our inspection, we found that this item was soaked in red flour, but the soaking time was short, so no serious consequences occurred. Zhang Qingyan took a deep breath, suppressing the anger rising in his heart. I just recently had an heir, and someone is eager to harm him. If I find out who it is, I will punish severely. He turned his head, gently touching Bai Wudong's hair, speaking softly to avoid frightening her. Wudong, tell me, who sent this clothing? Rest assured, I will give you an explanation. Bai Wudong lowered her eyes, biting her lips. I don't want to say. The person who sent the clothes treats me very well. She often visits me before I could serve the emperor. She is one of the few friends I have in this palace. She raised her delicate hand, gently holding Zhang Qingyan's, with a pleading look. Your Majesty, she probably just made a mistake. She only knew I was pregnant and was jealous. That's human nature. If someone else were pregnant, I would be jealous too. I just ask you not to pursue it. Zhang Qingyan felt even more tender. Someone trying to harm her, yet she still tried to defend her. Such kindness and innocence, no one in the harem can compare. Seeing he didn't respond, Bai Wudong pouted and begged, Your Majesty, please. All right, I can't stand to see you like this. Zhang Qingyan felt sorry for her, but didn't want to scare her. This time I will listen to you. If she does it again, I will not forgive her. Bai Wudong leaned into his palm. The emperor loves me the most. Zhang Qingyan gently rubbed her face.
You should rest.
Come, have everyone thoroughly search Zhao Chun Palace today. Find all harmful objects, no matter what, even if they are incompatible. Yes, the doctors responded and began working with palace servants to search. Your Majesty, this string of glass beads is contaminated with something harmful. Your Majesty, this coral ornament contains a hidden compartment with cold objects inside. Your Majesty. After a full hour, a pile of items was placed in front of Zhang Qingyan. All of these are harmful to pregnant women, from small jewelry to large ornaments and screens. Zhang Qingyan's gaze was cold, and he sneered in anger. Zhao Pin entered the palace without many things. These were all gifts received later. To find so many, it seems the harem is truly full of hidden talents. Guards, find everyone who delivered these items to me. He hadn't cared before because he didn't want to bother. Since none of the consorts were pregnant, interfering too much would be tiring. Now that there is an heir, he must pay attention. The news reached the Empress Dowager, who hurried over as fast as she could. When she heard the imperial doctor say the heir was safe, she finally relaxed. She sat on the other side of Zhang Qingyan and said coldly, Your Majesty, I know how dangerous the palace struggles are. When the former emperor passed away, he lost 8 children, and 6 of them couldn't be found. In my opinion, to prevent such things, we must strengthen the guards of Zhao Chun Palace so no flies can get in. Zhang Qingyan nodded. Mother is right. I suggest you place more of your trusted people here, not just guards. Who knows if they've been bought? Only those close to you are truly reliable. As for those who sent the gifts, I will deal with them. Your Majesty, please do not punish too harshly, or it might cause more trouble for Zhao Pin, Zhang Qingyan immediately ordered, even selecting 2 secret guards to protect Bai Wudong. The secret guards are top experts passed down through the royal family. Besides the emperor, few have seen them. Even when protecting someone, they stay hidden and ordinary people can't find them. After handling everything carefully and making sure there were no mistakes, Zhang Qingyan left with the Empress Dowager. Bai Wudong was lying on the bed, happily eating apricots. See, she couldn't leave now. It's not that she didn't want to go, but the emperor wouldn't give her a chance. 3 days later, Jin Ji came in person, but it was useless. Because this wasn't Jin Ji's people, but the emperor's own. She turned over comfortably and fell asleep. Later that night, she deliberately got out of bed and pretended to fall. A dark shadow quickly flew down from the sky and wrapped around her slender waist. Bai Wudong looked up and saw it was a woman, but she was masked with black silk, revealing only a pair of clear, water-like eyes. The woman placed Bai Wudong on the bed and disappeared again. Unexpectedly, this secret guard was also a woman. It seems I am being watched all the time. I need to be more careful from now on. Chana heard her name being called inside the room and immediately pushed the door open. Your Highness, you woke up so early. Bai Wudong told her to squat down, leaned in close, and secretly slipped a note into her sleeve. Put this on the 3rd stone outside the kitchen. If that purple kite follows you, pretend you don't see it. Chana was confused but remembered what Bai Wudong had said at the beginning. Don't be curious, don't ask too many questions, just do as told. She pretended nothing had happened. Your Highness, if you want to eat apricots, just say so. I will go get some right away. Chana hurried on her way to the kitchen, deliberately glancing at the door a few more times. After confirming the position of the 3rd stone, she went inside to get breakfast. When she came out, she pretended to be tired and sat down to rest, secretly placing the note behind her. Not long after she left, the new palace maid, Purple Kite, approached the stone, took out the note, and quietly left. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Bai Wudong sat at her desk, reading by candlelight. There was a storybook on the table, but she wasn't interested. Instead, she kept glancing nervously outside the window. Jin Ji, dressed in black, led a team on patrol. He looked at the candlelight inside, then walked to the palace door. It's so late. Empress, Zhao hasn't rested yet. Is something wrong? Xiao Ningzi heard the noise and stepped forward to report. Lord Jin, today is your patrol duty. Thank you for your hard work. The lady is well. Thank you for your concern. It's nothing. As a servant, I should worry for the emperor. Jin Ji swept his gaze across the inside of the hall, then waved his hand. Let's go. In that brief moment, he noticed at least 3 people. All of them were experts, close to the emperor, which was why he didn't know about this. It seems Bai Wudong was right. Today, he couldn't take anyone away. After patrolling once, Jin Ji moved into the darkness and unfolded the note from his. Lord Jin, the guards at the Zhao Chun Palace are more strict now, and there are many soldiers. I'm worried that a young lady like me cannot leave with you. Only after giving birth to the heir do I hope you won't take risks. Please be very careful. The handwriting is delicate, and a faint fragrance can be smelled. It is fresh and elegant, leaving a lasting impression. He read the note twice, then crumpled it up and casually tossed it into the lake. The plump koi fish thought it was food and rushed to grab it. The water shimmered with light, and finally, the smallest piece of paper was swallowed by the biggest fish. The palace women, wearing shawls, headed towards Foam E Palace. Su Yao followed Wen Chuyan closely. Sister Wen, I heard the Empress is not feeling well and usually doesn't let us visit. Why did she go today? Could there be something important? She was a little scared. If she accidentally did something wrong, as a young lady, she wouldn't be safe under those other women. Wen Chuyan clenched her handkerchief. I don't know either. We'll find out when we get there. Foamy Palace was far from Xiang Garden. When they arrived, They saw almost all the consorts had already gathered. Everyone was chattering happily, very lively. A maid stepped out and respectfully bowed. "Your Highnesses, please." De Fei, the noble consort, led the way, followed by Hui Fei. Jean Wega changed from her usual arrogant attitude and took the third position. Everyone sat down according to their rank. The Empress sat at the top, looked around, and cleared her throat softly. "Today, I called all of you here for a reason. Consort Zhao is pregnant, which is a great joy for the Dairong Kingdom. I hope there will be more such happy events." The maid brought tea. She took a sip and cleared her throat. "Look at Consort Zhao. She's so slender, yet she can get pregnant. Ladies, you should hurry and conceive soon to produce an heir and bring good fortune to Dairong. As the ruler of the 6 palaces, even when she was unwell, she still had to give them a stern talk, showing the dignity of a queen." Many consorts responded politely, but with a fake smile. They all wanted to be pregnant, but none could succeed. Most of these women were not favored. The emperor might only visit once a month, which was considered a lot. Some hadn't seen the emperor for months and couldn't have children. A few were favored and had many visits, but their bellies remained flat. They had taken fertility medicines, but nothing worked. Jean Wega sneered softly. Now, whenever she heard Bai Wudong's name, she couldn't help but get angry. "The Empress Dowager said it, but I must remind you that your urgent task is to flatter Consort Zhao first, so that when the heir is born in the future, it won't be too late to curry favor." As soon as she spoke, the hall instantly fell silent. Many people started to think carefully. Now was indeed the best time to flatter Consort Zhao. But they dared not act. Everyone knew that Jean Wega and Bai Wudong truly hated each other. Even if Bai Wudong was not a noble consort, losing her title still made her a formidable opponent. The Empress Dowager put down her teacup and smiled softly. "Jean Fei is right. You should go and visit and maybe bring some good luck. Perhaps you'll conceive the heir sooner." Then she looked at Jean Wega. "As for you, Jean Fei, since you're still under house arrest, there's no need for you to go. I called you here just to help you relax. I know you're upset, but today, the emperor's heir is more important than anything. As a noble consort, you should be more generous." Jean Wega stood up and gave a perfunctory bow. "Yes, Your Majesty. I understand. When I came here, I saw the flowers in the courtyard. They're quite beautiful, probably the last of the autumn colors." The Empress Dowager's smile remained unchanged. "Indeed, they are. Today, I rarely gather my sisters here. Why don't we all enjoy the flowers together? Servants, prepare tea and snacks." Many consorts moved to the back garden. Jean Wega looked up at Ding Zhaoi. The other nodded knowingly, greeted everyone, then approached Wen Chuyan. "This is Sister Wen, right? Truly the most beautiful woman in the capital. No wonder the emperor kept you in the Jingshan Palace and pampered you every day." Wen Chuyan bowed politely in thanks. Ding Zhaoi warmly took her hand. "No need to be so formal. You're young and beautiful, while I am getting old. It's truly enviable. Come, Sister Wen, shall we go enjoy the flowers over there?" Wen Chuyan couldn't refuse, so she followed. They arrived at a bridge, and seeing this, others also followed. Ding's sister is really good at finding places. Watching flowers on this bridge is quite special. As a beauty, Wen Chuyan was pushed by others, but she could only accept it, since her rank was the lowest. Ding Zhaoi seized the opportunity, raised her hand, and pushed from behind. Wen Chuyan staggered and leaned against the railing. She widened her eyes and didn't have time to scream as the cold lake water instantly surrounded her. "Oh no! Lady Wen has fallen into the water. Someone help!" After a period of chaos, Wen Chuyan was dragged to the shore by 2 palace maids. She was gasping for air, still trembling with fear of death, unable to stop shaking. The Empress coughed uncontrollably. After finally stopping, she ordered repeatedly, "Quick, take Lady Wen to change clothes. Be sure she doesn't catch a cold. Send the doctor to check her body." Wen Chuyan, supported by the maids, was taken deep into Fengyi Palace. In front of a side room, a maid brought hot water to help her wash. After her hair was dried, she was handed a set of clothes from a cabinet. "This is an old-style dress that the Empress used to wear, Though it's a bit outdated, it's new. When Chuyun dared not refuse. Wearing the Empress's clothes is a blessing for me. You can go out first. I will change by myself. The maid nodded and left, looking around. She finally saw Sia among the flowers and nodded. When Chuyun examined the clothes carefully and found nothing strange about them. They did have a faint fragrance, probably from incense. She was not naive or foolish. Today's events seemed suspicious at every turn. Why was it so coincidental that she fell into the lake? If someone wanted to harm her, they shouldn't have brought her out so quickly. The problem likely lay with the clothes. But Suewei was still in the garden and hadn't come along, so no one could check if there was anything wrong with them. Wearing the clothes might be risky. Not wearing them meant Suewei would have to go back to get her own clothes, which would offend the Empress. She was caught between a rock and a hard place, no way out. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, followed by the voice of a maid urging, "Your Majesty, are you finished changing? The Empress and the others are waiting for you up front." "I'll be right there." When Chuyun gritted her teeth. She knew a little about medicine. As long as she changed quickly enough, there shouldn't be a big problem. She planned to leave immediately after changing and find a chance to escape, returning to her own clothes. When Chuyun finished changing and pushed the door open, the maid smiled and said, "Your Majesty is truly beautiful. This dress suits you perfectly." When Chuyun forced a smile, hiding her worries inside, and kept walking forward. After what happened, everyone lost interest in admiring the flowers. "The Empress is fine. That's good," the Empress Dowager said, covering her mouth with a hand, looking sickly. "The doctor said the fall was brief and won't harm her. I rarely go out, but I didn't expect the palace servants responsible for repairs to be so careless, missing such a big danger. I will punish them severely later." Jean Wega leaned on Sia and said, "The Empress Dowager is usually fair with punishments. She still remembers that I was confined and didn't let me see Consort Zhao." She flicked her handkerchief and said, "Well, I'll take my leave now, so I won't bother you all with flattery." The Empress Dowager shook her head helplessly. "Go see Consort Zhao, everyone." When Chuyun wanted to speak, but the Empress Dowager had already turned away. Supported by the maid, she slowly walked toward the palace hall. Ding Zhaoi held her arm and smiled brightly, like a blooming flower. "Sister Wen, I'm really sorry. If I hadn't pulled you onto the bridge, you wouldn't have fallen into the lake. I'll send a gift of apology later. I hope Sister Wen will accept it. Come on, let's go see Consort Zhao and share some good luck." The others agreed immediately. A line of concubines headed toward Zhao Chun Palace. When Chuyun walked among them, her face serious. An uneasy feeling grew in her heart. She pulled her hand away from Ding Zhaoi and whispered to Suewei, "Quick, check if there's anything wrong with my clothes." Suewei looked over while walking and checked. "I didn't find any problems." When Chuyun let out a small breath of relief, but still felt uneasy. Ding Zhaoi glanced at her lightly, but didn't step forward again. They arrived in front of Zhao Chun Palace. Xiao Ningzi saw so many people and froze in place for a moment before reacting. "Your servants greet the noble ladies. Do you have business here?" De Fei, the highest ranking among them, spoke first. "We're here to see Consort Zhao. The Empress Dowager said we should all come and share some good luck." "Yes, that's the Empress Dowager's wish," Ding Zhaoi added quickly. "We all want to get pregnant soon." De Fei looked at her with a slight frown. She usually didn't make a fuss, so why was she acting so out of character today? Could something be wrong? But then again, it wouldn't be surprising if something was. No one could stand the thought of someone else's belly producing the first heir. She stroked her armor, deciding to pretend she didn't know anything. Xiao Ningzi nodded politely, indicating he wanted to first ask Bai Wudong for her opinion. He ran into the hall and said, "Your Majesty, there are many people outside, all here to see you." Bai Wudong already knew. "Let them come in." Xiao Ningzi was a bit worried. "Your Majesty, you're pregnant. So many people suddenly coming in, what if something happens?" "It won't. If only one person came, I might worry more. But with so many, nothing will happen. Plus, this is the Empress's order, so I must listen." Xiao Ningzi, open the door and welcome them. Although Xiao Ningzi was reluctant, he had no choice but to obey. He opened the grand door of Zhao Chun Palace and let them in. When Qiyun, who clearly had the lowest status, was somehow pushed into the middle and forced inside. Bai Wudong sat on a bed, dressed in a light blue gown. In just a short time apart, she looked even more delicate. Her skin was smooth and fair, with a healthy glow. Her figure was a bit fuller than before, but her tiny waist remained unchanged. All her flesh was in the right places, making others envious. Princess Zhao, you look truly beautiful today. No wonder the emperor likes you. Princess Zhao, how did you get pregnant? Do you have a secret recipe? Please tell us. Now, the heir is the most important. I hope Princess Zhao won't keep secrets. If you have any good methods, please share with us so the emperor can have more children. Many concubines with their voluptuous figures filled the entire hall. A strong, overwhelming fragrance filled the air, making people feel sick. Bai Wudong raised her handkerchief to cover her nose and mouth, smiling softly. You all are joking. I don't have any special method. I was just lucky. As she finished speaking, her face suddenly changed. She placed her hand on her belly. Just now, she felt something was wrong with the baby inside her. She was a demon, so normal things couldn't harm her. Only if something was extremely powerful could it cause her to react. Bai Wudong looked around and finally fixed her gaze on Wen Qian. It was her who brought it. That outfit didn't seem to suit her at all. It looked like Wen Qian had been deceived by someone. Someone as clever as her wouldn't openly bring something harmful to her own child. Since the sword is already in front of you, let's settle this together. Bai Wudong wanted to get up but suddenly fell back onto the bed. Her smile turned into pain, and her face became very pale. Quick, call the doctor. I don't feel well. The palace servants didn't dare delay and immediately called the doctor. The concubines looked at each other, unsure of what was happening. The clever consort had already guessed there would be trouble today, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. Ding Zhaoyi glanced at Wen Qian and moved a few steps to the side. The doctor examined her and her face changed drastically. The pregnancy is unstable. Quickly prepare and send the calming medicine. When Zhang Qingyan heard the news, he ignored past matters and rushed over as fast as he could. Seeing so many concubines and the strong fragrance, he felt a headache coming on. They crowded at the door, blocking his way, which annoyed him. Everyone, get out of my way. The concubines all stepped aside and knelt on the ground. Someone was panicked and said, Your Majesty, I haven't done anything. I was just standing at the door watching Consort Zhao. Zhang Qingyan didn't want to hear more and hurried to the bed, urgently holding Bai Wudong. How are you? Your Majesty, I have a terrible stomachache. I was fine before, but suddenly my pulse became unstable. Zhang Qingyan understood and looked sharply at everyone. Search. The palace servants began searching. Chana was touching Wen Qian's body when she suddenly felt a hard lump. It was hidden behind her armpit. Without careful examination, it was hard to find and could easily be mistaken for stitches. There's something here. Wen Qian's face changed drastically. Chana quickly took out a small knife, cut open Wen Qian's clothes, and took out a black object. It looked like a small stone but was icy cold and emitted a faint fragrance. The doctor only looked at it briefly, then was frightened and immediately threw it away. Quick, send this out. This is a snow lotus seed. It's harmless to ordinary people, but deadly for pregnant women. Just being near it can cause a miscarriage. Wen Qian's face turned pale. She knelt heavily on the ground. Your Majesty, I don't know what is happening. I never intended to harm Consort Zhao. She looked up, looking pitiful and pleading. Your Majesty, I went to the Empress's palace today. The railing on the bridge was unstable, and I fell into the water. The clothes I was wearing were changed at Fengyi Palace. Please investigate, Your Majesty. She bowed her head to the ground, her voice muffled. Zhang Qingyan remained silent, thinking carefully. If what Wen Qian said was true, then there is indeed a problem. Although there are some foolish consorts in the harem, like those who bring gifts with added ingredients, no one would be so reckless as to openly carry such things and even come confidently in front of Bai Wudong, unless she no longer wanted to live. Bai Wudong gently held Zhang Qingyan's hand, tears silently falling. Warm tears landed on his broad hand, making him feel upset. Don't cry. That thing has already been thrown away. Drinking the pregnancy-safe medicine will make everything fine. Bai Wudong looked tearful and painfully stared at Wen Chuyin, her voice trembling with emotion. Sister Wen, why are you doing this? It hurts my heart. Last time, the clothes soaked in safflower, I thought it was just your jealousy. I believed you wouldn't do such things again. But now, you want to take my child's life. Zhang Qingyan suddenly looked at Wen Chuyin. Did you give her those clothes? Wen Chuyin trembled uncontrollably, fear completely overtaking her. Yes, she did give her those clothes, but at that time, she had no idea Bai Wudong was favored, nor did she expect she would get pregnant so soon. The safflower soaked into the cloves was not much, and it would take only 2 or 3 months for it to completely evaporate. By then, even if Bai Wudong was favored, the safflower would have caused her to miscarry, and no evidence could be found later. But now, the timing was so much earlier, and those cloves became a real death omen for Wen Chuyin. This time, the snow lotus seed was clearly a trap. The clothes soaked in safflower had no scapegoat. Wen Chuyin couldn't defend herself. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. Zhang Qingyan never expected that Wen Chuyin, who seemed so gentle and kind, could commit such a cruel act. Whether she was responsible for the snow lotus seed or not, she must be severely punished. Take her away. Drag Wen Chuyin out and execute her. Wen Chuyin collapsed to the ground, trembling even more violently. Seeing this, Cui Wei was so frightened that she knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowing. Your Majesty, this was done by my servant. I was afraid that Lady Zhao might get pregnant before the Empress. I specially soaked some clothes. The Empress doesn't know about this. Your Majesty, if you want to punish someone, please punish me, then take both of them away. The other consorts all lowered their heads like quails, not daring to speak. Emperor, now that there is an heir, it's not good to see blood. Perhaps we should send Lady Wen to the cold palace first. After the heir is born, we can deal with it. The Empress Dowager stepped into the hall. The heir is important. We should pray for blessings, not kill. The consorts moved aside and bowed. The Empress Dowager ignored them and went straight to Bai Wudong. Lady Zhao is unwell today. You all may leave now. No one is allowed to come here again. Send Lady Wen to the cold palace. After the heir is born, we will deal with it. Bai Wudong understood that this was the best she could do. She nodded kindly. Your Majesty, let it be. Sister Wen made a mistake, but she has truly been kind to me before. Zhang Qingyan nodded and gently wiped her tears. You are still so kind. The palace servants saw that Zhang Qingyan did not object and immediately took Wen Chuyin away, dragging her outside the hall. She kept her eyes fixed on Bai Wudong. Bai Wudong looked back with a slight raise of her eyebrows. Wen Chuyin felt like she was falling into an icy pit.
She knows everything.
That dress, that pouch, she must have figured it out. All of this was her plan to trap me. After taking the pregnancy medicine, Bai Wudong pretended to be tired and lay down to rest. Zhang Qingyan and the Empress Dowager went to the outer hall. The Empress Dowager spoke first. This old lady will order someone to find out what happened today. Zhang Qingyan felt a terrible headache. If Lady Wen really fell into the water in the Empress's palace and changed into the Empress's clothes, it was very likely that the Empress was involved. But the Empress Dowager disagreed. The Empress is unwell and can no longer have children. If a consort is pregnant, she might have been taken in by her. She definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Besides, she has been neglecting palace affairs in recent years. Her Fingy Palace has probably become a mess. Someone might be using Fingy Palace to cause trouble and using her as a shield. The Empress Dowager handed him a cup of warm tea. Emperor, from my point of view, this matter probably involves more than just one person. When the former emperor had his first heir, there were 7 or 8 consorts involved, and they ended up killing the child. After investigation, everyone seemed suspicious, so the most urgent thing is not to find the culprit but to prevent such incidents from happening again. Here's an idea. Emperor, you and Consort Zhao should go to the Guardian Temple to pray. All past emperors have visited there, asking the ancestors and ancestors of Dairong country for protection. It's also a good chance for Consort Zhao to sit peacefully during her pregnancy. Once the first 3 months pass, things will be much safer. With proper protection, she won't easily lose the baby. This was indeed a good plan. Although Zhang Qingyan didn't want to go, for the sake of the only heir, he decided it was best to make the trip. The Guardian Temple has high monks who might truly help ensure the safe birth of his first child. Having an heir was too important to risk any mistake. "All right, I will put this plan into action," he said. The Empress Dowager smiled gently and comforted him. "Emperor, you don't need to stay at the Guardian Temple for long. Once the prayers are done, you can return. Let Consort Zhao stay there herself. After 3 months, she can be brought back to the palace. Since Consort Zhao couldn't serve the emperor in bed anyway, after his return, he could still favor other consorts. With her being far away, even if she felt jealous, she couldn't stop him. She was experienced and had seen many consorts fight over pregnancy and favor. She absolutely wouldn't allow such conflicts to happen. One heir was not enough. More children were better. Although Wen Qian had made mistakes, she was healthy and from a prosperous family, so her chances of pregnancy were high. In the past, the Empress Dowager thought Wen Qian was useless, but now she knew the truth. The emperor never stayed in her palace, but went to buy Wudong instead. How could she get pregnant alone? Because of this, she deliberately kept her around, sending her to the cold palace, but leaving the door open for her to return and continue to be favored. Mistakes or not, evil or not, the Empress Dowager didn't care. As long as a consort could get pregnant, that was enough. Everyone went back to their own places. Zhang Qingyan returned to Yangxin Pavilion. Reflecting on recent events, he finally stood up. Wang Dekai, go to Fingyi Palace. He had previously been reluctant to manage palace affairs. In the end, they were just women. Quarrels among them were nothing serious. Since he has no heir, the consorts mostly just compete with each other through jealousy, and there are no major issues. But now, with Bai Wudong pregnant, various problems have come to light. Zhang Qingyan realizes that palace rivalries can be deadly without direct violence. Today, regarding Wen Qian's matter, the Empress Dowager is investigating, and he needs to look into it as well. On the way there, the palace was very quiet. There were hardly any palace servants in sight. As soon as he entered Fingyi Palace, a strong medicinal smell hit him. Zhang Qingyan frowned slightly. He really disliked the smell and preferred not to come often. The Empress personally came out to greet him. "Your Majesty, I bow to you. No need for formalities. You're not feeling well. Just sit and wait for me." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness." The Empress Dowager sat down gracefully after he sat, maintaining a proper posture. "I came here today to talk about Lady Wen." The Empress Dowager covered her mouth with a cough, her voice a little hoarse. "Your Majesty, this is my fault. Ever since I have been unwell, I have been unable to manage the palace properly. I never expected such a big mistake to happen. I immediately ordered people to find all the palace staff involved with Lady Wen today. Since you are here, I think you should ask them." For palace servants entered and knelt on the ground. They trembled with fear and dared not lift their heads. The Empress Dowager said calmly, "Your Majesty is wise and perceptive. Just tell the truth about what happened today." Yes, the servants began to explain everything they knew, from Wen Qian entering Fingyi Palace, who received her when she fell into the pond, who took her to change clothes in a side room, and so on. Nothing was left out. Zhang Qingyan thought to himself that only the Empress Dowager could have done all these things, from the broken bridge to the details on her clothes. But the palace is full of spies. On the surface, the palace servants are loyal to the Empress Dowager, but secretly, they may serve other masters. These servants are usually clever and cunning. Zhang Qingyan decided not to waste time on them. "Send them all to the censorate for strict interrogation. Your Majesty, please, I really didn't do anything wrong." The 4 were quickly taken away. The Empress Dowager looked down, appearing unbothered. Before the emperor took the throne, he treated the palace women the same way. Whenever something happened, He would first interrogate them. If he couldn't find out the truth, he would investigate further. In the end, some died, some were injured. After all, the servant's life isn't that precious. Zhang Qingyan picked up his teacup, about to take a sip, but the tea also had a bitter taste. He put it down in disgust. Empress, why did you let them visit Lady Zhao today? This wasn't my idea, but Jean Fei's. In the palace, only Lady Zhao has been pregnant for years. I think Jean Fei's words make sense. To let the sisters share in the happiness, I agreed to let them visit. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it. Although Zhang Qingyan suspected the Empress, he only suspected her. It's obvious that the setup was too clear. The arrangements made it obvious to everyone that the Empress was the culprit. When he arrived, the Empress was open and honest. The palace maids were sent to the punishment office, and she didn't seem guilty. Since Jean Wega suggested it, she also had a good reason to be suspicious. She was once a noble consort and was domineering in the palace. It wasn't impossible for her to have her own people in Fingyi Palace. The Empress picked some dried fruit and placed it in front of Zhang Qingyan. Jean Fei has been confined for many days. I thought letting her out to relax might help her mood and health. Since she came out, everything seems fine. Zhang Qingyan looked up. Are you defending Jean Fei? I am just speaking the truth. Your Majesty, I am the mistress of the 6 palaces. I can't manage the entire palace, but I must keep a clear eye on Fingyi Palace. The broken railing on the bridge is due to old age, not human cause. If Jean Fei was responsible, she wouldn't have overlooked this. The Empress picked up some dried fruit and put it in her mouth. Of course, I am just saying this casually. Please don't take it to heart. They talked for a full half-hour. Zhang Qingyan finally left. The maid immediately stepped forward to tidy up and handed the Empress some warm water for her to rinse her mouth. Your Majesty, your throat isn't well. Please avoid eating too many sweets in the future. I only eat a few pieces of dried fruit now, and then it's not a problem. The Empress rinsed her mouth and weakly leaned back on the bed. My body is already worn out. Maybe one day, this position will be taken by someone else. Your Majesty, please don't say that, the maid said as she helped her relax. You are born with a phoenix's fate. How can others compare to you? But why are you defending Jean Fei? It's obvious she's the main suspect. If the Emperor finds out something and implicates you, what should we do? If the Empress and Jean Fei are seen as allies, that would be very troublesome. The Empress smiled softly. My plan to protect her actually proves we are not on the same side. I left a small clue, so when the Emperor continues his investigation, he will find out. Also, Jean Fei must not cause trouble now. If the Emperor finds out she is not honest, he might not punish her, but will keep a close watch. Then, who will deal with Bai Wudong? Others are either too stupid or too cautious. She is the best to use. She took off her armor, her nails yellow and unhealthy looking. To keep her position, either no one gets pregnant, and the Emperor adopts a child from the ancestral hall, or a pregnant consort is tightly controlled by her. Bai Wudong cannot do this. Her pregnancy was too sudden. She didn't plan anything or act against the Sun family in advance. Now, it's easier to just remove the heir than to plan a complicated scheme. News spread that the Emperor was going to take Zhao Pin to the Gua Temple to pray. The palace women were jealous, but helpless. After all, Bai Wudong was the most promising, as she was pregnant with the heir. Zhang Qingyan finished the last report and called Wang Dicai. I'm going to Gua Temple. It will take a few days. Go call the Prime Minister Zhua. Yes, I'll go right now. Wang Dicai hurried out and saw Jin Jiga's tall figure. Oh, Lord Jin, what are you doing here? Inside, Zhang Qingyan heard the voice, Jin Ji, come in. Jin Ji entered the hall. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. You don't need to be formal with me. Jin Ji, come over here. I want you to see how my calligraphy has improved these days. They were about the same age and had known each other since childhood, with a good relationship. After Zhang Qingyan took the throne, he promoted Jin Ji, not only because of his talent but also because of their long friendship. Jin Ji stepped forward and looked carefully. His handwriting was bold and powerful, writing a small Buddhist scripture for the heir's blessing. Your Majesty's calligraphy has improved again. I cannot compare. If you like it, I'll send you a piece later. Why are you here today? The war in the southern border is stable. Since you are back, stay in the capital a while longer. Jinji sat down respectfully. Even though he had a good relationship with the emperor, he never acted improperly. Your Majesty, I have heard you plan to go to Gua Temple to pray. I would like you personally to ensure your safety. So, this is why you came. Zhang Qingyan initially wanted to assign his own people, but since Jinji had come, he decided to let him handle it. Jinji was a rare talent in martial arts, almost as good as the secret guards. The only thing Zhang Qingyan disliked was that he was not cold-hearted enough. He would often leave the weak and elderly behind on the battlefield. If it were him going to war, he would kill all the enemies. Those who are not of our kind have different hearts. All right, since you are willing, I approve. The trip will be in 3 days. Arrange your men to me and Lady Zhao to Gua Temple. Zhang Qingyan changed the subject. I haven't hidden this from everyone. Everyone knows. There might be risks on the way to Gua Temple. Bring more people and don't underestimate the enemy. Yes, Your Majesty. I obey your command. After sending Jinji away, Zhang Qingyan quickly went to Zhao Chun Palace. Bai Wudong was sitting under a tree, embroidering. Her snow-white arms looked like lotus stems, captivating to look at. Why are you still embroidering? Be careful not to hurt your eyes, Your Majesty. Bai Wudong looked up happily, put down her needlework and bowed. Zhang Qingyan held her hand. The weather is getting cooler. It's better not to go out unless necessary. They entered the warm palace together. Bai Wudong held his hand and placed it on her belly. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I can feel some movement inside. Your child is still small. It's probably just your imagination. Bai Wudong knew very well that she was just making an excuse for Zhang Qingyan to remember the baby's changes at all times. This way, their bond would grow stronger. Otherwise, a woman's pregnancy lasts 10 months, and if the man doesn't show up or participate, how can they have feelings after the baby is born? Everything needs to be nurtured. Bai Wudong leaned into Zhang Qingyan's arms. Today, I ate more than usual. It must be the baby being greedy. Your Majesty, I read a story the other day. It said that when a baby is it can hear sounds from outside. If I talk to him more, he will be smarter when he's born. Your Majesty, please talk to him more. That way, he will look more like you when he's born. All right. Zhang Qingyan moved closer to her stomach and lowered his head. You must behave well and not cause trouble, understand? Chonner saw how loving the two looked and waited outside with tea. After a long while, Zhang Qingyan finally finished speaking and sat up straight. Today, I came to tell you that in 3 days, we will go to Gua Temple. Usually, emperors go there to pray for good fortune. For the heir, we must go too. You've had many things happen these days. I hope our ancestors will bless the safe birth of the heir. This was already decided by Zhang Qingyan, so even if Bai Wudong didn't want to go, it wouldn't matter. Your Majesty, I am willing to go with you, but Bai Wudong leaned into his arms, her small hand lightly touching his chest. Will Your Majesty stay with me the whole time? We'll see then. Pack your things. We leave in 3 days. Zhang Qingyan made an excuse and left early. Bai Wudong's expression instantly turned cold. It seemed the emperor couldn't stay with her forever. But that's okay. She would find a way to keep the emperor at Gua Temple or come back early herself. She didn't want to go pray once and then see the emperor turn into a useless vegetable. 3 days passed. Bai Wudong only brought Chanu and sat in a sedan chair. As a concubine, she had to leave through the small gate and wait outside for Zhang Qingyan. Empress Zhao, a cold voice sounded behind her. Bai Wudong turned to look. Jinji was dressed in black, her long hair, with sharp eyebrows and a commanding presence that made others hesitant to approach. She looked at her softly, her voice carrying a hint of affection. Lord Jin, Jinji bowed. Empress Zhao, I will you to Gua Temple this time. Bai Wudong touched her belly. Lord Jin, please protect me. Don't let anything happen to the heir, or it might cause trouble for you too. It implied that this trip was not a good opportunity for her to leave the palace. If something went wrong, Jinji couldn't escape either. Jinji thought she was worried about herself and nodded slightly. Of course. It's my duty. Zhang Qingyan arrived late, personally reaching out his hand. Bai Wudong took it and got into the carriage. Finally, she couldn't help but look back. Jinji was also watching her. The tall figure disappeared from sight. Zhang Qingyan played with her small hand. What are you looking at? White Wudong smiled like a lotus flower. I just wanted to look back at the palace. It was my first time leaving the palace, and I can't quite describe how I feel. Happy but also a bit sad. Not long after, you'll be back. Then you'll think about going out every day. The carriage slowly left the imperial palace. Suddenly, the quiet surroundings became lively with voices. White Wudong curiously lifted the curtain and looked around. Zhang Qingyan liked her innocent and lively look. Do you enjoy the lively scene? I used to live in a Taoist temple. When I returned to the capital, I didn't have time to go out before entering the palace. Seeing such lively scenes for the first time, I feel happy. Jinji rode a tall horse beside them. Hearing the sweet voices from the carriage, he couldn't help but soften a little. Your Majesty, I want to eat that. Is that okay? Zhang Qingyan held her slender waist. Call me third master outside. Don't call yourself a servant anymore. Jinji, go buy it. Yes. Jinji dismounted and bought a string of sugar figurines from a small vendor. Before leaving, he glanced at the nearby raccoon dog pattern. White Wudong looked at his features and thought he resembled the raccoon dog very much. He took out silver. I'll have one of these too. Jinji returned to the carriage. Madam, here you go. White Wudong lifted the curtain and took the sugar figurine. Her delicate fingers brushed over Jinji's hand, like a feather's light touch. Thank you, Jinji. Jinji looked down at her hand. Madam, there's no need to be polite. Just call me by my name. White Wudong spoke clearly and softly. Jinji, thank you. Blocking the beauty's face. White Wudong ate the sugar figurine, but her heart was filled with bitterness. Seeing the lively streets of the capital again, she couldn't help but think of her father and mother. They had also been on such a noisy street, but Jinji had pushed them into a cage and taken them into the palace. Since then, they had been separated forever, with no chance to reunite. Zhang Qingyan saw her furrow her brows and asked softly, Is the sugar figurine not tasty? No, it's not that. I just thought of some things. Third Master, I almost forgot. Soon is the Empress Dowager's birthday. There will be a big celebration in the palace. Will we miss it? Zhang Qingyan did not expect that she still remembered this matter. I will return to attend the event, but you must stay at Hugua Temple. The banquet will be crowded and chaotic, so you need to be careful for the child's safety. After 3 months, I will bring you back to the palace. This seems to be a long time. Who knows what might happen during these 3 months when she is not in the palace? Jean Wega can also make many arrangements. Bai Wudong was thinking about how to find a chance to go back early, but she only said she was tired and leaned on the carriage's cushion to rest. She didn't know how long she had been traveling. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. Sir, please have mercy on us. Give us some food. A woman's sobbing voice came from outside, hoarse and helpless. Bai Wudong opened her eyes, lifted the curtain, and looked outside. In front of the carriage, a middle-aged woman was kneeling. She looked about 30, but the child on her back seemed only 2 or 3 years old. She was probably no more than 20, likely looking older due to a hard life. The child was very thin, with a yellowish face, and made faint sounds like a kitten crying. It was hard to hear unless listened to carefully. The woman knelt and kept kowtowing. Please, sir, give us some food. A mother always cares deeply for her child. Bai Wudong picked up some pastries from the carriage and handed them to the child. Take these down and give them to her. After doing so, she remembered Zhang Qingyan was still nearby. Third Master, these mother and child look so pitiful. Since they stopped our carriage, it must be fate. If we help them, maybe it can accumulate some merit for the child in her belly. Zhang Qingyan nodded. It was just some pastries, so he gave them. But he was more concerned about something else. I ask you, since you have no food, why don't you go to the city gate? They should still be distributing porridge there every day. For the sake of the royal heir, she had been distributing porridge for 100 days. How could anyone fall so low as to stop a carriage in public? The woman held the pastries, moved to tears. You don't know. The porridge at the city gate is real, but some bullies occupy that place. Every time I try to go there, they take out sticks and chase me away. I really have no choice but to do this. If she could survive, she wouldn't have stopped the carriage. Those who can afford a carriage are either wealthy merchants or high officials. If they encounter trouble, their lives might be at risk. Her husband had died in an accident, and she lost her source of income. As a woman with a child, she simply couldn't survive. Zhang Qingyan's face turned pale. This is outrageous. That was a blessing for the royal heir, and now someone is causing trouble. He was giving out porridge to help the common people and to earn merit for the heir. When someone attacked, those who truly needed help couldn't get it. How could they accumulate good deeds? Bai Wudong's eyes reddened. Chana, take the remaining pastries and also bring some copper coins. Chana looked through her bag. Madam. She quickly changed her words. Mistress, I don't have copper coins, only broken silver. Broken silver won't do. It's more, but they can't keep it. Bai Wudong understood the danger of hoarding wealth. Here's an idea. Go to the nearby tavern and pay for 7 days of meals for them. As long as they go, they can eat. She raised her voice so others nearby could hear. Chana, take them there yourself so the tavern owner can see clearly. If it weren't for them, no one would get to eat. The mother and child knelt on the ground, thanking her profusely. Bai Wutong lowered the curtain, pinched her handkerchief, and wiped her tears. Zhang Qingyan embraced her. Why are you still crying? There are so many poor people in the world. If you see one crying every day, your tears might run out. There are many poor people, but I haven't seen so many, she replied. The old monk on the mountain always said that kindness is the key to lasting peace. I've always remembered that. Third young master, go check on the porridge station. Don't let the bullies cause more trouble. How can we pray for the children if we don't do something? Zhang Qingyan nodded. You're right. Jinji, go to the city gate and see what's happening. We'll be there soon. Third young master, I want to stay here and protect you, Jinji said, calling over a subordinate to go check. After Chana returned, the carriage continued on its way. She also brought back many pastries, but Bai Wudong pretended not to be hungry and lay listlessly on the bed. Jinji looked back at the tavern. The mother and child were kowtowing to the tavern owner. Bai Wudong was not only kind, but also clever. She thought of this method. Giving money might not keep the mother and child safe, and food could be stolen. Only this way could they keep eating. It seemed she was even smarter than she appeared. The porridge distribution was still ongoing. Several tall, strong men are scattered around, appearing lazy but actually very sharp-eyed, watching closely those beggars and poor people coming to receive porridge. When someone approaches, one man steps forward with a stick, quietly threatening, "Hurry up and leave. If you want to eat porridge, first see if your head is hard enough. If I hit you with this stick and you're fine, then go ahead and eat." The beggar is so frightened he keeps retreating, clutching a broken bowl and running away. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyan is furious. This isn't just a bully. There's probably someone behind the scenes. Jinji, arrest them all. Jinji dismounts and walks over to one of the bullies. His sword is sheathed, but he raises a hand and easily knocks the person to the ground. Hey, who? The other bullies hear the noise and gather around. They see Jinji's impressive demeanor, unlike ordinary people, so they don't dare to act rashly. They ask, "Who are you?" "I want to ask you the same. Who gave you the right to cause trouble here?"
Who sent you?
He presses down hard, causing the bully to scream in pain. "Let me go. If you don't tell me, I'll break your bones right now." The bully looks to the person beside him. "Big brother, please help me." Seeing that he's been identified, the leader of the bullies steps forward. "Brother, you look like a wealthy person. You probably look down on these bowls of porridge. We're just doing a job. Please don't make things difficult for us, okay?" Jinji sneers coldly. "You won't talk," the bully screams again. "I'll tell you. It's the Marquis of Guangda's order." "Is this the Marquis of Guangda? Why would he do such a thing? Who dares to provoke the Marquis of Guangda?" After a moment, a young man dressed in fine clothes arrives with a group, frowning as he looks at the bully on the ground. Quickly let him go, because it concerns the Marquis' estate. Jinji can only look toward the carriage. Before Zhang Qingyan can get out, Bai Wudong has already stepped forward, pulling back the curtain and quickly getting off the carriage. Chenner wants to help, but she's too late. She stands confidently and firmly says, "This is a place where porridge is served for those who are homeless and starving in the city. Since you are from the Marquis' estate, you should have plenty to eat and wear. Why are you fighting over food with them?" The man looked at Bai Wudong from head to toe, sneered and said, "Where did this beggar come from? So thin and ragged. Anyone who marries you'll be cursed for life. This is my Guangda Marquis' territory. If you're unhappy, you just have to accept it." Bai Wudong stepped forward a few steps and went to the porridge stall. Her eyes fell on an old woman nearby. "Grandma, come here. I'll serve you some porridge." The old woman looked at the young man and then at Bai Wudong, afraid to approach. "Thank you, young lady. I'm not hungry right now, so I won't take any." Chana ran over quickly. "Master, you're pregnant. Be careful. It's fine. I just don't like seeing this. Today I'll serve porridge here. Let's see who dares to stop me." The young man crossed his arms. "Whoever dares to come, just look at you. You're pregnant, but so thin you look like a chopstick. Even if you are pregnant, you probably can't keep the baby." Bai Wudong shot back, "If I can get pregnant, I can definitely give birth. But someone like you, so heartless, doesn't deserve to have children." This made Zhang Qingyan, who had just arrived, instantly frown. "Jinji, arrest him. Break his teeth, so he can't talk anymore. Take him to the Ministry of Justice. Tell Marquis Guangda to come to the Guardian Temple and explain himself. Otherwise, the Marquis' reputation will be ruined." Jinji nodded and struck the man's face hard with his sword hilt. His teeth shattered, blood pouring out. Before the man could scream, Jinji held him down. The man's followers tried to step forward, but Jinji showed his official badge. "All of you, seize him. Take him to the Ministry of Justice." A few bullies and the group were taken away by Jinji's men. Zhang Qingyan went to Bai Wudong and looked worried, his eyes on her belly. "Next time something like this happens, don't rush to act. I always thought you were timid, but it turns out you're brave and hate injustice." Bai Wudong served a bowl of porridge and handed it to the old man. "Third Master, I've always wanted to travel the world with a sword. Do you believe me?" Zhang Qingyan chuckled. "You're so young, you'd turn red at a touch. How can you travel the world?" He lowered his voice. "You're better suited to my bed." Bai Wudong gently hit his chest. "Third Master, don't make fun of me." Back in the carriage, Bai Wudong leaned against Zhang Qingyan. "Third Master, do you think I was too rude just now?" "Not at all. I liked it." White Wudong smiled slightly, knowing that this man liked gentle and charming women, but also appreciated someone unique. If other concubines in the palace came out, they would either pretend not to see or have servants handle it. She would never personally step forward. By doing this, she could show her different side and leave a deep impression on Zhang Qingyan. Her goal was achieved. "Third Master, let's go." "All right, Jinji, let's leave." Higuosi is located on a mountain outside the city. It is very popular with many visitors every day. Except for the annual festival days when it closes, it is open to the public at all other times. The abbot planned to clear the temple to welcome the emperor, but Zhang Qingyan disagreed. He also wanted to see the lively scene. The gates of Higuosi were wide open, with a large incense burner emitting blue smoke in the middle. Several worshippers knelt on the ground, praying sincerely. White Wudong and Zhang Qingyan held hands and got off the carriage together. The abbot was already waiting nearby, ready to bow, but Zhang Qingyan stopped him. "No need for formalities, abbot. I am here to pray, so as not to disturb the people. The emperor cares for the people, truly a wise ruler." "Your Majesty, madam, please." Higuosi is very large, divided into front, middle, and back courtyards. The front courtyard is open to the public, the middle is for rest, and further in, at the mountain's peak, is where royal sacrifices are held. They arrived at the middle courtyard. The abbot had already ordered someone to clean a meditation room for rest. The room was simple and clean, filled with the scent of incense, calming the mind. After traveling all day, it was sunset. Zhang Qingyan was worried that White Wudong might not feel well, so he had no other plans and let her rest. Wudong, you stay here and rest well. I will look around nearby and come back in the morning to offer incense. Third Master, please don't overexert yourself. They looked at each other and smiled, full of warmth. After they left, White Wudong lazily lay on the bed. Chana knelt down naturally, massaging her feet. Mistress, you scared me today. You left so quickly. What if you got hurt? It's okay, I know what I'm doing. She wasn't really trying to be brave, just pretending. The emperor liked pure and kind women, but they were often too simple and not interesting enough. To win a man's heart, you need to make him feel new and special from time to time. Although these small tricks are simple, just making him remember is enough. In the future, if others do the same thing but not as well as she does, he will think she is better. If you want to truly hold someone's heart, you can't rely only on the child in your belly. You also need to pay attention to small daily actions. The more small things you do, the more real and sincere it feels. Bai Wudong sat up, nibbling on a pastry, and muttered to herself, has anyone ever had feelings for the fox servant? Maybe yes, but she hasn't met anyone. So, she doesn't have feelings for humans either. Chana couldn't understand, so she just nodded and served her.
Chana, tidy up.
I want to rest now. After preparing the bed, Bai Wudong took out a small dagger and placed it under her pillow. Jinji is responsible for her safety on this trip and will definitely come to find her. She should sleep early to avoid someone coming in the middle of the night, which would disturb her rest. She just doesn't know if Jinji's visit this time is to take her away or to change his mind and harm her. A faint sound of someone opening the door reached her ears. Lying on her side, Bai Wudong opened her eyes but didn't get up. Footsteps approached from afar and finally stopped beside her bed. On the small side bed, Chana turned over and, in her drowsiness, saw a tall figure in the room, which startled her awake. She was about to shout, but a cold flash of light cut through, shaving off half a strand of her long hair. Terrified, Chana lost her voice and sat trembling on the bed. Bai Wudong sat up. Don't hurt her, Chana. You go out first. Today's matter stays in my stomach. Yes. Chana shivered and stumbled out of the room. Bai Wudong looked up at Jinji, her hand unconsciously reaching under her pillow. Lord Jin. Jinji preferred her calling him by his name, which sounded soft and sweet. Tomorrow, the people from Anfu Wang will come to the Protecting the Nation temple to assassinate me. When that happens, my people will take you away. Don't worry, they won't hurt you. Everything is arranged. You just need to wait at the house for me. Bai Wudong extended her smooth, jade-like leg to the ground, and her silk skirt covered it. She slowly walked to Jinji, reached out her hand, and placed it on his waistband. Her eyes reddened slightly, and she raised her chin a little. Lord Jin, if I go with you, can you let me not marry anyone? If possible, I want to be with you. I know I'm not worthy, but if I could just see you from time to time, that would be enough. Jinji tightened his jaw. After a brief pause, he stepped back. My lady, please don't say such things. Why not? I was doing well in the palace, and even carried the royal child. If the baby had been born safely, I might have become a consort. But now, because of Lady Jean, you want to take me away. Once I leave the palace, I can never appear in public again. I only wish to be with you, to see you sometimes. Is that too much to ask? I cannot agree to that. I could go to the borderlands. It's far from the capital, and no one would know. You could live your life in the city, and when you come to the border, we could be together. Would that not work?
No.
Jinji turned to leave. I've delivered the message. Tomorrow, do not resist. Don't worry, I'll protect His Majesty. None of you will be in danger. Bai Wudong reached out and tugged lightly at his belt, her voice soft. Lord Jin, you've already seen me like this. You can't just walk away. Jinji caught a glimpse of her bare shoulders and quickly looked away, his heartbeat quickening. He turned sharply toward the door. Please rest, my lady. Bai Wudong pulled her robe back around her. Jinji, your face is red. That means you care for me too. He didn't answer, striding away until his figure disappeared into the heavy night. Bai Wudong smiled faintly and walked to the bed.
Foolish man.
He always acted so serious and distant, yet one moment of weakness revealed his true feelings. When Chonner saw he was gone, she finally entered. "My lady, are you all right?
I'm fine.
Let's sleep." That night, Bai Wudong slept soundly. When she woke, she saw Chonner's tired face. Clearly, the girl had been frightened the night before. "My lady, let me help you wash." After washing, Bai Wudong stepped outside. The air was fresh and calming. Not far away, she saw Zhang Qingyan standing beside Jinji, arranging the preparations for the day's ceremony. "Third master," Bai Wudong called, walking quickly toward them. Jinji kept his eyes forward, not glancing at her once. Zhang Qingyan took her hand. "Why are you up so early?" "I slept very well yesterday, so I naturally woke up early. However, last night I had a dream about a man." She hesitated to speak. Zhang Qingyan chuckled softly. "That's enough. We can talk about this privately later." He immediately guessed that Bai Wudong's dream was about him, not noticing Jinji's tense expression beside him. The guards had already finished their arrangements. The auspicious time for the prayer was set, in half an hour. The abbot and senior monks had already gone ahead to the mountaintop to prepare. Bai Wudong specially changed into clothes brought by Zhang Qingyan, making her look more serious. The two of them did not hold hands, but walked up the mountain one after the other. Only the empress has the right to stand beside the emperor and pray together. Even though Bai Wudong was pregnant, she could only stay behind him. The mountain path was wide, with stones built along the sides. From above, the bustling city below was clearly visible. Bai Wudong's steps felt a bit unsteady. Even if she could walk this far, she had to pretend she couldn't because she was pregnant. As she leaned slightly forward, a large hand pressed against her waist from behind but quickly let go. Bai Wudong turned to look at Jinji, smiling softly. Ahead, Zhang Qingyan's voice came. "Wudong, are you tired from walking?" "Yes, I can't walk anymore," she replied. "Then slow down. The path of prayer requires sincerity. I can't help you." If he couldn't help, then she would ask others. Bai Wudong blinked and looked at Jinji. Since the guards were all facing outward to prevent enemies, no one would secretly watch them. Jinji remained still. Bai Wudong slowed her steps even more, occasionally tilting her body. Jinji didn't want to act but was worried about her safety, so he could only help her. Bai Wudong gave a clever smile and let him push her along. The top of the mountain was close now. Jinji let go of her. Zhang Qingyan stood at the mountain peak, exuding imperial authority. In front of him was a royal temple, painted entirely in yellow, with guards always stationed at the entrance. Bai Wudong looked around curiously. Humans believe in the 3 souls and 6 spirits, in the protection of the deceased, and in the goodness of heaven. But they do not believe that other spirits also have souls and their own thoughts. Bai Wudong pulled a strand of her hair and tore it off as a sign of her disrespect for this place. She dreams of earning her respect at the place where people honor the deceased. Zhang Qingyan entered the temple first. Bai Wudong had to wait outside. Inside, a monk was chanting scriptures. Bai Wudong, feeling bored, plucked a leaf to play with, but Jinji stopped her, saying, "Don't move. This is a sacred place for royal ceremonies. Do not disrespect it." Bai Wudong had no choice but to stop. After a full hour, her legs ached. Zhang Qingyan finally came out, smiling, seeming pleased with the ceremony just performed. "Zhao Pin, go ahead. The abbot inside will tell you what to do." Bai Wudong nodded and stepped over the tall threshold. But after just a few steps, a fire basin appeared in front of her. A nearby monk pressed his palms together and whispered, "Your Majesty, if you wish to enter, you must step over the fire basin." Did the emperor also step over it? Men naturally do not need to. So, did they look down on her as a woman? Bai Wudong didn't lift her skirt. She seemed to step over the basin but actually circled around it, going around from the side. The monk bowed and said, "Your Majesty, please." Entering the main hall, a tall, majestic Buddhist statue came into view. The monk pointed to a cushion and said, "Please kneel here and pray for the royal heir." Bai Wudong did as told, clasped her hands, and closed her eyes. If the Buddha had a spirit, she hoped it would bless her parents to enter a peaceful afterlife. In her next life, she wished they wouldn't be animals but humans, living a life of wealth and happiness without worries. A group of monks recited scriptures. Bai Wudong knelt before the Buddha statue, very devout. Not for the royal heir, but for her family. The chanting stopped. The monk spoke, "Your Majesty, you may leave now." "Good." Bai Wudong stood up, didn't look back, and quickly left the hall. Zhang Qingyan saw her come out and smiled slightly. "How do you feel?" "Very good." "The chanting made me feel relaxed, as if I was purified," she said, touching her belly. "I believe our baby can feel it too. That's good. Let's go down the mountain. Just a little longer, and we can rest well at home." The way down the mountain was much easier. Bai Wudong happily followed behind, enjoying the fresh grass scent in the air. A faint sound reached her ears. Bai Wudong's ears twitched slightly, knowing this was an assassin hiding in the dark. Just ahead was a dense forest, the best place to fight. She quietly stepped back to avoid getting hurt. Suddenly, a group of black-clad men jumped out of the woods. They all carried long swords, shining coldly, with fierce killing intent, heading straight for Zhang Qingyan. "Dog Emperor, die!" Zhang Qingyan reacted quickly, dodging the attack with a quick move. Jin Ji immediately blew a whistle, and the guards nearby gathered quickly, protecting Zhang Qingyan. Clashing swords rang out loudly. Birds in the forest fluttered their wings and circled in the air. The monks behind them were frightened and huddled together, silently reciting prayers for protection. One black-clad man, seeing he couldn't catch his target, looked at Bai Wudong and sneered, "Catch this woman. She's pregnant with the Dog Emperor's child." The other black-clad men stopped attacking, only a few delaying, while the rest rushed toward Bai Wudong. Zhang Qingyan's face changed slightly. "Quick, protect Lady Zhao." Ignoring his own safety, he kicked away the assassin in front of him, grabbed the enemy's sword, and turned toward Bai Wudong. "Wudong, run and hide." Just as the assassin's sword was about to strike, Bai Wudong didn't move. Her face was pale, as if she was terrified. From behind, a black-clad man grabbed her clothes and pulled her back. His voice came close to her ear, "Don't move. I won't hurt you." It turned out that Jin Ji's men had also mixed in with the assassins. In a real fight, they could only recognize each other by clothing, and neither side would suspect someone was secretly sneaking around. The other was clearly an expert, using strong force. Bai Wudong knew she couldn't struggle free, but she couldn't leave. She had entered the palace for revenge. Now that Jin Weiga was safe, how could she just run away? Her eyes fell behind Zhang Qingyan. There were two black-clad men planning to attack from both sides. Maybe she could take a chance. Bai Wudong bit down the man's hand, causing him to cry out in pain and loosen his grip. She struggled free and rushed toward Zhang Qingyan. "Your Majesty, be careful." In the chaos, her small leg accidentally hit Zhang Qingyan's knee, causing him to wobble and lose his balance. Bai Wudong grabbed him, using her body to block one of the assassin's attacks, then pushed him toward the other attacker. Two long swords simultaneously pierced into their bodies. Bai Wudong's shoulder was injured, blood flowing freely. Zhang Qingyan was stabbed in the calf, flesh and muscle twisting. Jin Ji quickly defeated the assassin and rushed over. Zhang Qingyan, ignoring the pain, focused on Bai Wudong's belly. "Quick, protect Empress Zhao." Jin Ji had to first carry Bai Wudong aside. "Why didn't you go with him?" Bai Wudong's face was pale as paper, blood staining her white dress like a beautiful flower in bloom. She deliberately bit her tongue, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. "I can't just watch the emperor be in danger. If the great Rome kingdom loses its emperor, chaos will follow, and the people will suffer. I can't bear to see that. Haven't you always wanted me dead? Well, now your wish is granted. No one can stop your sister now." Jin Ji was stunned, like struck by lightning. As a general of Great Rome, he should prioritize the country and his family. But for Jin Weiga, he allowed the assassin to enter. Even though he believed he could protect the emperor, he feared the worst. If something happened to the emperor, He would be guilty of betraying his duty as a general, and he would face death without excuse. Bai Wudong held his hand tightly, weakly saying, "Go save the emperor. I have no last words. I only ask that you fulfill your duty as a general in the future, protect the people of Great Rome. If I still have a soul, I will pray for you and for Great Rome from above." After speaking, she closed her eyes and let her hand fall weakly to the side. Jinji suddenly felt as if his heart was clenched tightly, making it hard to breathe. What was he doing? For his own selfish reasons, he caused this terrible situation. He was even less perceptive than Bai Wudong, a woman. He was petty, only caring whether his sister was favored. If the emperor died, Jin Wei-go wouldn't even be a concubine, and she would have to be buried with the emperor. Jinji put Bai Wudong down and no longer held back. Zhang Qingyan had more people protecting him, so Jinji only needed to fight. Half an hour later, all the assassins were defeated. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Zhang Qingyan and Bai Wudong were carried down the mountain and rushed into a side room. Among the attendants were a female healer and an imperial doctor, who hurried over to check on them.
This.
How did she get so badly hurt? The female healer looked at Bai Wudong, covered in blood, her face pale. "No, I can't treat this. Let the imperial doctor come." At this moment, there was no time to worry about proper manners between men and women. The priority was to protect Bai Wudong and the crown prince. "Send for the imperial doctor," Jinji said. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his fingers being grasped. Bai Wudong, weak and tired, opened her eyes. "No doctors, no. You're injured. You need treatment quickly," Jinji insisted. Bai Wudong shook her head with difficulty, looking at him. "I don't want a doctor. Either you treat my wound or let me die. Stop fooling around." "I won't let you die," Jinji said. He planned to go himself to call the doctor, even if the doctor was already treating the emperor. He would bring the doctor here. The emperor's injury was only a minor cut, nothing serious. But Bai Wudong was different. She was carrying a child, the most important heir. Bai Wudong tightly held his hand. "I don't want a doctor to see my body. Otherwise, I would rather die." Bai Wudong's injury was on her shoulder, very close to her chest. If they wanted to treat the wound, they would have to pull her clothes down a bit more. She was worried that some inappropriate parts might be seen. At least the swollen flesh could be seen a little. Bai Wudong bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. "It hurts so much." Jinji took a deep breath. "Lie down properly. I'll help you treat the wound." As the commander, he had fought many battles and was experienced in treating injuries. Bai Wudong finally released his hand. "It's good that you're here." Jinji's heart softened. Forget it, he thought. Let him do it. It was indeed not good for a doctor to see her body. Although he was also an outsider, he had already seen what needed to be seen. Jinji couldn't do it alone, so he called for Chon'er to help. He carefully tore open her clothes, revealing smooth, jade-like skin. Bai Wudong trembled in pain but clenched her teeth and held on. Her originally pale lips suddenly turned bright red, as if stained with the most beautiful flower. Jinji felt heartache, but kept his expression calm. He handled her wounds gently. He stared at the fierce-looking wound, not daring to look too long. If he looked away even a little, he might see something he shouldn't. "Bring hot water," he ordered. After cleaning the wound and applying medicine powder, it was time to bandage it. Jinji helped her sit up and wrapped a cloth around her shoulder. He glanced at her open clothes, his ears turning red. He quickly looked away, pretending nothing had happened. Finally, the doctor arrived. Jinji quickly got out of bed and looked coldly at Chon'er. "If the imperial doctor asks later, just say you treated Lady Zhao's wound. Do you understand?" Chon'er lowered her head, afraid to meet his eyes. "Yes, I understand." The imperial doctor went straight inside to check. The wound was treated very well. Lady Zhao is badly hurt, but her pregnancy is still stable. It's truly a blessing from heaven. However, to be safe, she needs to take some pregnancy-preserving medicine for a couple of days. "I will go tell the emperor." The old doctor, with silver hair, came and left quickly. He's quite old, but still busy running around. Bai Wudong opened her eyes. Choner, you go out first. I need to talk to Lord Jean. Yes. Choner stepped outside but couldn't help but look back. Jean Ji, tall and strong, stood by the bed. He leaned slightly, supporting Bai Wudong's head. Their posture looked like two lovers sharing a secret. Choner shivered and hurriedly closed the door. No, it couldn't be. Lady Zhao was now pregnant with the emperor's child, with a bright future ahead. How could she be involved with another man? She must have misunderstood. Maybe they had some other kind of relationship. The scent of medicine mixed with the smell of blood. There was Bai Wutong's blood, and also Jean Ji's. He had killed many people, and his body was covered in blood. What do you want to tell me? Bai Wudong sighed bitterly. Why do you still want to save me? Just let me die. Stop talking nonsense. You're the emperor's consort, and carrying his child. I won't let you die. Bai Wudong didn't believe him at all. Her eyes were full of sadness. You want to kill me and take me away? If the emperor hadn't been in danger today, I might already have been kidnapped by your people. Jinji took a deep breath and whispered, It's my fault. I was only thinking about Weiga. I didn't consider the future of Dazhong. I feel guilty for my position and for the emperor's trust. From today on, I won't make any more mistakes. If Bai Wudong hadn't said those last words, he might not have realized his mistake. Bai Wudong looked up at him. I can go with you, but can I wait until I give birth? Once Dazhong has an heir, my importance will diminish. I will go with you and never block Lady Jin's path again. But before that, I have one thing to ask of you. Jean Ji didn't even notice. His tone had unconsciously softened. Go ahead. I want you to protect me and the baby in my belly, okay? Jean Ji thought about how he almost made a big mistake today. Protecting Bai Wudong and her child was a way to make up for it. Okay, I promise you. Bai Wudong's once dull eyes finally became lively again. But what about Concubine Jean? Don't worry, I won't let her hurt you. After you go back, I will send someone to take care of you. With her around, you will be safe. I will also warn Wei Ge not to think about taking advantage of Long Si, but Concubine Jean probably won't listen to you, Bai Wudong said, knowing her temper well. She wouldn't agree easily. Jean Ji was silent, clearly agreeing with her. It doesn't matter if she doesn't listen. I will protect you. Bai Wudong closed her eyes. Thank you. You should go now. The emperor will be here soon. Jean Ji bowed and turned to leave. Bai Wudong chuckled softly. Wei Ge, you probably didn't expect that the person you sent to kill me would end up helping me. Choner carefully stepped forward. Your Majesty, I will change your clothes. Not yet. The emperor will come soon. If I change now, he won't know how badly I was hurt for him. Actually, her injury wasn't serious, just a superficial wound that looked frightening. It didn't damage her muscles or bones. As long as she bled enough, even a light wound could seem worse. Zhang Qingyan limped into the room, ignoring the doctors chasing after him. He forced himself to walk in. Wudong, are you all right? Your Majesty. Bai Wudong's tears suddenly fell. Ignoring her pain, she forced herself to stand. I'm glad you're safe. I'm not afraid. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't be able to go on living. Zhang Qingyan sat by her bed, looking at her blood-stained clothes. His heart ached terribly. All he could do was hold Bai Wudong's hand tightly. Wudong, you risked your life to save me. I will never forget that. Your Majesty. Bai Wudong whispered, I am content now. Zhang Qingyan ordered someone to bring a new bed and sleep beside Bai Wudong, so she would be safer. Bai Wudong felt tired of the situation. She was still thinking about how to get closer to Jean Ji. After returning to the palace, she would spend more time with the emperor anyway. But on her face, she looked very happy, with a shy, delicate smile. The chaos ended, and Zhang Qingyan issued an order to surround Higuosi Temple completely. No matter what, they had to find the leak and see who had let those killers in. 3 days passed. Bai Wudong's injuries had improved somewhat, but Zhang Qingyan still couldn't get out of bed. His lower leg was badly hurt, and he needed to rest properly or he might have lasting problems. Fortunately, Higuosi Temple was not far from the palace, so they could always send the best medicines. On the 3rd day, Ji Ta Yi Ji Xiao brought ointments for external injuries. Also present were Sun Mingji and his wife, Chao. Zhang Qingyan held Bai Wudong's hand and asked, I specifically asked your parents to come see you. Are you happy? Bai Wudong forced a smile and said, I'm happy. Women are often sentimental, especially when hurt. I thought bringing them here might lift your spirits, which is good for your recovery and the baby's safety. Go ahead, chat with them and don't rush back. Bai Wudong stood up, assisted by Chawner, and went to the room across. Chao and Sun Mingji saw her and also stood up, personally helping her. Your Majesty and your wife, we greet Empress Zhao. Father, mother, there's no need to be so formal. This isn't the palace, no need for bows. Bai Wudong sat directly on the bed, finding the most comfortable position. Chao served tea and said, My dear, I'm so glad you're safe. You really scare me to death. Sun Mingji nodded repeatedly. Yes, Wudong, next time something so dangerous happens, don't rush in without thinking. Otherwise, the heir might be lost, and your good days will be over. Bai Wudong didn't want to hear their nonsense and smiled faintly. Father, mother, don't worry. I have it under control. Seeing she seemed tired, Sun Mingji stopped pretending to chat and got straight to the point, taking out a large bag of silver. Wudong, this is your personal silver. The palace isn't like outside. You need to be generous to your servants, especially the steward's aunt and the chief. Do you understand? Bai Wudong glanced at it. It was quite a lot, probably at least a few hundred taels, including some silver notes at the bottom. This money was enough for her to live comfortably for a long time. Thank you, father. I know what to do. Sun Mingji saw that she was obedient and felt a little relieved. This girl was not raised by her side, and although they had only spent a short time together before entering the palace, she still couldn't see her true character clearly. Now, she seemed to be obedient and sensible. Wudong, does your palace still not have a managing lady-in-waiting? Bai Wudong nodded. The inner court office said they would assign one to me, but it seems they're short of staff. They already sent someone from another palace, and it's not good to insist on taking someone else. If she forced it, she would be spoiled and proud and might offend someone. Right now, she just wanted to focus on dealing with Jean Wega and didn't want to waste energy on others. Sun Mingji glanced at the door and then whispered, There is a lady-in-waiting named Buqin. Before she entered the palace, she once helped our Sun family. If you can bring her over, it will definitely be good for you. My father doesn't have many expectations, just hopes you can win the emperor's favor and gain continuous praise. Then our Sun family will be better. Bai Wudong remembered this. If she really wanted a managing lady-in-waiting, she needed someone who didn't get along with Buqin. But this position was too important. If she couldn't find a suitable person, she would leave it empty for now, and Chawner could temporarily take the role. Mrs. Chow took out an ointment. This is Dan Shinyangji ointment, specially used to remove scars. Your wound may not be visible on the outside, but since you serve the emperor, it must be healed. Bai Wudong took it and casually placed it aside. Thank you, mother. I think I'm still tired, because I was injured and pregnant. I always feel exhausted. Mrs. Chow nodded. Yes, being pregnant makes you like that. When I was pregnant with you, I was also very tired. You should go back and rest now. Your father and I will leave first. Sun Mingji still didn't want to leave, but could only watch longingly as Bai Wudong walked away. Back in her room, Zhang Qingyan was not there. She leaned on the bed, playing with the Yangji ointment in her hand. After a while, Zhang Qingyan returned, bringing many good things. From food to daily necessities, everything was complete. Jinji, bring the things here. Jinji, with a serious face, brought over a tray. As the red cloth was lifted, various cosmetics and powders appeared inside, bright and beautiful. These are specially brought by me from Jitai. The Imperial Hospital and the Women's Medical Office in the palace not only treated illnesses, but also made ointments and rouge for beauty and health. Today, these are the best in the palace. All of them are brought out for Bai Wudong to choose from. She only takes what she wants, and the rest are given to other palaces. Even the Empress is behind her in preference. Bai Wudong's eyes and smile are bright and happy. Your Majesty, I like everything here. Since you like them all, then keep them all, he replies. That's not possible. I can't be so greedy, she says, choosing only a few items. Your Majesty, I only want these. All right, I'll ask Dr. G to check your pulse, he says. Bai Wudong extends her hand. Dr. G steps forward, takes out a thin silk cloth, and covers her wrist before continuing the examination. After a while, he looks up at Bai Wudong. Your Majesty, this pregnancy might be a twin. Bai Wudong interrupts him, blinking with innocent eyes. Dr. G, I recently got hurt and was frightened. Could that affect the baby? Dr. G understands she doesn't want him to continue and reassures her, don't worry, Your Majesty. The pregnancy is stable. Then I feel relieved. I've been through so much lately, and I didn't expect the baby to still be safe. Maybe this is fate, and the child should be born safely, she says. Zhang Qingyan loves hearing this kind of talk. Having no children for many years, he longs for a child to stabilize the court and silence the gossip. Our heir is blessed by heaven and protected by ancestors. Naturally, the child will be safe, he says. In a good mood, Bai Wudong asks Choner to bring out some gold leaves. Dr. G, thank you so much. Dr. G first glances at Zhang Qingyan. Seeing he isn't looking at him, he relaxes and accepts the gift. Your Majesty, you're too kind. I should do this. Bai Wudong looks at the rouge with love and can't put it down. Your Majesty, I've been craving something sour lately. Zhang Qingyan raises an eyebrow. Craving sour food? That's a good sign. As the saying goes, sour girls and spicy boys. I'll have someone prepare some appetizing snacks. Jinji, you may leave now. Jinji takes the tray and leaves. At the door, he hears Bai Wudong's laughter and Zhang Qingyan's gentle, loving voice. An inexplicable feeling of sourness rises in his heart. He walks to the forest, leaps onto a tree, and sits at the top. The cold wind brushes his face, and only then does he feel his heart calm. He shouldn't let a concubine disturb his mind. Hanging from the tree, a few green apricots catch his eye. This fruit is sour, crispy, and refreshing, with plenty of water. He used to love picking it in the wild to eat. Jinji reached out and plucked the fruit with his big hand. Never mind, I'll fix my restless mind later. Bai Wudong now wants something sour, so she decides to send this to her first. Bai Wudong, feeling nauseous, often gets up at night, so she told Zhang Qingyan to go back to his own room and sleep. She blows out the candle and is about to rest when a small window opens, revealing half of Jinji's handsome face. He reaches out and places the fruit on the table. This is a sour, crispy, and refreshing fruit. It's safe to eat. Bai Wudong sticks out her little face. Wait, don't go yet. Bring the fruit inside. I want to eat it now. You've already rinsed your mouth. Eating this might hurt your teeth. I'll rinse my mouth later. Just bring it in quickly. Seeing Bai Wudong's voice getting louder, Jinji, worried about disturbing others, quickly slips inside. He hands the fruit to Bai Wudong. She takes out a handkerchief, wipes it briefly, then bites into the fruit without hesitation, eyes squinting happily. I like it. You can bring me some every day, okay? Jinji looks at her adorable face, his throat moving, and responds seriously, okay. She trusts him so much. Isn't she afraid there might really be poison? Bai Wudong's cheeks puff out as she eats. By the way, I called you in for something else. Are you familiar with that Dr. G? Fairly so. I'm actually carrying twins this time, but I don't want to reveal it yet. Can you tell that Dr. G? Ask him to keep it a secret for now. Actually, Bai Wudong had been hiding her pulse carefully to prevent the medical maid from discovering. But unexpectedly, this Dr. G was so skilled that he found out. It seems I need to be more careful in the future. There are truly powerful experts in this world. My plans might not fool everyone. Twins? Jinji was surprised. If they really were twins, it would be even more important. If both babies are princes, that would be a great joy. You're telling me this because you're not afraid I might change my mind? Bai Wudong looks at him, puts down the fruit, and says seriously, I trust you. Jinji immediately feels a heavy weight on his chest, like a stone pressing down. All right, I'll tell him. But there will be other doctors and medical maids coming to see her, so this secret won't last long. I have medicine that can temporarily suppress the pulse, and it won't affect the fetus. I plan to reveal that I am carrying twins only when I face danger in the harem. That way, no matter how great the threat, the emperor will surely protect me. Bai Wudong lowered her eyes and spoke softly. I don't want power or status. I just want to stay alive. Jin Ji clenched his fists. A person who only wants to live was calmly asking to die right in front of him. What exactly had he done? He prided himself on not killing innocent people, yet he almost caused the death of such a kind and pure woman. Jin Ji turned away, unable to look directly into her innocent eyes. I will make all arrangements. If you need anything, just send me a message. After 3 days of investigation, the results finally came out. The assassin was his brother, the 4th Prince Anfu Wang, who was stationed in a very distant place called Lingnan. Lingnan was also a place of exile, with harsh weather. His reason for attacking was to eliminate Zhang Qingyan and take the throne himself. If that failed, he would kill Bai Wudong to create chaos in the royal succession. Without children, Zhang Qingyan might take years to have another. When he couldn't bear the pressure from the people and officials, he would adopt children from the ancestral hall, and Jin Ji had already arranged for some very talented children to be adopted. These children were all born from the efforts of King Anfu, carefully raised for this day. If Bai Wudong hadn't been pregnant, perhaps these children could have had a chance to become heirs. Zhang Qingyan's eyes turned cold. What a bold move by King Anfu, daring to attack me and plotting to seize the throne. Jin Ji, follow my orders and send the Marquis of Xianping to Lingnan to eliminate the private soldiers raised by King Anfu. Jin Ji nodded, yes. Bai Wudong's injuries had healed quite a bit. She had prepared some pastries to give to Zhang Qingyan. When she reached the door, she found no one inside. The door was slightly open. Pretending not to notice, she pushed the door open and entered, calling out, Your Majesty, I made some pastries myself. Please try them. The room was empty, with books and memorials spread across the table. She stepped forward and found a letter from the palace. She opened it and saw it was filled with details about the harem. From the consorts who sent her gifts to the matter of the snow lotus planting, the investigation was very detailed. The last sentence stated that Lady Jean was the prime suspect. Bai Wudong put down the letter and restored it to its original state. She initially thought the emperor was somewhat incapable, and Wen Chuyan was clearly framed. Yet, he still punished severely. If the Empress Dowager hadn't spoken up for him, Wen Chuyan might have already lost his life. But now it seems the emperor is not incapable, just simply lazy and not very attentive. As long as it's not a big issue, the favored consorts are lightly punished, while the unfavored ones are punished harshly, serving as a warning to others. If she hadn't had a royal heir, perhaps she would have faced the same outcome. The emperor is truly indifferent. Women, in his eyes, are probably just tools for bearing children or objects for entertainment. Bai Wudong returned to her own room. Chana stepped forward. Your Majesty, the Lord and Lady have come again. Recently, they kept coming, and even when they didn't, they sent messages. They hinted that she should take advantage of her recent favor with the emperor to support the Sun family, or at least her younger brother, the eldest son of the Sun family. Bai Wudong found various reasons to refuse. Now it seems they couldn't wait any longer. Let them in. Sun Mingji and Chao Shi quickly entered and bowed. Before Bai Wudong could tell them to stand up, Sun Mingji had already risen first. Wudong, your father came to see you today. There's an important matter. Bai Wudong forced a smile. Father, please speak. You've been alone in the palace, completely isolated, and without help. Whether it's your aunt or the palace maids, there's very little they can do. A few days ago, I happened to meet a woman who looks very much like you, with a similar figure. Since the emperor likes you, he will definitely like her too. When that time comes, you two can support each other, and you'll surely secure a place in the palace. Bai Wudong frowned. Father, this isn't right. How can you be sure she will genuinely help me? Any woman in the palace has to fight to survive. I will eventually become her enemy. Sun Mingji smiled confidently. Wudong, don't worry. I won't just find anyone. Everything is arranged. I already have her handle. If she dares to disobey, with a single word from me, No matter how high she stands, she will fall. Mrs. Chow chimed in. Wudong, don't overthink. Your mother and father are doing this for your good. You're alone in the palace, unprotected, and might fall into trouble. Plus, you're pregnant now and can't serve the emperor. Instead of giving her to another consort, it's better to keep her close. Even if she gains favor later, you still hold her leverage, and she will have to listen to you. Bai Wudong looked at the two of them. Sun Mingji smiled kindly on the outside, but inside, he was full of mixed feelings. It's not surprising he wanted someone to compete for favor in the palace with his daughter. Bai Wudong always refused his requests. Now is the best time, and if she misses it, there won't be another chance. But she kept making excuses. Since she wasn't raised with the Sun family, she didn't share their sense of pride or shame. Sending someone in was for the better future of the Sun family. Seeing Bai Wudong silent for a long time, he spoke again. Wudong, you're my daughter and the most promising person in our family. Our family's future depends on you. Your father wouldn't harm you. Bai Wudong sighed deeply and said, Fine, if you think this is better, then send her in. Wudong, I knew you'd listen. Don't worry, I won't send anyone into the Protectorate Temple carelessly, and the Emperor won't suspect it's you. Just act a little unwell in a few days and suggest that the Emperor accompany you to go down the mountain for a walk. Not all the way down, just to the halfway point, but the Emperor's leg. The Emperor doesn't need to get out of the carriage, so it won't affect his leg. Having said this, Bai Wudong no longer spoke. Having received the answer she wanted, the two of them left quickly to make arrangements. Chanu entered the room, looking unhappy. She wasn't a servant from the Sun family and didn't care about them, only about her mistress. Your Majesty, you're pregnant, and they are in such a hurry to send someone in. It's really too much. It's okay. They can send someone, but whether the Emperor favors her isn't up to them. If I refuse this time, they might come up with other plans. Better to do it openly than secretly. At least I have time to prepare. Chonner gently massaged her shoulders with concern. Others' mothers helped them, but the Sun family is just holding the lady back. 2 more days passed. The Empress Dowager's birthday has already passed. Because Zhang Qingyan was injured and couldn't return to the palace, the Empress Dowager had to cancel the birthday banquet for now and discuss it again when he comes back. Bai Wudong looked at the time and felt sad. She sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, resting her chin on her hand, watching the birds flying in the sky. 2 guards carried Zhang Qingyan out to enjoy the sun. Seeing Bai Wudong, Zhang Qingyan softly asked, Is the food not to your taste? Or is the morning sickness too severe? Bai Wudong shook her head. Neither. I am just watching the birds in the sky. Your Majesty, look at them. They just spread their wings and can fly high in the sky. They can go anywhere they want. It's really enviable. Zhang Qingyan understood and said, I see. You are feeling restless. Yes, the Guardian Temple is small, and there isn't much to do compared to the palace, so she has little to pass the time. Bai Wudong forced a smile and pretended to be sensible. Your Majesty, I am not bored. As long as I can stay by your side, every moment is good. But her eyes were still fixed on the birds, full of envy and longing that anyone could see. Zhang Qingyan felt sorry for her and also for the baby in her belly. The imperial doctor had said that although the crown prince seemed fine, after so many incidents, more caution was needed than usual. Especially for pregnant women, they must eat well and keep a happy mood. He held Bai Wudong's small hand and pulled her into his arms. A soft touch came from his chest, making Zhang Qingyan, who had been calm for a long time, feel a little moved. If I make you happy, I will also make you happy. How about that? Your Majesty, how can I make you happy? Zhang Qingyan's gaze fell on her lips, his eyes deepening. What do you think? Bai Wudong's face turned slightly red. She looked at him with her almond-shaped eyes, gathering courage after a long time, and gently kissed his lips. That should be enough. Zhang Qingyan held the back of her head and deepened the kiss. Jin Ji slowly turned his head, his hand applying a little force. The fruit burst open, and cold juice flowed down his fingers. His heart seemed to be getting more and more confused. Finally, Zhang Qingyan let go. Bai Wudong leaned into his arms, panting softly. Your Majesty, I almost couldn't breathe. I have told you many times, yet you still haven't learned. Your Majesty, are you happy now? I am very happy. Zhang Qingyan held her slim waist. Staying here at Guardian Temple every day is really boring. I will take you down the mountain to see the outside world. How about it? Bai Wudong was very happy, but soon became serious. Your Majesty, your leg. It's fine. I will sit in a carriage and won't get off. Bai Wudong immediately went to her side room, changed into a light green dress, and didn't forget to wear a veil to hide her face, which could cause trouble. Seeing her so happy, Zhang Qingyan also felt good. He called Jin Ji to drive the carriage. The three of them went down the mountain together. Bai Wudong lifted the curtain, pretending to enjoy the scenery, but she was actually paying attention to what was happening outside. Jin Ji pulled the reins, his eyes fixed ahead. Soon, a runaway horse galloped down from the mountain. On the horse was a young man, looking very scared with a pale face. Get out of the way. This horse is crazy. In front of the horse, there was a woman stumbling and running. Help me. Bai Wudong was almost speechless. She thought Sun Mingji would send someone clever to rescue her, but it turned out to be such a simple hero saving a damsel in distress. But then again, with Sun Mingji's kind of mind, how could he come up with good plans? If he really could think of something, he wouldn't have done something so foolish as sending someone into the palace. Jin Ji looked at the woman but remained unmoved. Zhang Qingyan was the same. His leg was injured, so he definitely wouldn't fight for a stranger. As the horse's hooves were about to hit the woman, Bai Wudong shouted, Master Jin, save her. Jin Ji leapt up, his sword slicing through the horse's hooves. The horse neighed loudly and fell to the ground. The woman sat on the ground, gasping heavily, her face pale with fear. Bai Wudong looked at her. She was very similar to herself, slim, delicate, and quite pretty. No wonder Sun Mingji was confident she could compete for favor in the palace. The woman quickly realized and knelt down, kowtowing. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. She was expressing gratitude but kept staring intently at the carriage. Bai Wudong shook her head. This woman was really foolish. The person who saved her was Jin Ji. She didn't thank him, but instead kept looking at the carriage. Zhang Qingyan was not stupid. He could tell that this woman probably had other intentions. Tears welled up in the woman's eyes, looking pitiful. I have no family left. I am willing to serve as a servant, just hoping the kind person will spare me. Zhang Qingyan looked at the woman, and then at Bai Wudong. Let's go, the woman panicked. If the emperor doesn't accept me, I don't think I can go on living. She covered her face and cried. I offended a noble person from the mountain village. If I go back, I will surely be sent to a disreputable place like a brothel. Bai Wudong rubbed her forehead. Your Majesty, she is very pitiful. Maybe we should let her stay. Zhang Qingyan held her hand. This person appeared suddenly, probably with other intentions. It's better to be careful and not reveal our identities. I understand, but I can't just watch her get into trouble. If she really acts up, we can deal with her later. Seeing she insisted, Zhang Qingyan nodded. All right, let her stay. Your Majesty, after this incident, I don't want to go down the mountain anymore. If I encounter danger, it will be bad. Let's go back. Zhang Qingyan agreed. Jin Ji, let's go back. The woman got up and looked longingly at the carriage, wanting to get in. Jin Ji looked at her coldly. Follow behind. This woman was full of ambition. Such poor acting. Does she really think others can't see through it? Only Bai Wudong was too kind, believing her flimsy excuse. The carriage returned to the Guardian Temple. Bai Wudong's woman stayed behind. Choner, take her to wash up. Thank you, miss. My name is Yen Mei. The woman bowed politely. Miss, today, I am very grateful to you. When I send a message back to the Sun family, I will tell my father. Bai Wudong waved her off. Go wash up first. We can talk more later. Half an hour later, the woman returned, dressed in a clean outfit, looking quite attractive after her makeover. She was clearly confident in her appearance, subtly observing Bai Wudong. Bai Wudong was too lazy to say much. It seems the emperor isn't interested in you. You can stay with me, and I will try to create opportunities. Whether you succeed depends on you. Yes, miss. Don't worry. Since the emperor likes you, he will definitely like me too. She said such words so easily. Bai Wudong no longer kept her guard. This kind of foolish person wouldn't last long. Chon'er was even more straightforward. Madam. She calls you miss. She's pretending not to know your and the emperor's identities. She's really good at acting. Does she really think the emperor can't see through her? Zhang Qingyan was worried that Bai Wudong was feeling upset, so he specially came to dine with her. Chun'er was setting the dishes nearby. Suddenly, she trembled and dropped the food on the table. My apologies, my lady, I was wrong. Bai Wudong slightly frowned. Chun'er, are you hurt? You can leave now. Yanmei, come help with the dishes. Do you know how? Yanmei saw her chance and turned her hips to walk forward confidently. I can do it. Yanmei pretended to be charming, showing her best side. She gently helped Zhang Qingyan with the food and poured him some wine, giving him flirtatious looks. Zhang Qingyan kept his eyes on Bai Wudong. Eat more too. Ask someone to prepare some tasty small dishes and sour snacks. Thank you, third master, Bai Wudong said politely. She picked up some food to taste, and it was indeed delicious. The chef's skills were impressive. Yanmei stood nearby, trying hard to find a good opportunity. Bai Wudong gave her a subtle look. She knew Yanmei was overdoing it, trying too hard to seem clever, which could backfire. She had already added some medicine powder into the drinks. This medicine would make someone quickly drunk and forget everything that happened after drinking.
But there was a side effect.
It would also weaken a man's vitality. No matter how others tried, he would only be left with a soft, limp body. Bai Wudong kept Yanmei there just to distract Sun Mingji, not really to give anything to the emperor. Yanmei didn't mind getting dirty, but Bai Wudong did. And only if she could break Yanmei's defenses would her plan work. Zhang Qingyan drank 2 cups of wine and started to feel a little dizzy. Wudong, you should rest early. I'm a bit drunk, so I'll head back first. All right, third master. Take care. Bai Wudong personally saw him to bed and tucked him in. Third master, I'll go back now. Rest well. Outside the door, Yanmei was eager and couldn't wait any longer. Miss, when can I go in? It's still too early. The emperor shows signs of being drunk, but he's not fully drunk yet. Wait half an hour. Half an hour later. With Bai Wudong's help, Yanmei sneaked into the side room, took off her silk dress, and slipped into the quilt. Her small hands moved restlessly. Zhang Qingyan vaguely felt that someone was trying to take off his pants. But his head was too dizzy to move, and he could only faintly see a slender figure. Wudong, stop causing trouble. He thought it was Bai Wudong and hugged her, falling into a deep sleep. In the next room, Bai Wudong sighed and blew out the candle. A shadow appeared on the paper window. Lord Jin, please come in and speak. Since he had come many times, Jinji was quite familiar with the place. He simply stepped inside and stood by the bed. Why did you send that woman to the emperor's side? Bai Wudong had long known she couldn't hide it from him. Now he was the eyes of the guardian temple. Lord Jin, it was my parents' wish. As a daughter, how could I refuse? My father thought I wasn't helping the family enough, so he sent someone similar to me to gain the emperor's favor. That way, if I ever become useless, there's still someone else. She gave a bitter smile and fiddled with her amulet. Some things, even if I don't want to do them, I have to. Today I refused my father, but tomorrow he might try other ways. If he's too clever and makes the emperor angry, it could harm the whole family. So I can only help him cover up and help that woman gain favor. Jinji stepped forward uncontrollably, wanting to comfort the poor girl, but he couldn't. Your actions today were too clumsy. If they weren't clumsy, could Jinji and the emperor have found out? Bai Wudong wanted it to be clumsy. Jinji continued, if the emperor finds out it was you, he might become distant from you. Bai Wudong paused, then returned to her usual self. There's nothing I can do about it. I will help you, Jinji said, then turned to leave. He needed to give Yanmei a new identity, an untrustworthy one, a dangerous one that, if discovered, would surely lead to death. But it wouldn't involve the Sun family nor Bai Wudong. Jinji reached the door, took out some perfume, and placed it outside. Today, it wasn't Bai Wudong sending someone to the dragon bed, but Yan Mei, bold and daring, who drugged Bai Wudong and took her place on the dragon bed. In the dim side room, Yan Mei crawled out of the quilt, her face full of anxiety. Why was the emperor not reacting at all? How could she be favored like this? Seeing Zhang Qingyan sleeping soundly and the sky outside growing darker, Yan Mei couldn't go out. With no other choice, she bit her finger hard, drawing blood, and stained the bed with red. She endured the pain, pinched herself a few times to make it look like she was loved, then slipped into Zhang Qingyan's arms and closed her eyes. Zhang Qingyan opened his eyes. He felt a soft, warm touch in his arms. Oh right, last night Wu Tong came. He looked down, and the loving expression in his eyes suddenly turned cold. The person in his arms was not Bai Wu Tong, but Yan Mei. Zhang Qingyan quickly pushed her away. Yan Mei woke up suddenly and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Third Master, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have come in last night to bring you water. What exactly happened? Yan Mei's eyes reddened. She raised her hand to partially cover her face, revealing only her bright, watery eyes. Third Master, you kept calling for water last night. The servant outside was asleep, so I thought to bring you some. But then, you suddenly hugged me and called out the lady's name. I couldn't break free, so I had no choice but to. She showed the marks on her body at the right moment. Zhang Qingyan looked down and saw a conspicuous red mark on her body. He found this strange. Why did he have no memory of it? But last night, he truly thought Wu Tong had come in.
Could it be
that he really had a good time with her? Maybe he drank too much and forgot? No, if Bai Wu Tong found out, she might get upset. Zhang Qingyan would not do anything that could harm the royal heir. Bring her out. Don't dirty the grounds of a guardian temple. If Wu Tong asks, say she left on her own. Yan Mei was shocked. She didn't expect the emperor to be so cold and ruthless. Just because she wore pants, he didn't recognize her and was about to kill her. Third Master, you can't kill me. I have many children at home. Whenever my mother sleeps with my father, she gets pregnant. I must be the same. Zhang Qingyan's expression grew colder. He grabbed Yan Mei's chin. Do you know who I am? Yan Mei had no other choice. She just wanted to survive, so she tried to use her children to bargain. Your Majesty, I have admired you for a long time. When I heard you came here, I thought I could have a fleeting romance with you. Your Majesty, please don't kill me. Maybe I already have your child in my belly. Zhang Qingyan released her. Take her away and lock her in the woodpile. Yan Mei wanted to beg for mercy, but was silenced by the little covering her mouth. Breakfast time has arrived. Bai Wudong specially came to the side room. Third Master, I made a bowl of wonton for you this morning. Please try it. Zhang Qingyan calmly covered himself with the quilt, hiding a faint blush. I haven't washed up yet. You go back and wait. I'll come over in a little while. All right, I will wait for you. After Bai Wudong left, he immediately ordered someone to restore the room to its original state, making sure no traces were left. A moment later, they carried him into the side room. Bai Wudong served him breakfast. Hey, Third Master, did you see Yan Mei? I haven't seen her since this morning. Zhang Qingyan paused with his chopsticks. She might have gone down the mountain. That can't be. Her luggage is still here. If she's leaving, she should take her things. No, I need to go look for her. Maybe something happened. Zhang Qingyan held her back.
Eat first.
She might be outside praying or asking for help. She could come back soon. That's good. She's already been through a lot. I hope nothing else happens. Third Master, if she doesn't come back, can you send someone to find her? Zhang Qingyan ate his meal without much taste. Back in the side room, he had to release Yan Mei. Yan Mei knelt trembling. Your Majesty, I can let you go, but what happened last night stays with me. If you dare tell Wudong, I will have your head immediately. Zhang Qingyan didn't kill her for two reasons. First, her family has many children, and she looks similar to Bai Wudong. She might even be pregnant. Second, he needed to find out who she really was. A simple woman like her. How could she know he was here? Someone must be behind her. He wanted to find a chance to question her carefully, but Bai Wudong was worried and couldn't wait. She had to let her go for now and deal with it later. Yan Mei kept kowtowing. Yes, Your Majesty. I won't say anything. Zhang Qingyan waved his hand in annoyance. Get out. Yan Mei hurriedly left, running back to Bai Wudong's room, still scared. Miss, the Emperor almost killed me. Bai Wudong raised her eyebrows. Why? Surely because I secretly went over last night and the Emperor got angry. To save my life, I had to reveal that my family had many children. The Emperor's identity was exposed, and I made up an excuse, saying I had long admired the Emperor. Bai Wudong helplessly put down her purse. Why did you cause so much trouble? How can I help you fix this? If things go wrong, it might even involve the Sun family. Did you and the Emperor have a good thing going?
Don't hide it from me.
If it's true, I have a secret recipe for pregnancy that might help you have a child like me. If you have a child, everything will be easier. Even if your intentions aren't good, the Emperor might not punish you because of the child. Yan Mei didn't want to say anything, but when she heard about the secret recipe, she stopped hiding. Last night, the Emperor was so drunk he couldn't do anything. I could only bite my finger to bleed and pretend I had a miscarriage. She looked at Bai Wudong. Miss, are you sure you didn't deliberately get the Emperor so drunk? If I really didn't want you to serve the Emperor, I wouldn't go to so much trouble to find you a chance, Bai Wudong said, massaging her temples. If I don't get the Emperor drunk, he probably won't favor you. That medicine is so strong, just a little and he's drunk like that. Yan Mei thought about it carefully and realized it was true. If Bai Wudong didn't want her to be favored, she wouldn't have taken risks to create an opportunity yesterday. Miss, what should I do now? She asked. Now, the Emperor, considering my face, probably won't kill you anymore. But your time is running out. The first thing to deal with is your virginity. If the Emperor finds out later that you're still it could be trouble. Yan Mei blushed.
How?
How do I handle this? There are two ways. First, use a jade device, but it's not as good as a real person. I'm worried you don't have experience. The second is to find someone to break your virginity. But that also has risks. You can choose whichever you prefer. Yan Mei thought quickly. I choose the first. I'll be the Emperor's woman. I can't let those dirty, low men touch me. Bai Wudong smiled faintly. As you wish. But those things are hard to buy. Let Chana help you. Chana bribed a female incense seller to help buy it from down the mountain. It's not easy to buy, and it costs a lot of money. Only wealthy people can afford jade. Ordinary folks can only use wood, which is thorns and isn't good for health. The young girl returned, carefully taking out a small cloth bag from her embrace. Blushing, she handed it to Yan Mei. Here you go. Yan Mei opened it and took a look, also blushing. This thing looks so real. Bai Wudong was not curious at all. Since you've already got the item, you'd better solve this quickly. I'm pregnant now, and the Emperor has been celibate for a long time. Maybe he was interested yesterday, and tonight he might indulge you. Yan Mei nodded and sneaked towards the room inside. Wait, the girl stepped forward to stop her, frowning coldly. Such dirty things shouldn't happen in the ladies' room. The lady sincerely follows Buddhism and is here to pray. You must not ruin her good intentions. Yan Mei felt a bit embarrassed and hesitated, unsure what to do. Then where should I go? The girl was annoyed. I don't know. Anyway, not in the ladies' room. You go find a place yourself. Having said that, Yan Mei had no choice but to leave. The surrounding rooms were all occupied, and the only place left seemed to be the woodpile at the back. It was late, and no fire was lit inside, so no one should be there. At this critical moment, she didn't care about dirtiness or cleanliness. Yan Mei entered the woodpile, using her skirt to cushion herself. Carefully, she took out the jade object. It was cold to the touch, making her shiver involuntarily. She placed it inside her clothes to warm it up before taking it out again. She spread her legs carefully and tentatively tried to test it. Suddenly, a cat's cry sounded. A shadow darted past her quickly. Startled, Yan Mei screamed, and the jade object slipped from her hand, breaking into two pieces. Who's there? Outside, the guard heard the noise and kicked open the woodpile door. Under the firelight, Yan Mei's clothes were disheveled. She hurriedly fixed her collar. Before she could explain, Jin Jiji arrived, his gaze sweeping over the guard and Yan Mei. The guard was startled and quickly bowed. Sir, I have no relation to this woman. I heard a strange noise and came to check. She is dressed improperly, and there might be thieves hiding here. Jin Jiji told him to stay alert, then turned to report the matter to Zhang Qingyan. Zhang Qingyan arrived at the door of the woodpile. Yan Mei had already dressed properly. Seeing him, she immediately knelt and bowed her head. Your Majesty, I truly did nothing improper with anyone. I swear, why are you here so late? Yan Mei opened her mouth but couldn't explain. Are you here to break your virtue? That would mean admitting I lied. Zhang Qingyan saw her guilt and felt furious. This woman had boldly climbed into his bed yesterday, and tonight she was eager to find another man. Thinking about how he had been with such a dishonest woman made his stomach churn, and he suddenly felt murderous. This is a sacred place of Buddhism, yet you are consorting with others here. Take her away and punish her. Please no. Yan Mei was completely panicked. She knelt at his feet. Your Majesty, I haven't done anything wrong. I really haven't been with anyone. Then why don't you explain? Yan Mei clenched her teeth. Zhang Qingyan didn't have much patience. Take her away. As the guards moved forward, Yan Mei shouted, Your Majesty, I am still a. Upon saying this, Yan Mei felt all her strength leave her, and she collapsed to the ground. Your Majesty, from beginning to end, it was only you. Zhang Qingyan looked at her coldly, his eyes dark. Good. You dare to deceive me. From pretending to have a broken red ribbon yesterday to claiming to be it today, her lies were endless. As emperor, who would dare to deceive him like this? A murderous intent filled Zhang Qingyan's heart. Jinji, take her outside the guardian temple and punish her with a beating. Jinji personally took her away. Yan Mei struggled desperately, but to no avail. She was full of regret. If she had known it would come to this, she shouldn't have sought wealth and power, nor dreamed of accompanying the emperor to become a favored consort. Zhang Qingyan was about to withdraw his gaze, when suddenly his pupils shrank. Bai Wudong stood outside the door, her small face pale as paper. She hadn't said anything, but her eyes looked extremely sad. Chun'er carefully helped her.
Empress.
Bai Wudong forced a faint smile. Chun'er, go back. Seeing her turn to leave, Zhang Qingyan ignored his leg injury and hurried after her. Wudong, I haven't touched her. It was that woman who lied and pretended to have a broken ribbon to deceive me. Your Majesty, you are the ninth five, the ruler of the world. The women of this land, if you want them, you can have them. There's no need to explain to your consort. As long as you're happy, she will be happy too. White Wudong returned to her side room and lay weakly on the bed. The attending maid came to check on her. Your Majesty, what happened? You lost your pregnancy again. Quickly, go help the lady prepare a calming medicine. Zhang Qingyan felt irritated and harbored even stronger resentment toward Yan Mei. The only thing he could do now was comfort White Wudong. I was also tricked by that wicked woman. Rest assured, there won't be a next time. Take good care of yourself. Do you hear me? White Wudong slightly turned her head, her eyes full of sadness. Your Majesty, this is all my fault. I shouldn't be so petty. Having another sister should make me happy. Stop talking nonsense. My heart only belongs to you now. At this guardian temple, she was the only one. Once she returned to the palace, she would have a dozen or so sisters. White Wudong closed her eyes, unwilling to say more. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyan could only ask the maid to take good care of her and leave first. With a creak, the door closed. White Wudong turned over comfortably, enjoying a good night's sleep again. Sun Mingji knew that Yan Mei had been sent here. Although it caused some trouble, the outcome was good. Now that the threat of Yan Mei was gone, Zhang Qingyan saw that she had lost her pregnancy. He would definitely not dare to act recklessly in the Guardian Temple. It was a double win. Moreover, the whole matter with Yan Mei was her own foolishness. It wasn't anyone else's fault. Jinji showed no mercy and threw Yan Mei to the ground. Before she could beg for mercy, his large hand was already on her neck. Jinji looked at his subordinate. Take her to Sun's residence and tell Sun Mingji that Lady Zhao has sacrificed a lot to save her life. The subordinate dared not ask more and quickly took Yanmei away. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking on the door. The doorman yawned. "Who is it?" "I'm here to see your master, Sun Mingji." "Tell him to come out." The doorman peeked out and saw the man in official robes. He immediately smiled. "Sir, please wait a moment. I will go inform the master." The subordinate carried Yanmei into Sun's residence. When Sun Mingji saw her, his face changed instantly. He quickly ordered someone to close the door and asked cautiously, What is going on?" "I don't know. I was only responsible for bringing her here. But I have one thing to tell Master Sun. Lady Zhao has sacrificed a lot to save her." The subordinate delivered the message word for word and then left. Sun Mingji looked at Yanmei, who was unconscious, with a bad feeling in his heart. "Someone, wake her up for me." A bucket of cold water was poured over her. Yanmei suddenly opened her eyes and shouted in panic, "Don't hurt me." Sun Mingji stared at her closely. "Look carefully at who I am. Tell me, what exactly happened?" "I told you to serve the emperor, so why are you back here?" Coming back in the middle of the night definitely means something went wrong. Yanmei finally realized she was still alive. She felt relieved inside and dared not hide anything. She told him everything that had happened from start to finish. Sun Mingji's chest rose with anger, and he gritted his teeth. He pointed at Yanmei, trembling with his finger. You fool. In the palace, most women were voluptuous, but Bai Wudong was very different. She relied on her slim figure and became the first concubine to become pregnant with the emperor's child, quickly rising from a beautiful lady to a favored consort, even gaining a title. Sun Mingji saw that the emperor liked women who were unique and different. He specifically found Yanmei, who looked similar to Bai Wudong, to compete for favor in the palace, hoping to bring more opportunities to the Sun family. But unexpectedly, instead of gaining favor, she ended up holding Bai Wudong back. Sun Mingji saw that Yanmei was ambitious and clever, at least more cunning than Bai Wudong, who seemed naive. But in the end, she was just a useless fool. Yanmei trembled as she knelt on the ground. "Sir, I didn't mean to. It was just bad luck." "Who knew so many accidents would happen?" "Yes, it's just bad luck. That cat, it came out late or early, but it had to ruin my plans." "Sir, please give me another chance." "Another chance? Don't make me laugh." Sun Mingji didn't want to see her now. "Take her away and lock her in the storeroom." He thought about who else might like such a slim and beautiful woman. He would find another chance to give her to someone else, to drain the last bit of value from Yanmei. As for the emperor, she definitely couldn't be sent to him again. A dead person shouldn't appear in the palace. If most women in the world weren't voluptuous, it would be hard to find such slim and beautiful women. He would have already killed Yanmei if that were the case. Mrs. Chow offered warm tea. "Sir, don't be angry. If it fails, just try again. There aren't many good ideas. If Bai Wudong wasn't pregnant, I might have found a way to turn this big problem into a small one. But if the emperor keeps investigating, it might even involve us." Chow gently helped him with a soothing massage, asking, "Master, should we send someone in again?" "Send someone? Do you think we're not killing enough quickly? Even if we really need to send someone, we must choose carefully someone smart. Otherwise, we might lose more than we gain and cause trouble for Wudong." Although he wanted to send someone, Wudong was now the most important. Sun understood the importance of priorities. Let's forget about that for now. Since Wudong was able to help this time, it shows she still cares about the Sun family. We can try to persuade her more later. She will understand what to do. Wudong woke up early and went outside to breathe fresh air. When she was a fox, she could absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Now, she could only feel it. Her body hadn't changed at all. Besides her demon form, she looked just like a human. A tall figure stepped through the fog and came to her. Seeing no one around, Wudong boldly moved closer and asked, "Lord Jin, why are you here so early today? Is there something you need?" "I returned Yanmei safely." Wudong frowned slightly. "You sent her back alive?" "Yes. The emperor ordered her execution, but I held back and arranged for someone to send her back to the Sun family. I also told Sun Mingji what happened. This way, he won't dare to send anyone in again, Wudong understood. With Lord Jin's clever help, it was not just a simple solution but a perfect one, solving Yanmei's problem, preventing the emperor from favoring others, and warning Sun Mingji all at once. She looked up, full of admiration. Lord Jin, you're so clever to think of such a good plan. She bowed gracefully. Thank you so much for your help, Lord Jin. I am very grateful. Empress Zhao doesn't need to be so formal. Lord Jin smiled slightly, showing a faint smile. He put down the fruit in his hand. Take good care of yourself and don't overexert. If the emperor still wants to favor others, I will remind him of today's matter. Lord Jin, thank you. Please wait a moment. Wudong turned back into her room, took out a hand-embroidered pouch, and held it with both hands, shyly, like a young girl. Lord Jin, this is for you. I embroidered it myself. Inside are precious spices. Wear it with you. It can help calm your mind and focus. Jin Ji took the light silk purse, which felt heavy in his hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will take my leave now. Watching Jin Ji's back as he left, Bai Wudong finally felt how good it was to have someone help. Jin Ji is very clever. He thought of things she didn't, and he even helped.
Chan'er steppet forward.
Your Majesty, I will serve you for your washing. Chan'er couldn't help but look back at the courtyard gate. This Lord Jin always comes over. His relationship with the Empress must be very special. After Zhang Qingyan got up, he immediately went to see Bai Wudong. Did you sleep well yesterday? Your Majesty, I slept very well. That's good. I had someone prepare your favorite breakfast. Let's eat together. Bai Wudong saw he wanted to make up for something and felt at ease. After breakfast, Zhang Qingyan returned to his side room and called Jin Ji. My leg is better now. I can travel. Get ready. Tomorrow we will return to the palace. Your Majesty, what about Lady Zhao? She won't go back. She will stay at Hugua Temple to rest and recover. Once the crown prince is 3 months old and the pregnancy is stable, I will send someone to bring her back. Jin Ji lowered his eyes. Understood. The news quickly reached Bai Wudong. She picked up a hawthorn cake and put it in her mouth. Recently, she had been craving sour foods. Next to her, Chan'er poured some hawthorn tea. Your Majesty, staying at Hugua Temple is actually a good thing. At least you don't have to worry about the schemes in the palace. No, I want to go back. Staying alone at Hugua Temple is just wasting time. There is nearly a month left until the crown prince turns 3 months old. With this time, she would rather stay in the palace and think about how to deal with Consort Jin and avenge her blood feud. Chan'er, send a message to Lord Jin. I invite him to come to my room this afternoon for a talk. That. Chan'er trembled, almost dropping the teapot. Meeting in the morning and evening was fine, but now she had to meet in the afternoon too. If the emperor found out, it would be trouble. Bai Wudong gave her a calm look. Lord Jin is a good helper. If I can build a good relationship with him, many things can be done through him in the future. Remember what I said. Keep everything to yourself and don't guess or spread rumors. Chan'er hurriedly lowered her head. Yes, Empress. I was wrong. I will send the message right away. Zhang Qingyan took a nap. Jin Ji looked for an excuse to send nearby guards on patrol before carefully entering the side room. Bai Wudong leaned on the bed, her delicate hand supporting her chin. When she saw someone coming, a smile of happiness appeared on her face, but it was quickly replaced by worry. Lord Jin, you've arrived. What's the matter, Your Majesty? I don't want to stay at the Guardian Temple. I want to go back to the palace with the Emperor. Please, Lord Jin, find some people tonight to try to harm me, so the Emperor will realize that the Guardian Temple isn't safe. Then he will take me back to the palace.
Why?
Staying here is safer, Jin Ji said, confused. If she returned to the palace, she would face many schemes from the other consorts. Bai Wudong sighed. Lord Jin, you don't know. It's dangerous in the palace too, but at least the Emperor and the Empress Dowager are protecting me. Outside, even with many guards, how can I be sure I am completely safe? I don't know how many eyes are watching me now. Those who want the crown prince aren't just the jealous consorts, but also outsiders. Who can guarantee they won't attack me? Bai Wudong spoke sincerely, her worry clear. If something really happens, there are doctors, guards, and good medicines in the palace to save me. But here, it's not enough. Jin Ji thought deeply. She had a point. Forget about the princes outside. Even the consorts' families might take risks. If the crown prince was already in the palace, Bai Wudong might be safer. But she was the only pregnant woman in these years, disrupting the palace's balance. It would be very dangerous afterward. Moreover, the emperor didn't plan to let her stay. He sent others to protect her, which increased the risk. All right, I will arrange it, but this might be dangerous, Jin Ji said. Bai Wudong touched her belly. Don't worry, my child won't fall. After all these things, he's still safe inside my belly. It's heaven's will. As long as she wanted to protect him, he wouldn't fall. In recent days, she had caused her pregnancy to threaten, but it was just her own tricks. With that, Jin Ji had no more objections. The entire temple was shrouded in darkness. Bai Wudong lay on the bed as shadows moved in. She opened her eyes and screamed loudly. Zhang Qingyan suddenly woke up. Someone come quickly. Jin Ji immediately led people into the side room. A sound of weapons clashing came from nearby. Jin Ji stepped out of the side room and bowed to Zhang Qingyan. Your Majesty, there was an assassin trying to kill Lady Zhao. Fortunately, she was not asleep, and she had a dagger under her pillow for self-defense, which bought us some time. The attackers are skilled and good at escaping. I have already sent people after them to try to catch them alive and find out who is behind this. Zhang Qingyan sighed in relief and quickly entered the side room. After the previous assassination attempt, he didn't doubt the danger. Last time it was Prince Anfu. This time, it could be another prince. Now, there are many who wish him harm. Bai Wudong leaned against the bed, breathing heavily, clutching her dagger tightly, still shaken from the shock. Seeing Zhang Qingyan, she cried and hugged his strong body. Your Majesty, I am so scared. Zhang Qingyan gently patted her back. Don't be afraid anymore. I didn't expect there to be an assassin. It seems that the Guardian Temple isn't safe. Tomorrow, you and I will return to the palace together. Bai Wudong secretly looked at Jin Ji, her eyes curling into a sly smile, like a clever little fox. Though tears still stained her face, she smiled so freely in front of the emperor. Jin Ji's heart suddenly jumped. It felt like he had completely fallen for her.